After the outbreak of the Nine-Tails Rampage, Konoha suffered heavy losses, not only losing a large number of people and property, but also many excellent ninjas. Among them were the 4th Hokage and his wife, who sacrificed their lives to protect the village. Additionally, many other ninjas also lost their lives in this battle. This greatly weakened Konoha's strength, plunging it into a predicament. At this time, the Cloud Village saw an opportunity, believing that Konoha was severely weakened and unable to defend against external enemies. Therefore, the Cloud Village decided to reignite the war, attempting to seize more land and resources. Konoha, despite its utmost efforts, could hardly resist the Cloud Village's attack. During the war, many more Konoha ninjas sacrificed their lives, and the situation in the village became increasingly dire. After a long period of fighting, Konoha finally found a turning point. Through diplomatic means, they reached a peace agreement with the Cloud Village. According to the agreement, both sides would cease hostilities and jointly maintain regional stability. This agreement was undoubtedly an important victory for Konoha, as it avoided further casualties and destruction. However, just as Konoha and the Cloud Village were about to sign the peace treaty, the Cloud Village secretly plotted a conspiracy. They dispatched a secret unit to infiltrate Konoha, attempting to steal the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. These Cloud ninjas successfully infiltrated Konoha, but were soon discovered. Hyūga Hizashi, as the head of the Hyuga clan, personally stepped in and killed all the Cloud ninjas. This incident embarrassed the Cloud Village. They had intended to use this opportunity to intimidate Konoha, but instead were caught off guard by Konoha. Although the Cloud Village suffered a setback in this matter, they did not give up on provoking Konoha. They used this opportunity to propose a series of harsh conditions, demanding that Konoha pay compensation and hand over the murderer. Konoha naturally would not easily compromise, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. At this critical moment, Konoha had to make concessions. They agreed to pay a certain amount of compensation and hand over Hyūga Hizashi to the Cloud Village. Although Hyūga Hizashi was not the real murderer of the Cloud ninjas, he voluntarily took responsibility to protect the reputation and interests of the Hyuga clan. In the end, Hyūga Hizashi, under pressure from the Cloud Village, chose to commit suicide, ending his life. When the news of Hyūga Hizashi's death arrived, the entire Hyuga clan was immersed in deep grief. For Hyūga Natsu, this was an unbearable pain. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, he should have received great attention and training, but because he was from the branch family, he was overlooked. Nevertheless, Hyūga Natsu, relying on his outstanding combat talent, went to the battlefield early. Fate arranged for him to join Hyūga Hizashi's squad, and this decision changed his life. Here he not only received guidance and care from his teacher, but also forged a deep friendship with Hyūga Hizashi. Even later, when his parents both died in battle on the night of the Nine-Tails, it was Hizashi who comforted Hyūga Natsu, helping him emerge from the lowest point. However, this bond was now ruthlessly severed, and Hyūga Natsu was plunged into deep grief. He could not accept this fact, and his heart was filled with hatred for the enemy, as well as resentment towards the main family, believing that the main family forced Hizashi to death. At some moment, the memories deep in his mind surged like a tide, and the buried past of his previous life gradually surfaced. The experiences, emotions, and cognition of the past unfolded like scenes from a movie before his eyes. As time passed, these memories became clearer and clearer, as if he were reliving a life. Hyūga Natsu's vision went black. He felt the world spinning, and the whole world seemed to fall apart in an instant. His steps were extremely unsteady. Each difficult step felt like stepping on soft cotton. His legs were weak and powerless. His head was buzzing, the sound like countless tiny insects gnawing at his nerves, bringing wave after wave of unbearable pain. Nevertheless, the strong, almost obsessive desire to go home supported him like a resilient force. He gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke, veins bulging on his forehead like winding earthworms, his face pale as a sheet of bloodless paper, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential rain, instantly soaking his clothes. He squinted, trying hard to recognize the path home, but the scene before him was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry like an illusory bubble. Every few steps he had to stop, leaning against the wall with trembling hands, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently, trying to calm his rapid breathing and pounding heart. Pedestrians on the street cast strange glances at him, some curious, some worried, some indifferent, but he was completely oblivious, all his perception and attention focused on the single thought of persevering. His body was tottering as if at any moment he would completely lose his support, as fragile as a candle in the wind. Each step was incredibly heavy, as if dragging 1,000-pound burden. Each breath was like a life-and-death struggle, every mouthful of air so precious. However, the direction of home always shone in his heart like an unextinguishable lighthouse, making him dare not slacken or give up. The moment he finally reached the door, his body could no longer bear the immense pressure and torment. He staggered into the room, collapsed directly onto the bed, and his vision was completely swallowed by darkness, his consciousness disappearing in an instant, as if falling into an endless abyss. Konoha, sunny with green trees and peaceful tranquility. In this beautiful village there is a special place, the territory of the Hyuga clan. This is where the Hyuga clan members live and pass down their ninjutsu, and also an important force protecting the village. In the branch family compound of the Hyuga clan there is a small courtyard surrounded by white fences, exceptionally quiet. Entering the courtyard, it is clean and tidy without any mess. In one room sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the figure of a young man. He closed his eyes tightly, his chest rising and falling slightly, his breathing steady and deep as if immersed in a sweet dream. Time passed minute by minute. The entire room was exceptionally quiet, only the young man's breathing softly echoed in the air. After an unknown amount of time the young man's eyebrows twitched slightly, then he slowly opened his eyes. At first his eyes were confused, but as consciousness gradually returned the doubt and his gaze faded away. He blinked, adapting to his surroundings, then slowly sat up. Hyūga Natsu looked around and realized he was back home. The familiar furnishings and atmosphere in the room made him feel at ease. He rubbed his forehead, trying to recall what had happened before. Memories began to surface bit by bit. He had traveled through time. No, not exactly traveling, but rather awakening the memories of his previous life. In his previous life the person known as Hyūga Natsu was called Saori. He was a person so ordinary that it could not be more ordinary. In academics Saori performed mediocrely, his grades always hovering around the middle as if held back by an invisible hand. No matter how much effort he put in burning the midnight oil, countless nights doing endless exercises, consulting many teachers and classmates, he could never break through to become an outstanding student. In life Saori was equally unremarkable, with no notable experiences. Each day followed a routine like a programmed procedure, mechanical and monotonous. Every morning he was woken by the alarm clock at the same time, groggily washed up, then followed the same route through familiar streets to do the same things. In the evening at a similar time he dragged his tired body back home along the same path, ending the mundane lifeless day. Day after day, year after year, without any surprise or ripple, life cycled monotonously as if forgotten in a neglected corner of time. Saori had sworn deep inside countless times to change his frustrating situation. He made detailed plans, gathered courage to try new things and challenge his limits. However, the results were still unsatisfying. Those beautiful visions and resolutions shattered again and again before the harsh reality, turning into bubbles. Unexpectedly, in that noisy factory while working the night shift and tightening screws, Saori dozed off and inexplicably transmigrated, and into the world of Naruto. However, only now did he slowly awaken his previous life memories. Really handsome. If I had this face in my past life I wouldn't need to struggle for the rest of my life. After awakening his memories, Hyūga Natsu walked to the mirror and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The mirror clearly reflected a handsome young man wearing a Konoha forehead protector with pure white eyes like clear untainted lake water, yet containing infinite mystery and depth. Eyes shimmering with light, captivating. His face was well defined like a carefully carved artwork with a strong yet elegant jawline. A high-bridged nose perfectly accentuated the three-dimensionality of his face, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if ready to radiate charm. Short black hair was neat and tidy, slightly covering his forehead, adding a touch of casualness. His skin showed a healthy wheat color, shining with a charming luster in the sunlight. Under his broad forehead thick and neat sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, adding to his heroic spirit. The Hyuga clan, huh? Let me see how powerful the Byakugan really is. Hyūga Natsu's lips curled slightly, his gaze shining with determination and anticipation, and he spoke slowly but powerfully. Byakugan, activate! With Hyūga Natsu's loud shout, the veins on both sides of his eyes instantly bulged like twisting snakes, ferociously protruding on his fair jade-like skin. Immediately his eyes were wrapped in a layer of pale golden chakra, and his eyeballs turned pure white without pupils, as if they could perceive everything in the world. His vision seemed to turn into invisible arrows piercing through the layers of space before him, extending into the endless distance. Everything within hundreds of meters around was clearly presented under his gaze, even the tiniest dust particles and the most hidden fluctuations of chi could not escape the insight of these magical eyes. This is a perfect Byakugan without any flaws. Hyūga Natsu said in shock, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, voice trembling. He slowly felt the powerful Byakugan power, and sensed no flaw at all. This was a 360-degree flawless Byakugan. Generally, branch family members of the Hyuga clan are branded with the caged bird seal, which creates a blind spot in the Byakugan's vision. Yet Hyūga Natsu had been branded with the caged bird seal at a very young age. Logically, this situation should never have occurred. Could it be? Hyūga Natsu frowned deeply, his brows like two twisted ropes, and a surge of indescribable doubt and anticipation welled up in his heart like a turbulent tide. His right hand clenched into a fist, trembling slightly, the trembling being the outward manifestation of his turbulent emotions. Then the fist shot up like an arrow from a bow, swiftly reaching the forehead protector. His fingers gripped the edge of the forehead protector tightly, the force so great it seemed to embed the protector into his palm. The knuckles turned white from the strain as if they might snap. Then he took a deep breath, his chest heaving as if trying to draw in all the surrounding air, and with all his strength in a decisive manner he fiercely tore off the forehead protector. The forehead protector cut through the air, making a sharp whoosh sound as if breaking a spell of confinement. And his pure white forehead was completely exposed to the air. The ugly mark on his forehead, once seen as a symbol of humiliation and bondage, had now quietly disappeared, leaving only a smooth mirror-like patch of skin. Ha! Hyūga Natsu could no longer suppress his ecstasy, like a volcano erupting after long suppression, shouting excitedly, "The caged bird's seal is gone." His voice, full of joy and excitement, rolled like thunder in the room, filled with incredible surprise and extreme happiness, as if to fill the entire space with this surging emotion. Hyūga Natsu burst into another fit of wild laughter which seemed almost uncontrollable, like a runaway horse. He seemed to fall into a state of ecstasy, completely immersed in this sudden joy, unable to extricate himself. His body trembled slightly from excitement, every cell seeming to cheer. His face bloomed with a relieved and brilliant smile, like a flower in spring, bright and moving. His eyes sparkled with tears of emotion, like bright stars jumping and flickering in the light of joy. After a long while Hyūga Natsu finally calmed down. His broad chest gradually steadied with his breathing, and his strong arms stopped trembling from excitement. Hyūga Natsu was about 185 meters tall, with a slender fit body and perfect proportions. His legs were straight and full of strength, like poplars standing tall. These legs moved swiftly and powerfully in taijutsu, capable of unleashing amazing speed and power instantly. His body looked lean but contained infinite power. Every muscle was tight and elastic, as if born for battle. The powerful chakra inside him surged like a rushing river, emitting a shocking pressure. He slowly raised his head, first looking down in thought, then looking at himself in the mirror again. He first leaned slightly forward toward the mirror, frowned slightly, scrutinized his reflection, then reached out his right hand, gently stroking his cheek, feeling the slightly warm skin. His fingers slowly moved along the contour of his face, from his high cheekbones over his straight nose bridge to his firm chin. Then he used his left hand to tidy up the slightly messy hair on his forehead, smoothing it to one side, his eyes revealing a contemplation of his own transformation. His resolute face was like finely carved marble, with lines that were hard yet soft. Under his thick sword-like eyebrows were bright and deep eyes. Though now calm, one could still see the remaining excitement in them, a light that seemed to be the reflection of his powerful chakra. Under his high nose bridge his lips were slightly raised in a confident curve. His short black hair was neat and tidy, highlighting his freshness and capability. His tight jawline showed a temperament of toughness and decisiveness. "My Byakugan shouldn't have reached its limit yet," Hyūga Natsu murmured to himself, his voice low, as if a doubt deep in his heart had unconsciously slipped out. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, his eyes carrying a hint of contemplation, both questioning his own judgment and holding a firm conviction. Yes, even this powerful Byakugan Hyūga Natsu still felt it had not reached its limit. This feeling was extremely clear in his heart, like a bright lamp in the dark, guiding him to continue exploring this mysterious and powerful power. He pursed his lips tightly, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, the knuckles turning white from the strain. The surging chakra inside him rushed into his eyes like a burst dam. He had only been an ordinary jonin before, with chakra equivalent to 1 Kakashi, but since waking up his chakra had surged more than tenfold. Such a massive influx of chakra into his eyes made him feel a warm sensation, and the powerful energy impact blurred his vision briefly. But he endured the discomfort, his gaze growing more determined, vowing to break through this unknown boundary and uncover the deeper power of the Byakugan. At this moment the air around him seemed to become restless due to the powerful energy fluctuation, and faint electric currents flickered around his body. Hyūga Natsu clenched his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but his eyes showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly the light in his eyes became even more dazzling, the pure white eyeballs seeming to transform into 2 brilliant stars. Everything around was revealed in sharp detail under this light. He could clearly feel that he was gradually touching the mystery hidden deep within the Byakugan. Just a little more, just a little more. Hyūga Natsu shouted in his heart, increasing the output of chakra again. His body began to tremble, but he persisted, refusing to give up. Then his eyes began to undergo a wonderful transformation. The originally pure white eyeballs slowly transitioned from white to dazzling gold. The golden light grew more and more dazzling, like 2 blazing suns radiating a shocking pressure and mysterious aura. "This is the Tenseigan." Hyūga Natsu's eyes lit up, his excitement utterly unbounded. Immediately he perceived his vision sharpen, the world before him shedding all traces of blur and haze, every minuscule detail now captured with pristine precision. Moreover, his field of view expanded, as if breaking through some invisible barrier, allowing him to gaze into the boundless distance at a single glance. Though the hue differed from Ōtsutsuki Tonari's blue-white eyes, Hyūga Natsu instantly recognized his own as the golden Tenseigan. My Tenseigan is a golden one shimmering with an enigmatic radiance, while Ōtsutsuki Tonari's is a celestial blue akin to the vast ocean. With focused gaze and solemn expression, Hyūga Natsu began a meticulous comparison between his own Tenseigan and that of Ōtsutsuki Tonari. As is widely known, Ōtsutsuki Tonari forcibly seized Hyūga Hanabi's Byakugan and melded it with his own Ōtsutsuki chakra, ultimately awakening the resplendent Tenseigan. It must be acknowledged that Ōtsutsuki Tonari's Tenseigan possesses several formidable abilities of staggering power. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. When Ōtsutsuki Tonari activates his blue Tenseigan's chakra mode, his entire body is enveloped in a dense green chakra, forming a mystical and potent protective layer. In this state, he can effortlessly manipulate spheres resembling truth-seeking balls. These spheres are not only immensely solid, offering exceptional defense against powerful enemy attacks, but can also be launched with the speed of an arrow at his command, delivering fierce offensives. Furthermore, he can wield the yin-yang release that creates all things, a mystical art possessing the power to bestow life and shape matter. Control over attraction and repulsion. Ōtsutsuki Tonari's blue Tenseigan exhibits an astonishing mastery over gravitational forces. Its power is so immense that he can manipulate the moon at will, effortlessly altering its trajectory, as if the celestial bodies themselves heeded his command. Not only that, but he can also influence the orbits of other planets, a reality-altering ability that inspires profound awe. Space-time manipulation. Ōtsutsuki Tonari's blue Tenseigan possesses extraordinary spatial abilities capable of instantaneously creating a mysterious passage connecting two celestial bodies. The construction of such a spatial tunnel resembles Sasuke's Rinnegan space-time ninjutsu, yet carries its own unique formidable power. Through this ability, he can instantaneously traverse and teleport between stars across the cosmos, as if crossing the vast distances of space were nothing more than a whim. Spirit Ball. Ōtsutsuki Tonari can rapidly gather a potent green chakra sphere in the palm of his hand using his blue Tenseigan. When this chakra ball is deftly inserted into an enemy's body, it produces a devastating effect. It can completely dominate the enemy's will and actions, reducing them to a puppet that obeys his every command. Moreover, he can extract the thoughts and secrets from the enemy's mind, leaving them with no hidden knowledge. Chakra Absorption. Ōtsutsuki Tonari's blue Tenseigan possesses a unique and potent ability to absorb an enemy's chakra with precision and speed from a great distance. No matter how powerful or surging the enemy's chakra may be, he can ingest it like a whale drawing in the sea, channeling it endlessly into his own control. This ability ensures he remains perpetually energized in battle, while his enemies grow weak and beleaguered as their chakra is drained. Granting puppets life with his blue Tenseigan, Ōtsutsuki Tonari can bestow upon puppets a formidable vitality, turning them into autonomous beings capable of independent action and combat. However, once the Tenseigan's power controlling the puppets vanishes, they instantly lose their motive force, reverting to lifeless relics. Summoning the statue of Ōtsutsuki Hamura. Ōtsutsuki Tonari's blue Tenseigan holds the mysterious ability to summon the stone statue of Ōtsutsuki Hamura. Under the control of the Tenseigan, this statue exhibits an astonishing self-repair capability. Its immense power rivals that of the tailed beasts, making it a formidable ally in battle. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Ōtsutsuki Tonari releases multiple chakra spheres brimming with power from his right palm. These spheres spin rapidly, forming a dazzling green halo. From the halo erupts a colossal tornado of devastating force capable of piercing even the moon's hardened surface. Gold Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Ōtsutsuki Tonari transforms the truth-seeking balls in his hand into a gigantic radiant yellow chakra sword. This blade contains immeasurable might. Its sharpness and energy intensity allow him to cleave the moon in a single strike, unleashing a world-shattering cataclysmic power. Spheres Light Cannon. Ōtsutsuki Tonari through his blue Tenseigan releases numerous chakra-covered spheres from his right palm. These spheres streak toward the enemy like a dense rain of lasers, sweeping all before them. Everywhere they pass lies and ruin, demonstrating an overwhelming offensive force and destructive capacity. If Uzumaki Naruto were not the protagonist without that so-called plot armor, this would be a brutally one-sided match, a king against a bronze. Ōtsutsuki Tonari would utterly dominate him, leaving Naruto powerless like a father disciplining a child. Hyūga Natsu furrowed his brow, his expression contemplative, as if replaying the hypothetical battle in his mind. After all, the display of strength and ability is often influenced by numerous factors, including the richness or poverty of combat experience, the favorability or adversity of the battle environment, and the specific demands of the narrative. In actual combat, the final outcome is rarely determined solely by the inherent power of the dojutsu. Even if one possesses numerous and exceedingly powerful abilities, a severe lack of battle experience and extremely disadvantageous environment, or constraints imposed by the storyline may prevent the full realization of one's strengths, thereby affecting the final result. Standing before the mirror, Hyūga Natsuki gazed intently at his own reincarnation eye, which shimmered with a mysterious golden hue. His expression was focused as if he sought to pierce through its secrets in a single glance. He silently contemplated the unique abilities imbued within his reincarnation eye, while in his mind he conducted a detailed and profound comparison with the reincarnation eye of Ōtsutsuki Tonari. His own reincarnation eye seemed to possess fewer abilities. Perhaps the others were creations of Ōtsutsuki Tonari himself, or maybe his own strength had not yet reached that level. Reincarnation Eye Chakra Mode! Hyūga Natsuki exclaimed softly. As the words fell, his entire body was enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance. This light resembled a blazing flame, surging and turbulent like a mighty tide, ceaselessly roiling and pulsating. Within the glow, wisps of chakra like agile threads intertwined and wove around his body, forming a mysterious and formidable aura. Every inch of his skin seemed imbued with boundless power. His muscles slightly bulged, their contours becoming more pronounced, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. Universal pull! Hyūga Natsuki called out clearly, his voice exploding in the stillness of the room like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Immediately the tables and chairs in the room, as if tugged by an inscrutable and profound force, trembled slightly at first, then completely lost control, flying rapidly toward Hyūga Natsuki. The movement of the furniture grew increasingly swift, stirring up a gust of howling wind. Almighty push! Hyūga Natsuki cried out again, his voice brimming with mighty power. In an instant the tables and chairs that had been hurtling toward him were abruptly repelled backward by an invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful force, as if struck by a colossal hand. The furniture flew backward with lightning speed, even producing a piercing screech as it tore through the air. Universal pull and almighty push, these two formidable skills deeply captivated Hyūga Natsuki. When he pondered the names of these techniques, he felt that the name given by Uzumaki Nagato was quite fitting, imbued with a unique charm and mysterious allure. After some deliberation, he saw no need to rack his brain for new names, so he simply adopted them directly. Flying Thunder God was a spatial ability. He possessed a divine skill that allowed him to freely traverse within the vast range of his Byakugan's observation unimpeded. Moreover, he could instantly teleport to any location he had previously marked, arriving without warning and catching his opponents off guard. Not only that, but he could also deftly manipulate the floating rocks in space, hurling them at ground enemies with devastating speed, their power chilling to the bone. The chakra absorption ability demonstrated by Star Absorption technique was exceedingly potent. It could drain an enemy's chakra from a long distance, and its absorption capacity even surpassed that of the Rinnegan, a truly terrifying feat. Summoning was even more astonishing. He could summon the stone statue of Himura Ōtsutsuki. Under the exquisite control of the reincarnation eye, this statue possessed a miraculous self-repairing ability, and its contained power was immense enough to rival the fearsome-tailed beasts. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion! From the palm of his right hand he released multiple chakra spheres. As he spun them, the truth-seeking balls were covered in green chakra, forming a silver halo, and then launched a colossal tornado capable of pulverizing one side of the moon. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion was another devastating technique. He instantly transformed several green spheres in his hand into a massive golden chakra sword. This blade possessed terrifying power, capable of splitting the moon with a single strike. Realm-breaking teleportation was even more inconceivable. He could open a mysterious gate to an unknown world behind which lay sights and dangers unknown to anyone. At that moment, without any warning, the originally dazzling and mysterious reincarnation eye chakra cloak around Hyūga Natsuki vanished abruptly like a brilliant firework extinguished in the night sky. Even the resplendent golden reincarnation eye in an instant degenerated into an ordinary Byakugan, losing its former majesty and power. I. Hyūga Natsuki suddenly screamed hysterically, his eyes wide open, pupils sharply contracted, gaze vacant and lifeless as if frozen by a spell, resembling a statue sealed in bitter cold. Then his mind involuntarily turned to his Byakugan. In those few brief seconds he seemed to be struck by an imperceptible bolt of lightning, instantly losing his composure, his limbs becoming stiff and immobile. His originally calm expression was instantly overtaken by bewilderment and confusion, every wrinkle on his face seeming to narrate his inner turmoil. At this moment he was completely stunned, his mind blank, thoughts stagnant. Lost in extreme confusion and chaos, he couldn't help but want to curse, but the upbringing from his 9 years of compulsory education in his past life made him swallow the last word. Is this it for my reincarnation eye? Hyūga Natsuki was filled with despair, his eyes reddening on the verge of tears. He had once harbored a fervent fantasy, believing that the moment he awakened the reincarnation eye, the entire world would lie at his feet, and he could do as he pleased without restraint. He even arrogantly thought that with this formidable power he could fly to the sun and stand shoulder to shoulder with it, and leisurely sing the stirring above the moon, while perched on the lunar surface as if he would become an invincible being in the world. However, the cold, cruel reality was like a bucket of water mercilessly extinguishing the flame burning in his heart. The outcome was contrary to his wishes. The overwhelming invincibility he had eagerly anticipated never materialized. Instead, he suffered repeated setbacks in actual combat. Only then did he painfully realize that his golden reincarnation eye was not as powerful and invincible as he had imagined. It was pathetically weak. No, to be precise, the root of the problem was not the reincarnation eye itself, but the fact that his chakra reserves were too meager to sustain its long-term high-intensity use. Additionally, his body was too frail to withstand the immense burden and consumption brought by the reincarnation eye, rendering him unable to unleash its true formidable power. It must be known that before his latent abilities fully awakened, Hyūga Natsu possessed about 1 card of chakra. Do not think that 1 card of chakra is insignificant in battle. He could unleash several powerful chakra-consuming ninjutsu with it. The chakra volume of about 1 card was the average level of a normal jonin, or elite jonin. Compared to the vast, almost oceanic chakra reserves of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, it was naturally incomparable, but even so, 1 card of chakra could not be considered meager. Moreover, after awakening the reincarnation eye, the chakra contained within Hyūga Natsuki's body actually reached over 10 cards, a quantity so immense that it could rival the chakra reserves of an ordinary Kage-level powerhouse. It is worth noting that Kakashi at the tender age of 5 had already displayed extraordinary talent and wisdom, enabling him to graduate from the fiercely competitive and demanding ninja academy. Merely a year later, at the age of 6, he achieved promotion to Chunin through his exceptional strength and unwavering will. Remarkably, at the age of 12 he ascended to the rank of Jonin with astonishing speed and outstanding performance. During the invaluable time spent at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi unreservedly exhibited his remarkable talents and extraordinary abilities to the fullest. Whether it was the ever-changing, elusive, and unpredictable ninjutsu, the fierce and powerful taijutsu perfectly combining strength and speed in every strike, or the mystical illusory genjutsu that left one lost in an endless fog, his performances were superb and awe-inspiring, leaving all onlookers astonished. However, during a perilous mission fraught with unknown dangers and challenges, Obito generously sacrificed his young and precious life to save him from the brink of death. Moreover, to enhance Kakashi's strength and chances of survival, Obito entrusted him with his precious Tsutomu Sharingan. Later, after the tragic scene of Kakashi personally killing Rin Nohara under the double heavy blow, he and Obito awakened the powerful yet highly draining Mangekyo Sharingan. These heartbreaking events became indelible deep wounds in Kakashi's heart, like scars branded on his soul, each recollection causing him unbearable pain. They also had a profound and irreversible impact on his character formation and worldview. He became more taciturn, his heart deeper and more complex. It must be understood that even the transplantation of a single Mangekyo Sharingan requires the user to possess exceptional physical constitution and chakra reserves to harness its immense power and complex ocular techniques. Even if it later degraded to the Three-Tomo Sharingan, it was far from easily bearable for anyone not of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, this Three-Tomo Sharingan remained constantly activated without respite, imposing a continuous and enormous strain on the user's body and chakra. Kakashi, having endured prolonged high-intensity battles, was already battered and exhausted. Each scar was a medal of his combat, yet also a testament to his physical fragility. His old injuries flared up from time to time like demons, lurking within his body, tormenting him at critical moments and severely impairing his physical functions. Coupled with his frequent use of the Sharingan, which placed an enormous additional burden on his already fragile body, Kakashi had long been trapped in the dire predicament of chakra deficiency. The reason for this lies not only in his innate lack of chakra, but also in the immense consumption caused by his various ordeals, physical injuries, and overuse of the Sharingan. Thus his chakra remained perpetually in a state of scarcity. Therefore, we cannot simply say that Kakashi's own chakra reserves are small, rather the chakra he can actually mobilize is relatively limited. So even a chakra level of a dozen Kakashis can be considered immense. With my current chakra reserves at the level of an ordinary Kage, though I may be inferior in combat experience and master jutsu compared to elite Jonin and true Kage-level powerhouses who have endured countless battles and hovered on the brink of death, relying on the astonishing ocular powers of the mighty Tenseigan, I can rival most Kage-level fighters. In the Tenseigan's activated mode, my combat prowess might even surpass that of Nagato Uzumaki, wielder of the Rinnegan, but in an actual fight I would likely lose. Hyūga Natsu murmured to himself. The reason his combat strength surpassed that of Nagato Uzumaki was simple. Hyūga Natsu's Tenseigan was awakened through his own power, granting him exceptional mastery over these eyes. He could employ all related ocular techniques with extreme flexibility without any hindrance or obstruction. Moreover, Hyūga Natsu was well aware of all the abilities of the Rinnegan, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's moves with clear understanding during battle. However, Nagato Uzumaki was completely ignorant of the abilities of Hyūga Natsu's Tenseigan, creating an information asymmetry in the fight. Furthermore, Nagato's Rinnegan was bestowed by Uchiha Madara, not his own original set. Consequently, each use of the Rinnegan's abilities inflicted irreversible severe damage to his body, increasing the burden day by day. In stark contrast, Hyūga Natsu, each time he used the Tenseigan, not only suffered no harm, but also gained greater proficiency and mastery, steadily enhancing his power. What methods and means can effectively increase my chakra reserves? Hyūga Natsu, while fully focused on refining chakra to restore the amount consumed during the Tenseigan Chakra Mode, pondered in a low voice. Becoming a Jinchuriki or using the star absorption technique to absorb tailed beast chakra is undoubtedly a very good method. Hyūga Natsu spoke slowly, his expression extremely solemn. In the mysterious and fantastic world of Naruto, when speaking of beings with immense chakra reserves, people inevitably think first of the awe-inspiring tailed beasts. These tailed beasts not only possess astonishing chakra but also command formidable abilities. Whether it is the tanuki-like Shikaku, agile and cunning, skilled in manipulating sandstorms to create powerful sand attacks, the cat-like Matatabi wreathed in blue flames that can be spewed at will with incredible speed and devastating firepower, the spiny armored Isobu, adept at moving in water and controlling water forces to repel enemies, the gorilla-like Son Goku, mighty and robust, spraying lava with destructive force, the horse-like Koko, unique in form, wielding immense strength, and boil release for impactful charges, the six-tailed Seiken, bizarre and eerie, using strong acid and melt release to dissolve opponents, the winged Komiai, capable of flight and using scales and dust to turn invisible, the colossal Gyuki, radiating an oppressive aura, its tentacles striking like weapons, using ink clones and tailed beast 8 twists, or the most powerful, majestic and renowned Kurama. Furthermore, there are terrifying entities like the Ten-Tails, possessing unimaginably vast chakra, occupying the absolute top spot as the undisputed king of chakra. In addition to tailed beasts, mysterious power sources akin to dragon vein chakra lie hidden in some enigmatic places. Dragon vein chakra contains ancient and profound energy, its power immeasurable. All of them possess immensely vast, nearly boundless chakra reserves. However, it must be said that capturing each tailed beast is no easy task. Take the one-tailed Shohi for example. It resides in the Sha-in village, and its Jinchuriki is Wei-ai Luo, the son of the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha. Wei-ai Luo possesses the unique ability to control sand, allowing it to move at his will in battle, integrating offense and defense. The sand seems to have a life of its own, instantly forming a solid shield to defend against attacks and transforming into sharp spikes to assault the enemy, overwhelming them. The one-tailed Shohi is heavily guarded in the Sha-in village. The village's defense system is complex and rigorous, with numerous experts inside and the harsh desert environment outside serving as a natural barrier. Capturing the one-tailed Shohi is undoubtedly extremely difficult. The pervasive yellow sand disrupts the enemy's vision, the complex terrain easily causes disorientation, and the unpredictable attacks of the Sha-in village ninjas are even more difficult to guard against. The two-tails Ulv's habitat is in the Yun-in village of the Leijigua. Its corresponding Jinchuriki is the two-tails Yumurin. Yumurin can skillfully utilize the power of the two-tails, making her speed and flame attacks impossible to defend against. Her movements are as swift as lightning, instantly appearing behind the enemy to deliver a fatal blow. And the blue flames are ferocious, reducing everything in their path to ashes. The Yun-in village has always been renowned for its lightning release techniques. The ninjas within the village are powerful, and the security is tight. The protection of the two-tails Ulv is taken to the extreme, with various traps and defense mechanisms, making it impossible to move forward. Capturing the two-tails Ulv is nothing short of a fantasy. The traps in the Yun-in village are ingeniously designed. Once triggered, powerful lightning forces will instantly envelop the enemy, leaving no escape. The three-tails Jifu was originally in a wild state, but later was sealed inside the body of the 4th Mizuki Sung. The Wu-in village of the Shueijigua has always been known for its mystery and secrecy. The intricate environment, unpredictable situation, and hidden masters add countless difficulties and uncertainties to the task of capturing the three-tails Jifu. The 4th Mizuki Sung as a Jinchuriki can perfectly coordinate with the three-tails in battle, unleashing powerful strength. He can manipulate water currents to form a massive water curtain, trapping the enemy inside, and can summon sharp ice spikes to deliver fatal strikes. The internal situation of the Wu-in village is complex, and the outside world knows little about it, making the plan to capture the three-tails Jifu almost impossible to initiate. Mysterious fog pervades the entire village, making it difficult to discern direction, and masters hidden in the shadows may launch fatal attacks at any moment. The four-tails Sun Wukong resides in the Yen-in village of the Tujigua. This village has indestructible fortifications and a well-trained, powerful ninja force. To break through such layers of defense and successfully capture the four-tails Sun Wukong is nothing short of wishful thinking, by no means an easy goal to achieve. The Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Z is proficient in lava release ninjutsu, and his explosive power in battle terrifies enemies. He can spew high-temperature magma from his mouth, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The Yenin village is strategically located, easy to defend and hard to attack. Coupled with the focused protection of the Four Tails Sun Wukong, it is almost impossible for outsiders to lay a hand on the Four Tails. The precipitous peaks and steep gorges form a natural barrier, allowing only the village's ninjas who are familiar with the terrain to move freely. The Five Tails Mu Wang is also located in the Tujigwe, and its location is equally heavily guarded like an impregnable fortress. Whether it is hidden traps, skilled guards, or complex terrain, all make those who attempt to capture it hesitate and feel fear. The Five Tails Jinchuriki Han possesses immense monstrous strength, and can wield the power of the Five Tails with ease. Each of his attacks is astonishingly powerful, as if capable of splitting mountains and cracking rocks. The Tujigwe places great emphasis on the protection of tailed beasts, investing a vast amount of manpower and resources, which makes the difficulty of capturing the Five Tails Mu Wang increase exponentially. The ninjas of the Tujigwe are highly disciplined, their fortifications are indestructible, and any invading enemy will be detected and surrounded at the first moment. The location of the Six-Tails Shiquan is also filled with unknown dangers and numerous obstacles. Its corresponding Jinchuriki is Hyūga, who is skilled in using foam-type ninjutsu capable of creating foam with strong stickiness and corrosiveness, trapping the enemy in a predicament. Hyūga's foam ninjutsu not only restricts the enemy's movement but also causes continuous damage. The place where the Six-Tails Shiquan resides may have a unique natural barrier or be guarded by a powerful ninjutsu barrier. Coupled with the Six-Tails' own formidable strength and unique abilities, the plan to capture it is fraught with difficulties from the start, almost an impossible delusion. The mysterious barrier may reflect attacks, and the unique natural environment may conceal unknown dangers. The place where the Seven Tails Chongming is located may have intricate terrain and unpredictable traps. Its corresponding Jinchuriki is Fu, who is brave in nature and can fully utilize the Seven Tails' flight advantage and scale powder attack in battle. Fu can flexibly use the Seven Tails' power for surprise attacks and evasion, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp. The place where the Seven Tails Chongming is located may be surrounded by dense forests or steep mountains, making it difficult to find its traces. Moreover, the Seven Tails Chongming's powerful flight ability and flexible combat style fill the capture operation with great uncertainty and risk. The complex terrain easily causes people to get lost, and the Seven Tails' flight ability makes the capture even more difficult. The place where the Eight Tails Nyoge is located may have strict surveillance and powerful defensive forces. Its corresponding Jinchuriki is Chi Labai, who not only has a harmonious relationship with the Eight Tails and can perfectly control its power but also possesses a unique rap battle style. In battle, Chi Labai can combine the Eight Tails' tentacle attacks with his own ninjutsu with astonishing power. The place where the Eight Tails Nyoge is located may have countless experts proficient in sensory ninjutsu capable of detecting the enemy the moment they approach. The Eight Tails Nyoge's massive and powerful body, along with its terrifying tentacle attacks, forces anyone who dares to challenge it to be prepared to pay a painful price. The powerful defensive strength and keen sensory abilities make the Eight Tails nearly invulnerable. The situation of the Nine Tails Jiu La Ma is even more special and difficult. It is sealed in the Mu Yi village, and its Jinchuriki is Xian Wa Mingren. As a powerful ninja village with many outstanding talents, the Mu Yi village possesses numerous top-tier ninjas and a comprehensive defense system. The Nine Tails Jiu La Ma itself possesses almost inexhaustible chakra and extremely ferocious power. Any attempt to capture it is like throwing an egg at a rock, a crazy act almost equivalent to suicide. The Mu Yi village's ninja defense facilities are well equipped, and coupled with the immeasurable power of the Nine Tails, capturing the Nine Tails has become an unattainable fantasy. More importantly, Mingren is the reincarnation of the chakra of Yin Toa Luo, the son of Lu Dao Xianren. This identity endows Mingren with extraordinary potential and talent, and the power within him is unfathomable. To touch Mingren would conflict with the power of Lu Dao Xianren, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Ri Xiangxia pondered for a long time and finally put aside the thought of capturing the tailed beasts for now. He decided to first improve his own strength. After all, facing such a complex and dangerous situation, acting rashly would only lead to a dead end. Then I will start with the immortal body. Ri Xiangxia seemed to have made a certain determination in his heart. His eyes became extremely firm and his clenched fists trembled slightly, revealing his inner resolve. In Naruto, the sage body is an exceptionally formidable and mysterious physique. Those who possess the sage body can resonate with the forces of nature, drawing natural energy to harness extraordinary strength, regenerative abilities, and perception. Cultivating the sage body is no easy feat, requiring prolonged accumulation and profound insight. The practitioner must attain a supreme state of mind and body, casting aside all distractions to merge with nature. They must learn to perceive the subtle flow of chakra within the natural world, channeling it into their bodies and controlling it. In battle, those with the sage body often display astonishing endurance and stamina. Even when gravely wounded, they can recover swiftly through their formidable regenerative powers and continue fighting. Moreover, the sage arts they unleash possess immense destructive force capable of devastating their enemies. Many ninjas have paid tremendous costs and endured countless hardships in pursuit of the sage body's power. Yet, only a handful have truly mastered this enigmatic force. Within the world of Naruto, the sage body has become the coveted source of power for countless ninjas, a pivotal factor determining their strength. Achieving the sage body is not inherently difficult. One simply needs to successfully transplant Hashirama Senju's cells. However, this seemingly straightforward method conceals immense risks and challenges. Hashirama cells harbor an exceedingly potent and wild vitality. Without a sufficiently robust body and indomitable will, the transplant recipient may be overwhelmed by this power, even losing their life. Moreover, Hashirama cells are highly exclusive, making fusion with the recipient's own cells no simple task. Yet despite this, many remain irresistibly drawn to them. Because once successfully transplanted and integrated, the resulting power boost is immense. The recipient not only gains exceptional regenerative abilities and chakra reserves, but may also awaken formidable techniques like wood release. Numerous attempts and experiments were conducted to achieve successful transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Some ninjas underwent prolonged physical training and mental cultivation prior to the transplant, striving to enhance their tolerance. Others sought forbidden techniques and secret methods to reduce the risk of rejection. However, most attempts ended in failure. Only a rare few, blessed with exceptional talent and extraordinary luck, could truly harness this formidable power, becoming beings akin to those with the sage body. Yet even then, while gaining power, they often had to face the myriad trials and challenges that followed. Nevertheless, the Uchiha's Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan, could to some extent suppress wood release cells, allowing temporary borrowing of Hashirama's cellular power. This suppression was not absolute control, but a delicate balance and restraint. The mysterious power inherent in the Mangekyo Sharingan could to a degree suppress the wild vitality of Hashirama Senju's cells, enabling the user to temporarily wield this force and exhibit extraordinary strength. Although Hyūga Natsu lacked the Mangekyo Sharingan, he possessed the Tenseigan, an eye on par with the Rinnegan of the Six-Path Sage. This pair of eyes held boundless mysteries and immense power. Their enigmatic patterns seemed to conceal the origin and end of the universe, their profound depths akin to an endless starry sky, captivating any who gazed into them. Hyūga Natsu believed that under the unfathomable power of his dojutsu he could easily suppress Hashirama's cells and achieve complete fusion with his own cells. His gaze was filled with resolve and confidence, as if he had already witnessed the moment of awakening the sage body. After fusing Hashirama's cells, I will study the scroll of seals. Hyūga Natsu continued to deliberate. His eyes shimmered with contemplative light, his expression serious and focused. He weighed the pros and cons of this decision in his mind. He knew well that the techniques recorded in the Scroll of Seals were immensely powerful and mysterious, yet they also carried great risks and challenges. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, he believed his body and chakra would be further strengthened, enabling him to better endure and master those forbidden arts. He paced back and forth in the room, envisioning various scenarios and countermeasures. I must be fully prepared, not the slightest oversight, he murmured to himself, his voice echoing with determination and resolve. At this moment, Hyūga Natsu was completely immersed in contemplating his future plans, meticulously devising the most thorough strategies for the arduous and challenging path ahead. Next I will devour the 10 tails, Hyūga Natsu exclaimed with excitement. His eyes blazed with fervent light, as if he had already envisioned the glorious scene of controlling the 10 tails' power. At that moment his heart raced and his blood boiled as he continuously constructed that awe-inspiring grand vision in his mind. The 10 tails, a being containing boundless chakra and earth-shattering power. If he could devour it, he would become truly invincible in the ninja world. Hyūga Natsu's thoughts raced as he contemplated how to realize this seemingly insane plan. He knew that the 10 tails' power was far from easy to tame, its resistance would be fierce. Yet, he was undaunted, convinced that with the sage body awakened after fusing Hashirama's cells and the mysterious Tenseigan, he could subdue it. He began to formulate a detailed strategy in his mind, from tracking the 10 tails' whereabouts to designing traps for capture and preparing for any unforeseen contingencies. Every step required meticulous planning, leaving no room for error. Once I succeed, the entire ninja world will tremble beneath my feet. Hyūga Natsu clenched his fist, his tone brimming with ambition and dominance. However, he was also aware that this path was fraught with unknown dangers and formidable enemies. Other factions coveting the 10 tails' power would not stand idly by, they would surely try every means to stop him. But Hyūga Natsu had prepared himself to face all challenges, determined to break through every obstacle with his own strength and wisdom to achieve this astonishing goal. In his heart there was no retreat, no hesitation, only unwavering resolve and courage. In the room Hyūga Natsu's silhouette stood solitary and resolute. His dream burned like a raging flame, growing ever brighter, illuminating the path ahead. Even though it was strewn with thorns, he swore to reach the end. Just as Hyūga Natsu was envisioning the pivotal moment of defeating Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, a sudden urgent knock on the door shattered the eternal stillness like a thunderclap. The knocking was like dense fierce drumbeats, each one pounding heavily against the door, strikingly discordant in the originally tranquil atmosphere. This abrupt knocking was like a merciless blade, instantly severing Hyūga Natsu's boundless fantasies. He had been deeply immersed in his own constructed illusory world, envisioning scenes of dominating all with unrivaled power, but the sudden noise startled him, nearly causing him to lose control. His chakra refinement came to an abrupt halt. "Who is it?" Hyūga Natsu's roar, barely suppressing his fury, almost burst from his throat as he nearly cursed out loud. However, the refined upbringing meticulously cultivated by 9 years of compulsory education was like a resilient bridle, and with sheer willpower he forcibly restrained the harsh words that were about to escape his lips. Yet even so, the words that emerged from his mouth were still far from kind, with impatience surging like a dam that had burst, pouring out without the slightest attempt at concealment. "Brother Natsu, it's me, Kyo." Outside the door stood a slender and elegant youth. He was about 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than Hyūga Natsu's 1.75 meters. But his posture was as straight as a pine, every muscle brimming with strength, exuding an extraordinary and unique aura. He had jet-black glossy short hair that lay softly against his forehead, each strand neatly arranged as if it had been meticulously combed 1,000 times. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes were clear and bright like twinkling stars in the night sky, radiating brilliance that was impossible to ignore. At that moment his Byakugan eyes were slightly open, the whites pure and the pupils sharp as needles. Those unique eyes seemed to hold the power to see through everything, making it hard to meet his gaze for long. Hyuga Kyo usually kept the power of these eyes carefully hidden, only revealing them at critical moments. Beneath his straight nose was a thin, slightly upturned lip, now pouted in grievance, as if he had suffered an immense unspeakable wrong. His originally expectant expression dimmed instantly at Hyūga Natsu's harsh tone, like a bright flame suddenly swept by a chilling wind, its light fading and threatening to extinguish. "Oh!" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hyūga Natsu's mind instantly recalled its owner, Hyuga Kyo. Hyuga Kyo was also a member of the Hyuga branch family, a childhood friend and sworn brother of Hyuga Natsu, 3 years younger, with no blood relation but closer than kin. The parents of Hyuga Natsu and Hyuga Kyo were close comrades who fought side by side, which is why the two families interacted frequently and were as close as one. Once Hyuga Natsu would joyfully visit Hyuga Kyo's home, playing together, and those carefree days filled with laughter and harmony. Back then it seemed the whole world was filled with their happiness, with no sorrow or worry able to invade their little paradise. However, after Hyuga Natsu's parents tragically perished in the horrific Ninetales incident, he underwent a drastic change in personality. The once lively and carefree boy became withdrawn and silent, his sunny smile vanishing as if swallowed by darkness, and he rarely visited others, gradually cutting off external ties. "Come in, the door's unlocked." Hyuga Natsu spoke, his voice low, as if still trapped in the abyss of past sorrow, unable to escape the clutches of painful memories. "I just returned from a mission and heard you were unwell yesterday, so I rushed over immediately," Hyuga Kyo said anxiously as he opened the door. He had come running, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat glistening like translucent pearls in the sunlight. His eyes were filled with deep concern, so thick it seemed almost tangible, stirring pity in anyone who saw it. "Brother Natsu, how are you feeling? Are you any better?" Hyuga Kyo's voice was brimming with earnest care and barely concealed anxiety, as if his heart was ablaze with an urgent fire, desperate to break through all barriers and know the truth inside. His urgent tones seemed to wish he could burst in immediately to personally check on Hyuga Natsu's condition and ensure he was safe. "I'm fine, just overexerted myself yesterday. I'll be okay after some rest," Hyuga Natsu replied dismissively. His expression was cold, as if wearing a thick mask to hide his true emotion, seemingly indifferent to others' concern. In truth, his mind was still lost in the fantasy he had just imagined, a heroic scene of himself on the battlefield punching Uchiha Madara and kicking Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, and he was merely going through the motions, ignoring the care shown to him. "Glad to hear it." Hyuga Kyo breathed a sigh of relief. Hyuga Kyo seemed to sense the deep sorrow hidden within Hyuga Natsu's heart, thinking to himself the loss of his uncle and aunt had already struck brother Natsu like a crushing mountain. The tragic death of Lord Hizashi dealt him another almost unbearable blow. "It seems I need to visit brother Natsu more often. Let me use my warmth to heal his heart, which is already riddled with wounds and sorrow." Hyūga Natsu of course was unaware of Hyuga Kyo's inner thoughts. If he had known, he would probably have been so enraged that he'd activate his Tenseigan and unleash a devastating golden wheel reincarnation explosion to send the boy to meet Hyūga Hizashi. The original Hyūga Natsu's grief over his parents' death and Hyuga's demise had once surged like a raging river. But after the impact of over 30 years of past life experiences, the sorrow, though still present, had faded considerably. Moreover, he thought to himself, it should be a gentle and lovely young lady to soothe my wounded heart. What business does a burly man have barging in? Brother Natsu, Lord Takuma, after becoming branch family head, has called a general meeting at 7 in the evening. All Chunin and above of the Hyuga branch who are not on village outside missions are to gather at the branch family shrine. Hyuga Kyo spoke slowly, his tone respectful and earnest without a hint of carelessness. As he spoke, Hyuga Natsu couldn't help but wonder if the curse seal known as the caged bird beneath the forehead protector had always bound Hyuga Kyo's heart, suppressing him under the family's rules. I understand, Hyuga Natsu replied indifferently, his voice devoid of any emotion. Then I'll take my leave. Brother Natsu, get some rest. Hyuga Kyo said, his eyes still full of concern, as if his gaze could transform into warm sunlight to dispel all shadows. Hyuga Natsu responded with a brief cold grunt. Then Hyuga Kyo slowly walked out and gently closed the door behind him, moving softly so as not to disturb Hyuga Natsu inside. That kid's not bad. Maybe I can give him a hand sometime. Hyuga Natsu murmured to himself, a faint smile involuntarily spreading across his face, warm as a spring breeze yet tinged with a trace of complex emotion. Where are the Hashirama cells? Hyuga Natsu's gaze, once as lively as water, had become dazed, losing its former brilliance. He stood transfixed, watching Hyuga Kyo's figure gradually recede until it vanished completely, his body remaining as still as a lifeless statue, motionless in the room. He continued to furrow his brow in the dim and oppressive room, tormented by painful thoughts, incessantly muttering to himself. He knew from the vague yet deeply etched memories of his past life that Hashirama cells existed only in a few specific places. One of them was with Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha. However, what made it even more troubling was that Orochimaru's whereabouts were always as elusive as a ghost lurking in the darkness. No one knew where he was at that moment. He might be in the mysterious and fearsome Akatsuki organization, or wandering alone in some unknown corner of the ninja world. Another possible location for Hashirama cells was within the remains of the deceased Uchiha Madara. However, this was already extremely difficult to find. Not to mention the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara's remains. Even if the general location were known, obtaining them would be as hard as reaching the heavens. After all, although Uchiha Madara had died, the extremely troublesome Uchiha Obito was still lurking nearby, watching with a predatory gaze. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito himself possessed Hashirama cells. Obito, a tragic figure, possessed unfathomable power. He wielded the formidable abilities of the Sharingan, capable of turning the tide of battle in an instant. Obito's personality was complex. He had once been kind and innocent, but after enduring countless pains and betrayals he had become mad and ruthless. He excelled in the space-time ninjutsu Kamui, allowing him to freely traverse between reality and the Kamui dimension, making it impossible for enemies to predict his movements or attacks. In battle his techniques were swift and lethal, often striking with deadly precision. Obito harbored deep resentment toward the world, seeking to create an illusory peaceful world through the infinite Tsukuyumi. He would stop at nothing to achieve this, orchestrating a series of conspiracies and wars, bringing immense devastation and chaos to the entire ninja world. Yet deep within he had also experienced struggles and contradictions, harboring an unshakable attachment to his former comrades and loved ones. However, this attachment was fragile and powerless in the face of his desire for revenge. The mere thought of confronting such a powerful and insane individual trying to obtain Hashirama cells from under his nose sent a chill down Hyuga Natsu's spine. Thus he abandoned the idea of acquiring them from that source. It seems I can only search for Hashirama cells in the root base, Hyuga Natsu murmured softly as if in a dream. He knew that the root base was the most mysterious and perilous place in Konoha. Root was like a ferocious beast lurking in the deep shadows, silent yet exuding a chilling sense of threat. It hid in the abyss of darkness, silently executing a series of unknown secret missions like a hidden power buried deep within Konoha. The internal structure of Root resembled a vast and intricate maze with narrow winding corridors and branching paths crisscrossing like a spiderweb, making it easy to lose one's way. Deadly traps were meticulously placed everywhere. A single misstep could trigger a hail of arrows, engulf one in poisonous fog, or surround one with raging flames. Moreover, a group of formidable ninjas like cold-faced enforcers stood guard at key positions, all highly trained, agile, possessing extraordinary ninjutsu skills and exceptionally keen senses, alert to even the slightest disturbance. It was said that anyone who entered the root base would fall into an irreversible abyss of destruction with even a slight carelessness, and only a handful had ever emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, to obtain the Hashirama cells, Hyūga Natsu knew that ahead lay a treacherous lair of dragons and tigers, a perilous place shrouded in the shadow of death, but he had no way back. The Hashirama cells were too crucial to him. Even if there was only a faint glimmer of hope, he had to grit his teeth and steel himself for a desperate struggle. At this time, Uchiha Shursui probably hadn't awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan yet, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. He knew that Uchiha Shursui possessed exceptional talent in the Sharingan, and once he awakened the Mangekyo, its power would be terrifying. Uchiha Shursui was already a prodigy in his clan. His ordinary Sharingan abilities were outstanding, and his Genjutsu prowess made even many experts wary. If he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his unique dojutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, would undoubtedly become a nightmare for his enemies. Kodo Amatsukami, known as the strongest Genjutsu, could invade the opponent's mind without their awareness, silently altering their will to act according to the caster's intentions. The horror of this ability lay in its secrecy and thoroughness. The victim wouldn't even realize that their thoughts had been altered. His Genjutsu could reach a level of divine subtlety, plunging people into an endless illusion, without their knowledge unable to escape. Moreover, once he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his taijutsu and ninjutsu abilities would also see a tremendous boost, with speed and strength reaching an astonishing level. If he encountered Uchiha Shursui, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kodo Amatsukami during his infiltration of the root base, Hyūga Natsu's mission would face unprecedented obstacles. The presence of Kodo Amatsukami would make Hyūga Natsu defenseless. With a single mistake, he could be controlled by Shursui, becoming a puppet of the enemy. Although his Tenseigan was powerful, his chakra was limited, and whether it could withstand Kodo Amatsukami was uncertain. At that point, not to mention searching for the Hashirama cells, even survival would be questionable. The chances of success would become negligible. "It seems this is the only way," Hyūga Natsu said, clenching his fist, his gaze firm and resolute. "Let me think. My predecessor once passed by the entrance of the root base. But at that time root ninjas were blocking the entrance tightly, so he couldn't get in." The previous Hyūga Natsu thought they were just ANBU members, but now with the memories of his past life he could clearly recognize them as root operatives. Hyūga Natsu meticulously planned every step, recalling everything he had observed during his past encounter with the root base. The base was surrounded by hidden sentries, and the patrolling ninjas maintained a high level of vigilance. To silently breach these defenses, he had to precisely calculate the intervals of patrol rotations and shift changes. Then, with a serious expression, Hyūga Natsu quickly and methodically left a flying thunder god coordinate in an inconspicuous corner of his room. His movements were skilled and swift, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. After completing this, he did not hesitate or linger. He hurriedly left the room, his figure swiftly disappearing beyond the door. Hyūga Natsu strolled leisurely along the most bustling and lively street of my village, the path beneath his feet meticulously paved with age-worn bluestones. The relentless passage of time had left its mark on the stone slabs, carving shallow and deep pits. The brilliant sunlight poured down without reservation, and the stone path seemed to come alive, radiating a warm and gentle luster. On both sides of the street, numerous shops stood closely packed, arranged in an orderly yet staggered fashion. The shop signs varied in style and were uniquely distinctive. Some were wooden, intricately carved with exquisite patterns that seemed ready to leap off the board, while others were made of bright fabric, fluttering gently in the breeze like graceful dancers showcasing their elegance. In front of the general store, a dazzling array of goods was displayed, ranging from everyday utensils like pots and pans to peculiar and fascinating trinkets, everything imaginable, making it hard for the eyes to take it all in. Inside the weapon shop, an array of razor-sharp swords and delicately crafted hidden weapons gleamed with a cold light under the bright sun, their chilling aura seeming to recount their glorious battle achievements. In front of the snack stalls, steam rose as rich aromas spread wantonly. Skewers of meat sizzled over fiery red charcoal, the tender pieces roasted to a golden crisp, tempting enough to make one's mouth water. The ramen chef skillfully moved his hands, transforming lumps of dough into long, thin strands of noodles with fluid, effortless motions. Bowls of steaming ramen were swiftly served to customers, the hot steam rising and whetting their appetites. At the fruit stall, piles of fresh, juicy fruits were displayed in vibrant colors, red like fire, green like emerald, purple like twilight, woven together into a splendid tapestry that made one's mouth water. Among the bustling crowd were agile shinobi, simple, ordinary villagers, and innocent children laughing and playing. The shinobi, clad in their iconic attire, hurried along with an air of grave responsibility, each step firm and resolute. The villagers, dressed plainly, wore expressions of peace and contentment, reflecting their love and appreciation for life. Children darted joyfully through the crowd, their laughter as clear and melodious as silver bells, adding boundless vitality and energy to the lively street. "Found it!" Hyūga Natsu's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the surrounding noise. His gaze was instantly drawn to a clothing shop as his eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, Inside the counter lay a black trench coat embroidered on the back with red cloud patterns, strikingly similar to the uniform of the Shao organization, and exquisitely paired with a pair of black sunglasses. Hyūga Natsu casually tossed the flying thunder god mark with an imperceptible motion, then walked away as if nothing had happened. "It should be around here," Hyūga Natsu said softly, recalling the memories of his predecessor. He had arrived at the base of the Chudai Hokage rock. Indeed, Danzo was so insane that he had directly established the root headquarters beneath the Chudai Hokage rock. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of my village, possessed immense power, and a unique devastating would-release technique capable of overwhelming tailed beasts. Even the strongest among them, the Nine Tails, was like a child's toy in his hands, easily dominated. He was revered as the god of shinobi in the ninja world. Together with Uchiha Madara, he forged a peace agreement, and founded my village, bringing a relatively peaceful life to shinobi. The establishment of my village gave shinobi a stable home and organization, laying a solid foundation for the evolution and development of the ninja world structure. He enjoyed supreme prestige and honor in my village. Yet Danzo had hollowed out the ground beneath the Chudai Hokage rock. If the second Hokage Tobirama knew, he would surely rise from his coffin, blade in hand, to slay him. "Halt! This is a restricted area of my. No entry allowed." Two figures emerged slowly from the shadows, root shinobi wearing a pleasant goat mask and a big wolf mask. Their eyes were cold and merciless, like bottomless icy pools devoid of any warmth or compassion. Those eyes revealed absolute obedience, and an unwavering resolve to complete the mission by any means necessary, as if all emotions had been ruthlessly erased, leaving only a chilling killing intent. The masks on their faces were bizarre and mysterious. The material was hard and unyielding, seemingly capable of withstanding any external attack. The masks were painted with the images of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf from the green grassland, creating a comical sight that made one wonder if many enemies were killed not by their blades but by laughter induced by these peculiar masks. These masks not only concealed their true faces but also disguised them as harmless beings. Yet, once the disguise was stripped away, they instantly transformed into cold, merciless killing machines. The attire of root shinobi was dominated by a deep black hue, as if to blend perfectly into the boundless darkness. The black bodysuit clung tightly to their bodies, allowing agile movement without making the slightest sound. On their clothes were embroidered dark red patterns like flowing blood or some sinister curse mark, exuding an eerie aura. Thick sturdy black armor adorned their shoulders and waists, glimmering with a dim deep light as if brought from the abyss of hell. Behind them a black cape fluttered slightly with their movements, adding an air of mystery and bone-chilling terror. "Oh, sorry, wrong way," Hyūga Natsu said casually, his tone relaxed. Without waiting for a response from the two root shinobi in animal masks, he marked a flying thunder god coordinate, and sauntered away. "Halt!" The root shinobi with the big wolf mask, though his expression was hidden, his unfriendly tone was unmistakable. He even leaned forward slightly, his hands already forming seals with swift and practiced motions, as if ready to unleash a powerful jutsu at any moment. "Stop! Don't cause unnecessary trouble!" The root member wearing the Pleasant Goat mask quickly intervened, his voice urgent and stern. Only then did the big wolf mask shinobi reluctantly lower his hands and withdraw. Hyūga Natsu returned from the entrance of the root base beneath the first Hokage rock and headed straight for the Hyuga clan's compound. Along the way he heard the villagers fervently discussing the death of Hyūga Hizashi. After Hyūga Hizashi's death, the reactions of the Konoha villagers were diverse and varied. Some villagers felt deep regret and sorrow over his death. They could empathize with the great sacrifices made by the Hyuga clan to maintain the peace and stability of Konoha, expressing profound respect and deep sympathy for the clan's selfless contributions. However, some villagers did not invest much emotion in this matter, and continued living their ordinary, uneventful lives. In their eyes, Hyūga Hizashi's death was merely an event occurring within a distant clan, having little direct connection to their own daily lives. Yet another portion of villagers might have harbored misunderstandings and prejudices, subjectively believing it to be the inevitable outcome of the complex problems within the Hyuga clan, and even engaging in gossip and baseless speculation about the clan. Overall, however, most villagers in Konoha remained relatively calm about this matter. The wheel of life continued to roll forward without pause, and the normal functioning of the village was not greatly affected. Before long, Hyūga Natsu crossed the bustling commercial street of Konoha and returned to the Hyuga clan compound. As soon as he stepped inside, he keenly sensed the tense and oppressive atmosphere. He looked up and saw many clan members gathered in small groups, each with an unusually serious expression. He quickened his pace and walked into the crowd, only to find them fervently discussing Hyūga Hizashi's death. A portion of the main house stubbornly believed that Hyūga Hizashi's death was natural and justified. In their deeply ingrained belief, the branch house had existed from the moment of its inception solely to serve the main house wholeheartedly. However, the attitude of the Hyuga branch house toward this cold and merciless view of the main house was extremely complex and contradictory. Many among the branch house harbored deep, gnashing hatred for the main house. In their eyes, Hyūga Hizashi's death was utterly unfair, a complete and innocent sacrifice under the main house system. They felt that they and Hizashi had been trapped their entire lives in the numerous constraints of the main house, devoid of any freedom, let alone dignity. They even sadly thought that not only themselves but also their descendants would be branded with the caged bird curse mark symbolizing bondage and control, unable to escape this tragic fate for generations. But it must be admitted that not all members of the branch house held such intense views. Some members of the branch house, perhaps due to long-term rule by the main house and the profound influence of the clan's inherent beliefs, had chosen to silently accept this predetermined fate deep within their hearts. They dared not and had no power to resist, only reluctantly conforming to the current situation like leaves swept by a fierce wind, powerless. Hyūga Natsu did not join their discussion. Instead, he quickened his pace and headed home. In his heart, while Hizashi's death indeed involved factors from the main house, it was more the result of suppression by the Konoha leadership. There was a vast difference between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. The internal conflicts within the Uchiha clan were like unremovable thorns, sharp and troublesome. The ideologies and goals among its members were often diametrically opposed, leading to incessant internal strife like surging undercurrents, constantly eroding the clan's foundation, severely depleting its strength. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's handling of relationships with other major clans and commoners was riddled with flaws. Relying on their immensely powerful Sharingan ability, they became arrogant and haughty. This arrogant posture easily provoked deep wariness from other major clans and also instilled fear in the commoners. Furthermore, in critical areas such as power distribution and resource acquisition within the village, the Uchiha clan had fierce competition and sharp conflicts with other major clans. These intertwined issues made their situation in Konoha increasingly difficult, like being trapped in a quagmire from which they could not extricate themselves. In contrast, the Hyuga clan appeared relatively stable and united. The Hyuga clan also possessed a unique bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Since joining Konoha, the Hyuga clan had always behaved properly and obediently, never engaging in serious or harmful conflicts with other major clans. All important matters within the Hyuga clan were decided by the main house. This highly centralized decision-making model ensured efficiency and unity to a certain extent, greatly reducing the possibility of internal strife. Although the Hyuga clan's abilities were somewhat more inclined towards support, and their overall combat strength might not rival the formidable power of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan's development in the village could be described as quite smooth, encountering essentially no excessive or unwarranted restrictions and suppression. The Byakugan's excellent reconnaissance and perception abilities were like a sharp sword, allowing the Hyuga clan to play a pivotal and crucial role in battle. As a result, in fierce and brutal battles, the casualties of the Hyuga clan were significantly reduced, thus preserving the clan's overall strength admirably. Moreover, the Hyuga clan had a large population, making its family scale very extensive. It is worth noting that members of the Hyuga clan enjoyed special treatment. They did not need to serve as genin interns like other ordinary ninjas undergoing various mission training. Instead, they could receive exclusive education at home, and then take the Chunin exam when the time was right. The attitude of the Konoha leadership toward the Hyuga clan was relatively complex and subtle, involving both a degree of recognition and utilization as well as obvious wariness and suppression. The Konoha leadership was well aware that the Hyuga clan possessed a powerful Byakugan bloodline limit, and its members had unique and outstanding combat abilities. They had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats in numerous battles raging with war, making indelible contributions to Konoha. For example, on the smoke-filled battlefield, the Hyuga clan's astonishing technique Kaiten often became the key to turning the tide of battle. Many members of the Hyuga clan had exceptional strength, with numerous individuals reaching the Jonin level, making the Hyuga clan deservedly one of Konoha's important combat forces. However, the Konoha leadership was not without concerns. They harbored a certain degree of wariness toward the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan had a system of main house and branch house which was like a potential bomb that could trigger a full-scale intensification of internal conflicts. The Konoha leadership was worried that if the main house ever developed different intentions and wanted to cause trouble, all branch house members would have to obey unconditionally, inevitably bringing great trouble and unpredictable hazards. For instance, the death of Hyūga Hizashi likely contained elements of the Konoha leadership's suppression of the Hyuga clan. Although the Hidden Cloud Village's attempt to seize the Byakugan was the trigger for this incident, Konoha chose to sacrifice a core member of the Hyuga clan to appease the situation in order to avoid a more intense and larger-scale conflict with the Cloud Village. This might also conceal an intention to suppress the Hyuga clan. After Hyūga Hizashi's death, the hatred of the branch house toward the main house reached its peak instantly, and the conflict between the main house and branch house escalated sharply. This made it difficult for the Hyuga clan to rise due to internal consumption and strife, forcing them to continue relying on Konoha for protection and support. Huff. Puff. Huff. Puff. After returning home with a somewhat heavy tread, Hyūga began to take deep breaths. His chest rose and fell slightly, a trace of nervousness evident on his face, for he was about to undertake a monumental task, to directly storm the base of Gen. Byakugan activate! Hyūga let out a low, furious roar. In the next instant his eyes snapped open wide, and at that moment the veins at the corners of his eyes bulged like twisting dragon strands of power seeming to surge within them. Tenseigan activate! Hyūga issued another low command. In an instant his original pure white eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of dazzling golden eyes. At this moment the bulging veins around his eyes also disappeared, replaced by smooth jade-like skin that exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. Tenseigan Chakra Mode activate! Hyūga roared, and in an instant a surging torrent of chakra erupted from within his body. This chakra was like blazing flames or a raging hurricane spreading outward from him with overwhelming force, causing the air around it to buzz and tremble. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to seem unable to withstand the pressure, resulting in slight distortions and tremors. Hyūga was enveloped by this surging chakra, radiant and brilliant like a dazzling sun. His body trembled slightly, not from fear but because the powerful, almost uncontrollable force within him was galloping and roaring. Every inch of his skin shone with a mysterious light, and every muscle line accentuated an unparalleled sense of power. His eyes blazed with dazzling golden light like two brilliant stars containing boundless majesty, and a sense of oppression, as if they could see through everything in the world. The powerful aura made even the surrounding dust dare not approach, as if paying homage to this invincible force. Flying Thunder God! Hyūga uttered another soft command, and immediately the space rippled with a subtle wave. The stack of yen notes he had been holding in his hand instantly vanished, replaced by a trench coat. The trench coat was predominantly dark red with a high-standing collar like a solid fortress trimmed with a ring of black fur that was soft and delicate, giving a cold and mysterious impression. The coat was embroidered with white cloud-like patterns, delicate and intricate, as if silently telling of its extraordinary nature. The sleeves were loose but not sloppy, swaying slightly with the movement of his arms like flags dancing in the wind. There was also a pair of black sunglasses with lenses as dark as ink, deep enough to seem to devour all light mercilessly. Flying Thunder God! With this final whisper, Hyūga, now wearing the trench coat and sunglasses, instantly vanished from the room, leaving only the faintly trembling air like a weak ripple as evidence of his presence. Beneath the first Hokage rock, the entrance to the Gen base, deeply hidden in heavy shadows, suddenly experienced a violent and chaotic fluctuation in space. A human figure flickered in and out of sight within this turbulent space. The figure continuously flashed in the undulating spatial layers, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, as if struggling with all its might to break free from some invisible spatial constraint. Hyūga was within the spatial layer, activating his golden Tenseigan Chakra Mode to resist the powerful repulsive force from space. The dazzling golden Tenseigan Chakra Mode shone brilliantly in the dark spatial layer. At the same time he activated his golden Tenseigan to carefully examine the interior of the Gen base, his gaze sharp and focused, not missing any minute corner, as he tried to take in the layout and personnel distribution of the base. The range of Hyūga's golden Tenseigan spanned several thousand meters. The first thing he saw were two root ninja guarding the entrance, hiding in the shadows, wearing masks of pleasant goat and gray wolf, which looked particularly bizarre. Ordinary people would easily miss them. If not for Hyūga's golden Tenseigan, which had a 360-degree field of view, and its extraordinary insight, he would have easily overlooked these figures concealed in the shadows. These root ninja skulking around with such ridiculous masks. Do they think this can fool anyone? Hyūga sneered, inwardly feeling contempt for their pretentious, mysterious behavior. As Hyūga's gaze continued deeper into the Gen base, he saw a labyrinth of corridors with mysterious runes carved into the walls. Those runes glowed faintly, as if whispering secrets unknown to the world. One secret chamber after another was tightly connected, seamlessly sealed, seemingly hiding countless unspeakable mysteries. Inside the training ground, some ninja were undergoing high-intensity training, their eyes filled with coldness and determination, as if they had lost their self-awareness and become mere fighting machines. Brainwashed to this extent, turned into tools of darkness. A mix of pity and anger surged in Hyūga's heart, and he felt intense hatred for the Root's twisted methods of dehumanization. Deeper still, a huge laboratory housed various strange instruments. The instruments came in all shapes, some flickering with eerie lights, others emitting low, ominous hums that sent chills down the spine. In the center of the laboratory stood a massive ancient bronze coffin. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if from a primordial era. The coffin was covered in mottled rust, layer upon layer, like deep imprints left by time, as if telling of endless vicissitudes. Beneath the rust faintly visible were intricate and mysterious patterns, delicate and exquisite like ancient sealing talismans containing powerful and mysterious energy. The coffin lid was heavy and oppressive, carved with various strange sealing formulas. Those sealing formulas had smooth lines and complex patterns as if woven from countless mysterious symbols, forming an impenetrable net of seals. Yet even with the entire bronze coffin covered in sealing formulas, the powerful life force and chakra within it still seeped out through the coffin. The vast life force was like surging waves, one after another, battering the surrounding space. The powerful chakra was like blazing flames, scorching and violent, its aura as terrifying as the Ninetales during the Ninetales rampage. The overwhelming sense of power made one imagine how mighty and invincible its owner must have been when alive. Rixiangxia was filled with awe. Even though he had never witnessed the unparalleled majesty of Senju Hashirama, just feeling the power seeping from the ancient coffin, he could still guess that it must be the remains of Senju Hashirama. Flying Thunder God, Riangxia murmured inwardly. Though his mind was overwhelmed with profound astonishment, he unhesitatingly activated his spatial dojutsu, instantly teleporting from the base of the first Hokage rock to the side of the bronze ancient coffin deep within the root base. Who goes there? The root ninja wearing a gray wolf mask seemed to sense something. Who would dare cause trouble in our root? You must have stayed up late reading novels and are hallucinating, comforted the root ninja beside him, who wore a pleasant goat mask. Maybe I misjudged, said the gray wolf-masked root ninja after inspecting the vicinity and returning. After teleporting beside the ancient coffin, Riangxia extended a slightly trembling hand and slowly pushed open the heavy bronze sarcophagus. Inside lay a man of towering stature, as majestic as a mountain. His face was resolute and dignified, with a broad and smooth forehead like a vast plain, as if it harbored infinite wisdom. Several faint lines on his forehead were like the shallow footprints left quietly by time. His thick eyebrows, straight as swords, furrowed slightly to enhance his authoritative air, while the tips of the brows angled upward, exuding a carefree and untamed spirit. Even with his eyes closed, one could imagine upon opening the bright and sharp gaze like brilliant stars capable of penetrating all hidden secrets of the world. His high nose bridge stood like a steep peak with sharp lines and a slightly upturned tip, revealing an unyielding and decisive temperament. The nostrils seemed to flare faintly, as if still retaining the heavy breaths of a fierce battle. His lips were full and tense, the corners naturally upturned, as if whispering past ambitions even in slumber. Though slightly pale, they could not mask his former boldness and passion. His skin was a healthy bronze, stubbornly radiating a faint luster even in the dim light. Even though he had passed, the overwhelming life force within him still surged silently like a slumbering dragon, ready to awaken at any moment and shake heaven and earth. The chakra permeating his body was vast and boundless like an endless ocean. Even lying quietly in the coffin, he exuded an irresistible, overwhelming pressure. And this was only his state in death, already comparable to the Ninetales at its peak. Once the Ninetales, even without using ninjutsu, had caused immense damage to Konoha merely with its colossal body and immense chakra. If Qianzhou Zhujian were still alive, his chakra would far surpass that of the Ninetales, and when combined with his renowned would release ninjutsu, it would be a cataclysmic disaster of unimaginable proportions. A mane of black hair fell casually over his shoulders, the strands silky yet resilient, as if even in slumber they steadfastly retained the untamed grace of battle. Qianzhou Zhujian, the legendary god of shinobi, even in death his countenance radiated an awe-inspiring and unmatched majesty. I am sorry. Riangxia solemnly apologized to the remains of Qianzhou Zhujian. His voice echoed distinctly in the deathly silent space, laden with deep guilt and boundless helplessness. He knew well that what he was about to do was morally wrong, violating the conscience and principles he held dear. Yet in this cruel and merciless world, to gain enough power to protect those he cherished, and to resist evil, he had no other choice but to proceed. Gazing at the face of Qianzhou Zhujian, which remained dignified even in death, Riangxia felt an uncontrollable surge of profound admiration. This god of shinobi, who once guarded the village with invincible might, his brilliant achievements and world-shaking fame were widely celebrated. Every legendary tale, every breathtaking battle filled Riangxia with deep reverence. Lord Qianzhou Zhujian, your greatness is unparalleled past and present. I admire you with all my heart. After the apology, Riangxia took a deep breath, his gaze instantly turning resolute and unwavering, as firm as a rock. He began to slowly mobilize the chakra within his body, channeling all his power like 100 rivers converging into the sea into his mysterious golden Tenseigan. A brilliant light blazed from his eyes, golden patterns racing around his pupils like winding currents of electricity, and an aura both mysterious and terrifyingly powerful instantly permeated the air. This is the only chance. I must succeed. Riangxia silently encouraged himself, fully aware of the immense danger and uncertainty of this act. Then Rinnegan rapidly formed hand seals muttering incantations, and an invisible wave of energy erupted from him, spreading in all directions like a surging tide. As his eyes shifted slightly, the dazzling golden light grew even more brilliant, and a suction force of terrifying intensity suddenly emanated from his gaze. At first the suction was relatively gentle like a spring breeze, but in an instant it turned violent like a raging storm. The surrounding air seemed to be churned by an invisible massive hand, forming a rapidly spinning terrifying vortex. The first to be affected was the remains of Qianshou Zhujian. The surging life force and vast chakra rushed like a breached dam, frantically pouring into Rinnegan's eyes. I must hold on. Rinnegan felt his body about to burst from the overwhelming power. Every inch of skin, every bone bore unimaginable pressure. But he gritted his teeth, struggling to control this nearly uncontrollable torrent of power, sweat streaming down his forehead like unbroken beads. I cannot give up. To protect those I cherish, for the justice in my heart. His inner voice screamed in desperation, clinging on with a will as unyielding as steel. Finally, after a long and agonizing ordeal, the life force and chakra within Qianshou Zhujian's remains were completely drained by Rinnegan. The once lifelike body, which seemed ready to awaken at any moment, instantly withered, losing all vitality and turning into a hollow shell as if a passing breeze could reduce it to dust. Rinnegan's body was enveloped by an immensely powerful energy, his skin shimmering with a strange radiance, his golden Tenseigan growing even more dazzling, the patterns in his eyes becoming more intricate and mysterious, as if containing the secrets of the universe. Rinnegan actually used the golden Zhuanxing Eyes Eye technique, Shixing Dafa, to frantically absorb the immensely powerful life force and astonishingly vast chakra of Qianshou Zhujian. In that instant the golden Zhuanxing Eye burst forth with an extremely dazzling and radiant golden light. This light was intense to the extreme, like a newly born blazing sun suddenly rising, so brilliant that it was impossible to look at directly. It seemed as if this light could thoroughly illuminate the entire dim deep space shrouded in darkness, dispelling all shadows and gloom. Within this light there seemed to be an infinite, unfathomable power, like surging tides, wave after wave, with an overwhelming momentum madly impacting everything around. As if in this blink of an eye, all the eye techniques and abilities of the Zhuanxing Eye were ignited like blazing fire, beginning to strengthen at an astonishing speed beyond imagination, with every increment of power causing immense shock and awe. It must be known that as an eye comparable to the reincarnation eye, even Yuzhibo Jishui with his Wanhuading possessed the incredible power of Bietianshun, and Yuzhibo Yu's Wanhuading also had the terrifying technique of Yuedu. Therefore, under the fierce impact of this surging tempestuous power, Rinnegan finally awakened his own unique control eye technique. Let's call it Luo Xianwan, Rinnegan murmured, looking at the energy ball formed by chakra in his hand. Rinnegan's hand now held a shape that closely resembled the Luo Xianwan formed by Xuanwan Mingren, yet the power and mysterious aura it contained were far beyond what Mingren's Luo Xianwan could compare with. Once this Luo Xianwan struck an enemy, the chakra within it would quickly merge into the enemy's chakra, and in an instant it could control the enemy's actions and consciousness, making them like a puppet controlled by strings, absolutely dominated, and the enemy would remain in this state of absolute control. Moreover, there was an even more extraordinary ability. Rinnegan could grant the controlled target the power of the golden Zhuanxing Eye and his own ninjutsu, making them even more terrifying than the puppets controlled by Chanmen using the reincarnation eye. Its power was nothing short of earth-shattering, terrifying to the extreme, enough to make any opponent tremble with fear. However, there was an undeniable flaw. Once the chakra of the Luo Xianwan was exhausted, the control state would end, and the stronger the controlled enemy, the shorter the duration of control. Just then Rinnegan's golden Zhuanxing Eye seemed to have reached the pinnacle of power, showing signs of breaking through its current form and advancing to a higher level. Originally, the chakra he had consumed from using the golden Zhuanxing Eye Chakra Mode had never recovered. To break into the perilous root base riddled with traps and mechanisms, he had to maintain the golden Zhuanxing Eye Chakra Mode, which consumed an enormous amount of chakra every moment. At this moment, not only did his chakra directly return to its peak, but it was also growing at an astonishing, jaw-dropping speed, striding toward the legendary Cha Dun La. His skin gradually became as resilient as Qianshou Zhujian's, radiating a lustrous sheen as if containing endless vitality. Every inch of his skin seemed to proclaim strength and immortality, with light that seemed ready to burst forth. His wounds healed at a visible speed so fast that it was unbelievable, as if he had never been injured. All pain vanished in an instant. The chakra within him was like a surging, never-ending spring. Not only was its recovery speed astonishing, but its volume was so immense that it nearly became Cha Dun La. The vast mighty chakra surged and flowed within him as if it could break through the confines of his body at any moment. Perhaps Rinnegan's chakra at this moment was already comparable to, or even surpassed, the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Rinnegan's physique was likely already the legendary sage body. At this moment, he could enter Sage Mode instantly without the lengthy and arduous preparation required by others. When he released ninjutsu, its power was enhanced by more than tenfold. Even ordinary mundane ninjutsu in his hands became terrifyingly destructive, capable of tearing the sky, shattering the void, and making heaven and earth change color. Xiao's body instantly withstood this overwhelming force. He felt as if every cell in his body was cheering and rejoicing, eagerly welcoming this unprecedented power like parched land receiving the nourishment of sweet rain. Yet at the same time it seemed to groan in pain, for the power was so immense that it nearly burst his body with every blood vessel and bone under immense pressure. The surging life force and chakra, as if trying to break free from his body, rampaged within him, giving him a complex feeling of both excitement and tension. He deeply understood that from this moment his fate would undergo an even greater and more unpredictable change. Perhaps he would henceforth tread a thorny path full of unknowns and challenges fraught with dangers and hardships. But he might also become a key figure determining the rise and fall of the entire ninja world, standing at the pinnacle of changing tides, controlling the direction of the world. I'm probably stronger than Xuanhua Changmen now. Xia had a unique and profound insight into his current strength. It must be known that before, without the sage body constrained by limited chakra, many powerful eye techniques of the golden Xuanqing eye could not be used freely. Even so, Xia was fully confident in contending with Xuanhua Changmen. Now, with the golden Xuanqing eye comparable to the reincarnation eye and a sage body even stronger than Xuanhua Changmen's, he could probably kill Xuanhua Changmen within 10 exchanges. Realm-breaking teleportation. Xia's concentration was razor-sharp, his determination palpable as a brilliant radiance burst forth from his bright eyes, shimmering like stars. Within his body the chakra, vast as an endless ocean, surged with boundless torrential might, its magnitude rivaling that of the Nine Tails. At this moment this immense chakra poured into the mysterious golden Tenseigan with a frenzy like a raging tide. His gaze burned with fervent anticipation and an insatiable thirst for exploration, yearning to personally test this most enigmatic dojutsu among his golden Tenseigan's techniques, thereby unveiling the veil shrouding the unknown world. As a colossal torrent of chakra poured forth without restraint, the unfathomable dojutsu realm-breaking teleportation slowly began to activate. The space before Xia, once calm as a mirror, seemed to be kneaded and twisted by an invisible colossal hand, suddenly warping into a pronounced distortion. At first the distortion was subtle, merely causing faint elusive ripples in the space like a gentle breeze brushing across a placid lake. But then the distortion intensified rapidly, the space twisting like a violently tugged piece of silk, layers of folds stacking and intertwining, light refracting into eerie spine-chilling arcs that dazzled the eyes. Soon a space gate barely wide enough for a single person emerged in the air. This gate was highly unstable, surrounded by churning energy waves like tumultuous unending tempests. Even a taijutsu mastering jonin attempting to enter would likely be torn to shreds by the furious spatial turbulence in an instant. Peering into the space gate through his golden Tenseigan, Xia glimpsed, as if in a trance, a mysterious world utterly different from the Naruto universe. In that brief moment of observation he seemed to catch extraordinary sights, brilliantly colored yet utterly alien lights flickering and unheard of energies surging and darting about. All of this ignited an insatiable longing and yearning within him, compelling him to step into that unknown realm immediately to explore its secrets. But Xia believed the time was not yet ripe, his strength had not reached its absolute peak, and there was no need to take such a risk. Just as Xia was about to try other dojutsu, a sudden hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from the laboratory entrance. "Who dares to trespass into my root?" As the commotion from Xia grew, a group of root ninjas finally detected the anomaly. They approached swiftly like ghosts, their footsteps reverberating through the silent corridor, carrying an oppressive, blood-chilling aura. At the lead was an old man with a bandage over his right eye. Clad in a black ninja uniform embroidered with the mysterious symbols of root, his face was as dark as thunderclouds, exuding a terrifying, spine-chilling presence. Xia knew well that this was none other than the dreaded Danzo, the fifth-generation pot shadow. His mind raced, contemplating how much of his strength to use against Danzo. "Wind-style vacuum wave!" The root ninjas shouted in unison, their hands forming seals with precision and synchronization as if rehearsed countless times. Instantly countless razor-sharp wind blades howled forth, slicing through the air with piercing screeches. Xia was inwardly startled by the power of the vacuum wave, but he did not panic. "Shinra Tensei," Xia murmured softly. A colossal repulsive force erupted from him like an invisible violent storm surging outward. All ninjutsu were repelled, and before the root ninjas could even react they were hurled back by the overwhelming force. Their bodies stumbled, faces etched with shock and disbelief. "Such power at your age, but before me, Danzo, you are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot." The bandaged old man Danzo spoke coldly. His voice seemed to emanate from the depths of a sinister abyss, icy and dripping with ominous menace. You insolent brat daring to run rampant in my roots domain, today is your death day. Each of Danzo's words struck like a frigid sharp blade aimed at Rinnegan. Rinnegan's eyes narrowed and he spoke with mock seriousness. Danzo, you stop at nothing to achieve your goals, committing every evil. Today I stand for justice to stop you. Danzo snorted disdainfully. Justice. In this cruel ninja world, power is the only truth. Do you think you can block my path? Rinnegan retorted casually. Even if my strength is meager, I will fight for my beliefs. Today you will not leave this place alive. As Danzo finished speaking, he prepared to command the root ninjas to attack again. Banshō Tenin. Rinnegan suddenly unleashed a powerful gravitational pull on Danzo. What? Danzo exclaimed in shock, feeling an irresistible force binding him tightly, pulling him involuntarily toward Rinnegan. His body, tugged by this mysterious force, was like a helpless leaf adrift, completely out of control. His expression turned to sheer terror, his eyes bulging as he struggled in vain, forced to watch himself being drawn closer inch by inch. It is the fourth Hokage's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God. A flicker of uncontrollable panic first flashed in Danzo's eyes, but he quickly steadied himself with his formidable willpower. His hands began to form seals swiftly and methodically, his fingers shifting with dexterous agility. First the index and thumb touched, then the middle ring and pinky fingers folded in rapid succession, a seamless and practiced motion. As he completed the hand seals, he bellowed, "Earth release, earth-style wall." In an instant the ground trembled violently as if plagued by a cataclysmic disaster. The earth seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand of boundless power, emitting a chilling, cracking sound. Countless rocks and soil surged upward like turbulent waves, converging at a breathtaking speed to form a massive and formidable earthen wall. The wall rose dozens of meters high and several spans wide, with tightly packed earth blocks resembling an impregnable fortress. Its rough surface was embedded with countless tiny gravel and dust. Fine fragments of earth and stone continued to fall with a rustling sound, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that made the surrounding air murky and opaque. Under the moonlight the wall cast a vast shadow like a demon's silhouette, exuding a heavy and oppressive aura that seemed to devour all life. However, Hyūga Natsu's Rinnegan, like an invincible and unstoppable chakra black hole, tore through Danzo's earth release, effortlessly piercing straight through the center. The unstoppable force instantly shattered the earthen wall, reducing it to a sky full of dust that spread like a sandstorm. The Rinnegan, unimpeded, smashed directly into Danzo's aged face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Ah! Danzo screamed in agony, his body hurled backward like a ball struck by an immense force, completely out of control, drawing a long, twisted arc through the air. Protect Lord Danzo! A group of root shinobi nearby rushed forward hastily to catch him, their movements frantic and disorderly. The result was that they too were sent flying like bowling pins under the tremendous impact. They fell to the ground like scarecrow toppled by a gale, lying in disarray, a chaotic and utterly disgraceful scene. Your Rinnegan is far inferior to the fourth's. Danzo and the root shinobi quickly stood up, seemingly unscathed. Danzo's face darkened like a storm cloud. The previous Rinnegan had done little damage, but immense humiliation. His eyes burned with fury and resentment as he began to taunt without restraint. Hyūga Natsu cursed inwardly. Trash. If you weren't still useful, I'd send you straight to the afterlife. A thick plume of smoke enveloped Hyūga Natsu, but he vanished from the spot in an instant. A faint, barely perceptible ripple in space marked his passage through an invisible barrier, his form flickering through the interstice of dimensions. In Danzo's eyes, Hyūga Natsu dissipated into smoke as if a clone had exhausted its chakra. In truth, he had disguised his disappearance as a clone's demise and teleported away using the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. A bunch of useless fools! He roared with fury, his eyes blazing with rage. You let him escape! Danzo's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his twisted visage even more terrifying. Find him. Dig 3 feet deep if you must. Danzo, seeing his supposedly equal opponent flee in an instant, gnashed his teeth in fury, his angry voice seeming to ignite the very air around him. Yes. The root shinobi replied in unison, their voices loud yet their heads bowed to conceal their inner fear and unease. The root shinobi then vanished from the spot in an instant using the body flicker technique. It took Danzo a long while to recover from the lingering fear, and a faint, almost imperceptible golden light flickered in his left eye, so subtle that one might miss it without careful observation. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, Hyūga Natsu appeared in his own courtyard. He let out a soft breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. The familiar surroundings brought him a sense of peace. The warm, bright sunlight poured down, bathing the entire courtyard in a golden glow. The light, like a golden veil, gently covered every inch of the ground. Through the gaps in the leaves it cast dappled shadows like scattered gold dust on the earth. Hyūga Natsu felt the caress of the sunlight. Its gentle warmth seemed to soothe his exhausted body, which had just endured the process of devouring Hashirama's remains. It was a profound weariness, as if every cell was protesting. He took a few slow steps forward. The stone path beneath his feet carried a familiar texture. Each step felt like a relief after liberation. Hyūga Natsu crouched down, reaching out to touch the tender green grass by the roadside. The tips of the grass tickled his palm, bringing a faint pleasant sensation. A smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a long-lost tranquility welled up in his heart, as if the entire world had shrunk to this small courtyard. Recalling the moment he had just devoured Hashirama's remains, his heartbeat still quickened. It was a complex emotion mingled with tension and excitement. But now in this peaceful courtyard those anxieties and unease gradually dissipated. He looked up at the azure sky. White clouds drifted lazily by, and his thoughts wandered with them. Those clouds, like messengers of freedom, led his mind to distant places. Finally back home. There's no place more reassuring. Hyūga Natsu murmured softly, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. But this clash with Danzo is probably just the beginning. A flicker of worry passed through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination, a resolute light that could pierce through any fog. No matter how many challenges lie ahead, I will not back down. Hyūga Natsu stood up, rolling his stiff shoulders as if to shake off all fatigue and burden. He took a deep breath of the air rich with the scent of flowers and earth, the refreshing fragrance invigorating his spirit. Then he strode out of the courtyard with firm, powerful steps. In the village of Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's compound, every inch of land was mercilessly scorched by the direct sunlight, as if the very heavens were baking the earth. At that moment a few dark clouds drifted slowly across the sky. Though their movement was languid, they seemed to carry a mysterious power foreboding an impending storm. The ancient buildings of the Hyuga clan, weathered by time, stood solemn and dignified upon this land that bore countless family memories. The mottled traces on the courtyard walls, worn by age, were like a silent elder quietly recounting the clan's long and storied history. Wind chimes under the eaves tinkled with a clear, slightly lonely sound in the gentle breeze, the melody drifting as if telling ancient tales. Hyūga Natsu walked slowly out of the courtyard. His figure was tall and straight like a sturdy pine, each step exuding an unyielding temperament that gave the impression of standing firm against any adversity. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing immense burdens without showing strain, instead radiating a calm and reliable strength. His face was handsome, with chiseled features as if sculpted by a master artisan. His deep dark eyes were like pools, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and unwavering determination. His jet-black short hair glistened under the brilliant sunlight, swaying gently with his firm strides, each movement carrying a unique rhythm. He exuded a quiet, introverted aura. Though silent, he stood like a majestic mountain, making it impossible to ignore his powerful and distinctive presence. At this moment both branch and main family members alike turned their gazes toward him. "Natsu, this child has truly exceptional talent," an elder clan member remarked with deep emotion. "Indeed, becoming a jonin at such a young age, he is truly the pride of our Hyuga clan." Another middle-aged clan member chimed in, his words filled with admiration. "What a pity he was born into the branch family." A younger member could not help but sigh. His voice carried both genuine praise and deep regret over Hyūga Natsu's status as a branch family member, as if an unfair fate had cast a shadow over a brilliant gem. "Humph, no matter how high his talent, what good is it? Even if he becomes a jonin, so what? He's still branch family. Once a branch, always a branch. It's destiny unchangeable." A short main family man with pale skin on his forehead curled his lips and declared loudly with disdain. Those cutting words pierced the silence like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into the hearts of the branch family, carrying an invisible pressure that suffocated those present. "Lord Kosugi is right," a group of branch family members, like eunuchs trailing behind a palace lord, echoed in a sharp, sarcastic tone. Hyūga Natsu remained unmoved by the clamor. His indifferent face showed no emotional fluctuation, like a mask concealing his true feelings. His deep eyes seemed to see through people's hearts, as cold as ice that had never thawed for millennia, sending a chill down the spines of those who slandered and envied him, as if an invisible hand choked their throats, making breathing difficult. He walked through the crowd with his head held high, each step steady and powerful, the ground beneath him trembling slightly under his firm strides. His posture was as upright as a pine, like a giant tree that stood firm in a raging storm, exuding an unshakable conviction. His pace was unhurried, steady, and rhythmic, as if telling everyone that he would never be swayed by worthless gossip. Each step was like a powerful counterattack against fate's injustice, a fearless defiance of worldly prejudice, making people turn their heads in awe, silently marveling at his admirable fortitude and strength. "What a pity!" A group of branch family members shook their heads and sighed. "No matter how strong he is, he's still a servant of the main family." Although Hyuga Kosugi was intimidated by Hyuga Natsu's overwhelming aura, he still blustered stubbornly. The branch family servants behind him were now stunned into silence, completely speechless. Hyuga Natsu thought to himself, the world's gossip and malicious slander are merely meaningless noise produced by mediocre people troubling themselves. I, Hyuga Natsu, harbor grand ambitions and am determined to break these stale conventions. How could I be disturbed by such trivial idle talk? Then a flash of golden light from his Tenseigan flickered and vanished in an instant. Suddenly a chakra sphere similar to the Rinnegan appeared in his hand, and in the next moment he activated the Flying Thunder God. The sphere flickered with light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The chakra sphere tore through space, appearing stealthily beside Hyuga Kosugi in an extremely covert manner, then merged into his body in an almost imperceptible way. This series of actions was lightning fast and exceptionally secretive, so much so that no one present noticed a thing. Now where should I go for a stroll? Hyuga Natsu paid no heed to what had just happened, his demeanor relaxed and carefree as if the incident was a trivial interlude. He walked away with leisurely steps, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Following the winding path, he slowly exited the Hyuga clan compound. I'm a bit hungry. Where should I eat? Hyuga Natsu muttered to himself. He walked along the bustling commercial street of Konoha, where the crowd was dense and lively, full of energy. The shops on both sides of the street displayed a dazzling array of goods, with various cries of vendors rising and falling, weaving together a symphony of life. Snack stalls emitted enticing aromas, drawing children to stop and stare, their eyes full of longing. Weapon shops displayed exquisite ninja tools in their windows, each gleaming with a cold light captivating the gazes of shinobi. Clothing stores showcased the latest fashions, colorful and novel, enticing those who loved beauty to linger and dream of wearing them. Hyuga Natsu moved nimbly through the crowd, immersing himself in the vibrant atmosphere. The hunger in his stomach grew more insistent, and he quickened his pace. Soon he spotted the familiar yet unfamiliar Ichiraku ramen shop. Hyuga Natsu stood silently before the Ichiraku ramen shop, just lifting his foot to step inside, when suddenly a faint thread-like sound of soft sobbing came from behind him. He instinctively turned his head quickly, and in a dim corner not far away a small golden-haired boy was crouched there, his tiny shoulders trembling uncontrollably, a sight that tugged at the heart. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the 3-year-old lonely orphan of the 4th Hokage and his wife, the protagonist of the Naruto world, Uzumaki Naruto. Little one, why are you crying here all alone? Hyuga Natsu slowly moved closer, gently crouched down, and asked in a voice so soft it seemed afraid to startle a wounded animal. They don't like me. No one wants to play with me. Naruto slowly lifted his tear-streaked face, which was already dirty from crying. He looked at the unfamiliar but kind-faced young man before him, sobbing as he spoke in broken sentences. No, maybe they just don't know the real you yet. You must have many shining qualities waiting for them to discover. Hyuga Natsu paused for a moment, a deep sense of compassion rising involuntarily in his heart, and quickly comforted him. I've always wanted everyone to accept me, to laugh and play together with them, but they call me a monster and avoid me. Naruto sniffled, his voice thick with tears and full of grievance, as he continued. Don't be too sad. As long as you always remain a kind and upright child, one day they will surely see your shining points and good qualities and truly accept you. Hyuga Natsu gently patted Naruto's head, his tone as warm as a spring breeze brushing across the face. Really? Big brother? Naruto blinked his big tearful eyes full of hope and asked cautiously. Of course it's true. I believe you can do it. You must have confidence in yourself. Hyuga Natsu nodded firmly, a warm smile like sunshine spreading across his face, and said with conviction. Then, big brother, would you be willing to be my friend? Naruto wiped the tears streaking across his face and said, full of anticipation. Sure. Hyuga Natsu replied without a moment's hesitation. Then let's pinky swear. Naruto's tears instantly turned into a smile, his face blooming like a flower, and he extended his tiny hand. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself. Hyuga Natsu. Hyuga Natsu replied. Then he extended his finger and completed the simple yet hopeful pinky swear with Naruto. Just then Naruto's stomach let out a loud rumbling growl. Hyuga Natsu, hearing the sound, grew even more gentle, his eyes filled with concern. Little one, are you hungry? Naruto lowered his head in embarrassment, his small hands tightly clutching the hem of his clothes, looking a bit uneasy. Hyuga Natsu smiled, stood up, and extended his broad warm hand to Naruto. His voice was as soft as a spring breeze. Come on, let me take you to get something delicious. Naruto's eyes lit up, shining like twinkling stars in the night sky, and without hesitation he placed his small chubby hand into Hyuga Natsu's. The two walked slowly into the Ichiraku ramen shop. Hyuga Natsu quickly scanned the surroundings, then chose a quiet seat by the window. He gently patted the seat, indicating with a caring tone for Naruto to sit down. Big brother, touchy 2 bowls of ramen. Hyūga Natsu called out loudly. A sturdy, kind-faced middle-aged man hurried out from the back kitchen wearing a snow-white apron. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat that glistened, yet his warm smile remained undiminished. Tucci wiped his hands expertly while responding loudly. Coming right up. Wait a moment. His hearty voice echoed through the ramen shop as if possessing a magical power that instantly filled the entire place with warmth and boundless energy. Before long, 2 steaming fragrant bowls of ramen were placed before them. Naruto eagerly picked up his chopsticks, his small hands trembling slightly with excitement. But just as he was about to start, he paused and looked up at Hyūga Natsu, asking timidly, "Big brother, may I eat?" Hyūga Natsu smiled and nodded, his eyes full of encouragement. "Go ahead, little one. Enjoy this delicious ramen to your heart's content." Naruto then began to eat ravenously, the ramen in his mouth not yet swallowed, as he mumbled, "Big brother, this ramen is so delicious." Hyūga Natsu watched Naruto wolfing down his food and said softly, "Eat slowly, don't choke. No one's going to take it from you." Naruto, with his mouth full of ramen, mumbled, "Big brother, you eat too." Hyūga Natsu picked up his chopsticks and ate slowly, occasionally glancing at Naruto, his eyes filled with gentle tenderness. Naruto suddenly put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Big brother, can I come and play with you often?" Hyūga Natsu replied without hesitation, "Of course you can come and find me anytime you want." After finishing the ramen, Hyūga Natsu led Naruto slowly out of the shop. "Big brother, I'm really happy today." Naruto hopped and skipped alongside Hyūga Natsu, his joyful steps seeming to dance with notes of delight. Hyūga Natsu smiled and said, "As long as you're happy, I'm happy too." Just then a group of children ran past them, laughing and playing. Seeing Naruto, one of them stopped and pointed at him, shouting loudly, "Look, it's that unwanted monster." Naruto's bright sunny smile instantly vanished as if obscured by dark clouds. He lowered his head, his small figure appearing even more lonely and helpless. Hyūga Natsu frowned deeply, his eyes reflecting seriousness and anger. He said loudly to the children, "Don't say that about him. We are all comrades in the village of leaves, and we should respect, help, and get along with each other." The children were intimidated by Hyūga Natsu's powerful presence, standing frozen for a moment before scattering in all directions. Hyūga Natsu slowly crouched down, his gaze soft yet firm, looking at Naruto. He gently lifted Naruto's chin and said, "Don't take their hurtful words to heart. Remember what I told you, you are a wonderful and special child." Naruto nodded vigorously, his small hands tightly clutching the hem of Hyūga Natsu's clothes as if it were his most solid anchor in the world. "Then let me take you home," Hyūga Natsu said gently. Naruto obediently agreed and led Hyūga Natsu to his lonely, somewhat desolate little house. "Big brother, thank you for spending time with me today." Naruto looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance. Hyūga Natsu stepped forward, gently patted Naruto's head and said with deep care, "Get some rest. See you tomorrow." Naruto obediently walked into the house. Hyūga Natsu stood quietly watching his small figure disappear behind the door. In his heart he silently resolved to take care of this lonely, heart-wrenching child from now on, to shield him from any more hurt or injustice, and to fill his childhood with warmth and joy. After parting ways with Uzumaki, Naruto Hinata Natsu, his heart, as heavy as if crushed by a boulder of unimaginable magnitude, dragged his legs, seemingly filled with lead, each step taking every ounce of his strength, and returned to the Hinata clan compound with immense difficulty. Like a lost spirit devoid of life, he staggered slowly into Niji's courtyard. The courtyard was eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen with not a trace of movement, and even the wind seemed to have forgotten how to blow. As the residence of the head of the Hinata clan's branch family, this courtyard had always been spacious and vast, covering a large area. When Hinata Natsu first stepped into this place, he had felt that every corner exuded an unparalleled luxury, the intricate carvings, the admirable layouts so beautiful that one could not help but be captivated. Yet now, in its boundless emptiness, it highlighted a chilling desolation that pierced the heart, a coldness that seemed to penetrate all obstacles and seep deep into the soul. Niji was only 4 years old, but in the complex and perilous world of Naruto he had already been forced to shed the innocence of his age prematurely, and had to become sensible. His small body cowered helplessly in the corner like a beast wounded in body and spirit, evoking pity in anyone who saw him. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear, a complete bewilderment about the future, with no direction, no glimmer of hope. His mother had tragically perished in this cruel, merciless world long ago. For Niji, his father had once been his entire world, the sole pillar and steadfast support of his heart. But now his father, Hyūga Hizashi, had left him forever in the same desperate, heart-wrenching manner, by suicide. "Is it because my father was from the branch family?" Niji murmured, his voice filled with deep confusion and endless pain. Every word seemed to be squeezed out of his shattered heart, carrying boundless sorrow. For Niji, the mark of the caged bird etched on the forehead of branch family members had never caused him any confusion or misunderstanding. But now, after his father's sudden departure, this harsh reality seemed to give him a new yet agonizingly unbearable understanding of it all. It's because of the Hinata clan's main family and branch family system that my father had to commit suicide to protect the main family head. Niji sobbed quietly, each sob seeming to come from the deepest part of his soul, carrying an almost suffocating grief and profound despair. Each sob was like the lament of his broken heart. Hinata Natsu gently pushed open the door, but Niji inside remained immersed in his own murmuring world of pain, as if he neither saw nor heard anything, utterly unresponsive, as if the entire world was cut off from him. Seeing him so helpless and fragile, Hinata Natsu's heart felt as if it were being sliced by countless sharp gleaming knives, each cut bringing unbearable agonizing pain. Hinata Natsu tiptoed over to him, crouched down, and tried to embrace him with extreme care, his movements as gentle as if handling the most precious fragile treasure in the world, afraid that any slight misstep would damage it. Niji, don't be afraid. You still have me. Hinata Natsu said softly, but his voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with heartache and deep pity for Niji's tragic ordeal. Every syllable quivered as if telling the agony and torment within. Niji did not respond. He just stared blankly ahead, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if his soul had completely left his small body, leaving only this battered, scarred shell to suffer alone in this cold world, solitary and heartbreaking. Why? Why do they all have to leave me? After a long time, Niji finally spoke, his voice choked with tears like the desperate howl of a wounded wolf in the dead of night, pitiful beyond words. It's because the rules of the main family bound them. Hinata Natsu tried to keep his voice calm, but the slight tremor betrayed his inner turmoil, a barely suppressed surging wave that threatened to break through like a flood. Niji choked out, "This is the injustice of fate." He looked up, eyes blurred with tears, and asked Hinata Natsu, "Should the branch family always be ready to sacrifice for the main family?" "Niji, it's not like that. The rules of the main family can bind you only because you are not strong enough. When you become strong enough to ignore the rules, strong enough to change them, then your words will become the rules." Hinata Natsu looked firmly into his eyes, his gaze filled with unshakable power and unwavering determination. Niji, sniffling, nodded as if he half understood. "Niji, I will seek justice for your father." Hinata Natsu stroked his head with a pained heart, his tone solemn and resolute. "Uncle Xia, can you really do it?" Niji sniffled, his voice carrying a cautious, hopeful anticipation. Hinata Natsu's gaze was as firm as iron. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, revealing his inner resolve. "Niji, I promise you I will do it." Niji was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "But the main family's power is so immense. Can we really succeed?" His voice was filled with uncertainty and deep worry, his small brows tightly furrowed as if bearing a heavy burden. "Niji, power is never absolute. As long as we have unwavering faith in our hearts and fearless courage, we will surely find a way to break through our difficulties." Hinata Natsu placed his hands on Niji's shoulders, speaking with a serious expression that was utterly nonsensical. A faint but hopeful light flickered in Niji's eyes, and he nodded slightly. "I want to believe you, Uncle Xia." "Niji, what did you just call me?" Hinata Natsu's veins bulged instantly as he suddenly realized. His expression turned extremely interesting, shifting from red to pale. "Uncle Xia, what's wrong?" Niji blinked his big watery eyes, his face radiating innocence, a look that was both amusing and exasperating, yet hard to scold. "Niji, you're a good kid. I'm only 18, you can call me big brother." Hinata Natsu wanted to punch Niji, but recalling that Niji was still a child who had endured so much suffering, his face alternated between pale and red as he fought to suppress his anger and spoke. "But my friends all address adults that way." Niji still wore that innocent expression, as if saying others did the same, his clear eyes making it hard to scold him further. "Those are bad kids. Niji, don't play with them anymore." Hinata Natsu made a face as if he were about to eat someone, trying to appear stern and authoritative. Niji nodded obediently and replied, "I understand, Uncle Xia. Do you want to move in with me?" Hinata Natsu asked Niji, trying to change the subject. "I'd rather not. I want to guard the house my father and mother left behind. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Niji, you must take good care of yourself. Your father in the Pure Land also wishes to see you grow up happily." Hinata Natsu comforted him, his voice filled with concern and tenderness. Niji responded again. "Then I'll go home now. I'll come see you another time." Hinata Natsu's parting words carried a tone of reluctance. "See you next time," Niji said reluctantly, his eyes full of attachment. Niji accompanied Hinata Natsu to the outside of the courtyard. "Take good care of yourself." After walking a few steps, Hyūga Natsu waved to Niji. Brother Sia, I will. You should also find a sister-in-law soon, Niji said with a precocious wit. Hyūga Natsu wore an expression of utter speechlessness, shook his head helplessly, then turned and slowly walked away. After observing Niji, Hyūga Natsu walked steadily and resolutely back to her quietly serene room. His tall, slender figure stood exceptionally upright under the water like moonlight, much like a sturdy pine clinging to the cliff's edge, resilient and unyielding. Upon entering the room, he closed the door with the gentleness of a whispering breeze, as if afraid to disturb the rare tranquility within. Then he slowly sat cross-legged on the floor, his posture resembling a sacred Buddha in deep meditation, solemn and reverent, as he began to focus entirely on refining his chakra. His eyes tightly shut, his expression calm as an undisturbed lake, he methodically adjusted his breathing. Each breath seemed meticulously measured, incredibly regular and steady, as he sought to bring his mind and body to a state of ultimate stillness and concentration. Though his chakra reserves could already rival the immense magnitude of the Nine Tails and his control over it had reached extraordinary precision, he never grew complacent, steadfastly striving onward without pause. Like a tireless climber ascending toward greater peaks, he pressed resolutely forward. The room was so silent it seemed untouched by time itself, as if the moment had frozen. Only Hyūga Natsu's even steady breathing flowed gently through the air like a soothing lullaby. Fine beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, glistening crystal clear like morning dew on lotus leaves, shimmering with a captivating glow. Yet he remained completely undistracted, fully immersed in refining and mastering his chakra, as though the world had shrunk to just him and this mysterious, formidable power communing in profound unity. Time slipped away silently like an invisible hourglass. Unbeknownst to him, the bright blazing sky outside the window gradually dimmed, much like an ink-washed painting slowly unfurling, colors deepening from vivid to faint, from light to dark. Hyūga Natsu slowly opened his eyes, golden radiance flickering within them like brilliant stars in the night sky. He exhaled deeply, as if releasing stagnant energy long accumulated within his body. After this arduous training, he could clearly feel that his chakra had become even more fluid and obedient, like a tamed wild beast, docile and ready to obey his every command. Night fell quietly, and moonlight like sheer silk gently bathed the Hyuga clan grounds, draping the ancient solemn land in an ethereal veil that added an air of mystery and enchantment. Hyūga Natsu straightened his slightly wrinkled garments, and walked with composed, deliberate steps toward the family assembly hall, his posture firm as a pine. Inside the assembly hall, candle flames flickered uncertainly, their dim yellow light casting an eerie oppressive gloom over the room as though shrouded in heavy shadow. The branch family members had already taken their seats, some elderly, some young, each bearing complex expressions where frustration and desolation intertwined. Their thoughts drifted involuntarily to the days when Hyūga Hizashi was still among them. Back then, though the distinction between the main and branch families was stark, Hizashi always approached the deep rift between them with gentle resolve, striving earnestly to ease their divisions. Hizashi would personally guide the clan's youth in training within the spacious courtyard, his focused gaze brimming with hope and encouragement. Even children with modest talent could ignite a fierce passion for ninjutsu under his patient, meticulous instruction, their eyes shining with newfound confidence. During every family gathering, he would listen attentively to each clansman's words with a smile as warm as spring, regardless of status or age. He often said, "We are one family. We must support one another and move forward together." His gentle yet steadfast voice seemed to echo still in their ears. He remembered once when the clan faced a fierce external threat. Hyūga Hizashi unhesitatingly stepped forward, his figure on the battlefield as immovable as a mountain rock, solid and resolute. To protect his clansmen, he fought courageously without retreat, every strike radiating boundless power and fearless bravery. Yet unjust fate claimed such a kind and powerful soul far too soon. At the thought, a surge of grief and indignation welled within the branch family members' hearts, a sigh of helplessness against life's unpredictability and profound sorrow and remembrance for their lost leader. "I've heard the main branch has appointed a new branch family head." A comparatively young clansman spoke, his expression slightly agitated. "I wish it were Natsu." Another young clansman spoke eagerly, his eyes ablaze with ardent hope, his voice trembling with excitement, as if the flames within him threatened to burst forth. "With his strength and sense of responsibility, he could surely change our circumstances. We would no longer be marginalized within the clan. We could finally stand tall, enjoying equal status and resources as the main family. We wouldn't have to endure such unfair treatment anymore, nor struggle endlessly over meager resources. A brand new tomorrow awaits us. Our clan would be revitalized by him, teeming with vitality and hope like the earth in spring." "Enough." An elderly clansman nearby hastily silenced them, nervously glancing around before lowering his voice. "Such words cannot be spoken carelessly. If the main branch hears them, it will bring us nothing but trouble." Though Natsu is indeed outstanding, the power struggles within the family are far too complex for us to influence. Everyone must watch their words. Do not bring unnecessary trouble upon him. We walk on thin ice within this clan. One wrong step could lead to our downfall. The undercurrents here are treacherous. A single misstep could leave us hopeless with no chance of redemption. Hearing these words, the young clansman felt a sharp pang in his chest. An overwhelming wave of helplessness and bitterness surged forward like a tide. His lips trembled slightly like a withered leaf shivering in the cold wind. His throat felt blocked by a heavy stone, eager to argue his point yet fully aware of his powerlessness. The passionate fire in his eyes seemed doused by icy water that froze all vitality, leaving only dim ashes and endless despair. His gaze, once brilliant, had lost all light, filled only with endless darkness and hopelessness. The young clansmen harbored resentment within their hearts. Why were they denied even the right to voice their deepest aspirations? Why must the clan's archaic conventions so mercilessly crush their voices? Those invisible shackles imprison their dreams and hopes tightly like a dark cage from which there seemed no escape. The oppressive bonds pressed upon them like a tightening curse, inflicting unbearable suffering with no strength to resist. Yet faced with the helplessness of reality, he could only bite his lips hard, striving to subdue his turbulent emotions. Tears of unwillingness swirled in his eyes, yet stubbornly refused to fall, as though letting them drop would mean surrendering to this unjust fate. His hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his garment, his fingers turning pale from excessive force, the knuckles tinged with blue like a bowstring drawn taut on the verge of snapping. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, pressing down upon him like mountains, stealing his breath. And yet, despite all this, as he gazed toward where Xia stood, a glimmer of unextinguished hope still flickered in his eyes. Though now shrouded in helplessness and heartache, that light remained faint yet defiant, like a dying candle in a fierce wind, still clinging to a shred of warmth, a spark of hope. Suppressing his inner fury, the young clansman spoke in a hushed voice. Must we truly swallow our grievances and live forever in the shadow of the main family? Can we not fight for the rights and status we deserve? We are also members of this clan. Why must we suffer such injustice? Why must we endure this endless oppression and discrimination? Another young clansman chimed in. Exactly. We have silently given so much to the clan, yet what have we received in return? Why should we be considered inferior? Are our efforts and sweat worth nothing at all? Should our diligent labor and selfless dedication be callously ignored and trampled upon like this? Xia is our hope, the first speaker said with unwavering resolve. Even if we cannot say it aloud now, we must support him in our hearts and believe that one day he will change everything. He is the beacon in our darkness, the dawn that guides us forward. He will lead us through these layers of shadow into a bright future. But what if Xia learns of our expectations and the burden becomes too great for him? Another young clansman spoke anxiously. What if he faces repression from the main family because of us? We cannot place him in danger for the sake of our own desires. We cannot let him fall into peril because of our hopes. The crowd fell into a brief silence. The air seemed to solidify, weighing heavily on their chests. That deathly stillness brought an overwhelming sense of suffocation and despair. Then someone spoke. But I believe Xia has the strength to handle it. He has never been one to shrink from challenges. His courage and wisdom will surely unravel every crisis. His determination and decisiveness will conquer all obstacles. Precisely. Another young clansman clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. We must also strive to improve ourselves. We cannot rely solely on Xia. If we unite, opportunities will come. We must become his solid backing and fight together for the clan's future. Let us support one another and advance bravely, for the honor of our clan and for our dignity. Their gazes met, blazing with resolve and anticipation like fire burning hot and steadfast. That fervent look seemed ready to consume all darkness and injustice. Just then one young clansman voiced his concern. But the bird in the cage seal upon our foreheads is a technique even the fourth Hokage could not break. It felt like an eternal curse binding their very souls. That terrifying mark was like a demon's brand, ensuring they could never break free from the shackles of fate. Every clansman wore an expression of utter despair and numbness, like soulless corpses standing motionless, their eyes devoid of any vision for the future. Those lifeless faces seemed eroded mercilessly by time, carved with traces of suffering and helplessness. Their expressions were frozen like frost, stripped of vitality and hope. They stood there woodenly, as though the flames of life had been extinguished, leaving behind only hollow shells. At some point Xia had already stood nearby, silently observing everything. A flicker of reluctance and resolve flashed across his eyes, his inner determination growing ever stronger. Let me be the one to shatter this system of main and branch families, Himawari Hinata declared solemnly. I will let all clansmen bathe in the sunlight of freedom. Though his voice was soft, it carried boundless power like a boulder cast into still water, sending ripples spreading outward. Hinata Himawari walked into the conference hall with resolute steps. His figure stood tall and straight as a poplar tree, every muscle radiating strength, every movement exuding confidence. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over every clan member present. That look carried both commanding authority and profound care and expectation for his people. It seemed to pierce through the human heart, compelling others to straighten their spines under his scrutiny. Each of his steps was steady and powerful, carrying an invisible force that instantly stilled the restless atmosphere of the entire hall. An indescribable majesty emanated from him, as though a fearless warrior had walked forth from ancient times, bearing the weathered resilience of ages past, or perhaps an outstanding leader about to guide his clan toward glory, armed with grand vision and unyielding conviction. That presence surged like towering waves, unstoppable, and blazed like fierce flames, full of boundless passion and fervor. Hinata Himawari took his position near the center of the conference hall, seated right beside the former head of the Hinata branch family, Hinata Hizashi, a testament to his innate talent and formidable strength. He tilted his head slightly upward as the watery moonlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating his resolute features and outlining sharp contours that deepened the intensity of his countenance. That moonlight seemed to drape a silken veil around him, endowing him with an aura of mystery and majesty. He took a deep breath, his broad chest rising and falling powerfully, as though gathering immeasurable energy ready to erupt at any moment. That heaving chest resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, containing energies capable of changing everything. At that moment he was like a silent mountain, lofty and immovable, radiating an aura of awe. His confident eyes shimmered like countless stars, converging into a brilliant galaxy that illuminated the once oppressive and despairing meeting room. For the once despairing and numb clansmen, it was as though they had glimpsed the dawn amid darkness. Their rigid bodies began to loosen, and their deadened eyes showed the first signs of stirring. Their hearts seemed to regain vitality once more. Where once lay stagnation, like still water, ripples of hope now began to form. Those souls whose passions had been ground down by life's heavy burdens now seemed to have their embers rekindled. Their tightly pressed lips trembled faintly, as if eager to speak of the long-suppressed longing and excitement within. Those dreams long restrained began to stir within their hearts like butterflies about to break free from their cocoons, struggling desperately to shatter those invisible shackles. Their expressions gradually awakened from numbness, like the earth emerging from the bitter grip of winter, revealing the first signs of vitality and vigor. In the Hyuga clan branch family meeting room in Konoha, after Hyūga Natsu walked to his seat, the various branch family members began to whisper praises as if they had found their pillar of support. Truly promising and accomplished at such a young age. An elder spoke with deep admiration and relief, his voice carrying the echo of years gone by like the gaze of one who has weathered life's storms, twinkling with radiant hope for the future. This child will surely lead our clan to prosperity. The talent and perseverance he displays shine like brilliant stars, the beacon of our clan's rise. His extraordinary ability to comprehend and his indomitable resilience in the face of adversity make all who witness it full of anticipation for the clan's future. He is like the spring breeze that will surely bring vitality to the clan, filling its future with infinite possibilities. His keen insight seems to pierce through all illusions. His courage to charge forward is like an unstoppable river in full flood. His composure in times of crisis remains unmoved, even as Mount Tai crumbles before him, utterly convincing. Indeed, Natsu is barely 18 years old, yet already a jonin. Another middle-aged clan member chimed in, his eyes full of admiration, his tone unconsciously revealing envy and self-deprecation. Back in our day, at his age, we were still wandering in confusion, directionless, like people lost in a vast fog, unable to find the path forward. While we were still blindly groping our way, he was already capable of shouldering the clan's heavy responsibilities alone. His outstanding performance in every mission, his decisive choices and fearless courage, enabled the clan to turn peril into safety time and again, winning glory and respect. In battle, his form resembled that of a war deity, descending, striking terror into enemies, and giving them no chance to offend. His exquisite taijutsu skills left onlookers breathless, his calmness in crisis inspired deep reverence. His ever-changing tactics were like a masterfully played chess game, trapping opponents until they could not extricate themselves. A pity he belongs to the branch family. Someone sighed deeply, his tone full of helplessness and resentment. From the moment we branch family members are born, the caged bird seal brands us, and we are crushed under the main family's dominance. No matter how hard we strive or how gifted we are, we cannot escape the shackles of fate. Despite giving everything to the clan, we receive only meager resources and are treated as dispensable. Natsu is so exceptional, yet because of his status he cannot fully unleash his talents. Watching the main family descendants obtain what we desperately desire with nothing but their birthright, while we struggle desperately in the shadows, is this fair? Is this reasonable? Yet what can we do? We can only endure silently, letting fate dictate our lives. Those heavy shackles seem impossible to break, grinding down our hopes and dreams bit by bit. But despite all this, Natsu has never uttered a single complaint. Another clan member spoke up. He works tirelessly and contributes to the clan without fail. He is like a lamp in the darkness. Though his light is faint, he persists, unwaveringly bringing us a glimmer of warmth and hope. If only he could be part of the main family, he would surely gain more resources and opportunities, and his development would be far smoother. A young clan member could not help but say. But fate is cruel. An elder shook his head. However, I believe that with Natsu's abilities, even within the branch family, he will carve out an impressive path. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with steadfast trust in Natsu. Oh really? Just then an ill-timed voice drifted from the meeting room, carrying a hint of mockery and disdain, like a biting cold wind that instantly shattered the previously tense atmosphere. The branch family members all turned to look, and the moment they recognized the newcomer they fell deathly silent, as if under a freezing spell, daring not even to breathe. Every body became rigid, every expression frozen, and every pair of eyes filled with terror and fear. Those faces seemed petrified by dread, stripped of all vitality and life. Elder Tokiwa! No, Elder Tokiwa! Someone whispered shakily, his tone filled with fear and reverence, as though the title itself carried an unbearable weight. Each word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth laced with deep tremors, as if recounting boundless dread and unease from the bottom of the heart. Hyūga Tokiwa's strength was exceptionally formidable. In his youth he had once shared fame with Hyūga Hizashi. Once he had borne a grudge against Hizashi and Natsu, but later when Hizashi became the branch family leader and Tokiwa kept a low profile, spending most of his time on missions far from the village, Hizashi simply left him alone. Never did they expect that upon Hayashi's recent passing the main family would send Tokiwa to replace him as branch family leader. All decisions of the main family are correct. Hyūga Tokiwa sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a blade of ice, sending chills through every bone before finally settling on Hyūga Natsu with a look full of scrutiny and hostility, as though determined to see right through him. You bunch of ignorant fools daring to speculate about the clan's future. Hyūga Tokiwa's voice was bone-chilling, as though carrying frost from the poles. And you, do you think yourselves worthy? Do you lesser insects truly dare to alter the clan's destiny? The branch family members all lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. The atmosphere in the meeting hall plummeted to freezing point, as though the very air had been solidified, making it hard to breathe. Hyūga Natsu, however, met Elder Tokiwa's gaze unflinchingly, his expression calm yet resolute, like an unyielding mountain peak. Hyūga Natsu spoke slowly. Elder, we have never harbored ill intentions, we merely wish to secure a better future for the clan. We branch family members likewise give our all to the clan, yet we continue to suffer unfair treatment. The clan's development should not be constrained by the main branch division. Every clan member's strength should be valued and properly utilized rather than being discarded like pawns at will. Our blood and sweat should not be wasted in vain, our hardship and toil should not be turned a blind eye to. Elder Tokiwa's brows knitted tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Hyūga Natsu, you a mere branch family upstart, dare to stir up trouble. The branch family should know its place and focus on its duties. Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. The main family's decisions and arrangements are made with reason. How dare you casually question them? Do you not even know your own station? Hyūga Natsu straightened his spine, his gaze firm and burning, showing no sign of retreat, like a roaring flame. Elder, I do not question the main family's decisions, I merely believe that the clan's prosperity requires the joint effort of all its members. We branch family members likewise possess outstanding talent and ability, yet this unreasonable system prevents us from fully realizing our potential. The current situation changes constantly. If we continue to cling to outdated practices, how can the clan keep pace with the times and stand out among other clans? The rise and fall of the clan concern every member's destiny. We cannot simply sit idle and wait for ruin. Elder Tokiwa's face darkened, his teeth gritted as he snarled. You are challenging the authority of the main family. Since ancient times, the branch family has been expected to obey the main family's arrangements. This is the clan's rule and cannot be violated. You arrogant fool, do you intend to shatter centuries of tradition? Hyūga Natsu remained neither servile nor presumptuous as he continued. Elder, rules exist to serve the clan's development. If rules have become obstacles to progress, should we not consider change? What we pursue is the flourishing of the entire clan, not personal gain. For the clan's future we must have the courage to break through and reform. Hyūga Natsu, you dare question the main family's decision? Then die. Hyūga Tokiwa's face turned grim, veins bulging on his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words, his humiliation turning to rage as he roared. Before the words had even left his mouth, he launched his attack fiercely, his immense chakra erupting instantly, and sweeping toward Hyūga Natsu like a raging storm, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression. Kanahigakure Hyūga Clan Branch Family Meeting Room. The atmosphere was tense, as cold and chilling as frozen frost, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No matter how talented or powerful Hyūga may have been, he was still nothing but a dog raised by the main house. When the main house told him to die, he could only kill himself. Hyūga Takuma said angrily, his face flushed crimson with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead like writhing earthworms, throbbing violently, his eyes filled with venomous resentment and unwillingness, that malice seeming to transform into tangible swords that struck straight into people's hearts. "You are also a dog raised by the main house," Hyūga Natsu said in a matter-of-fact tone. His voice was cold and resolute, like the piercing chill of a winter night, unmercifully striking directly at Hyūga Takuma's heart, instantly fanning the flames of his rage even higher. "I'll make you die." Upon hearing this, Hyūga Takuma erupted in fury. His teeth ground audibly, the sound eerily sharp in the silent meeting room, as if threatening to shatter them. His hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white from excessive force, bones protruding as though he wanted to devour Hyūga Natsu alive and tear him into pieces right then and there. Though he groveled before the main house, he despised being described in such terms. Moreover, Hyūga Natsu's words instantly brought back memories of that night, a past he would never recall. On the night Hizashi took his own life in order to secure the position of branch family headmaster. He had even sacrificed a man's most precious dignity. It was a night as black as ink, with howling cold winds. Just thinking about it filled him with shame. That night he had knelt before the main house patriarch. Like a lapdog, he had bowed and scraped before the main house patriarch, saying once he became branch family headmaster, he would lead all branch members to serve the main house like servants, with unwavering loyalty. His abjectly servile demeanor made even himself feel nauseous just recalling it. Only by doing so would the main house patriarch trust him, even passing down the main house's ultimate taijutsu to him. "Byakugan, activate!" As Hyūga Takuma grew angrier with each thought, he shouted outright, veins bulging around his eyes like straining strings. His Byakugan opened instantly, the blood vessels around his eye sockets clearly visible, those veins like climbing vines, deeply unsettling. A chilling radiance emanated from his white pupils, as if capable of freezing one's soul. 8 trigrams 64 palms. With a furious shout from Hyūga Takuma, he forcefully struck the opening stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Despite Hyūga Takuma's movements still appearing somewhat unrefined, an incredibly powerful aura radiated from him, surging forward like overwhelming tidal waves. That majestic and turbulent momentum seemed capable of ruthlessly crushing anything in its path into dust. "What is the 8 trigrams palm?" The branch family members were all greatly shocked and frightened upon witnessing this sight. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and terror, as if they had seen demons from the deepest abyss. Some unconsciously stepped backward several paces, their feet scraping desperately against the floor with piercing sounds. Others found their legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, bodies trembling uncontrollably like autumn leaves in the wind. "Isn't this the main house's ultimate taijutsu technique?" a young clansman said with a trembling voice. His face, twisted by extreme terror, looked like crumpled paper with features squeezed together. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, each bead rolling down like broken threads. "How could this be? This is something even former headmaster Hizashi never learned." A middle-aged clansman widened his eyes and roared in disbelief. His body trembled involuntarily, his voice filled with despair, that despair like boundless darkness swallowing him whole. "I'm afraid even a regular jonin would lose the ability to resist if they took this technique head-on." An elderly clansman spoke with a grave expression and worried tone. His graying eyebrows furrowed tightly, his gaze full of concern as he looked toward Hyūga Natsu, that look as if conveying a sense of helplessness and sorrow. "Then doesn't that mean Natsu?" The clan members exchanged glances, their faces etched with despair, as if they had already foreseen a tragic ending. Their eyes revealed deep helplessness and sorrow, that sorrow like the cold mist of late autumn permeating everyone's hearts. "Die!" At this moment Hyūga Takuma's gaze was sharp and piercing as he focused intently on Hyūga Natsu. Though consumed by rage, his mind was also grave. He had suffered losses at the hands of both Hizashi and Hyūga Natsu before. Hyūga Takuma's footwork was light yet steady. In an instant his figure flashed forward, approaching his opponent with the speed of a phantom. Immediately afterward his hands began moving rapidly, chakra gathering in his palms to form a visible blue radiance. That light flickered erratically like eerie lightning in the night sky. His arms swung with a strange rhythm, as if playing an invisible symphony of death in the air. Each palm strike carried resolute momentum, sweeping toward Hyūga Natsu like a fierce storm. His body rotated and moved with remarkable agility, each step precisely positioned optimally, as if dancing a deadly performance. The first palm strike erupted like thunder from 10,000 tons, carrying a howling wind sound aimed directly at Hyūga Natsu's acupoints. That palm wind was extraordinarily fierce, as if capable of tearing through void itself. Facing this ferocious attack, Hyūga Natsu merely waved his hand and directly slapped Hyūga Takuma across the face. Ah, Hyuga Takuma screamed in agony. It was as if charging forward was like offering his right cheek. He was directly slapped away by Hyūga Natsu's strike. His body flew like fallen leaves swept by a violent gale, crashing heavily against the meeting room wall, causing the entire wall to tremble slightly as dust and small stones rained down. However, Hyuga Takuma did not give up. Enduring the intense pain, he struggled to rise from the ground, the fury in his eyes burning even more fiercely, as if that rage were consuming his entire body. What? He was slapped away in one strike. Headmaster Takuma. The clan members were greatly shocked and pale. Their mouths wide open and eyes bulging, utterly unable to believe what they were witnessing, their expressions frozen in extreme astonishment. Headmaster Takuma probably wasn't prepared. Another clansman said, his voice tinged with uncertainty, seemingly searching for an excuse to justify Hyuga Takuma's failure, though that excuse appeared so weak and powerless. I won't let you go. I'll break every single bone in your body. He charged toward Hyuga Natsu once again, roaring, his eyes filled entirely with venomous hatred, that hatred seeming to transform into tangible flames, making one's blood run cold. In the mysterious and ancient branch family meeting room of the Rishiang clan in my village, as if forgotten by time in a corner of the ages. The atmosphere was like frozen millennia-old ice, so cold that it chilled one to the marrow, as if every thread of air had been frozen into sharp piercing ice shards, making even the slightest breath feel like a painful sting against the skin. Rishiang Dijian's eyes blazed with raging fury, the surging flames seemingly about to incinerate the last shred of his sanity. He charged at Rishiang Xia once again, recklessly, like a completely uncontrollable maddened beast. The moment he was about to reach Rishiang Xia, he exerted all his strength to unleash the 8 trigrams 64 palms again in a frenzy. The power of his rage surged like a mighty tide, pouring endlessly into every move and stance, making his 8 trigrams 64 palms more fluid and skilled than ever before. The palm wind held, carrying an endless killing intent that seemed to destroy everything, as if it would tear the entire world before him apart. However, Rishiang Xia remained as calm and composed as ever, his heart as still as an unfathomable deep pool without the slightest ripple, and even carrying a hint of barely perceptible disdain. In his eyes, Rishiang Dijian's anger was nothing but a futile and powerless roar. When Dijian approached aggressively, he merely waved his hand carelessly, his palm as swift as a gale cutting through the void, so fast that the eye could not catch it, landing squarely on Rishiang Dijian's left cheek. The movement was as natural and smooth as flowing clouds in water, as if Rishiang Dijian had voluntarily offered his left cheek to be slapped by Rishiang Xia, appearing so seamless and flawless. A crisp slap suddenly echoed in the meeting room, which was sealed like a prison. It was like a heavy, immense hammer striking the hearts of everyone, causing their souls to tremble incessantly under the violent impact. This sound was like a merciless knock of fate, unsettling and terrifying all. Rishiang Xia sneered inwardly, with such meager skills, how dare you come to provoke me? This was the height of overestimation. Ah! Rishiang Dijian let out another scream, a sound of extreme misery and despair, like a wail of agony from the deepest hell, filled with boundless pain and deep resentment. His body flew out like a fragile kite with a broken string, falling even farther this time, like a tiny pebble ruthlessly thrown crashing heavily into the distance. The blood spurting from his mouth traced a shocking arc in the air like a blooming blood-colored flower, both tragically beautiful and terrifying. A mist of blood spread, making the scene so horrifying that one dared not look directly. Rishiang Xia watched coldly, without a trace of pity in his heart. He felt that Dijian had brought this entirely upon himself, seeking his own doom. Rishiang Dijian crashed heavily to the ground, the floor seeming to tremble, as if letting out a pained moan. He struggled desperately to get up, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, but felt his body completely powerless, as if all strength had been drained by that thunderous strike, leaving only a frail shell. Rishiang Xia, the main family won't let you off. His face was full of humiliation and anger, twisted beyond recognition. Before he could finish, another mouthful of blood gushed out, staining his clothes and the ground around him. The mottled bloodstains seemed to silently tell of his tragic fate and utter helplessness. Dijian, with such little skill, you think you can deal with me? Too naive. Rishiang Xia looked at him coldly and said slowly, his voice devoid of emotion, as calm as if stating a trivial, ordinary fact. Yet in his heart he sneered, you can't even withstand 1% of my strength. And you presume to challenge my authority. This is utterly foolish. Would you dare kill me? If you kill me, the main family will not let you off. I am the branch family head appointed by the main family. Ha! Rishiang Dijian laughed madly. And as long as I don't die, your younger brother is called Rishiang Jing, isn't he? And also Rishiang Cha's son Rishiang Ningxi. They will never have an easy time from now on. Rishiang Dijian spoke with difficulty while spitting blood, his voice intermittent and extremely weak, yet still filled with threat and malice. Every word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth brimming with endless resentment. Jia. Rishyang Dijian let out an evil laugh which sounded particularly piercing in the deathly silent meeting room. Like the mournful cry of an owl in the dark, it made everyone's hair stand on end, their spines chilled and scalps tingling, as if this terrifying laugh had suddenly dragged them into an endless abyss of darkness from which they could never escape. The Branch family members instantly fell into a deathly silence. They stood like wooden chickens at a loss, completely unsure of what to do. Their faces were filled with fear and confusion, as if trapped in a terrible nightmare from which they could never wake, their eyes wandering aimlessly. They dared not look at Rishyang Xiao or Rishyang Dijian, their hearts filled with extreme fear and deep worry about the unknown fate. Rishyang Xiao's gaze swept over them like a biting cold wind, as deep as the stars hanging in the cold night, impossible to meet directly, as if it could pierce through the deepest secrets hidden in one's heart. Everyone instantly felt as if they had been stripped naked, all their secret thoughts exposed before him with nowhere to hide. Rishyang Xiao thought to himself, these cowardly fellows, let's see if they have the courage to rebel against the main family with me. Although I alone could crush the entire Rishyang clan, I am not yet invincible, so I must remain low-key. The main family has controlled us for too long with the caged bird. I have found a way to break it. Rishyang Xiao looked around at everyone, his gaze like a golden lightning bolt piercing straight into the depths of each person's heart, and spoke slowly. At these words the entire hall burst into uproar like a huge meteorite crashing into a calm lake, stirring up towering waves. What? Break the caged bird? Impossible! Someone cried out in disbelief, their voice carrying a faint glimmer of hope amidst despair, as if desperately grasping at a straw in the dark, yet not daring to fully believe that straw could save them. Rishyang Xia stood before them like a towering mountain, his expression solemn and serious, as he calmly bluffed. I speak no falsehood. I have awakened the supreme eye of the Rishyang clan, the reincarnation eye. The chakra it contains is the natural nemesis of the caged bird. At this moment Rishyang Xiao's heart was full of confidence and determination. He firmly believed that with his powerful strength he could lead the Branch family to break free from the main family's long-standing cruel control. The Branch family members looked at each other, a spark of hope instantly igniting in their eyes, yet that spark was tinged with deep hesitation and doubt, like a faint candle in the wind ready to be extinguished at any moment by the merciless storm. At that moment Rishyang Xiao's eyes suddenly underwent a transformation. His originally pure white pupils instantly blazed with dazzling golden light, as brilliant and intense as the rising sun, illuminating the dim and oppressive meeting room in an instant. A powerful and mysterious aura madly emanated from him like surging waves filled with boundless pressure. Everyone immediately felt difficulty breathing, as if a heavy mountain was pressing on their hearts, so heavy that it was almost unbearable. What kind of eyes are these? A clan member cried out in shock, his voice sharp and piercing from extreme astonishment, like a blade cutting through the oppressive silence of the meeting room, shattering the brief stillness. The crowd stared in terror at the mysterious glow emanating from Hyūga Natsu's eyes, their gazes irresistibly drawn as if by a powerful magnet, unable to look away. The golden light danced and flickered within his pupils, dazzling and brilliant, as if countless radiant stars were swirling endlessly. Each pulse of light precisely reflected the overwhelming shock and disbelief in everyone's hearts. Hyūga Natsu stood tall like an invincible war god. His golden Tenseigan blazed under the light, its brilliance flowing without end as if containing the boundless energy of the entire cosmos. Within that radiance lay infinite power and enigmatic mysteries, each flicker like a shooting star streaking across the vast sky, beautiful yet awe-inspiring, commanding reverence. Unbelievable! What kind of power is this? A young clan member's voice trembled, his legs shaking so violently he could barely stand, like a withered leaf in the wind teetering on the edge. His eyes were wide, filled with terror and curiosity, as if he had witnessed the most astonishing and mind-boggling sight in the world. Hyūga Natsu continued, by awakening this Tenseigan I can shatter the old order and bring everyone a new hope. I hope you will all join me in creating a future of equality and freedom. Though his words seemed to seek the opinions of the Branch family, his domineering tone allowed no refusal. He thought to himself it was time for these people to make a choice, either follow him bravely toward freedom, or if they refused they would not be given important positions after he successfully overthrew the main family. At that moment Hyūga Dijian's eyes were wide, bloodshot, his face a mask of terror and reluctance, his features twisted in a hideous grimace that was unbearable to behold. No, impossible, you're lying. The caged bird has never been broken for centuries, and the main family will never let you off. He screamed hysterically, his voice filled with disbelief, as if he had lost all reason and teetered on the edge of madness like a wounded beast making its final struggle. Hyūga Natsu snorted coldly, his voice as icy as a biting winter wind. Dijian, you are obstinately misguided. The main family's corrupt and dark rule must end now. Hyūga Natsu's heart was filled with extreme disdain for the main family, and boundless longing for a bright future. He firmly believed that his powerful golden Tenseigan could break the long-standing injustice and oppression, leading the branch family toward light and forging a new world. The branch family members began to whisper among themselves, discussing fervently. Some were hesitant, deeply worried about the possible brutal retaliation from the main family. The unknown consequences sent chills down their spines. Others were deeply moved by Hyūga Natsu's words, their hearts ignited with a burning desire to take a gamble, as if they saw the light of hope to break free from their shackles. Their expressions varied, some frowned in deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, others had determined gazes as if they had made up their minds to follow Hyūga Natsu in rebelling against the main family, their eyes filled with resolve. Still others wavered, struggling painfully on the edge of decision, their hearts tormented, as if groping in the dark. Hyūga Natsu shouted, "Do not hesitate any longer. The choice is now. Continue to live in the shadow of the main family, or fight bravely for freedom." The oppression of the branch family by the main family is a long list of crimes. From childhood, branch children are forcibly indoctrinated with absolute obedience, their right to develop freely ruthlessly stripped away. Those branch members with a hint of talent are seen as a great threat, suppressed at every turn, their talents buried without mercy. In resource allocation, the main family takes the lion's share, leaving the branch family with little, making their path of development arduous. Ninjutsu secrets are also hard for the branch family to obtain, their training fraught with obstacles, almost hopeless. Adult branch members are treated like lowly slaves of the main family, forced to carry out extremely dangerous and difficult missions. Failure leads to severe punishment, or even death, while the main family enjoys honor and safety from the rear. In marriage, the branch family has no right to choose, they are often used as tools to consolidate power, forced to marry those they do not love. Worse still, the main family brands the branch members with the caged bird curse seal, tightly controlling their actions and able to take their lives at any moment. The branch members are like puppets on strings, their lives and deaths completely in the hands of the main family. Hyūga Natsu's voice, like a demon's, continuously seduced the branch family, igniting a blazing fire in their hearts. "Will you continue to endure such oppression in silence?" Hyūga Natsu demanded loudly, then said solemnly, "The children of the branch are still branch. Do you want to see your own children serve the main family like servants? A branch member today and your children and grandchildren forever branch members, can you bear that?" The anger of the branch family was instantly ignited. Someone shouted, "We've had enough. Let's fight back." Just as the crowd was ablaze with fury, the closed meeting room door was violently pushed open by a group of main family experts. Leading them was the main family head Hyūga Rizu, followed by his father, the grand elder of the main family, and behind them a host of main family elders and the younger generation of the main family. Just as Hyūga Rizu was about to speak, the grand elder swept his cold gaze over the crowd, then fixed his eyes on Hyūga Natsu, speaking first with a commanding voice, "How dare you plot rebellion here?" Hyūga Natsu showed no fear, meeting the grand elder's gaze with a sneer. "The oppression of the main family ends today." The branch members clenched their fists, glaring at the main family experts. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, like a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. At that moment, Hyūga Natsu's aura erupted once more, the golden light of his Tenseigan blazing even brighter. "Today let us fight for freedom." Just as both sides were on the verge of a fierce battle, the dying Hyūga Hizashi, who had been lying on the ground, somehow summoned a surge of strength and struggled to stand up slowly. His body still swayed, his face covered in bloodstains like a canvas drenched in blood, but his eyes rekindled an unyielding flame. Hyūga Hizashi gritted his teeth, producing a grinding sound, and glared at Hyūga Natsu with a look that seemed to want to devour him alive. Inside, Hyūga Hizashi had his own scheme. "Since Hyūga Natsu doesn't dare kill me, I need to show my loyalty in front of the main family. Later they will surely value me more. I, Hyūga Hizashi, will never let you succeed, even if it costs me my life." He roared once again, summoning the little chakra he had left. Hyūga Natsu snorted coldly. "Hizashi, stop your futile struggle. Do you think I dare not kill you? If you kill me, the main family will make sure you die a miserable death." Hizashi retorted. His hands moved rapidly, the air around him seeming to tremble from his motions, creating visible ripples. Though his movements were far less agile than before, each hand seal was filled with resolve and determination, as if it were the final swan song of his life. Hyūga Hizashi unleashed his ultimate technique. A powerful burst of chakra light erupted from his body. 8 trigrams 64 palms. He shouted, then charged recklessly at Hyūga Natsu with the momentum of a burning meteor, as if burning his bridges. Hyūga Natsu frowned slightly, inwardly surprised by Dijin's stubborn resistance. But he quickly regained his composure, ready to meet Dijin's desperate strike, standing like an unshakable mountain. Dijin's figure darted like lightning, filled with boundless fury and reluctance. However, severely wounded just as he was about to reach Hyūga Natsu and execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hyūga Natsu easily sidestepped and evaded him. Of course, with such a disparity in strength, even without injury, he couldn't have touched a single hair on Hyūga Natsu's head. The moment he missed, Dijin thought in alarm, not good. Hyūga Natsu roared Dijian, you are obstinately misguided. You are courting death. But before he could react, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Hyūga Natsu's eyes and he struck without hesitation. Stop! The main family members nearby shouted in unison. Dijian's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He gasped with effort, you dare. Before the words could finish leaving his lips, Himawari suddenly raised her arm and delivered a casual backhand strike that carried a vicious gust of wind erupting like an invisible torrent of overwhelming force. Tokheim did not even have time to react. Like a broken, tattered doll, his entire body was sent flying backward in an instant. His body traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, devoid of any sign of life. In that fleeting moment before being killed by Himawari, Tokheim's heart was consumed by disbelief and regret. He had been utterly convinced that Himawari would never dare to kill him. He had sneered inwardly, don't be ridiculous, what courage would he have? I only need to impress the main house and I shall be richly rewarded in time. But when the lethal blow struck like lightning, his mind instantly descended into chaos. How could this happen? I underestimated his resolve. Could I truly perish here? However, it was already too late. His vision suddenly went black and his consciousness flickered and died like a candle in the wind, its faint light gradually fading until it was utterly extinguished. In those final moments, Tokheim's heart surged with boundless regret. I was far too arrogant. I dismissed Himawari's resolute will to resist. For my foolishness and blindness I have paid with my very life. If only I had another chance, if time could flow backward, I would never have acted so rashly and recklessly. Yet all these thoughts vanished like fragile bubbles as his life expired, disappearing completely without a trace. After Tokheim was killed by Himawari, the conference room fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The main family's elite warriors widened their eyes in utter shock. They never could have imagined that Himawari would dare to slaughter so mercilessly right before them. Their gazes burned with astonishment and fury. That rage blazed like untamed flames, scorching and ferocious, as though it sought to consume Himawari entirely, reducing her to ashes scattered to the winds. Meanwhile, the branch family members were paralyzed by shock at the sudden turn of events. The faint spark of rebellion that had just ignited within them wavered and faltered in that moment, shaken by Tokheim's abrupt demise. The air grew heavy and still as though frozen. An oppressive weight settled upon every heart like an immovable mountain, making it nearly impossible to breathe, threatening to suffocate them in this stifling atmosphere. Himawari, however, showed no fear. Her gaze remained steady and fearless, locking directly onto the main family's elite warriors, as she declared loudly, this is the fate awaiting those who oppose me. And who else dares to stand in the way of our branch family's pursuit of freedom and equality? His voice echoed through the deathly silent conference room like a thunderclap that shook the heavens, its power reverberating through every person present, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. The main family's elder chief's expression darkened to the point of dripping with fury, as he roared, Himawari, you have committed an unforgivable crime. You can only atone through death. His voice crackled with boundless rage and authority like a roar emerging from the deepest abyss, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Himawari let out a cold sneer, her expression showing zero fear. Then come at me. Today I am fully prepared to sever all ties with the main family. Her eyes blazed with unyielding defiance, devoid of any trace of retreat, like an inferno both scorching and untamable. At this moment the branch family members began to reassess the situation. Some who had harbored doubts felt their rebellious spirit rekindled by Himawari's unwavering resolve. That once faint flame fueled by Himawari's courage erupted into a blazing fire within their chests, setting their blood ablaze. We're with you, Himawari, someone shouted, their voice resolute and powerful as though piercing through layer upon layer of clouds to reach the heavens themselves. Soon more branch family members joined in their chorus. Their eyes blazed with unwavering conviction. They were resolved to stand alongside Himawari and fight to the bitter end, undeterred, even if the path ahead led through mountains of blades and seas of fire or was littered with endless perils and hardships. As Himawari surveyed her branch family members responding so enthusiastically, a profound wave of emotion surged through her heart. She understood that this battle was merely in its opening act, yet she shrank back from nothing, her gaze filled with steely determination and courage. Thank you for your faith in me. Our branch family will no longer tolerate the main family's ruthless oppression. Himawari's voice rang out with powerful fervor like war drums echoing across the battlefield, rousing everyone's morale and filling each person with courage and resolve to fight. Witnessing this, the main family's elite warriors exchanged knowing glances, their eyes speaking volumes. They had decided to deal with Himawari first. All of you attack together, seize this traitor. At the order of the elder, several main family warriors lunged at Himawari simultaneously. Their movements were swifter than lightning, accompanied by ferocious gusts of wind that seemed poised to tear everything in sight asunder. Himawari's figure flickered like a phantom as she sidestepped the assault with uncanny agility, then immediately launched into a fierce counteroffensive. Her movements were fluid and precise, each strike carrying devastating force like a tiger unleashed from the mountains, fearsome and awe-inspiring, striking terror into all who witnessed it. Within the smoke-filled, ravaged conference room, tension reached an unbearable peak. A howling wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured vision. Himawari found herself trapped in a tight circle of main family warriors, her figure weaving desperately between the myriad foes surrounding her. They surged toward her from every direction like a rising tide, their eyes sharp as blades and their techniques ruthless and merciless. With movement as swift as the wind, Himawari twisted her body sideways, narrowly evading a straight punch that came down like an unstoppable force from the warrior on her left. Before she could regain her footing, another opponent to her right swung a long blade in a vicious slash. She dropped low in an instant, feeling the razor's edge whistle past the crown of her head. She had barely sidestepped the cutting strike when an enemy ahead kicked out with tremendous force. Crossing her arms to block, she was driven back step after step by the sheer impact. The golden light of her rebirth eyes flashed intermittently, brilliant and dazzling, illuminating faces that were tense yet utterly resolute. Each fierce clash erupted like thunder, sending surging waves of energy rippling outward. This overwhelming force crashed against everything around them, causing the entire conference room to shake violently, as though it might collapse under the strain at any moment. The crumbling walls and debris around them cracked and splintered under the relentless energy blasts, with stones and rubble raining down. In the distance, fierce flames danced wildly in the gale, threatening to devour everything in their path. Himawari seized the momentum and struck back. Moving like a dragon weaving through water, she darted through the crowd, her fists flying like a raging storm, each blow carving whistling arcs through the air. Yet the main family warriors fought with seamless coordination, one pressing fierce attacks while another maintained tight defense and a third waiting to strike at an opening. It made breaking through nearly impossible, and beads of sweat began to form on Himawari's forehead. Still her gaze remained unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. Of course, all of this was merely an act on Himawari's part. Long before awakening the rebirth eye, she had already reached the level of a taijutsu jonin. Once awakened, she immediately surpassed most ordinary Kage-level warriors, and after devouring Hashirama's remains, she had transcended Kage-level strength entirely. The reason she allowed the fight to remain balanced was twofold: first, to conceal her true power, and second, to stir the fighting spirit of the branch family members. The members of the branch family watched the fierce battle with intense anxiety. Their fists were clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat, hearts pounding as they silently cheered for Hyūga Natsu. At that moment, someone shouted, "We can't just stand by. Let's join forces and fight alongside Hyūga Natsu." That cry, like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, instantly ignited the long-suppressed fervor in everyone's hearts. The branch family members who had been watching from the sidelines no longer hesitated and bravely charged forward. They unleashed their respective ninjutsu and taijutsu. Some emitted powerful chakra waves surging like relentless towering tides, a magnificent spectacle. Others used agile, swift movements to assist Hyūga Natsu in attacking the main family experts, darting like nimble swallows, their postures graceful and vigorous. For a moment, the meeting room descended into chaos. The clamor of battle cries and the clash of ninjutsu intertwined, forming a stirring heroic war anthem. The main family experts, however, exerted every ounce of their skill attempting to subdue Hyūga Natsu and the rebellious branch family members as quickly as possible. Though fewer in number, the main family's attacks were ruthless, each strike aimed at vital points, showing no mercy. Their eyes were filled with determination, as if they intended to utterly annihilate the branch family without leaving a trace. Their fierce, piercing gazes seemed to penetrate the soul. Although the branch family outnumbered the main family several times over, they could never bring themselves to strike with deadly force. After all, they faced their own kin, and a trace of reluctance lingered in their hearts. Though they fought back with all their might, their moves were always restrained, betraying hesitation, and their actions became somewhat sluggish. Thus the two sides fell into a stalemate of equal strength. Brothers of the branch family, do not waver. Think of the oppression the main family has inflicted upon us daily. If we do not rise up now, we will never have a chance to turn the tables. Hyūga Natsu shouted, trying to awaken the branch family's unwavering resolve. His voice carried urgent hope and powerful encouragement, like a resonant bell echoing in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, some branch family members gritted their teeth, a flicker of determination flashing in their eyes, and their attacks became slightly more fierce. Yet most still could not cast aside the bonds in their hearts, and continued to hesitate when striking. "A bunch of indecisive trash, today is your day of death," sneered the main family elder, his words dripping with contempt and mockery, his disdainful expression enraging all who saw it. Hyūga Natsu's gaze sharpened. He once again unleashed the formidable power of the Tenseigan, its radiance dazzling as it repelled several main family experts, buying a precious moment of respite for the branch family. "Don't let his words affect you. As long as we stand united, we can surely defeat them. Hyūga Natsu continued to boost morale, his voice firm and powerful like a stabilizing pillar that steadied everyone's hearts, reigniting their fighting spirit. Energized, the branch family gradually formed a tighter formation, coordinating with one another, as they engaged in an even more fierce and brutal confrontation with the main family experts. Yet the main family experts, relying on their vicious techniques and seamless cooperation, still prevented the branch family from gaining much advantage. The battle grew increasingly intense. Both sides were exhausted, but neither was willing to stop, first gritting their teeth in stubborn persistence. The Grand Elder of the main family grew anxious, knowing that prolonging the fight would be extremely disadvantageous for them. The Grand Elder suddenly shouted, "Use rotation!" His voice carried urgency and determination. The main family's formidable absolute defense caught the branch family off guard. In an instant, several members were injured by the rebound, falling to the ground in painful groans. Hyūga Natsu roared, fully unleashing the immense power of the Tenseigan to form an indestructible shield, blocking the subsequent volley of attacks from the main family. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. We cannot lose!" Hyūga Natsu's voice was already hoarse, yet still brimming with strength, instilling in everyone the conviction and courage to persevere. The branch family rallied their spirits once more and threw themselves into battle without hesitation, their eyes burning with unyielding flames. Several main family members continued to use the absolute defensive rotation to repel the branch family's attacks. Then the Grand Elder suddenly withdrew from the fray. The Grand Elder's hands moved rapidly in hand seals, muttering incantations at a lightning pace. An evil, indescribable power emanated from his body. That power spread like a dark vortex, expanding with a terrifying aura that seemed to devour everything. Instantly the branch family members felt splitting headaches, their agonized moans rising and falling as if they were trapped in hell, suffering endless torment. Seeing this, Hyūga Natsu was frantic with worry. He shouted, "Everyone hold on!" His voice was filled with concern and urgency, veins bulging on his forehead. However, the power of the caged bird curse mark was far too overwhelming. Many branch family members had already collapsed, losing their ability to fight. They writhed in agony on the ground, their faces twisted in pain, appearing grotesque. The Grand Elder laughed triumphantly. "You rebels, this is the consequence of defying the main family." His laughter was wild and arrogant, his eyes filled with cruelty. Suddenly noticing that Hyūga Natsu was completely unaffected, his heart jolted. Could this be the supreme eye of the Hyuga clan, the Tenseigan? It had actually broken the caged bird curse, which had remained unbroken for centuries in the Hyuga clan. "I must obtain it," the Grand Elder mused greedily. Hyūga Natsu glared with fury, suppressing a smile, thinking to himself that those whom the gods wish to destroy they first make mad. Then he charged at the Grand Elder, shouting, "Old scoundrel, I'll fight you to the death!" His figure was like a swift bolt of lightning, charging forward with unyielding determination, his speed so great that it blurred before the eyes. Just as Hyūga Natsu was about to reach the Grand Elder, the main family head Hyuga Rizu suddenly intervened to block him. "Hyūga Natsu, you are courting death!" His voice was icy and authoritative, exuding an oppressive aura that chilled the soul like a winter gale. Hyūga Natsu showed no fear, engaging in a fierce battle with Hyuga Rizu. Yet Hyūga Natsu had not been using his true strength, pretending to be evenly matched with Hyuga Rizu, leaving everyone uncertain of his real capabilities. At this moment, some of the branch family members who could barely stand supported each other as they rose. They knew that if they retreated now, they would never have a chance to rise again. "Even if we die, we will fight to the end," one of them shouted hoarsely, his voice carrying the determination to face death unflinchingly, his resolute eyes deeply moving. The group launched another attack. Though their strength was meager, their resolve was unshakable, their eyes burning with unyielding flames as if to incinerate every obstacle in their path. The members of the Zone family were profoundly shaken by this unwavering determination, plunging into utter chaos in that instant. Their wide-open eyes overflowed with astonishment, and their facial muscles twitched involuntarily. The conviction that had once stood as solid as bedrock in their hearts was instantaneously swept away like a sand sculpture crushed by surging tides. They could scarcely have imagined that the branch family members would exhibit such indomitable will and rise up in such resolute defiance. The flame of resistance blazed with such ferocity, as though intent on burning away all injustice in the world, leaving not a single trace behind. Fear crept through their hearts like a cold, slimy serpent, silently winding its way, devouring their courage and conviction drop by drop, making their very souls tremble. The Supreme Elder of the Zone family wore the darkest expression imaginable, as if thick ink-laden juice might drip from his features. A glint of resolute ruthlessness flashed across his eyes, and without hesitation he intensified the curse seal's power. In an instant every member of the branch family felt their heads splitting apart, as though countless razor-sharp needles were frantically twisting inside their skulls, piercing every nerve. Clutching their heads in agony, they emitted soul-rending screams of despair, the sound so harrowing and wretched that it resembled the wailing of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending chills down every spine. Instantly they lost all capacity to resist, collapsing helplessly like wheat stalks felled by a ruthless gale. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their faces contorted by excruciating pain into hideous masks of agony. "Seize Hinata Natsu together!" The supreme elder of the Zone family bellowed through the chaos, his voice shrill and piercing like a desperate roar rising from the abyss of hell, carrying the weight of final madness and reckless resolve. In that very instant all the martial masters of the Zone family descended upon Hinata Natsu like a pack of ravenous wolves. Their figures crisscrossed in a chaotic dance, their movements ferocious and merciless. Every strike carried the absolute conviction of killing, as if determined to seal Hinata Natsu's fate with no mercy whatsoever. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of disaster, a barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction flashed across Hinata Natsu's eyes. He thought to himself, it is about time. Then he decided to stop holding back, pretending to unleash his hidden potential. He resolved to reveal merely 1/10 of his true strength. In an instant the chakra surging through his entire body resembled a tumultuous ocean, unleashing towering waves of radiance. An overwhelmingly powerful aura swept outward like a fierce tempest, stunning everyone present. He transformed into a radiant deity, luminous and sacred, his brilliance so intense that no one dared meet his gaze, for to look upon him felt like an act of blasphemy against the divine. Hinata Natsu then prepared to unleash the 8 trigrams 64 palms he had observed and mastered in a single glance from Himura Takuma, infusing it with his own profound understanding and formidable chakra. He named it 20 Deity Strikes the Sky. Within the branch family's conference room of the Hyuga clan, the power of 20 Deity Strikes the Sky erupted suddenly as if a colossal bomb had detonated, instantaneously shattering all prior tranquility. The raging energy surged like an overwhelming torrent, carrying an awesome might capable of annihilating all things, crashing toward the conference room walls with irresistible force. The once impenetrable walls shattered in an instant. Bricks and stones flew outward like bullets, transforming into countless sharp fragments that whistled through the air. That piercing shriek of rending air resembled the lamentable howl of death itself, striking sheer terror into every heart. Each whistle seemed like the scythe of the Grim Reaper slicing through the atmosphere. The exquisite murals torn apart by this suffocating power were reduced to shattered fragments. Those vivid, masterfully crafted scenes instantly dissolved into nothingness, leaving only chaos and desolation in their wake. The wooden decorations adorning the walls burst into fierce flames instantaneously. The tongues of fire raged wildly and danced as if greedily devouring everything without mercy, the inferno resembling the karmic flames of hell itself, consuming all worldly things. The massive conference table crushed beneath this world-shattering force proved as fragile as paper, splitting cleanly in two without the slightest resistance. The heavy tabletop was flung skyward with a roaring gust of wind, crashing onto the ceiling with thunderous force and instantly punching a colossal hole through it. Dust billowed upward like thick smoke, rapidly filling the air and blurring all vision as though plunging everything into primordial chaos, a chaos as ancient and terrifying as the dawn of creation itself, brimming with the unknown and dread. The chairs surrounding them were mercilessly hurled in every direction by the overwhelming force. Some embedded themselves into walls like lightning strikes, carving bottomless pits, while others shattered instantly into fine wooden splinters that scattered like snowflakes, a scene resembling the end of the world itself. The roof could no longer withstand this rampant and merciless destructive force, collapsing with an ear-splitting crash. Heavy roof beams fractured with a deep thunderous roar, a sound as if it could rupture eardrums and pierce directly into the soul. Roof tiles cascaded down like a deluge, slamming into the ground and carving countless bottomless pits. Water splashed in every direction as though the earth itself were sobbing and wailing in anguish, a heart-wrenching lament. The lighting fixtures within the conference room exploded instantaneously, sparks scattering like magnificent fireworks. The entire space was plunged into boundless, encompassing darkness. Only the continuously flickering energy light illuminated this gruesome scene of devastation, resembling the imagery of doomsday itself and evoking endless despair and terror, as though one had been cast into the deepest circles of hell. The ground trembled violently, floor tiles buckling and shattering into countless fragments. Cracks spread across the earth at astonishing speed, as if the ground itself had opened a monstrous maw to devour everyone present without mercy, leaving not a shred of hope. The bookshelves housing documents crashed down with a thunderous boom. Precious papers scattered in the violent wind, instantly reducing to ash, leaving only blackened remnants behind, a mournful elegy of history recounting former glory and present destruction. The scene of devastation stirred sighs about the unpredictability of fate. The members of the Zone family stood in utter terror before this sudden apocalyptic destructive power, their faces draining to the color of death itself, as though the very vitality of life had been ripped from them. Some attempted to resist by unleashing ninjutsu, but under the invincible might of 20 Deity Strikes the Sky, their techniques were ruthlessly shattered like fragile bubbles, dissolving into nothingness, as if they had never existed at all. Others were mercilessly struck by flying bricks and stones. Blood gushed like fountains, instantly staining their garments crimson, as though their clothing had become canvases drenched in crimson paint. They emitted soul-chilling screams of torment that echoed endlessly throughout the conference rooms, sending shivers down spines and making the hair stand on end, a musical movement of death itself. Others were blasted by unimaginably powerful energy waves hurled bodily into hard walls. Their bones and sinews shattered, instantly killing them on the spot in gruesome fashion too terrible to behold, a scene resembling purgatory on earth. Those lofty and arrogant masters of the main family who were usually so overbearing now stood utterly powerless before this terrifying force, as fragile and helpless as insignificant ants. Some were buried deep beneath the rubble, their fate unknown, only able to emit faint desperate cries for help, voices filled with boundless fear and despair, as if making a final futile struggle against destiny. Others struggled in agony but still could not escape the merciless grip of death, their eyes filled with despair and regret. Their former pride and dignity were utterly shattered, leaving only endless fear and a deep longing for life. The entire meeting hall became the burial ground for the main family. The stench of blood and death permeated the air so thick it was almost suffocating, as if it would grip one's soul and never let go. The air was thick with dust, smoke, and the acrid smell of burnt materials, choking every breath and making it nearly impossible to breathe, as if it would clog the throat entirely, bringing suffocation and despair. What was once a solemn and orderly branch family meeting hall was now reduced to ruins, as if ravaged by an apocalypse, a horrific sight too painful to behold, filling hearts with endless sorrow and shock. That sorrow was like a deep dark night shrouding every soul. The meeting hall fell into a deathly silence. The branch family members were all stunned by the soul-shaking scene, their eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, unable to recover for a long time. Their eyes held a mixture of disbelief and hope for the future, a complex expression of suddenly glimpsing a ray of light amidst endless despair, carrying both the painful memories of past suffering and an ardent longing for a better life ahead. That expression was like a painting woven with darkness and light. Amidst the ruins, only one person was barely clinging to life. Ryūga stood with difficulty, yet had not an ounce of strength left. His clothes were tattered and torn, stained with blood and dust. The blood had dried, taking on a dark red hue like the marks of time. His body was covered in crisscrossing, horrifying wounds like vicious centipedes, daunting to behold. From now on there will be no distinction between main family and branch family in the Ryūga clan. You will henceforth be the sole clan leader of the Ryūga. Perhaps the Ryūga clan can achieve glory under your guidance. Ryūga spoke shakily, his voice weak and trembling like a candle flickering in the wind about to be extinguished at any moment. With that he slowly took out a kunai, and with his last ounce of strength plunged it into his own heart. A trace of helplessness and relief crossed his face, his eyes gradually grew hollow, and he thought to himself, Ryūga, I am coming to join you. The light of life slowly faded from his eyes like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief and poignant. The branch family members showed expressions of reluctance, yet they still did not stop Ryūga. They knew that this was Ryūga's choice and also the end of the main family's rule. A complex, indescribable emotion intertwined in their hearts, a mix of sentiment over past oppression and anticipation for an unknown future. That emotion was like tangled threads, impossible to cut, chaotic to unravel. Ryūga now pretended to gasp for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just run a race of life and death. Yet his eyes were filled with the joy of victory and unwavering determination. That joy was like dazzling starlight shining brightly in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. That determination was like a towering mountain, unshakable by any wind or rain, standing forever firm. It was a vision and resolve for the future, an unyielding struggle against fate, a relentless pursuit of freedom. We won! Someone shouted first, their voice filled with excitement, and trembling like the first warm ray of sunlight breaking through the darkness, bringing hope and courage to all. Then the branch family members cheered one after another, their shouts echoing through the ruins filled with joy and hope. The sound was like surging waves, one after another battering the land that had been ruthlessly baptized by war, as if to wash away all pain and sorrow, leaving only the song of victory. Clan leader Xia! Clan leader Xia! As one clansman shouted excitedly, the others joined in, their voices unified and loud, filled with trust and anticipation for their future leader. The shouts were like stirring war drums, urging everyone forward. Ryūga looked at the exultant crowd and said slowly, "From now on the branch family will never be oppressed again. We will usher in a new beginning." His voice was firm and powerful, filled with the authority and confidence of a leader, like a stabilizing pillar calming the agitated emotions of the crowd. The voice echoed in the air, solemn and sacred like an oath. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of longing and hope for the future. They seemed to see a brand new Ryūga clan, a future filled with equality, harmony, and hope. That future was like a magnificent, colorful painting slowly unfolding before their eyes, filling them with anticipation and longing. Every stroke and line of that painting was filled with the yearning and pursuit of a better life. After the cheers subsided, Xiangxia quickly calmed down. His expression was serious, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable firmness and boldness. He quickly began directing the branch family to clean up the mess. "Hurry, move quickly and gently. Gather the injured clansmen over here." Xiangxia shouted loudly, his voice resounding and full of authority, as if it could pierce through the thick clouds and reach the heavens. The branch family members immediately sprang into action, their faces marked with tension and concern, every expression reflecting deep worry for the injured. They carefully lifted the wounded, each movement extremely gentle, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world, trying to avoid causing any additional pain. The movements were as gentle as a breeze brushing over petals. Some clansmen skilled in medical ninjutsu quickly gathered around, their expressions tense and focused, their foreheads covered with fine beads of sweat glistening in the sunlight. Opening their medical kits, they formed hand seals swiftly and skillfully, ready to perform medical ninjutsu. Xiangxia moved among the wounded, his brows furrowed, his eyes scanning each injury with urgency and concern. Every wound seemed to stab at his heart, making his expression even more somber and worried. Seeing a severely injured clansman, he crouched down and whispered softly, "Hold on, we will heal you." The voice was gentle yet powerful, like an eternal lamp in the darkness, bringing boundless hope and courage to the wounded. Those words were like a warm spring breeze, soothing the hearts of the wounded. "Medical team, treat those with uncontrolled bleeding first," Hyūga Natsu commanded decisively, his voice carrying an unquestionable resolve and firmness, as if it were an unbreakable command. "Pay attention to the patient's breathing and pulse, stabilize their vital signs at all costs." He shouted loudly, his gaze firm and focused like a beacon of light, tirelessly monitoring the progress of treatment, never daring to relax. That gaze was filled with profound reverence for life and deep, burning affection for his clan. Some of the wounded groaned in pain. Hyūga Natsu unhesitatingly grasped their hands tightly, offering them strength and encouragement. "Fear not, we have already overcome the oppression of the main family. This pain shall not defeat us, you will surely recover." His voice was gentle yet resolute, like a potent elixir injected into the depths of the wounded souls. Those steadfast, powerful words gradually calmed the panic and fear in the wounded's eyes, replacing them with resolve and strength, rekindling their desire to survive and hope for the future. Those hands radiated warmth and power, making the injured feel the hope of life, as if holding on to an eternal flame in the darkness. "Pass me the bandages and medicine," Hyūga Natsu called out urgently. "We need more chakra for auxiliary treatment here." His voice rang out again, filled with anxiety and concern. The treatment scene was tense yet orderly. Hyūga Natsu never paused, his figure bustling among the wounded. Sweat soaked his clothes, clinging tightly to his back, outlining a weary but resilient silhouette, yet he paid it no heed, fully immersed in directing the rescue efforts. Every movement he made was filled with care for his clan, every word carried a profound sense of responsibility. That busy figure was like an angel guarding life, radiating boundless compassion and kindness. After handling the wounded's treatment arrangements, Hyūga Natsu turned to head toward the ordinary Hyuga clan members who had rushed out of their homes due to the commotion in the branch family meeting room. Hyūga Natsu looked at the frightened, uneasy Hyuga clan members. He slowed his pace, his expression softening like a gentle spring breeze brushing over a frozen lake, bringing warmth and hope. His steps were light yet firm, each one carrying the breath of spring, full of vitality and vigor. "Clan members, do not fear, do not panic." Hyūga Natsu's voice was steady and powerful, radiating a reassuring warmth like a soothing requiem, calming the chaos in their hearts. "We have endured an arduous battle, but we have bravely prevailed. We have overcome the main family, and from now on there will be no more unfair oppression from them," he declared loudly, his gaze firm and affectionate as it swept over every clan member. That gaze was like a brilliant lighthouse, shining unwavering light in the darkness, illuminating the path forward for the clan. He walked to a woman tightly holding her child, gently patted her shoulder, his eyes full of care and comfort. "Sister-in-law, rest assured the children will grow up happily in an equal and peaceful environment." His gentle, kind tone flowed like a babbling brook into the woman's heart, gradually easing her tense expression and rekindling hope for life in her eyes. Seeing several elderly members with worried faces, Hyūga Natsu quickly approached, slightly bowed, and said with deep respect, "Elders, the future of the Hyuga clan is full of boundless hope. The suffering of the past is over and will never return." His words were like warm sunlight piercing through thick clouds, dispelling the heavy gloom in the elders' hearts, making their faces bloom with brilliant smiles like spring flowers. He then turned to a group of energetic young clan members, his gaze brimming with trust and expectation. "Young brothers and sisters, we must work together to rebuild our beautiful home and make the Hyuga clan even more prosperous." Those passionate and inspiring words, like a stirring battle hymn, ignited the blood of the young clan members. Their eyes sparkled with hope, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future and determination to fight for the clan. Hyūga Natsu listened patiently to the clan members' worries and confusion, offering gentle reassurances and detailed answers one by one. His words were like a warm spring breeze gently sweeping away the fear and darkness from the ordinary members' hearts. Every smile of his was as radiant as sunlight, every glance brimmed with deep affection and unwavering faith in the future. That smile was like brilliant sunshine illuminating every clan member's heart, making them feel endless warmth and care. Under Hyūga Natsu's comfort, the ordinary clan members gradually calmed down. Their eyes no longer held panic and unease but instead carried anticipation and determination for the future. It was as if they saw the bright future of the Hyuga clan in Hyūga Natsu's presence. Their hearts were filled with hope and strength, ready to embrace a new life and contribute to the clan's prosperity. That strength was like converging rivers surging endlessly and unstoppably. While Hyūga Natsu was treating the wounded and comforting the ordinary clan members, the Umbu members lurking outside the Hyuga compound also heard the immense commotion. The noise exploded like thunder in their ears. Even though they were battle-hardened, they were shocked by the sudden sound. The two Umbu members exchanged glances, their hearts filled with suspicion and vigilance. One of them lowered his voice and said, "This disturbance is no trivial matter. It seems a major upheaval has occurred within the Hyuga clan." His voice trembled with a hint of unease. The other Umbu member found his gaze fixed on the Hyuga compound and nodded solemnly. "The situation is urgent. We must find out what happened as soon as possible." His eyes revealed tension and urgency. As his words fell, one Umbu member made a prompt decision, turned and dashed toward the Hokage building at top speed to report to the third Hokage. His figure darted through the woods like a black bolt of lightning, vanishing instantly, leaving a gust of wind that rustled the leaves. The remaining Umbu member continued to vigilantly monitor the Hyuga compound, not daring to slack off. His eyes never blinked, his body tense as a statue, completely focused on every subtle change in the Hyuga clan. The Umbu member heading to report was anxious along the way, constantly speculating on what might have happened. His heart pounded like a drum, his breath quick, countless possible scenarios flashing through his mind. Finally he arrived at the Hokage building. Muyi Village. The ink-black night silently enveloped the village. The stars were like glittering gems embedded in the deep azure sky, and the soft moonlight like a gossamer veil spilled over the winding streets and scattered houses, painting a serene and peaceful picture of exquisite beauty. The village's night market was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. The shops along the street stood in close rows, one after another. Bright light like a cascading golden waterfall poured out from windows and doors, illuminating the joyful or contented faces of the people. In front of the food stalls, enticing aromas rose in wisps, the vendors passionate as fire shouted loudly to beckon passers-by. Inside the general store, a dazzling array of goods was arranged neatly like an art exhibition, meticulously curated, drawing the curious and searching gazes of customers. The streets were thronged with pedestrians jostling shoulder to shoulder. Some were in small groups, chatting and laughing with relaxed and cheerful expressions. Others walked alone, leisurely and carefree, occasionally pausing to admire the enchanting night scene. Children, like lively sprites, darted happily through the crowd, their clear, melodious laughter echoing like strings of silver bells in the air. Couples walked hand in hand, leaning on each other, their eyes full of deep affection, immersed in this warm and romantic moment. Despite the loud commotion coming from within the Riseong clan in the distance, the shop owners and pedestrians paid no attention. They remained immersed in this beautiful night, for they always believed that Muyi was the safest place in the entire ninja world, and that Lord Third Fire Shadow would continue to protect them as always. This trust was like an ancient giant tree deeply rooted in the earth, steadfast through storms. In those war-torn years of flames and smoke, the Third Fire Shadow demonstrated extraordinary leadership and fearless bravery. On the brutal battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War, the enemy was fierce, war raged, and the situation was complex, yet the Third Fire Shadow, with his wise mind, far-sighted strategic vision, and precise judgment of the situation, commanded with calm authority, leading the ninjas of Muyi Village to fight valiantly. Facing the enemy's powerful attacks, he did not flinch. He led by example, dealing heavy blows to the enemy with his formidable strength and indomitable will. Ultimately, under the wise leadership of the Third Fire Shadow, Muyi Village achieved victory in the Second Great Ninja War, defending the village's honor and glory. In the even more brutal and arduous Third Great Ninja War, dangers lurked everywhere, and the situation was extremely grim. Yet the Third Fire Shadow remained steadfast. He constantly adjusted tactics and flexibly responded to various emergencies. At critical moments in battle, he always stepped forward, using his powerful ninjutsu and fearless courage to establish an unshakable spiritual pillar for the ninjas. After countless breathtaking battles and arduous struggles, Muyi Village, once again under the guidance of the Third Fire Shadow, broke through numerous difficulties and won the Third Great Ninja War. It was precisely because of the Third Fire Shadow's outstanding leadership and great contributions to the village in these two earth-shattering wars that the villagers held him in boundless admiration and trust. They deeply understood that as long as the third fire shadow was there, Muyi village would stand firm in the storm and usher in peace and tranquility. Therefore the villagers unconditionally trusted the third fire shadow, firmly believing that he would continue to guard Muyi village and lead them toward a brighter future. Inside the fire shadow building. Report to Lord Third Fire Shadow: a huge commotion has come from within the Rinnegan clan, suspected to be a fierce conflict. An Umbu member knelt on one knee, his voice urgent and serious, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead glistening under the light. The third fire shadow sat at his desk, his pipe pausing slightly. In that instant a flicker of barely concealed worry passed through his eyes. He thought to himself, the Hyūga clan has been growing increasingly restless lately. Their dissatisfaction with the village is rising day by day, and their covert actions have already plunged the village into great trouble. I originally intended only to stir up some discord between the Rinnegan main family and the branch family, so that there would be a certain check within them, facilitating the village's better control over the Rinnegan clan's power. But I never expected it would cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that I overstepped with my methods? I hope this doesn't lead to some irreparable disaster. If the Rinnegan clan falls into serious internal strife, it will not only greatly weaken the village's overall strength, but also provoke unrest and turmoil among other clans. Coupled with the Hyūga clan, a bomb that could explode at any moment, the village's situation will become intricate and uncontrollable. Once this situation spirals out of control, it will be an unprecedented huge blow to the village's stability. I must handle it carefully and do everything possible to minimize the impact. At the same time, this huge commotion also reached the Hyūga clan's compound. The Hyūga clan members whispered to each other, discussing in a flurry. What is the Rinnegan clan up to? A young and hot-headed Hyūga clan member frowned deeply, his expression full of confusion, his eyes revealing anxiety and unease. Could it be that they are having internal strife? Another clan member stroked his chin, lost in thought, his eyes glinting with speculation. Regardless, we must stay alert and not let the village's situation turn against us. A senior and composed Hyūga clan member had a gaze as deep as the sea, his tone serious with an unquestionable authority. The Inoshikacho clans also heard the commotion. The wise men of the Nara clan quickly gathered in a circle, their expressions focused, eyes sharp, minds spinning like wheels, beginning to analyze the possible scenarios. The Yamanaka and Akimichi clans also stood ready, fully prepared to handle any emergencies. The members of the Akimichi clan were all rubbing their hands and flexing their muscles as if ready to spring into action like an arrow from a bowstring. The Yamanaka clan members, on the other hand, looked serious, with firm eyes, silently adjusting their state, exuding an aura of ready power. The Aburain clan gathered quietly and quickly. Beneath their calm expressions, their minds were lightning fast, contemplating the far-reaching implications of this commotion for the Rinnegan clan and the entire Muyi village. Their eyes were as firm as iron, their postures as straight as pines, exuding a composure and calmness as if they could remain unruffled by any storm. The other ninja clans of Muyi village were also alarmed by the commotion and sent out personnel to investigate. Some clan members appeared tense and anxious, restless, the wrinkles on their foreheads seeming to etch their inner worries. Others were relatively calm, expressionless, but their solemn eyes were all filled with concern and vigilance toward this sudden turn of events. After a moment, the third fire shadow composed himself and said, "You may go now. Continue to monitor and report any new developments." His voice was steady and powerful, with a reassuring authority. The Umbu member acknowledged the order and withdrew, his figure disappearing instantly into the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, the third fire shadow stood up and said, "Let's go. We'll go to the Rinnegan clan to see." His face was as grave as frost, his steps firm and forceful. On the way to the Rinnegan clan, the third fire shadow's thoughts churned. I hope this is not a disaster that cannot be contained. I must stabilize the situation and not let the village's long-standing peace be easily shattered. The Rinnegan clan has always been united and harmonious. What exactly caused this conflict? If handled improperly, other clans will likely become panic, triggering a series of unpredictable chain reactions. I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the village. I must resolve this crisis no matter what. When the third fire shadow and his party arrived at the Rinnegan clan, they saw a scene of devastation. Ruined walls, dust flying, and broken tiles everywhere seemed to tell of the fierce battle that had just occurred. Rinnegan Xia looked up, her eyes meeting the third fire shadow's, revealing determination and resolve. The third fire shadow frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on here?" His voice was low and authoritative, with an unquestionable momentum. Rinnegan Xia took a deep breath and began to recount the ins and outs of this turmoil. Third Hokage-sama, the oppression of the branch family by the main family of the Hyuga clan has reached an unbearable point. Just yesterday, Rinnegan Richa committed suicide to atone for the clan leader's crime. This injustice and humiliation have fueled the anger burning in the hearts of the branch family members. This conflict is the eruption of the long-suppressed rage within the branch family. We yearn for equality and justice and can no longer tolerate the tyranny of the main family. Xia's heart was filled with indignation and resentment. Every word seemed to carry a heavy weight. He knew the third Hokage was a hypocrite, so he had to stand on the side of righteousness and make the third Hokage understand their plight. The third Hokage listened, his brow furrowing deeper, his mind swirling with thoughts. Has it really come to this? The Hyuga clan should be united in serving the village, yet this internal strife has triggered such chaos. Rich's death was already a tragedy, and now this. I must handle it properly, or the balance of the village will be shattered. His heart was entangled like a tangled skein, worry and responsibility intertwined, fearing that this incident would become a major threat to the village's stability. Xia quickly said, Hokage-sama, we did not intend to disrupt the village's peace, we were left with no choice. But now we are willing to follow your order, seeking only a fair resolution. Xia seemed to hope for the third Hokage's support, bringing a ray of hope to the branch family, yet he also feared that his actions would incur severe punishment, making the situation of his clansmen even more difficult. At this moment Xia, despite despising the third Hokage in his heart, spoke pleasant words on the surface and appropriately displayed a look of unease. The third Hokage paused for a moment, then slowly said, Xia, do you understand the gravity of this matter? The system of the Hyuga main family may have its flaws, but it has long been a way to maintain the clan's stability. Now that the situation is chaotic, I have no choice but to take measures to restore order. But this is no easy task. The village needs stability and unity. The third Hokage was deeply worried, knowing that if this incident were mishandled it could trigger more problems, like a chain reaction plunging all of Konoha into chaos and crisis. Xia showed urgency. Hokage-sama, I understand. We will fully cooperate with your decision, seeking only to change the current situation. Xia seemed to truly believe that the third Hokage could uphold justice and bring fairness and righteousness to the branch family. In his heart, however, he almost vomited the yao ramen he had eaten that morning. The third Hokage sighed softly. Xia, I know your demands, but this matter needs careful deliberation. For now you must quickly clean up the mess and restore order within the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage pondered how to balance the interests of all parties and bring the Hyuga clan back on track. His mind raced, considering various possible solutions. Xia nodded solemnly. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will not disappoint your expectations. Xia expressed his determination to seize this opportunity to fight for the rightful rights of the branch family. His eyes were filled with resolve and perseverance. In his heart, however, he was thinking, this shameless old man wants to have his cake and eat it too. Bah! The third Hokage looked at him with a stern gaze. Xia, the village is in turbulent times. I hope you can lead the Hyuga clan to contribute to the peace and prosperity of the village. There must be no more similar disturbances. The third Hokage knew the weight of the burden on his shoulders and hoped Xia would understand the bigger picture. His gaze held both expectation and warning. Xia quickly pledged his loyalty. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I swear by my life that the Hyuga clan will become a solid pillar of the village with no more internal strife. At that moment Xia's face was full of anticipation for the future, and determination to serve the village, as if he could already see the Hyuga clan moving toward a bright future under his leadership. The third Hokage nodded, his expression slightly easing. Good, then I will judge by your future actions. The third Hokage still harbored some worry in his heart, but could only hope that Xia would keep his word. He turned and left the Hyuga clan, his heart heavy. After handling the affairs of the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage returned to the Hokage building with a heavy heart. His steps were slightly weary, each one carrying an invisible pressure. His brow was furrowed, the deep wrinkle seeming to etch the anxiety within him. His mind was still occupied with how to completely resolve the Hyuga clan's issues to maintain the village's peace and stability. His thoughts were tangled like a mess of threads, causing him immense distress. As soon as he stepped into the building, Tuanzang emerged from the shadows, his tone gloomy. The Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha clan, is a destabilizing factor. They should be eliminated early to prevent future trouble and disaster. Tuanzang's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness and finality, as if this were the only way to solve the problem. The third Hokage's heart surged with anger and dissatisfaction upon hearing this. He glared at Tuanzang and said, The Hyuga and Uchiha clans are both members of Konoha. They have contributed to the village's development. We cannot resort to extreme measures because of temporary internal conflicts. The third Hokage thought to himself, Tuanzang is always so radical and cold, only thinking of solving problems through violence and elimination. Such an approach would only plunge the village into deeper crisis. His heart was filled with rejection and opposition to Tuanzang's ideas. Tuanzang snorted coldly. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. Your soft-heartedness will eventually lead to regret. The third Hokage's gaze was firm. He straightened his back and spoke loudly. I am the Hokage. The decisions of the village should be made by me. I will protect Konoha in my own way, leading the village toward prosperity and peace. At this moment the third Hokage's heart was filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. He deeply understood the duty of the Hokage, and could not be swayed by Tuan Zhang's radical thoughts. The unwavering conviction burned like a blazing flame in his heart. Tuan Zhang's face darkened, and without a word he turned and disappeared into the shadows. But after a few steps he stopped, and said coldly without looking back. Hiruzen, you will pay for your stubbornness. Your so-called protection is nothing but allowing hidden dangers to grow. His voice was filled with threat and discontent. The third Hokage's gaze remained unwavering, responding without flinching. Tuan Zhang, everything I do is for the long-term benefit of Konoha. I believe that through communication and guidance we can resolve conflicts between clans rather than resorting to killing and elimination. His voice was resolute and courageous. Tuan Zhang turned around, a sinister glint in his eyes. You are always so naive. Just wait and see. When the crisis truly erupts you will find that your methods are utterly useless. The third Hokage took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Tuan Zhang, I understand your concern for the village's safety, but we cannot abandon our own clansmen out of fear. We should give them a chance to change and grow. Tuan Zhang sneered. A chance? Giving them a chance is giving the enemy an opening. Hiruzen, you do not understand the malice of the human heart. Hiruzen, you do not understand the malice of the human heart. The third Hokage clenched his fists and raised his voice. Tuan Zhang, I know the human heart is complex, but I prefer to believe in the people of Konoha, in their loyalty and love for the village. Tuan Zhang was silent for a moment, then said, Fine, let's wait and see how long your faith can hold. With that he turned and left again. The third Hokage watched Tuan Zhang's retreating figure, vowing in his heart to protect Konoha in his own way and not let Tuan Zhang's extreme ideas prevail. However, Tuan Zhang's threat also reassured the third Hokage somewhat, for this old comrade had never failed him before. Whether it was the internal strife of the Senju clan, the incident of Hatake Tsukumo, or even the current thorny Uchiha clan problem, none had caused any major waves. The third Hokage knew well that although Tuan Zhang's methods were radical, he shared the same general direction in safeguarding Konoha. He merely hoped to resolve problems in a more gentle and just manner, allowing Konoha to grow and thrive in peace and unity. In the Leaf Village, beneath a serene sky, the sun cast its golden rays. The Hyuga clan's great hall was thronged with clan members and guests from far and wide. After the Hyuga clan had successfully treated the wounded and pacified the populace, the members gathered in the clan's main hall. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, with the clan's emblem hanging prominently on the wall. At the center of the hall stood an ancient, exquisite altar upon which were enshrined the spirit tablets of successive clan heads and mysterious artifacts symbolizing the clan's glory. Hyūga Natsu stood before the crowd in immaculate clan attire, his expression solemn. The elders of the clan wore serious faces, their eyes filled with both expectation and scrutiny. Nearby, Hyūga Niji gazed at Hyūga Natsu with admiration. So amazing. I want to be recognized by everyone too. Uzumaki Naruto said with admiration, I just completed a C-rank mission outside the village. How did I miss such a big event? In the end, Brother Natsu bore it all. Hyuga Jing wore a mix of dejection and awe. At that moment the third Hokage arrived in person, accompanied by representatives of the Uchiha clan and other ninja families. A venerable elder stepped forward, his voice resounding like a bell. Hyuga Natsu, during this recent turmoil of the clan you have demonstrated exceptional leadership and deep concern for your clansmen. You have bravely faced the crisis, tirelessly treated the wounded, and carefully comforted the people, guiding the clan back to order from chaos. Now, after our joint deliberation, we have decided to appoint you as the new clan head of the Hyuga. The clansmen nodded in approval, their eyes filled with trust and hope. Then the traditional ceremony commenced. The elder lit incense and candles on the altar, and curling wisps of smoke rose, filling the hall with a sacred aura. Guided by the elder, Hyuga Natsu pressed his palms together and bowed deeply before the altar, paying homage to the past clan heads and revering the clan's heritage. Next, the elder handed Hyuga Natsu a bowl of clear spring water. He took a sip, symbolizing his acceptance of the clan's nourishment and blessings. Then the elder produced a yellowed clan scroll and solemnly presented it to Hyuga Natsu, saying, This is the crystallized wisdom of our clan, the supreme close combat arts passed down through 1,000 years. May you carry it forward and glorify it. Hyuga Natsu accepted the scroll with both hands, his gaze unwavering. I am deeply honored by the trust of the elders and clansmen. I shall not fail this mission. Today, as I become clan head, my first act shall be to remove the caged bird seal that has burdened the branch family for so long. Just as he was about to activate the golden reincarnation eye to dissolve the caged bird seal, the third Hokage interjected, "Hyūga Natsu, this matter requires careful consideration. The caged bird seal is central to the Hyuga clan's secrets and heritage. It cannot be lifted rashly. The caged bird is not merely a restraint on the clansmen, it is also a means to protect the clan's eyes from covetous outsiders." Hyūga Natsu stepped forward and argued with righteous conviction, "Lord Hokage, the Byakugan is the unique bloodline limit of our Hyuga clan, granting us extraordinary insight and combat prowess. Yet for so long the caged bird seal has turned this precious gift into a shackle and a source of suffering for our clansmen. In my view, the Byakugan is not only a symbol of our clan's strength but also a legacy we should cherish and take pride in. We should protect the secret of the Byakugan through our own strength, wisdom, and unity, not by imposing such a cruel seal on our own people. I firmly believe that when our clansmen can freely wield the power of the Byakugan, we will become far stronger, strong enough to repel any who covet it. The Uchiha protect their power with the Sharingan. Our Hyuga clan can do the same with the Byakugan. Moreover, the Byakugan in the waterfall village must be retrieved. Even if we fight to the last man, we will never retreat." The third Hokage fell into deep thought, and the other ninja clans began to murmur among themselves. Hyūga Natsu continued, "Our Hyuga clan has always devoted itself to the Leaf Village. Now we merely wish to eliminate internal discord and strive together for the future of the village. I guarantee that lifting the seal will bring no negative consequences to the village." Finally the third Hokage nodded slightly and said, "Very well, Hyūga Natsu. I trust your judgment and resolve." Hyūga Natsu activated the golden reincarnation eye, and its powerful dojutsu radiance enveloped every branch family member. The caged bird seals that had once bound them gradually dissolved in that radiant light. The clansmen experienced an unprecedented freedom, and cheers echoed through the hall. Hyūga Natsu then declared, "From now on our clan will no longer distinguish between main and branch families. All are equal clansmen. We will unite our efforts to elevate the gentle fist techniques to new heights and nurture more outstanding ninjas. At the same time, we will strengthen cooperation with other families in the village, contributing to the peace and prosperity of the Leaf. I firmly believe that through our collective struggle the Hyuga clan will embrace an even more brilliant future." The clansmen roared in unison, "May the Hyuga clan thrive under the guidance of our new leader." When the third Hokage saw Hyūga Natsu's golden reincarnation eye, he was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Clan head Natsu, what exactly is this golden reincarnation eye?" Hyūga Natsu answered respectfully, "Lord Hokage, the golden reincarnation eye amplifies chakra and enhances taijutsu power. Its powerful dojutsu resonates with the Byakugan, which is why it can easily break the caged bird seal." Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, mused to himself, "I wonder how this compares to the power of my own Mangekyo." At that moment the bright sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Hyūga Natsu's figure, as if heralding a hopeful tomorrow for the Hyuga clan. Hyūga Natsu gazed at his clansmen, his heart filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. He knew he bore the future of the entire clan, and was determined to lead the Hyuga toward new glory. After the ceremony the crowd dispersed to attend to their duties. Hyūga Natsu remained in the hall, continuing discussions with the elders about the clan's future development plans. "Clan head, now that the caged bird seal is removed, we must rapidly enhance the strength of our clansmen to prevent those with ill intentions from taking advantage." An elder spoke with a worried expression. Hyūga Natsu nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute. "I have already considered this. Starting tomorrow we will intensify the training of the younger generation. At the same time we must organize the clan's experts to research new gentle fist techniques, boosting our combat capabilities." The elders expressed their approval. Meanwhile, in other corners of the Leaf Village, people were buzzing about the Hyuga clan's transformation. "The Hyuga clan has made a big move this time. Who knows what the future holds?" a villager murmured. "As long as they continue to contribute to the village, it's a good thing," another replied. Within the Uchiha clan's compound the members were also discussing heatedly. "Hyūga Natsu has lifted the caged bird seal. It seems the Hyuga clan is about to rise. We can't fall behind. We must work even harder to improve our strength so as not to tarnish the Uchiha's reputation." The night, like an impenetrable black velvet curtain, shrouded the village of might tightly and completely. The entire village was immersed in a profound silence, as if gently covered by a serene and almost sacred veil. Rinnegan, clad in a black night robe embroidered with dark red fire clouds, stood under the moonlight. The unique and mysterious patterns flickered faintly like burning secret flames, exuding an elusive and enchanting aura. He wore black sunglasses completely concealing the eyes that might betray his secrets, rendering them utterly unreadable. His figure moved like a ghost, swift and agile, darting through the shadows. Each step was as light as a breeze, yet decisive and resolute, steadily approaching the Huiying building. Few would imagine that the same Rinnegan, who had just been gloriously appointed as the clan leader of the Rinnegan clan in the full view of the crowd during the day, would be sneaking into the Weiing building at night intending to borrow the mysterious sealed book. If the third Hokage were to learn of this, he would likely be furious beyond measure. In the morning, Rinnegan had displayed unwavering loyalty and sincere words, only to change his mind by nightfall, plotting against the Weiing building. Indeed, Rinnegan could no longer afford to wait. In his eyes, this world was like a dark jungle fraught with peril, teeming with unknown dangers and fatal crises that could strike at any moment. He knew well that the sooner he strengthened his power, the sooner he would gain a sense of security, enabling him to stand firm in this ever-changing world. After all, the legendary Daitang Hyuga, though currently sealed on the distant moon, could not be guaranteed to remain eternally imprisoned. Moreover, the six-path sage, Daitang Yutsuin, had been silently monitoring the ninja world like a lurking beast ready to strike. And the mysterious Daitang Yui, though absent from the Naruto anime, existed in this very real world, brimming with unpredictable variables, leaving one uncertain of the upheavals he might cause. Not to mention the unfathomably powerful Daitang clan scattered across the planet, planting world trees and greedily plundering the precious resources of countless realms. No one could accurately predict when these fearsome, mysterious enemies would turn their covetous, aggressive gaze upon this place. Upon reaching the Weiing building, he moved with the lightness of a cat, carefully evading the patrolling shinobi. His breathing was steady and subtle, not daring to make the slightest sound, as if even the air might betray him. With the extraordinary Byakugan ability of the Rinnegan clan, his vision could effortlessly pierce the darkness, as keen as the most precise detector, perceiving every subtle movement around him. Even the faintest rustle of wind like a feather drifting, the tiniest chirp of an insect like a thread snapping, none could escape his acutely perceptive senses. Finally, an incident occurred. "Who goes there?" Suddenly from a dark corner came a low, vigilant voice like a growl from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. "Damn, I've been discovered." Rinnegan's heart skipped a beat, and he groaned inwardly. The Weiing building is indeed heavily guarded. I was so cautious, yet still found out. I have no choice but to use my ultimate technique. Shenjian activate. Shenjian Chakra activate. Violation. With his murmured incantation, a violent spatial fluctuation surged around him, and he instantly entered the spatial layer. The powerful spatial repulsion tried to expel him, but it proved futile against the resistance of Rinnegan's golden Shenjian Chakra Mode. Rinnegan forcibly wedged himself into the spatial layer. Calm and unhurried, he used his golden Shenjian to carefully survey the surroundings. An Anbu ninja emerged from the dark corner to investigate, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, as if it could pierce through any mist. He swiftly scanned the area, leaving no detail unnoticed. In his hand he held a kunai, its cold gleam promising a deadly strike. His body was tense, muscles like drawn bowstrings, maintaining a state of high alert. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing. His brows furrowed deeply like two ravines, a look of confusion spreading across his face like a dark cloud. Could I have misheard? He muttered, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, as if doubting himself. He glanced around once more, his gaze like a torch, leaving no corner unexamined. A gentle breeze brushed past, rustling his clothes, but the surroundings remained eerily quiet, as if time itself had frozen. Was it really just an illusion? He wondered, but duty compelled him not to let his guard down. He lingered nearby for a moment, motionless as a statue, and only after confirming no anomaly did he melt back into the darkness, vanishing like a ghost. Meanwhile, Rinnegan, hiding in the spatial layer, breathed a silent sigh of relief, grateful not to have been discovered. Otherwise, after all the effort to test his infiltration skills, being exposed and alerting the entire Weiing building would have been a bitter injustice. He composed himself, ready to use his Shenjian from within the spatial layer to locate the mysterious sealed book. Rinnegan focused his mind, and the golden Shenjian glowed with dazzling brilliance. Through these extraordinary eyes he saw the internal layout of the Weiing building, complex yet orderly like a meticulously designed maze. Rooms were arranged in neat rows like soldiers in formation. Occasionally patrolling shinobi walked through the corridors, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. He observed carefully, leaving no clue unchecked, searching for the possible location of the sealed book. Near an ordinary-looking room he detected an unusual chakra fluctuation. Could this be the place? He speculated, his heartbeat quickening. The room's entrance was sealed with multiple layers of barriers, their powerful energy like an invisible wall repelling outsiders. But Rinnegan's Shenjian could faintly sense a mysterious and potent force emanating from within the room, as if whispering secrets unknown. He continued his search, discovering several other heavily protected areas, making it difficult to determine which one truly housed the sealed book. Just as he was fully absorbed in his search, he suddenly felt a powerful chakra approaching his location. Oh no, have I been discovered? Rinnegan's heart tightened, his breathing quickening. He concealed his presence once more, as if merging into the space itself. Danzo, accompanied by several root ninjas, appeared menacingly at the Hokage building. In Danzo's single eye there was an extreme gloom and determination, as if it burned with boundless ambition and desire, like a raging fire, scorching and perilous, threatening to incinerate every obstacle before him. His fierce gaze seemed capable of devouring one's soul, sending chills down the spine, as if being looked at would plunge one into an abyss of endless fear. The root ninjas beside him were all expressionless, like emotionless machines, their faces blank yet poised for battle. They stood tall like arrows, ready to be released, seemingly prepared for battle at any moment, willing to go through fire and water for Danzo's orders, as if they had long disregarded life and death, exuding a chilling aura like emissaries from the dark abyss. Hyūga Natsu looked at the newcomers and realized it was Danzo. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He thought, even though I'm already very powerful, I'm still not used to the world of Hokage. I get startled easily and scared myself. Don't use the third Hokage to intimidate me. I must enter this door today. Danzo roared, his voice like a thunderbolt, deafening, echoing through the empty corridor like rolling thunder, causing even the dust in the corridor to tremble. He thought to himself, how can such an important matter be set aside because of the third Hokage? This is a crucial step for my grand plan. The chakra around him stirred faintly like a volcano about to erupt, containing immense and violent power that seemed ready to consume everything around it, making the air scorching hot as if it would burn everything to ashes, engulfing the entire corridor in this raging force. The Umbu ninja did not flinch, his gaze firm as iron. He thought, guarding this place is my duty. I will not allow anyone to act recklessly. Even Danzo is no exception. Lord Danzo, it is a matter of duty. I hope you will not make things difficult for us. His voice, though calm, carried an unwavering determination as solid as a rock, unshaken by Danzo's authority, demonstrating his steadfast commitment to duty and fearless courage like an indestructible fortress guarding this place. Danzo snorted coldly. Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. His tone was full of menace, his icy words sending chills down the spine, as if freezing the air around, causing the temperature to drop several degrees instantly. He was filled with rage. These ungrateful fools dare to block me. They truly don't know their place. His heart was a storm of fury and contempt for those who obstructed him, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The root ninjas beside Danzo began to form hand seals rapidly, their movements practiced and swift, their eyes gleaming with sharp, killing intent, as if they were about to unleash deadly ninjutsu and initiate a bloody battle. They thought only of obeying Danzo's orders, reckless and completely driven by his will, as if they had become mere tools of his ambition, ready to charge into battle for his cause. The two sides were deadlocked, the atmosphere tense to the extreme, as if a single spark could trigger a massive explosion. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the corridor. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching into eternity, making one feel as if trapped in endless darkness, unable to escape this hopeless standoff. In the end, Danzo forcefully pushed aside the Umbu, blocking him. If there's anything, let the third Hokage come to me. His movements were rough and resolute, without hesitation, like a fierce beast breaking free from its restraints, his brute force causing the Umbu ninjas to stagger backward. He gritted his teeth and thought, today's matter must succeed. No one will stop me from advancing toward my goal. His determination was unwavering, and he was sure of achieving his objective, as if he could already see success beckoning. The Umbu ninja ultimately said nothing but thought to himself, we must not let Danzo succeed. I must inform the Hokage as soon as possible. With that, he signaled to another Umbu ninja to notify the third Hokage. They were well aware of the serious consequences Danzo's actions could bring, and their hearts were filled with concern for the future of Konoha. Hyūga Natsu, hidden in the spatial fold, witnessed all this and silently praised. Well done! His heart was full of curiosity and desire for unknown benefits, as if he had glimpsed a shortcut to power. At that moment, from the room that Danzo had forcefully entered, an even more powerful and mysterious chakra fluctuation suddenly emanated. This fluctuation surged like a raging wave with an overwhelming force, impacting everything around it like a landslide and tsunami, causing the entire corridor to tremble. Hyūga Natsu's heart jolted. He vaguely sensed that the sealed scroll might be hidden within. He thought nervously, this power is so strong. Could it truly be the location of the sealed scroll? If I can obtain it, my strength will surely soar. His heart raced with anticipation for the immense power he might gain, as if he already saw himself standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Soon Danzo emerged from the room with a dark expression, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance and anger. Without a word, he led his root ninjas away hurriedly, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. As he walked, Danzo cursed in his heart. Damn it! I didn't get more things for the Lord. This trip was a waste. I don't know how to explain when I return. His heart was filled with a sense of failure and worry about the future, as if his ambition had suffered a heavy blow in that moment. At that moment, the Umbu who had gone to report to the third Hokage returned and said to the remaining Umbu, Lord Third Hokage will handle it. There's no need to stop Elder Danzo. The other Anbu nodded, and together with the returning Anbu they slowly faded into the darkness. Hyūga Natsu also felt there was no need to linger. His gaze suddenly sharpened, a flash of determination in his deep eyes. Then he took a deep breath and his golden Tenseigan eyes burst with brilliant light as he muttered an incantation. Flying Thunder God Technique. In an instant a space-time power of overwhelming magnitude erupted from him as he directly executed the Flying Thunder God Technique. That power seemed capable of tearing through the void. The formidable spatial force instantly shattered the seemingly indestructible spatial barrier before him. Under the influence of this power his figure flashed like lightning, leaving only a blurry afterimage as he instantly vanished from the spot. So fast was the speed that one could barely trace his departure. In the blink of an eye he had traversed a great distance, and returned to the residence of the new clan leader. The whole process was dreamlike, almost unbelievable. After returning to the residence, Hyūga Natsu quickly changed out of his night attire, carefully folded it, and hid it in a very secret compartment. Then he sat at the table with a solemn expression, quietly waiting for a summons. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he suddenly sensed a familiar and urgent chakra fluctuation. His eyes narrowed. Without a moment's hesitation he directly used the Flying Thunder God Technique to tear through space and depart, leaving behind only a lingering spatial fluctuation. Drip. 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 The crisp and ethereal sound of water droplets echoed relentlessly in the deep, dark, damp, and mysteriously eerie passage as if it were a low chant emanating from the abyss. The space suddenly rippled violently like a tranquil lake surface struck by a massive boulder, instantly stirring layers upon layers of ripples that spread outward in concentric circles. Hyūga Natsu's figure appeared abruptly in the passage without any warning. He walked forward steadily, step by step, with a calm and determined pace. The faint friction of his soles against the ground was exceptionally clear and loud in the deathly silence, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, shattering the stillness. Finally he reached the end of the passage. He slowly extended his right hand and gently pushed open the heavy, tightly shut door. Behind the door lay an extremely spacious laboratory fully equipped with all kinds of instruments. Strange and bewildering devices were scattered everywhere, and the bottles and jars emitted eerie glows of varying brightness, casting a surreal light across the entire room. In the center of the laboratory stood a solitary figure. "Ah, Master Natsu has arrived." The figure spun around instantly upon hearing the sound, his eyes filled with fawning and flattery, his voice so humble it seemed to be a plea from the dust. The tone was thick with ingratiation and sycophancy, like a fawning dog wagging its tail, desperately trying to curry favor with its master. "This is the scroll of seals just copied from the Hokage building." The figure spoke hastily while swiftly producing a large scroll, holding it with devout reverence, and handing it to Hyūga Natsu with utmost respect and care. His eyes blazed with a fervent desire for approval, as if this moment were the most crucial and glorious in his life. "I only managed to get this, I couldn't take anything else." The figure's face instantly fell with frustration and dejection, and his voice grew increasingly low and disheartened, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. This person was none other than the powerful elder of Konoha village, the leader of the root organization Shinra Danzo. As it happened, during the last encounter Hyūga Natsu had bravely stormed into the root base, and in the fierce battle with Danzo decisively struck him with the unique Rinnegan. The name, Rinnegan, was derived solely from its appearance resembling the sphere spun by Naruto Uzumaki, but its true function was not to cause direct harm, rather it could deeply control a person's mind. In other words, Hyūga Natsu had already successfully controlled Danzo during that fierce confrontation. However, since it was his first time using this powerful and mysterious ability, he had not issued any specific commands to Danzo at that time. As for the second person controlled by Hyūga Natsu's Rinnegan, Hyuga Kobayashi, Hyūga Natsu had given him a cruel command to die in disgrace and ruin, and Hyuga Kobayashi indeed died a miserable death. On the day Hyūga Natsu secretly struck Hyuga Kobayashi with the Rinnegan, the team Kobayashi was on had taken on an ordinary C-rank mission, and he began to behave abnormally. He completely disregarded commands, acted arbitrarily, and chaotically, plunging the entire mission into an extremely dangerous and precarious situation. Moreover, he severely misjudged the enemy's movements, blindly leading his teammates into an ambush carefully laid by the enemy, resulting in several teammates suffering serious injuries. The teammates were shocked and enraged by his sudden change, reprimanding his reckless behavior with harsh words. However, Hyuga Kobayashi seemed to have lost all reason, turning a deaf ear to the stern accusations and continuing to act willfully, disregarding his teammates' feelings and the team's safety. Finally, when faced with the enemy's siege, he trembled in fear, unable to fight back, and could only despairingly await death. His teammates merely watched coldly, offering no help, and only after he died did they silently avenge him and bring his body back to the village. Hyūga Natsu only learned of this incident after becoming clan leader when Hyuga clan members reported it to him. Hyūga Natsu replied with indifference, responding only faintly. His gaze was fixed on the scroll, deep and complex, unfathomable, as he silently calculated how much his strength would increase after mastering all these forbidden techniques. Well done! Hyūga Natsu praised casually, thinking that words of praise cost nothing, so it was harmless to say them. Serving Master Natsu is my duty. Upon hearing Hyūga Natsu's words, Danzo's face immediately broke into a fawning smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, with wrinkles tightly squeezing together, making him look even uglier and more repulsive. Master Natsu, could you help me become Hokage? Danzo spoke nervously, his voice filled with expectation and urgency. I only think that becoming Hokage would allow me to serve Master Natsu better, Danzo said anxiously, as if afraid Hyūga Natsu wouldn't believe him. Hyūga Natsu thought to himself, good heavens, even under my control he still has his heart set on becoming Hokage, and doesn't even think of leaving the position to me. It seems Danzo cannot be kept. Hyūga Natsu considered having Danzo find ways to trouble the third Hokage. Otherwise, who knew if the third Hokage, when idle, might devise some sinister scheme, like a plan to first destroy the Hyuga and then eliminate the Uchiha. Moreover, the mental control over Danzo was not absolutely stable and flawless. If the chakra in the energy sphere was exhausted, he could break free. Although it could be replenished, it was still a troublesome matter. Better to let them fight each other, wear each other out, and then reap the benefits. Hyūga Natsu narrowed his eyes slightly, his calculations becoming clearer and more detailed. He looked at Danzo and said slowly, Danzo, you need to find a way to kill the third Hokage. Then I will support you as the next Hokage. Danzo quickly nodded and replied, Rest assured, Master Natsu, I will definitely kill that old dog Sarutobi. But Sarutobi is very powerful, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. I will help you, Hyūga Natsu said. Thank you, Master Natsu. I will definitely kill that old dog Sarutobi, Danzo replied with a joyful expression. At that moment Danzo was already fantasizing in his mind about the glorious scene of becoming Hokage after killing the third Hokage, and a strange liquid almost drooled from the corner of his mouth. Hyūga Natsu sneered. Best not to disappoint me. Remember, don't let him suspect I'm behind it. Danzo flattered. Master Natsu, rest assured I am always careful and will not let you down. Hyūga Natsu waved his hand. All right, you may go. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Danzo withdrew respectfully, his figure quickly vanishing into the boundless darkness. Rinnegan employed the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the blink of an eye he returned to the house of the Rinnegan clan leader. Then he sat steadily on the chair, took out the sealed book copied by Tuanzang, slowly opened it, and began to read with full concentration and meticulous attention. Even though Rinnegan possessed memories of his past life and had mentally prepared himself thoroughly at this moment, he still couldn't help but inhale a sharp breath of cold air. That cold air seemed to transform into a stream of ice rushing straight into the depths of his heart. The forbidden techniques in the sealed book are far too many. Rinnegan stared intently at the scroll before him, on which various forbidden techniques were densely recorded. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. At this moment his eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world, the multiple shadow clone technique. This technique, created by the second Hokage, was an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, capable of producing over 1,000 shadow clones. However, the chakra consumption of this technique was enormous, and any carelessness could directly endanger the user's life, which is why it was classified as a forbidden technique. Rinnegan gazed at the description of this technique, and his mind couldn't help but recall scenes from the original work, Naruto, where Naruto used it to defeat enemies time and again, pondering the pros and cons of this technique. Every thought flashed through his mind like twinkling stars. The summoning impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique created by Qianshou Feijian, was an S-rank forbidden technique. By obtaining a part of a deceased ninja's body, and using it on a living person, one could summon the soul from the Pure Land, bring the dead back to this world, and control them. This technique posed a great threat to the allied shinobi forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Because it required a living sacrifice and desecrated the souls of the dead, it was classified as a forbidden technique. Rinnegan thought of the darkness and cruelty behind this technique, and his brows furrowed involuntarily, as if carrying endless worry and deep contemplation. The Eight Gates, also known as the Eight Gates Formation, was an A-rank taijutsu. By unlocking the channels that restrained chakra within the body, one could temporarily gain immense power. The more gates opened, the greater the power obtained, but also the greater the damage inflicted on oneself. When all 8 gates were open, the power gained could even surpass that of Kage-level fighters by dozens of times, but the consequence was extremely severe damage to the body, even at the cost of one's life. Might Guy once opened the 8th gate, the gate of death, in the final battle, demonstrating the terrifying power of this technique. Although it was not an S-rank technique, its power was enough to change the outcome of a battle. Ri Xiangxia recalled the breathtaking battle scenes, feeling both awe and caution toward this forbidden technique, his inner turmoil lingering for a long time. Summoning interwoven detonating tags was a ninjutsu created by the second Hokage Qianshou Feijin. This technique first summoned a large number of detonating tags and hid them in the surrounding environment. Once a single tag was triggered, it would cause a chain explosion like dominoes, making it difficult for enemies to evade. Its power was not only great but also had a wide attack range, achieving a surprise effect. In battle it could inflict massive damage on enemies and effectively suppress them. This reminded Ri Xiangxia of the scene of Conan's billion detonating tags exploding, and a surge of shock filled his heart. The sealing technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, a forbidden technique originating from the Uzumaki clan, was an S-rank sealing forbidden technique. Once the caster formed hand seals and clasped their hands together, they could summon the Death God. Then the Death God would cut the target's soul with its sword and devour it into its belly, thereby sealing the target's soul. At the same time, the caster's soul would also be devoured by the Death God, and they would die together. The 4th Hokage and the 3rd Hokage both used this technique at critical moments. Ri Xiangxia looked at the description of this technique, feeling the tragedy and determination contained within, as if he could see the great Hokage's unwavering courage in the face of life and death decisions. There was also the powerful wood-style ninjutsu of the 1st Hokage. Wood-style wood clone technique could create wood clones identical to oneself, which were harder to distinguish than ordinary shadow clones. It was mainly used for reconnaissance. However, its combat ability was inferior to the original body, and when the clone was dispelled, it could instantly turn into wooden branches to bind or attack the enemy. Ri Xiangxia pondered the clever use of this clone technique in actual combat, continuously simulating various battle scenarios in his mind. Wood-style all-pervasive hand technique sent chakra into the ground, producing countless wooden hands that could be manipulated at will. Compared to the wood-human technique that drove a giant wooden golem, it had higher versatility and mobility. Wood-style wood-locking wall was a defensive ninjutsu where a row of wooden pillars curved upward from the ground to form an arched wall protecting oneself. Wood-style tree world wall could instantly grow a shield made of multiple wooden vines from the ground to protect a target. Wood-style silent binding technique caused branches to extend and bind the enemy's body. The bound person would be completely unable to move and could only remain silent. Wood-style great forest technique extended multiple wooden vines from the arm to capture the enemy, quite convenient in actual combat. Wood-style violent gun tree was a powerful wood-style technique integrating offense and defense, not only useful for defense but also with astonishing offensive capability. It extended multiple wooden vines from the body, which instantly grew into a large tree to engulf the enemy. Wood-style tree root burial used the right arm to create a giant tree, instantly engulfing both the user and the enemy. Wood-style thorn killing thorn created vine-like wood to bind the enemy and produced multiple wooden pillars around the enemy to prevent escape. Wood-style 4-pillar prison erupted massive wood from the ground, forming a huge wooden prison. Wood-style 4-pillar house could instantly create a complex wooden dwelling, very convenient to use. Wood-style connected pillar house was an upgraded version of 4-pillar house. It could instantly create multiple complex wooden dwellings but required a large amount of chakra. Wood-style giant wood pillar technique could create multiple giant wooden pillars for support. Wood-style wood transformation used wood-style to wrap branches around oneself to transform into the appearance of an enemy, extremely realistic and difficult for ordinary people to see through. It was mainly used for espionage reconnaissance. Wood-style wood substitution instantly replaced oneself with a wooden substitute upon being attacked. Wood-style diamond summoning wood summoned hard trees from the ground to attack surrounding enemies. The wood release cutting technique enables the user to grow wooden spikes from their arms, which they then thrust directly at the enemy to impale them. Once the spikes penetrate the enemy's body, the user can form hand seals to cause them to bifurcate and grow further, piercing the enemy from within, a truly cruel method. The number of spikes produced depends on the user's chakra reserves. This technique seems to be Uchiha Obito's favorite, combined with his kamui. It's utterly unexpected. One stab, one kid, oh no, I mean one stab, one umbu. Hyūga Natsu exclaimed. Meanwhile, the wood release flower tree world descent was undoubtedly the pinnacle, the supreme existence among all wood release techniques, an upgraded version of wood release tree world descent. Only those possessing a power as astonishing and epic-breaking as Senju Hashirama's were qualified to perform such a technique, which could be described as miraculous and transcendent. It was unquestionably the most formidable and awe-inspiring technique within wood release, harboring a might that was breathtaking and unfathomable, along with a profundity that defied understanding. Hyūga Natsu scrutinized each wood release technique with rapt attention, his heart growing ever more reverent of the first Hokage's vast ocean-like and unfathomable power. That reverence, like surging relentless billows, rolled violently within his mind, stirring wave after wave of towering breakers, leaving his heart unable to find tranquility for a long time. Moreover, there were a multitude of other ninjutsu, such as the 5 elements seal, the 5 elements unseal, the twin snake mutual kill, the second Hokage's water release techniques, the first Hokage's sage mode, and so on. In the captivating manga, it was never clearly articulated whether these were all included in the scroll of seals. Hyūga Natsu continued reading with undivided focus, and suddenly his face showed utter bewilderment. There, clearly written, were the introductions and hand sign sequences for the 3 basic techniques and the body flicker technique. The clone technique is a mystical ninja art. By performing this technique, one can create clones identical to oneself. Though these clones possess no actual offensive power, they can confuse the enemy and divert their attention at crucial moments. They are so lifelike that they can easily fool the enemy, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake, thus buying valuable time and opportunities. The substitution technique is an even more exquisite life-saving art. In the instant of a fatal attack, the user can replace themselves with a nearby object to absorb the damage, cleverly avoiding disaster. This technique demands extremely high reaction speed and acute perception of the surrounding environment. A single misstep can cause one to miss the opportunity. The transformation technique, on the other hand, is both amusing and practical. It allows the user to change into the appearance of any other person or object at will, mimicking both looks and voice with remarkable accuracy. This can be used not only for disguise and infiltration, but also to disorient the enemy unexpectedly in battle. The body flicker technique enables the user to move rapidly in an extremely short span of time, achieving the effect of instantly appearing at another location. It helps ninja swiftly evade enemy attacks, approach the enemy unexpectedly, or perform rapid tactical repositioning during combat. Why are the basic 3 techniques also in the scroll of seals? Hyūga Natsu wore a bewildered expression, his brows furrowed so tightly they resembled an insurmountable towering mountain, laden with his profound confusion and deep perplexity, as if a thick fog shrouded his heart, leaving him racking his brain in vain. No matter how I look at it, they're just ordinary 3 techniques, Hyūga Natsu said, puzzled. Continuing to read further, Hyūga Natsu suddenly froze in astonishment. It seemed that all the ninjutsu of the entire Leaf Village were recorded here, and even some obscure, highly secret techniques from other villages were documented in exhaustive detail. The scroll of seals shouldn't contain these contents. It must be that Danzo copied all the ninjutsu he collected and gave me a copy, Hyūga Natsu exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. A flicker of comprehension flashed in his eyes, and he gained a deeper sense of Danzo's unfathomable and inscrutable intentions. Hyūga Natsu knew well that Danzo was ambitious and far-reaching. Collecting so many ninjutsu must have served some sinister ulterior motive. And now these techniques had fortuitously fallen into his own hands. He gently closed the scroll and immediately sank into deep contemplation. His contemplative posture resembled a solidified statue, utterly motionless, while only his racing thoughts galloped like wild horses, swarming and surging incessantly within his mind. After a moment of deliberation, Hyūga Natsu resolutely decided to start with the relatively simpler multiple shadow clone technique. He concentrated all his energy, following the detailed instructions on the scroll, held his breath, and began forming hand seals with full focus. His hands moved at a dizzying speed, changing seals rapidly while muttering incantations. A puff of smoke suddenly arose, and in an instant 10 shadow clones appeared. These 10 shadow clones looked exactly like Hyūga Natsu, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a powerful curiosity, an insatiable desire to explore the new techniques. Those determined eyes blazed like rampant flames, fervent and persistent, as if they could incinerate every obstacle, showcasing a resolute courage and will. One of the shadow clones eagerly said, "Let's start learning the other forbidden techniques." Then the 10 shadow clones each took a portion of the scroll and began studying with intense concentration. Some shadow clones focused on the obscure complex seals and the mysterious abstruse principles of soul manipulation behind the summoning impure world reincarnation. Others diligently pondered the flow of chakra during the 8 gates release, and the limits the body could endure. Still others meticulously studied the unique hand sign patterns of wood release techniques, and the secrets of chakra nature transformation. Each was immersed in the exploration of ninjutsu, utterly entranced and oblivious to rest. Hyūga Natsu's original body did not slacken either. He began earnestly refining chakra, focusing intently on the flow of power within him. Every attempt was like groping in the dark, searching for the right path, fraught with hardship and challenge, yet he never showed the slightest sign of retreat. Sweat streamed down his forehead in an endless flow. Each glistening bead of sweat seemed a shining testament to his unremitting efforts. But his eyes remained filled with persistence and determination, as if nothing in this world could stop his unwavering advance, and that steadfast faith, like a brilliant star, illuminated his path forward. In the midst of this intense yet orderly training, the figure of an Umbu member suddenly flickered in like a ghost, appearing instantly outside the clan leader's compound. The third Hokage has issued an order. Please inform the Hyuga clan leader. The Anbu member's voice was like a low rumbling thunderclap abruptly shattering the silence with utmost severity, carrying an absolute authority. The overwhelming aura was colossal and surging, leaving no room for doubt or defiance, as if it were an irresistible decree from the heavens. Very well, I shall go and inform him at once. Hyuga Jing replied promptly, and as his words faded he dashed off like a gust of wind, his expression hurried as he rushed toward Hyuga Xia's room. His footsteps were quick and forceful, stirring a faint rustle of wind betraying his inner anxiety and urgency. Ever since Hyuga Xia assumed the position of clan leader, he had promoted Hyuga Jing to be his personal guard. Clan leader, the Anbu wishes to see you. Hyuga Jing called out urgently from outside the door, his voice brimming with a sense of imminent crisis, as if the matter could not be delayed even a moment lest catastrophe ensue. Inside the room, Hyuga Xia heard the call and slowly withdrew his cultivation. As he opened his eyes, a flicker of doubt flashed across them like a meteor streaking through the night sky, brief yet striking. He mused inwardly, wondering what business the Anbu could have with him at this hour. Countless thoughts raced through his mind like stars twinkling in the vast cosmos. All right, I'll be right out, said Hyuga Xia. When there's no one else, just call me Xiaga, he added to Hyuga Jing. Clan leader, propriety must not be abandoned. Hyuga Jing replied with an expression of utter reverence, his face filled with respect and admiration for the clan leader. Ah, what am I to do with you? Hyuga Xia shook his head with a helpless sigh, a wry smile spreading across his face. Then he rose and adjusted his robes, his movements elegant and composed, every nuance deliberate and unhurried. With steady steps he followed Hyuga Jing to the courtyard. His posture was as upright as a pine, exuding an unwavering resolve. The third Hokage has ordered that the Hyuga clan leader come to the Hokage building for a crucial discussion. The Anbu member stated firmly, his voice seeming to emanate from the depths of the earth, carrying an unshakable determination. Very well, please lead the way, Hyuga Xia replied. The Anbu member led him swiftly, their feet moving like the wind as they darted through the alleys like phantoms. Soon they stood before the third Hokage. Seated at his desk, the Hokage's gaze was as deep as the ocean and as grave as a mountain, as if it held boundless wisdom and profound worry. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through all the mists of the world and discerning the essence of all things, inspiring awe and submission in anyone under its scrutiny. Hyuga Xia bowed respectfully, yet his mind was a tangled mess of thoughts constantly speculating about the reason for this summons. All kinds of conjectures intertwined in his heart like a complex web, leaving him deeply perplexed. The third Hokage spoke slowly. Hyuga clan leader, I have just received reliable intelligence that the Mist Village has recently adopted a policy of national seclusion, yet there are many unusual movements within. I am deeply troubled, fearing that the Mist Village's actions may conceal ulterior motives, potentially posing a great threat to Konoha. His voice was low and measured, every word weighing heavily on the heart. Hyuga Xia furrowed his brow, his face stern with gravity, and a surge of intense worry welled up within him, like thick dark clouds piling up, pressing heavily on his chest, almost suffocating him. Lord Hokage, the Mist Village has always been known for its mystery, with a capricious and elusive style of conduct. This mission will undoubtedly be extremely arduous, fraught with unknown dangers and formidable challenges. Hyuga Xia's words were filled with concern and caution. The third Hokage rose, walked steadily and powerfully to Hyuga Xia, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, I am fully aware that this journey will be fraught with difficulties and perils like walking on a path strewn with thorns. But I have unwavering faith in your abilities and wisdom. This is a critical S-rank mission. Only by entrusting it to you can I truly rest assured. His voice was filled with trust and expectation. Feeling the heavy weight on his shoulder, Hyuga Xia took a deep breath, as if drawing all his determination and courage into his chest, and said with firm resolve, Lord Hokage, this matter concerns the safety and survival of Konoha. I will not fail your trust, I will give my all. But may I ask if you have any more detailed intelligence or clear instructions? His eyes sparkled with a steadfast light like a blazing flame. The third Hokage shook his head, his expression slightly resigned, a faint frown creasing his brow. The information currently available is indeed limited. You will have to adapt to circumstances and act according to the situation when you arrive at the Mist Village. However, I have made some preliminary preparations for you which I hope will be of assistance. His gaze revealed a hint of concern. Hyuga Xia's eyes shone with unwavering determination, and he spoke solemnly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will do my utmost to thoroughly investigate the true situation of the Mist Village, and I will not disappoint your trust and expectations. The third Hokage nodded, his eyes full of trust and anticipation like radiant starlight. Go and be careful, ensure your own safety above all. Hyuga Xia bowed again, then turned to go home and pack before setting off immediately. His back was resolute and determined, like an unstoppable light illuminating the unknown path ahead. Yet, inwardly he muttered, That old fox so sly, he's already trying to send me to my death. Others might not understand the Mist Village's situation, but as a transmigrator Hyūga Hizashi knew it all too well. Under the control of Yuzhibo Daitu, the fourth Mizuki Sign was enforcing the brutal blood mist policy. How dangerous and terrifying was that? Manipulated behind the scenes by Yuzhibo Daitu, the Mist Village had completely sunk into boundless darkness and grave crisis. Daitu controlled the fourth Mizuki Sign, forcefully imposing the hair-raising blood mist policy which cruelly persecuted ninjas with Kekkai Genkai. Countless ninjas with unique abilities met with catastrophic ruin, their fates descending to the depths of misery, as if falling into an endless abyss. That endless darkness seemed to devour their souls, leaving them struggling in pain and despair. The once renowned and powerful noble clans gradually decayed and fell in this terrifying storm. In the original story, the Gaiden clan, their former glory and splendor had vanished into smoke. Many clan members were cruelly persecuted, families destroyed, leaving only a few survivors barely clinging to life. Their figures appeared so small and helpless amid the ruins, as if they could be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The Mist Village's Ninja Academy had become a veritable hell on earth. The education system was severely warped. Students no longer received normal instruction and guidance but were forced into a brutal vortex of competition and slaughter. Their goal was no longer to become ninjas who protect peace and uphold justice, but to survive in this extremely harsh environment, resorting to any means to become so-called strong. In this twisted and cruel environment, ninjas who graduated from the academy had long lost normal emotions and moral values. They became cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, like soulless killing machines. The system of trust within the Mist Village had completely collapsed and disintegrated. There was no longer any trust between ninjas, no cooperation or support, only endless suspicion and wariness. Once comrades who fought side by side and shared life and death now suspected and resented each other, fearing that the other might stab them in the back. The spirit of teamwork and collective honor that once united them had vanished, replaced by selfishness, infighting, and chaos. In terms of foreign relations, the Mist Village became extremely tense. Due to its internal chaos and brutal policies, it became a target of universal condemnation and vigilance from other countries and villages. They faced enormous external threats, isolated and helpless, as if trapped in a desperate situation with enemies on all sides. The prolonged turmoil dealt a devastating blow to the Mist Village's economy, leaving it in a state of desolation. Business activities stagnated, markets withered, and the villagers lived in dire poverty with extreme resource scarcity and halted development. The people's livelihood was harsh, struggling in abject misery, unable to see any future or hope. In such extreme and perilous circumstances, even an ordinary Kage-level powerhouse would face grave life-threatening risks if they recklessly ventured into the Mist Village. Of course, Hyūga Hizashi was no longer an ordinary Kage-level powerhouse. In terms of pure strength, even the Rinnegan-wielding Nagato was no match for him. Therefore, aside from having to be especially wary of the mysterious and formidable Yuzhibo Daitu, the Mist Village, a place full of unknowns and dangers for ordinary ninjas, would likely be a place he could traverse 7 times in and out with ease. Hyūga Natsu returned to the spacious yet solemn house within the Hyuga clan leader's courtyard, his steps heavy with an underlying urgency. His footsteps were laden with a pressing haste, as if time itself pursued him like a relentless wolf, allowing not a moment of delay. Gazing at his clones, who were still engrossed in studying the ceiling scroll, a subtle gleam of satisfaction and anticipation flickered in Hyūga Natsu's deep ocean-like eyes. His penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through the mundane scene before him, reaching straight into a future brimming with infinite possibilities, as if he could already see the brilliant star of hope shining afar on the horizon. He strode swiftly to the wardrobe, decisively opened the door, and took out several sets of lightweight ninja attire. The fabric of the ninja suits glowed with a unique, mysterious luster under the faint dim light, like twinkling stars in the night sky, exuding an indescribable charm. With utmost concentration he carefully folded each piece, his movements gentle yet swift, as if handling the rarest treasures in the world, then gently placed them into his backpack. His sharp eyes swiftly scanned the desk, instantly locking onto the kunai and shuriken he usually used. He reached out his slender hand and picked them up. The blades of each weapon glinted coldly in the dim room, the light seeming to whisper tales of countless fierce battles they had endured, each tiny scratch resembling a gripping, heart-pounding legend. Taking a clean, soft cloth, he polished the weapons with extreme care, his focused expression akin to a silent, heartfelt conversation with these weathered instruments, before carefully packing them into his bag. He then reached into the depths of a drawer and pulled out a yellowed scroll. The edges of the scroll bore many signs of wear, silently narrating the passage of time and the vicissitudes of years. This was the Hyuga clan's taijutsu ultimate technique, solemnly passed down to Hyūga Natsu upon his succession as clan leader. Densely inscribed upon it were the essences of all the taijutsu and ninjutsu accumulated by the Hyuga clan over a millennium. Each line of mysterious ancient script resembled arcane runes from a bygone era, seemingly containing boundless, unfathomable power. This invaluable treasure of the family legacy could never be left behind. Bending down by the bed, he laboriously pulled out a wooden chest from underneath. The chest was covered with crisscrossing marks of age, each groove bearing a hidden story. He gently opened it, revealing neatly arranged precious healing pills and military ration pills. He carefully selected a portion, his focused expression like that of someone choosing the most rare and invaluable treasures, for each pill might save his or his comrades' lives at critical moments of life and death. He wrapped them meticulously in a fine cloth pouch, gently placed it in the inner compartment of his backpack, ensuring they would suffer no damage, however slight, during the arduous journey ahead. After packing these essentials, he slowly, with deep affection, looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on the Hyuga clan emblem hanging on the wall. The pattern on the emblem was solemn and dignified, like a silent guardian bearing the family's supreme glory and weighty mission. He paused for a moment, then walked over slowly, gently reaching out to touch the emblem. The sensation under his fingertips instantly stirred a powerful sense of responsibility within him, almost bursting forth. The lines on the emblem seemed to come alive, dancing joyfully under his fingers, awakening the dormant, boiling passion deep in his heart. He silently vowed in his heart, "I must become stronger. Even if it means paying a price." Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath, as if inhaling all his determination and courage into his chest, then resolutely shouldered the heavy pack and strode out the door. The brilliant sunlight generously bathed him, elongating his steadfast silhouette. That shadow stood like an unyielding mountain peak, towering high, impervious to wind and rain, eternally immovable. Just as Hyūga Natsu was about to leave with his pack, Hyūga Jing hurriedly approached. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat, large droplets rolling down his cheeks, his eyes revealing a complex blend of anxiety and weariness. "Clan leader, the task you assigned earlier has been completed," Hyūga Jing said, still slightly out of breath. His voice carried a tone of genuine reverence and respect, polite and sincere. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Good. What are the specifics?" His voice was steady and powerful, exuding the authority of a leader that could calm hearts. Hyūga Jing took a moment to catch his breath, then reported earnestly, "Following your precise instructions, we successfully contacted those merchants who travel for business year-round. They accurately placed the stones you gave in the most secluded corners outside the Sand Village, Cloud Village, Mist Village, Rock Village, and Rain Village. As for the Grass Village, the Waterfall Village, the Fire Country Capital, the Wind Country Capital, the Water Country Capital, the Earth Country Capital, and others, the related actions are already underway in full swing, and the stones will be successfully placed soon." His speech was rapid but clear, detailing every critical progress. Hyūga Natsu smiled with satisfaction, his smile affirming the efforts of everyone. "Thank you all for your hard work." These stones were special, imbued with Hyūga Natsu's spatial coordinates. With them he could instantly travel to any corner of the ninja world. As for why he didn't use kunai, it was because he feared other ninjas might accidentally pick them up and use them. Kunai, being common ninja weapons, were too conspicuous and would draw unnecessary attention. Ordinary stones, however, were inconspicuous and easily overlooked. Hyūga Jing continued, "Clan leader, this act of placing stones all over the world is somewhat—" He hesitated, a hint of bewilderment hard to conceal on his face. Hyūga Natsu cut him off, his gaze suddenly turning sharp and his tone extremely serious. "This is top-secret information. Do not inquire or expose it." Hyūga Jing's expression was stern, firm as a rock, and he replied without hesitation, "I understand. I will never reveal it." His vow was as unbreakable as steel. Hyūga Natsu patted Hyūga Jing on the shoulder, his eyes full of trust and deep entrustment. "I am going to the Mist Village. I need you to take care of the clan affairs." Hyūga Jing bowed solemnly, his back straight, as if swearing a life-or-death oath. "Clan leader, rest assured. I will not fail your command." "The Mist Village is so dangerous, can you not go?" Hyūga Jing suddenly worriedly advised. "I must go," Hyūga Natsu replied. "If you never return," Hyūga Jing said. "Then I shall never return." With that, Hyūga Natsu did not linger, striding away with firm, resolute steps into the distance. His figure grew smaller under the warm sunlight, eventually disappearing from the line of sight. Hyūga Jing stood motionless, staring into the direction he had left, silently praying for his safe return. After stepping out, Rishiang Xiao slowly walked along the winding serpentine path of the Rishiang clan compound. Along the way, many Rishiang clan members warmly greeted him. "Clan leader!" A group of Rishiang clan members stood neatly aligned on both sides of the road. Each of them stood as straight and firm as ancient pines, their gazes resolute and brimming with loyalty, as if that loyalty could pierce through the river of time, never fading. Among them, the elder seniors wore expressions of solemnity intertwined with profound concern, their demeanor like the warm sun piercing through thick layers of winter clouds. Though not as blazing as the summer sun, it was like a gentle stream warming every corner of the heart. The younger juniors on the other hand were brimming with youthful vitality and exuberant energy like the rising sun bursting forth with radiant brilliance full of boundless hope and aspiration. It seemed as if the entire vast world lay at their feet waiting to be conquered and everything in the future was within their grasp. The younger generation was training with great fervor. Some paired up to engage in close-quarters combat sparring. Each attack and defense was executed with full concentration without a trace of slack or negligence, as they devoted themselves entirely to this contest of strength and skill. Their movements were swift and precise, every stance and technique carried a determined momentum as if the opponent before them was a mortal enemy that must be defeated with all their might. Others were focused on practicing the inside ability of the Byakugan, their eyes concentrated and sharp as if they wanted to capture every minute detail around them, missing not even the slightest stir. Their keen gaze seemed capable of piercing all mist and discerning the essence of all things. The elder clan members guided them attentively from the side, their eyes blazing like torches, each gaze imbued with the wisdom and experience accumulated over the years. They occasionally offered pointers, every word of instruction filled with deep emotion as if passing on the clan's mission and hope. Their rich experience and profound skill were evident in every teaching, each word containing the wisdom of ages like ancient codes guiding the younger generation forward. Rishiang Xia responded to each with a smile, his warm smile as gentle and soft as a spring breeze, making every clan member feel kindness and care. It was like a warm current silently flowing in their hearts, nourishing every soul yearning for affection. His heart filled with warmth, he deeply understood the clan members' concern and expectations, which further strengthened his resolve to become stronger. It was as if an invisible powerful force surged within his heart like raging waves, crashing one after another, supporting him to forge ahead fearlessly, undaunted by any obstacles. Even if faced with a sea of flames and a mountain of swords, he would not retreat a single step. Leaving the Rishiang clan compound and arriving at the main street of my village, a lively and vibrant scene instantly came into view. Children were playing and laughing in the streets, their laughter as clear and pleasant as silver bells, like a cheerful nursery rhyme dancing joyfully in the air. It added a touch of vitality to this already lively village, as if spring flowers were blooming more brilliantly and colorfully at this moment. The shops lining the streets were dazzling with variety, their colorful signs shimmering under the bright sunlight with unique and enchanting radiance, like sparkling gems embedded on both sides of the street, glittering brilliantly. The small ramen shop was steaming with fragrant aroma, the rich scent almost tangible wafting through the air like invisible tendrils, gently teasing people's senses, making them salivate and eager to rush in and feast, indulging in the ultimate satisfaction brought by this earthly delicacy. The Huiying building stood majestically in the center of the village. This magnificent structure was meticulously built from indestructible rocks, each stone seeming to bear the weight of history. Its exterior was solemn and dignified, exuding an awe-inspiring aura like an ancient castle standing unyielding, having weathered the trials of time and the storms of ages. The walls of the building were engraved with the illustrious achievements of successive Huiyings, and the prominent symbols representing my village's supreme glory. Each carving told a tale of majestic and gripping history, as if transporting people back to those passionate burning years, stirring their blood and surging their hearts. The sunlight generously bathed the rooftop, the golden spire glittering brilliantly as if proudly displaying my village's glorious past and radiant present to the world. That light was like a beacon of hope, illuminating the path ahead and guiding people to constantly pursue light and justice. On both sides of the wide clean steps before the building stood guard ninjas, their postures as straight as spears. Their expressions were solemn and serious, their gazes as firm as iron, staring motionlessly ahead as if they had become an indestructible fortress protecting this core place, symbolizing my village's power and dignity. Their figures were like a steel great wall guarding the village's peace and tranquility, standing firm through any storms, never retreating. At the village's high point the Huiying rock stood tall. That massive rock was like an immortal monument bearing the weight of my village's profound history and supreme glory, still standing unyielding after the trials of time. Carved on the Huiying rock were the visages of successive Huiyings, each so lifelike that they seemed to still gaze upon this land they had fought bloodily and protected with all their might in an eternal posture. The visage of the first generation Huiying was solemn and dignified. His broad forehead seemed to contain boundless wisdom, and his deep eyes revealed the determination and courage of a pioneer. That gaze seemed to narrate the arduous journey and unwavering resolve in establishing my village, evoking reverence for this great pioneer. The second generation Huiying's countenance was stern and focused. His tightly pressed lips revealed his tenacity, and his sharp gaze displayed the decisiveness and foresight of a decision-maker. It seemed to constantly remind future generations to remain vigilant, to forge ahead in an ever-changing world and never be satisfied with the status quo. The third generation Huiying's image was kind and benevolent. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth carried a warm smile, and his gentle eyes exuded the tolerance and care of an elder. He seemed to silently guard the village's peace and harmony, embracing all with his broad heart. The fourth generation Huiying's visage was full of vigor and vitality. His confident smile was as bright as sunshine, and his firm gaze highlighted the fearless courage and strong sense of responsibility of a young leader. It seemed to inspire the new generation to move forward fearlessly, undaunted by challenges, and to spare no effort for the village's future. These visages were not only carved with exquisite detail, with every wrinkle and strand of hair clearly visible, but also seemed to embody the carver's full devotion and reverence. The rock's texture blended perfectly with the visages, making the entire Huiying rock appear naturally formed, showcasing both the rock's rigid texture and the human brilliance of the Huiyings. Whether day or night, whether spring, summer, autumn, or winter, the Huiying rock always stood there. Under the sunlight, the visages shone with a golden radiance, majestic and sacred, as if gods had descended, inspiring reverence. Under the moonlight, they appeared serene and mysterious, offering endless imagination and strength, as if silently telling ancient legends. Leaving my village, he set foot on the road out of the village. Rishang Xia bid farewell to the two ninjas Xinhua Chuyun and Gang Zidi, his gaze filled with determination and expectation. That gaze was like a burning torch illuminating the unknown path ahead. Rishang Xia saw the lush trees on both sides of the road, their thick branches and leaves intertwined like a green corridor winding into the distance, as if a mysterious passage to an unknown world. A gentle breeze brushed by and the leaves rustled as if whispering the mysterious secrets of nature, the sound like ancient incantations containing endless mysteries. The distant mountains undulated in a continuous range like a giant dragon, winding and stretching, majestic and magnificent. The peaks set against the sapphire blue sky and snow-white clouds created a breathtaking, picturesque tapestry that enchanted the viewer as if stepping into a fairyland. Hyūga Natsu hurried along the road when suddenly distant screams of terror and harsh shouts erupted from a nearby village. Frowning deeply, an ominous premonition stirring within him, he quickened his pace toward the commotion. When he arrived at the village, the scene before him ignited his rage. "These lawless scoundrels!" he cursed inwardly as a gang of vicious mountain bandits ran rampant through the settlement with utter impunity. Brandishing sharp blades, they drove the villagers around while looting sacks of grain and valuables. Several bandits dragged village women who struggled desperately in despair, their faces etched with terror and helplessness as they wailed. Witnessing this sight, Hyūga Natsu's fists clenched involuntarily. How can such innocents suffer this torment? His anger burned ever fiercer within his heart. Children cowered trembling in corners, while elderly villagers collapsed on the ground, weeping old tears, yet utterly powerless. "Ha! Drag those women away and load up all the grain!" The bandit leader cackled madly, revealing yellow teeth. "You wicked scoundrels, how dare you commit such atrocities in broad daylight?" Hyūga Natsu roared in fury, his voice thundering across the entire village. At that moment only one thought consumed his mind: he would exterminate every last bandit. The bandits were stunned by the sudden roar and turned toward Hyūga Natsu. The bandit leader scrutinized his attire and said in panic, "It's a ninja. Assemble quickly, let's fight him together." Hyūga Natsu's eyes turned ice cold as he activated the body flicker technique to swiftly close the distance. "Not a single bandit will escape." With that, his figure blurred and he instantly appeared before a bandit who hadn't yet reacted, still grappling a woman. A fierce palm strike sent the bandit flying like a ragdoll, his life extinguished in an instant. Seeing this, the other bandits charged at Hyūga Natsu, brandishing their weapons. Hyūga Natsu sneered. "Seeking death?" His agile figure weaved effortlessly through the bandit ranks. Each strike carried devastating force, and the bandits fell dead with cries of anguish. The bandit leader, seeing this, panicked and attempted to flee. Would Hyūga Natsu let him escape? Want to run? Not so easy. Using the body flicker technique, he pursued and subdued the leader to the ground. "Spare me, Ninjadano. Spare my life." The bandit leader knelt in terror, begging for mercy. Hyūga Natsu glared at him wrathfully. "You've committed so many evil deeds and still expect to live? Ninjadano, please spare me. I have an 18-year-old mother to care for, a 36-year-old son to support, and 72 concubines at home who depend on me. If I die, they'll all perish." The bandit leader in his panic rambled incoherently with nonsensical excuses. An 18-year-old mother, a 36-year-old son, 72 concubines. Hyūga Natsu contemplated the bandit's words in bewilderment. What kind of nonsense was this? Noticing Hyūga Natsu's distraction, the bandit leader's eyes flashed with malice. He pulled the rainstorm pear blossom needles from his pack and fired a volley directly at him. This concealed weapon, the rainstorm pear blossom needles, had been acquired by the bandit leader through sheer fortune. When triggered, countless silver needles shot forth with tremendous velocity and force nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, the damage was devastating. The needles were coated in lethal poison. A single strike meant death or grievous injury. Even those who survived the initial piercing would succumb to the toxin. To ordinary people, it was regarded as the king of hidden weapons. Even a strong genin ninja could fall victim to it with a moment's carelessness. The bandit leader believed this wholeheartedly. Had Hyūga Natsu known of this notion, he likely would have laughed aloud. A genin considered a powerhouse. Yet the bandit leader had indeed used it to slay several genin-level ninja before. Watching the dozens of silver needles whiz toward him, Hyūga Natsu swept his hand and dispersed them all. With another sweep of his hand, a giant constructive chakra descended upon the bandit leader. "Spare me, I was just Before he could finish, the chakra hand pressed him into the earth, extinguishing his life. The villagers gathered around, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. "Thank you, benefactor, for rescuing us. Without you we truly didn't know what to do." An elderly man spoke with trembling voice, tears filling his eyes. Hyūga Natsu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. When witnessing injustice, one must lend aid. First check if anyone is injured and attend to them promptly." His anger had subsided somewhat, and he now focused solely on helping the villagers address the aftermath. The villagers began bustling about, some tending to the wounded, others gathering belongings scattered by the bandits. Hyūga Natsu was equally busy helping right toppled huts and reorganizing the looted grain. At that moment a young girl came running with tears. "Uncle, my mother is hurt and bleeding heavily." Hyūga Natsu hurried after the girl into a dwelling where a woman lay on the ground with a deep wound on her arm. He quickly formed hand seals, channeling chakra infused with potent vitality into the wound, which closed visibly before their eyes. "Don't be afraid, little girl. Your mother will be all right," Hyūga Natsu comforted softly. After treating the woman's wound, he went to check on the other injured villagers. With his assistance, all the wounded received proper treatment. "Benefactor, these bandits frequently harass us and steal our grain. Thanks to you this time, but there are still many bandits at their stronghold. What if they return?" a young villager asked anxiously. Hyūga Natsu contemplated for a moment before replying. "Rest assured, I will inform the nearby ninja village to increase patrols in this area and protect everyone's safety." He resolved to eliminate this threat completely for the villagers. Hearing this, the villagers felt somewhat reassured. The villager continued, "We have submitted missions to the ninja village before, but it takes time for ninja to mobilize. Moreover, the bandits run rampant and seem unstoppable no matter how many we eliminate. Sigh, in these times even commoners near Konoha village in the Land of Fire struggle to survive. How much worse must it be for commoners in other villages of the Land of Fire, let alone those in other nations?" Hyūga Natsu pondered this. "Perhaps this is simply the norm in the Naruto world," he mused with a sigh. "In gratitude for saving our lives, we have prepared some food and water. Please accept our humble offering." A villager approached carrying a basket of food. Hyūga Natsu declined with a smile. "I appreciate your kindness, but please keep the food for yourselves and focus on rebuilding your homes." He only wished for the villagers to live peacefully, yet without changing this world such a hope remained unattainable. The villagers expressed their profound and sincere gratitude toward Hyūga Natsu once more. An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, spoke tremulously. "Thank you, benefactor, for rescuing us. Without you we truly didn't know what to do." These words carried both relief at survival and deep appreciation for their savior. When Rinnegan declined the food prepared by the villagers, they grew even more eager for him to accept this token of their gratitude, a heartfelt offering to express their thankfulness. Some villagers anxiously inquired about what would happen if the bandits returned, a reflection of both their lingering fear of past suffering and their reliance on and trust in Rinnegan, believing he could bring lasting peace. As Rinnegan departed, the villagers' gazes were filled with reluctance and reverence, their purest eyes and expressions conveying the gratitude that words could not fully capture. Rinnegan looked back at the villagers' eyes brimming with reluctance and respect, eyes like blazing flames that seared his heart, further fortifying the conviction within him. Those eyes held a deep longing for a peaceful life and ardent expectations of him, a heavy burden that pressed upon his shoulders like a 1,000-pound weight. He turned resolutely, his steps steady and powerful as he strode toward the bandits' stronghold. Along the way, scenes of the villagers' worried faces and trust-filled eyes flashed through his mind like a reel. Those faces, etched with worry, bore the marks of life's hardships and helplessness. The deep wrinkles seemed like scars carved by time's tribulations. Those eyes, full of hope like twinkling stars in the night sky, held boundless aspirations. All of this seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind, unforgettable and undeniable. He knew that unless he eradicated the root of this bandit menace, the kind and simple villagers would never know peace, forever living in fear and pain. The stronghold loomed atop the mountain ahead like a monstrous beast exuding an aura of evil. The steep cliffs and treacherous terrain served as a natural barrier for this malignant force. Rinnegan's gaze was firm, his pace swift as he approached. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen, with only the occasional wind whistling like a low moan foretelling the impending storm. Within this stillness lay countless dangers and unknowns, yet Rinnegan showed no fear. The conviction in his heart shone like a beacon illuminating his path forward. He pressed against the wall, slipping in like a ghost. Inside the stronghold a few bandits sat huddled together, loudly boasting about their last plunder. "Hey! We really struck it rich last time." Those villagers were so scared they wet themselves and handed over their valuables. A bandit with a fierce scarred face said smugly, then raised his wine jug and took a deep gulp, the liquor trickling down his chin adding to his vulgar appearance. The wine dripped onto his filthy clothes, but he paid it no mind, his eyes consumed only by greed and satisfaction over the wealth. Haha, exactly. Especially that old man at the village entrance, trembling as he brought out treasures he had hidden for years. Another bandit chimed in, his eyes full of avarice, as if ready to devour everything. His hands rubbed together incessantly, as if still savoring the feel of the loot, and a wicked grin curled at the corners of his mouth. And those little brats crying and whining, they annoyed me to no end. If the boss hadn't stopped me, I'd have taught them a lesson. A burly muscular bandit said viciously, swinging his broadsword as if reliving the moment. The sword whirred through the air, a display of his strength and brutality. In our stronghold even the old and children must be shown no mercy. We have to be fierce to keep them in line. Let them know our might so they'll never dare resist. The leader of the bandits glared with a sinister look and spoke in a harsh tone, his eyes revealing cruelty and ruthlessness. His knuckles turned white from clenching and the muscles in his face trembled with rage as if he would crush all resistance in its cradle. Overhearing this, Rinnegan's eyes flashed with uncontrollable fury. He cursed inwardly, these heartless wretches must be wiped out root and branch to ensure the villagers' eternal peace. He leaped out, a kunai appearing in his hand. As chakra surged through the blade he swung his arm and hurled it. A flash of cold light, and before the bandit could react he fell, blood gushing from his neck. The remaining bandits, startled, grabbed their weapons and charged at Rinnegan with vicious faces. Rinnegan directly conjured a massive chakra hand and slammed it down. An immense force erupted instantly, the ground shaking violently as all the bandits were crushed into the earth by the tremendous pressure, their lives extinguished in an instant. Dust filled the air, mingling with the scent of blood. After slaying the young bandits, Rinnegan's clothes remained spotless, as if he were a tourist out for a stroll. Yet just as he paused to catch his breath, the remaining elderly and children charged at him recklessly, their eyes filled with hatred and madness. They brandished crude sticks and farm tools, letting out furious roars tinged with despair and grief. Their faces were twisted, their eyes showing a desperate resolve, as if they would use their last strength to avenge their fallen kin. A flicker of pity stirred in Rinnegan's heart, but he knew that softening now would be an injustice to the innocent villagers. Rinnegan gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's not you who are wrong, it's this world. May you be reborn as good people in your next life." Chakra surged within him as he once again conjured a massive chakra hand. Yet the elderly and children, as if oblivious, continued their frenzied charge. With no other choice, Rinnegan pressed down. A thunderous roar followed, and the surroundings were reduced to rubble with no one left alive. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sorrow, suffocating. He silently gathered the loot the bandits had plundered, his steps heavy as he prepared to leave the blood-soaked, mournful stronghold. The glow of the setting sun cast a long, solitary shadow behind him, laden with weight. His steps were somewhat heavy, each one carrying deep contemplation and melancholy. He gazed at the distant village, silently vowing that such tragedies would never recur, and that he would use his power to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land. When he returned to the village, the villagers cheered and welcomed him. Yet Rinnegan's face bore no joy, for he knew that behind this victory lay the loss of countless lives. He returned the valuables to the villagers, then silently turned and walked away, leaving behind a solitary and resolute silhouette. Hyūga Natsu bid farewell to the village, his resolve unshaken, and set forth resolutely on the arduous journey toward Kirigakure. A blazing fire burned in his gaze, born of an insatiable hunger for unknown challenges and an unwavering pursuit of strength. He first traversed the dense, shadowy forest. Here towering trees stood like ancient giants, their interwoven branches forming an impenetrable emerald canopy that shut out the sky, as if sealing this realm from the world beyond. Sunlight struggled through the narrow gaps between leaves, cascading down in thin golden threads that dappled the forest floor like scattered stars. A humid miasma hung heavy in the forest, so thick it seemed ready to weep, draping the earth beneath a silent gossamer veil. Unfamiliar birds trilled from the branches, their crystalline voices carrying an ineffable mystery, as if whispering tales of the forest's hidden wonders. Emerging from the woods, Hyūga Natsu found himself in a seemingly prosperous town. Crowds thronged its streets, the clamor of carts and voices filling every corner. Merchants lined the thoroughfares, their clamorous calls weaving through the cacophony as they enthusiastically hawked rare and exotic wares. Colorful curiosities and strange goods overflowed every stall, dazzling the eye. Yet beneath this flourishing veneer Hyūga Natsu discerned a group of beggars huddled in shadowed corners. Their garments barely holding together through layers of patched cloth offered little protection against the biting wind that made them shiver uncontrollably. Despair and helplessness marred their features, their hollow gazes like stagnant pools utterly devoid of hope, as though abandoned by the world itself. He pressed onward into a secluded ravine where a crystal-clear stream murmured melodiously, its dancing waters singing nature's sweetest song. Wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, their riotous colors unfurling like a living tapestry painted in vivid breathtaking hues. Yet the mountain folk dwelling in this valley remained profoundly isolated by treacherous terrain, their access to the outside world nearly non-existent. Even basic necessities eluded them. Education remained a distant dream for the children here, as though the light of knowledge had forsaken this forgotten realm, leaving them trapped in perpetual darkness. To make matters worse, bandits preyed upon the valley with impunity, plundering the meager harvests the villagers had labored so painstakingly to cultivate. The valley's inhabitants lived perpetually shackled by fear and destitution, their days haunted by the looming specter of dangers yet unseen. He then entered an ancient temple where incense curled upward in ethereal wisps, wrapping the sanctum in an atmosphere at once mystical and reverent. Devotees stood with solemn faces, palms pressed together in prayer, whispering supplications to the divine with eyes full of unwavering faith. An elder, his face weathered by years of hardship, began to recount tales of days long past. Memories of wars, savagery, famines, torment, and boundless suffering crashed against Hyūga Natsu's heart like leaden boulders, plunging him into profound contemplation as turbulent waves of emotion refused to subside. His journey continued without pause, and soon he found himself in a tranquil border town. Beyond the town's edge the great wall coiled across the hills like a dragon in eternal slumber, its ancient stones bearing witness to centuries of rise and fall, whispering of glories past and tragedies endured. Yet the town's isolation stifled commerce, compelling most of its youth to seek fortune elsewhere, and leave behind only the elderly and children to tend the homeland. Deserted streets and shuttered storefronts painted a picture of decay, as though time itself had forsaken this place. Worse still, rogue ninjas roamed freely, preying upon the defenseless. Wielding their formidable ninja arts, these renegades burned, murdered, and looted with impunity, their cruelty beyond measure. Though fury simmered within the populace, none dared speak out against such overwhelming power, each person living as a startled bird, forever cowering from threats unseen. Leaving the town behind, he passed through a quiet fishing village where the faint dawn light had just begun to pierce the darkness and fishermen were already hard at work. Their figures stood slight yet unyielding against the sea wind, as though fused with the ocean itself into the fabric of the natural world. Day after day, despite their tireless efforts casting nets and enduring endless toil, the catches remained meager, insufficient to sustain their livelihoods. Each frown on their weather-beaten faces spoke of life's hardships, yet in their eyes lingered an abiding reverence and hope for the sea. The ocean was both their sustenance and their eternal anchor, a beacon guiding them through hardship's darkest hours. He next arrived at a bustling ferry crossing where vessels crisscrossed the river continuously like shuttles weaving cloth. The boatmen's rhythmic chants rang out, powerful enough to pierce the gale, their sunlit forms lean and sinewy, muscles taut with exertion. Yet he also noticed that some boatmen, worn down by years of backbreaking labor, carried permanently bowed spines crushed beneath life's relentless weight. Their faces, weathered by river winds, bore deep crevices of age like canyons carved by time itself. Their calloused hands told the story of a lifetime's labor, each thickened pad a testament to endurance. What wounded him most was the greed of local landlords and wealthy elites who mercilessly drove up rents and taxes, extracting every drop of the boatmen's blood and sweat. The boatmen languished in utter destitution, their meager earnings insufficient to survive, trapped in an endless cycle of poverty and desperation. Witnessing such injustice and suffering throughout the world, Hyūga Natsu's sense of mission surged within him like a torrent threatening to break free. He understood deeply that the path ahead remained long and fraught with countless perils, and that his quest to reshape this world would demand immense sacrifice and perseverance. Yet he feared nothing, for the conviction burning within his heart was an unquenchable flame that lit his way forward. He held firm to one truth as long as he continued to grow stronger. One day, through sheer strength of will and power, he would bring justice and peace to this world, ensuring every soul could live in happiness and tranquility, free from suffering and torment. Without hesitation, Hyūga Natsu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, space itself shattered beneath his power, the surrounding air warping and screeching as though torn apart. Only violent ripples of spatial energy lingered where he had stood, spreading outward like concentric waves before fading into silence. His figure had vanished into the vastness beyond, leaving only stillness and anticipation in his wake. Not far from a small bustling town that lay secluded from the clamor of the world, there existed an exceedingly hidden and little-known corner. Without any warning, the space erupted with an intense fluctuation like raging waves, as if tumultuous billows had burst forth, unleashing a formidable power that left one in awe. Then a tall and agile figure slowly emerged from the turbulent and mysterious void. It was none other than the dashing Hyūga. This place was actually a spatial mark that Hyūga had left behind when passing through earlier. Subsequently, Hyūga strode into the town with steady and resolute steps. He weaved through the bustling, densely packed crowd, his gaze focused and determined. Each step was taken with a clear and distinct purpose, as if a lighthouse guided his heart. He entered a seemingly worn-out weapon and armor shop that concealed hidden wonders. The walls inside were adorned with an array of weapons and armors, some gleaming with cold light, others exuding an ancient charm. The air was thick with a unique scent of mingled metal and leather, the breath left by time and battles. The shopkeeper was an old man, his face etched with the marks of years, yet his eyes gleamed with shrewdness and depth, as if they could pierce through all secrets of the world. The moment Hyūga stepped through the door, the old man lifted his head and scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. Without lingering, Hyūga walked straight to the area where armors were displayed, his eyes swiftly scanning each exhibit. When his sight fell upon a striking red Warring States armor as vivid as blazing flames, his eyes instantly sparkled like stars, as if he had found a beacon of hope in the darkness. He gently reached out, carefully stroking the surface of the armor, feeling its texture and grain as if communicating with a slumbering divine artifact. "Boss, how much is this set of armor?" Hyūga asked eagerly, his voice brimming with longing. The old man sauntered over slowly, gave him a thorough up-and-down look, and said leisurely, "Young man, you have a keen eye. This is the treasure of my shop, crafted from the finest rare materials by skilled artisans. Naturally, the price won't be cheap." Without a moment's hesitation, Hyūga expressed his genuine desire to purchase it, his gaze as firm as iron. Seeing this, the old man began to detail the armor's origins and unique features. "The design of this armor is meticulous. The layout of the large sleeves, torso, and side guards precisely protects vital points. Moreover, the material is made from the highest grade metal, forged through countless hammerings. It is a carefully crafted replica of the first Hokage's equipment, imbued with mysterious power and heritage." Hyūga listened and nodded attentively, as if absorbing an ancient epic. After a round of spirited bargaining, he finally purchased the armor at a considerable price. But his shopping trip did not end there. "Boss, do you have the equipment of the second, third, and fourth Hokage?" Hyūga asked expectantly, his eyes burning with fervor. The old man hesitated briefly, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, then slowly nodded and turned toward a massive cabinet at the back of the shop. He struggled to open the cabinet door, which seemed to bear the weight of history. From within, he carefully retrieved several sets of equipment, each exuding a unique aura. First, he brought out the second Hokage's equipment. It was a set of light armor in a deep blue hue, the plates as thin as cicada wings, yet incredibly tough. One could feel the formidable resilience it contained, like the mysterious power of the deep sea. The helmet bore exquisitely carved water patterns, so lifelike that the flowing lines seemed like animated streams, suggesting an endless water power, evoking the majestic might of the second Hokage's water release techniques. The shoulder guards, shaped like wings, had smooth and graceful lines that could rotate flexibly in battle, effectively protecting the shoulders without hindering movement, seamlessly blending with the body. The chest plate was inlaid with dazzling blue gems said to possess magical power that enhanced the potency and effective water release techniques, unleashing unimaginable strength. Next, the old man reverently presented the third Hokage's equipment. This set was predominantly an ancient, dignified brown, exuding a steady and profound aura, as if bearing the sediment of time and the vicissitudes of history. The flame emblem on the helmet was striking and majestic, its blazing shape symbolizing the third Hokage's mastery and formidable power over fire release, as if the raging flames could consume all enemies. The joints of the armor were specially treated soft and elastic, allowing the wearer to execute complex ninjutsu movements freely and without hindrance, like a graceful yet deadly dance. The arm guards and leg guards were covered in dense, mysterious runes. These runes were said to contain ancient and potent power, enhancing the flow's speed and control precision of chakra, enabling more accurate ninjutsu release in battle. Finally, the old man solemnly brought out the fourth Hokage's equipment. It was a dazzling golden streamlined armor, shining with a blinding brilliance like a radiant sun, illuminating the entire room. The helmet's design was futuristic, with special crystal lenses set over the eyes. These lenses, through meticulous polishing and enhancement, provided the wearer with exceptionally clear vision during intense combat, even revealing the enemy's slightest weaknesses, granting a decisive advantage. It also came with a cape made of light yet sturdy material, which seemed to provide powerful and stable extra support when performing the Flying Thunder God technique, making the instantaneous movement faster and more precise, like lightning darting across the battlefield. The spiral pattern on the chest plate seemed to embody the profound mysteries of time and space, while the device on the arm guards concealed secrets capable of instantly releasing powerful wind-natured chakra, forming a fierce attacking force that could shatter all obstacles like a storm. Rishiang Xiao was overjoyed, his eyes shining with excitement, as if he had found a long-cherished treasure. Without hesitation he purchased all these precious pieces of equipment. He carefully inspected each piece, his gaze focused and sharp, leaving no detail unchecked to ensure there were no flaws or defects. After paying, Rishiang Xiao left the shop with these invaluable armors. He knew well that these were not merely external protective tools but indispensable aids in his future battles. The gloomy sky hung like a massive leaden slab pressing heavily upon the rain village. The thick dark clouds were like mountains of ink so dense they seemed ready to drip down, dyeing the entire world in a somber haze. Endless rain poured down like a fine beaded curtain, weaving a misty veil between heaven and earth. The clouds were so thick they seemed ready to squeeze out water at any moment. A bitter wind howled through the streets and alleys like a rampaging beast, bringing waves of chill. This cold wind was like a knife scraping against faces with pain and causing everything around to shiver. Trees by the roadside swayed violently in the storm, their branches and leaves battered and scattered. Fallen leaves drifted with the rainwater like lonely, helpless spirits. In an extremely concealed and little-known corner not far from the rain village, space suddenly erupted in a violent, intense fluctuation. That fluctuation surged with overwhelming force like a furious tidal wave that burst forth, instantly stirring up layers of invisible ripples. This powerful force shattered the tranquility of that space, causing the surrounding air to tremble and twist. The grass nearby was flattened by the impact and mud splashed everywhere. Then a tall and agile figure slowly emerged from that turbulent unknown space, appearing as if from nowhere. A man stood proudly, his posture as straight as a pine, his stature imposing as if he could support the heavens and earth. His silhouette stood out starkly against the chaotic background like the only light in the darkness. He wore a cat-faced mask of the Konoha Umbu, mysterious and majestic, making it impossible to glimpse his true features. The mask's lines were sharp and cold, adding to his enigmatic aura. Hyūga Natsu's eyes were already the golden Tenseigan, revealing his caution for the success of this mission. Yet he wore black contact lenses to conceal his golden eyes, further piquing curiosity and speculation about his identity and purpose. He was clad in a striking red Sengoku armor, as bright as a blazing flame, which still gleamed in the dim environment, as if carrying an eternal fire within. This armor was ingeniously designed, crafted with exquisite skill, consisting only of shoulder guards, torso plate, and side guards, yet precisely protecting the arms, legs, chest, and abdomen. Every piece of protection was perfectly placed, showcasing the maker's meticulous craftsmanship. Underneath the armor he wore only ordinary clothes, yet this seemingly simple combination on him presented an extraordinary harmony, as if the mundane and the magnificent were meant to be united. The armor's appearance was simple yet contained infinite subtlety, every fine texture and line displayed the masterful artistry and unique design. The textures seemed like ancient runes holding mysterious power, the lines flowed smoothly and gracefully like a masterpiece from a great artist. With his long hair cascading like a waterfall and swaying gently in the wind, it added an extraordinary aura of unshakable stability, as if the first Hokage had been reborn. This person was none other than Hyūga Natsu, donning the first Hokage's equipment. Now fully focused, he moved like a wisp of smoke, carefully concealing his presence. He was like a phantom of the night, swiftly approaching the rain village with lightning speed. His steps were as light as falling snow, soundless and as agile as a deer darting through the forest, each footfall almost as silent as a feather, as if perfectly merging with the surroundings. His gaze was firm and sharp like a drawn blade, piercing through the rain, locking onto the direction of the rain village. His goal was clear as a brilliant star in the night sky, shining with unwavering determination, a resolve that would not rest until achieved. It rained all year in the rain village. As he stepped into it under the downpour, the sight before him tightened his heart as if struck by a heavy hammer. On the streets few pedestrians wandered, those who did walked hurriedly, holding umbrellas, heads bowed, avoiding any eye contact as if afraid of being swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. Their eyes were filled with deep fear and endless unease, as if every moment they dreaded the arrival of unknown calamity, a fear that lingered like a shadow over their hearts, never fading. Once bustling marketplaces were now desolate, most shops were closed, their locks rusty, doors worn and shabby, telling tales of past prosperity and present decline. Those few shops still open had sparse goods, the shopkeepers listlessly sitting behind counters, eyes vacant, lacking any interest in attracting passers-by, as if they had lost all hope in life. In a corner, barely sheltering from the rain, he saw a thin child huddled, shivering, the small body swaying in the wind and rain. The child's face was streaked with tears, murmuring a desire for food, a voice weak but filled with endless sorrow. The child's mother held him tightly in her arms, her eyes revealing despair and helplessness, a look that could pierce one's heart. Hyūga Natsu felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if thousands of needles were stabbing. In his past life, children of this age were carefree and studying, but in the Naruto world they could only beg for survival, lucky to be chosen as cannon fodder ninja or die of starvation on the streets. He knew this was the result of the Akatsuki's plundering of wealth. Many families had no food to eat or clothes to wear. Children were gaunt and hollow-eyed, robbed of their innocence and vitality like wilted flowers struggling in the dark. As he continued, he heard a noisy quarrel. 2 villagers were arguing over a trivial matter, their voices grating in the silent street. But bystanders dared not intervene, only watching from afar, their eyes filled with fear and resignation. Under the Akatsuki's oppressive rule, normal order had collapsed. People feared that meddling would bring disaster upon themselves, so they chose silence and avoidance. Crimes were rampant, theft and robbery commonplace, and lawless individuals acted with impunity, with no one daring to stop them. Justice could not be served, and the dignity of the law was trampled mercilessly like a treasure discarded in the mud. Passing by a ninja academy, Hyūga Natsu saw the campus overgrown with weeds, the wild growth threatening to swallow the entire school. Classroom windows were broken, shards of glass scattered on the floor reflecting a dim light in the rain. Desks and chairs were damaged and haphazardly placed as if ravaged by a brutal catastrophe. Where once the sound of reading echoed, now it was terrifyingly silent, only the howling wind and rain resounding through the empty campus. Children had lost the opportunity for a good education, the transmission of knowledge was severed, and the hope for the future grew dim like a ship lost in the dark, unable to find its way. Under the Akatsuki's influence, the buildings of the Rain Village had also fallen into disrepair. Many houses were dilapidated, walls covered with cracks like scars of time telling of the village's suffering. Roofs leaked, the dripping sound echoing inside like a mournful melody. The roads were potholed and filled with rainwater, making it easy to slip and fall as if life had set up countless traps. The once beautiful and peaceful Rain Village had become a place of despair and pain, like a forgotten corner of the world. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with continuous fine rain falling like silk threads, enveloping the entire Yuying village in a misty haze, making it indistinct as if the village itself was veiled by a mysterious shroud. Raindrops struck the pond, splashing countless droplets, ripples spreading layer by layer, disturbing the gloomy sky reflected in the water. Hyūga Natsu stepped with steady and resolute strides into this mysterious and oppressive village. The rain fell relentlessly on him, soaking his clothes and hair, yet his eyes showed no trace of retreat or hesitation, only determination and resolve. The streets were filled with a damp atmosphere, desolate and quiet, with only the crisp sound of raindrops hitting the ground which stood out distinctly in the silence. Occasionally a few passers-by hurried by, their heads lowered, their eyes filled with fear and unease as if bound by invisible shackles. Hyūga Natsu looked around. The ancient buildings appeared even more weathered under the constant rain, with moss spreading wildly on the walls as if to devour what little remained. The narrow roads were puddled with water, and with every step he took a splash of water would briefly bloom in the air before quickly falling. Just as Hyūga Natsu stepped into Yuying village, in the tallest building of the village, 6 figures with eyes bearing concentric circles suddenly seemed to sense something. These 6 were none other than Paien's 6 paths. The 6 paths of Paien included the Deva path, whose tall and upright figure radiated an inviolable dignity in the dimness. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing the weight of the entire world, standing there like a towering mountain. His face was stern, with sharp features like a sculpture, every line seemingly meticulously carved, displaying a cold perfection. Those eyes were deep and ruthless, as if capable of seeing through everything, with no trace of pity or tenderness in their depths, only endless coldness and determination. His hair was combed back neatly, revealing a broad forehead, adding to his domineering aura. That forehead was smooth and broad, as if a symbol of wisdom and power. The black robe he wore fluttered in the wind, as if merging with the darkness, the hem crackling like a banner in the night. The human path Paien had eyes that held a mysterious depth, seeming to see through a person's soul in the misty rain. His gaze was like an abyss, trapping anyone who fell into it, as if hiding countless secrets and unknowns. His face was slightly gaunt, yet held an indescribable cunning. On his thin cheeks the cheekbones were slightly prominent, highlighting his shrewdness and calculation. His hair was casually scattered over his shoulders, adding a touch of wildness. That hair was as soft as silk, yet carried a rebellious untidiness, as if telling of his inner freedom and defiance. His attire was simple and practical, convenient for movement. The clothing fit his body without any unnecessary decoration, yet it was perfectly appropriate, showcasing his agility and decisiveness. The Azura Path Paien had a body as hard as machinery, covered with metallic patterns and devices. Amidst the drizzling rain his body emitted a faint cold light, as if forged from steel. His head had sharp edges seemingly designed to break through all obstacles. His eyes burned with the fervor of battle, a flame that once ignited could never be extinguished. His arms and legs were equipped with various weapons, exuding a chilling aura. Those weapons were sharp and deadly, each one like a symbol of death, inspiring fear. The animal path Paien had a smaller stature but exuded a strange agility. In the damp air her figure was like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. A sinister smile lingered on her face, sending chills down one's spine. That smile carried a cruelty and mercilessness, as if mocking everything in the world. She wore strange attire adorned with various odd runes and patterns. Those runes and patterns flickered with eerie light as if telling ancient and evil secrets. The hungry ghost path Payan was bloated and obese, giving a heavy sense of oppression in the gloomy environment. His body was like a moving hill, each step making the earth tremble. His face was sorrowful, as if eternally suffering from hunger. That sorrowful expression was like a mark carved into his face, evoking both pity and fear. His clothes were loose and tattered, as if they would burst at any moment from his massive body. The garments seemed small and fragile on him, as if unable to bear his weight. The Hell Path Payan had a face as pale as paper, like an emissary from the underworld. In the continuous rain his face seemed covered in frost, devoid of any life. His eyes were hollow and vacant, yet seemed to connect to the abyss of hell. In those empty eyes endless pain and torment appeared to be hidden, making one dare not look directly. His attire was solemn and dignified, filled with the aura of death. The black robe was embroidered with mysterious symbols, as if praising and revering death. A flicker of alertness passed through their cold eyes, like a lone wolf in the cold night catching a strange scent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, using the unique transcendent perception of the Rinnegan to detect that unusual aura. That aura was like a faint ripple in his perception, yet it drew his utmost attention. "An unfamiliar chakra has entered the village," Payan said in a low voice, his voice echoing in the empty room with undeniable authority. That voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Beside him, Xiaonan slightly frowned, a trace of worry appearing on her beautiful face as she said, "Could it be an enemy?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and tension. The worried expression was like dark clouds covering the bright moon, casting a shadow over her originally beautiful face. Payan was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up, his tall figure exuding a powerful aura, and said firmly, "No matter who it is, they cannot disrupt our plan. Prepare to face the enemy." His words were like a command, decisive and resolute. That firm tone was filled with confidence and determination, as if no force could obstruct his will. Meanwhile, Hyūga Natsu continued to move cautiously through Yuying village. He knew that Nagato possessed a technique called the Rain Tiger At Will technique, which allowed him to merge his chakra into the rain, thereby monitoring the entire village. He had already attracted the attention of the other side, but he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he became even more vigilant. The rain continued to fall unceasingly, its crisp sound persistently striking the armor of Hinata Natsu like a stirring war drum, causing his heartbeat to quicken slightly. Raindrops fell, splashing tiny water blossoms, as if recounting the impending storm. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense, like an invisible net that was constantly tightening, pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. Each raindrop felt like a small source of pressure, ceaselessly reminding him of the approaching danger. Pain stood before the window of a tall building, his expression cold and stern. The mysterious and powerful Rinnegan slowly rotated, emitting a chilling light as if it could truly see through everything in the world. He gazed at the village shrouded in rain, secretly calculating a strategy to deal with this uninvited guest. Who is this intruder? How dare he act recklessly on my territory? Pain's voice was low and commanding, like a thunderclap exploding in the air. A subordinate beside him replied respectfully, "Leader, we still do not know his identity, but from his actions he is certainly not a good person." Pain nodded slightly. His face, as sculpted as a statue, showed not a trace of emotion, yet it conveyed a heavy sense of oppression. "Search the entire village and find this uninvited guest." Pain's voice was decisive and commanding. Instantly, the hidden sentinels and patrol ninjas of the Rain Village moved swiftly like arrows from a bowstring, and an intense battle of search and counter-search was about to unfold. Hinata Natsu hid under a dilapidated eaves, not daring to breathe, tensely holding his breath as he observed the surroundings. He knew that true danger was imminent, but a firm light flickered in his eyes and his heart was fully prepared to face the challenge. That resolute gaze seemed to tell of his unwavering courage. The rain still fell, pattering without end. However, Hinata Natsu's figure hidden under the broken eaves ultimately could not escape the sharp hawk-like eyes of Pain's subordinates. "Found him! Over there!" A sharp cry shattered the silence of the rain. Instantly, several figures shot toward Hinata Natsu's direction like lightning. Hinata Natsu's heart skipped a beat, and tension surged within him, but he quickly forced himself to calm down, his gaze unwavering. "Hurry and inform Lady Konan and Lord Leader," a Rain Village ninja who appeared to be a squad leader said urgently to the whirlwind beside him. "Understood." The whirlwind leaped and vanished instantly. Hinata Natsu slowly stood up, his armor gleaming coldly under the rain. Facing the approaching enemies, he took a deep breath, and the chakra within him began to stir slowly. He knew this would be a hard battle, but he was not afraid. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. His upright posture, like a fortress forged of steel, exuded an aura of fearlessness. Pain's subordinates rapidly surrounded Hinata Natsu, each face etched with vigilance and hostility. Hinata Natsu swept his gaze across the surrounding enemies, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a fearless smile. That smile carried a confidence and composure, as if the predicament before him was merely a minor challenge. "Come on, let me see your strength." Hinata Natsu's voice echoed in the rain, and the battle was about to erupt. Shrouded in the rain curtain, Hinata Natsu stood alone against Pain's numerous subordinates, his expression cold as ice. In the tallest building of the Rain Village, the whirlwind hurried in to report. "Lord Leader, the intruder has been found." Tendo Pain nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "I know." His icy voice was like a cold wind in the night, sending chills down one's spine. "Conan, let's go." Tendo Pain finished speaking and headed toward the battlefield with Conan. Conan wore a blue paper robe, her eyes clear and cold like a spirit of the rain. Her movements were light and graceful, walking side by side with Tendo Pain, exuding a mysterious aura. Moments later, Tendo Pain arrived at the battlefield. Looking at Hinata Natsu, he asked in a commanding tone, "Who are you? What business do you have in my Rain Village?" Hinata Natsu felt a wave of speechlessness inside. What kind of cheesy line is this? He even blurted out the classic line of those little devils. But outwardly he showed nothing, declaring loudly, "I am Hashirama Senju, and I have come to borrow something." Tendo Pain frowned and said coldly, "Playing tricks. The first Hokage has been dead for decades. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating the first Hokage?" Hinata Natsu laughed heartily and replied, "My identity is not something someone like you can easily discern. I have come today only to borrow the object that can change fate." Tendo Pain's gaze grew even colder. "There is nothing you want in the Rain Village. Leave immediately or don't blame me for being rude." Hinata Natsu was unafraid, puffing out his chest and saying, "If you won't lend it to me, then I'll take it myself." Tendo Pain roared angrily, "Arrogant fool! Attack!" Tendo Pain gave the order decisively to his subordinates. "Yes." Then the Rain Village ninjas charged at Hinata Natsu in unison. Some ninjas used fire release blazing flames burning in the rain as if to devour everything. Others employed lightning release blue arcs flickering in the rain like furious dragons. Various ninjutsu interwove and came crashing down upon Hinata Natsu from all directions. Hinata Natsu showed no fear. He shouted, "Would release deep forest emergence." He clapped his hands together, and a strange surge of chakra rose. Suddenly thick wooden pillars burst from the ground, rushing toward the enemies like giant pythons. Pain's subordinates panicked and scrambled to evade. "What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so powerful!" one ninja cried in terror. "Dodge!" another ninja shouted in warning. But the wooden pillars were extremely fast, instantly knocking several people away. Those pillars seemed alive, twisting their bodies and exuding immense power. Hinata Natsu's eyes focused and he shouted again, "Would release binding technique." He moved his hands once more. The surrounding trees seemed to come to life, branches growing wildly like countless tentacles to entangle the Rain Village ninjas. The Rain Village ninjas hurriedly countered with ninjutsu, unleashing fire release and lightning release, but against the resilient wood release the effect was minimal. "This wood release is too strong. What should we do?" one ninja asked anxiously. "Don't panic. Everyone attack together," another ninja shouted. The branches like flexible ropes tightly bound the Rain Village ninjas, rendering them unable to move. One ninja seized the opportunity to rush close to Hinata Natsu, swinging a blade at him. Hinata Natsu, unruffled, shouted, "Wood release, wood wall technique." A wooden wall rose instantly in front of him, blocking the attack. Then he manipulated the wall to push forward, sending the enemy flying. That wooden wall was thick and solid like an insurmountable barrier. Subsequently, Hyūga Natsuki's eyes snapped wide open, twin flames of fire blazing within his gaze. His palms came together as he chanted mysterious incantations, the low and enigmatic voice flowing through the air like an ancient symphony. The earth trembled violently, as though a great beast sleeping for 10,000 years were about to roar forth from beneath. He bellowed with all his might, "Would release giant forest manifestation." In the next instant, countless thick roots surged wildly from the ground like giant pythons, kicking up clouds of dust as they rose with devastating momentum. Those roots writhed and coiled like living serpents, as if declaring their immense power to the world. Then enormous trees erupted from the ground, one after another, their trunks soaring into the clouds. The rough bark resembled ancient armor, exuding a profound and weighty aura. Lush branches and leaves spread rapidly in all directions like giant umbrellas, blotting out the sky. Emerald leaves shimmered with otherworldly radiance, each one brimming with boundless vitality and strength. The leaves trembled slightly, rustling as if whispering ancient secrets. But when Hyūga Natsuki launched his attack, the leaves instantly transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, whistling through the air at astonishing speed. They traced graceful arcs across the sky, leaving trails of green light like brilliant meteors streaking across the night. The branches seemed alive, dancing with remarkable flexibility. Sometimes they lashed at enemies like long whips, stirring fierce gusts of wind. At other times, they grasped like colossal hands, unleashing tremendous power. The entire tree radiated an enigmatic green light, enveloping Hyūga Natsu like his most impregnable fortress, striking terror into his foes. Beautiful yet deadly flowers bud on the branches, blooming instantly to release an alluring fragrance that concealed lethal danger. The petals trembled slightly, as though ready to transform into piercing weapons at any moment. At this juncture, a ninja shouted in terror, "This power is simply terrifying! How could we possibly withstand it?" Another ninja grit his teeth and declared, "Don't panic. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat him." Pain observed the scene, his eyes turning cold as ancient ice. He slowly raised his hand and roared, "Almighty push!" An overwhelming gravitational force surged forth, distorting the very air around. Hyūga Natsu felt his body grow light, as though he might be suctioned away at any moment. He clenched his teeth, sinews bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the gravitational pull. His feet dug deep into the ground, leaving grooves behind. Konan joined the battle, waving her hands gently as countless paper shards descended like snowflakes, dancing gracefully through the air. Though these paper fragments appeared fragile, they were extraordinarily sharp, their edges gleaming with cold light capable of slicing through steel. Konan spoke coldly. "Hashirama Senju, your death comes today." Hyūga Natsu replied fearlessly. "Then let us see. I, Hashirama Senju, shall not be easily defeated." Suddenly Konan's eyes narrowed sharply as she formed hand signs with remarkable speed. Those paper fragments, once drifting peacefully, suddenly grew restless, as though infused with immense energy. Mysterious light began shimmering upon them, growing ever brighter like stars on the verge of eruption. With a sharp cry, Konan triggered them, and the paper shards exploded like ignited explosives. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated as powerful shockwaves radiated outward, sending clouds of dust and rubble flying. Explosive flames shot skyward, illuminating everything like broad daylight. Shattered fragments from the paper rain cascaded in all directions, moving at tremendous speed with destructive power. Charged with scorching heat and overwhelming force, they flew toward Hyūga Natsu as though seeking to engulf him in this maelstrom of assault. Quickly, Hyūga Natsu activated would release, causing thick branches to interweave instantly into a formidable barrier to withstand Konan's attack. The battle raged on. Relying on the first Hokage's would release, Hyūga Natsu held his ground without faltering against the coordinated assault. Like a god of war concealed within the wooden fortifications, his presence struck fear into his enemies. Rain trickled down his face but could not extinguish the fighting spirit within him. He knew this battle had only just begun, yet he was fully prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, his eyes shining with resolve and courage. Hyūga Natsu proposed first. "Let us move outside the village. There are too many civilians here." Pain inclined his head slightly and responded, "As you wish." With an elegant yet resolute movement, Hyūga Natsu launched himself into the air, soaring beyond the village. Konan watched Pain with visible concern and said, "Be careful." Pain nodded lightly and swiftly rose into the sky, following Hyūga Natsu. The two arrived at a broad verdant forest, once serene and tranquil. A thrilling and perilous battle was about to erupt, the tense atmosphere freezing the surrounding air. The peace of this forest was moments from being shattered completely. Hyūga Natsu, portraying Hashirama Senju, stood like an immovable mountain, his gaze steady and resolute, as though no enemy could stir the slightest ripple before him. Pain's 6 paths appeared at the opposite end of the battlefield with an eerie yet majestic presence, emitting an aura that chilled the soul. Pain raised both hands abruptly, his eyes radiating boundless ruthlessness and dominance. With a roar, he declared, "Hashirama Senju, today is your end. My 6 paths of pain shall terminate your legend." As he moved, Almighty Push erupted with tremendous force. An immense repulsive wave surged toward Hyūga Natsu like a violent tidal surge, crushing everything in its path. Wherever that power swept, towering trees were uprooted like fragile straw, and wood chips rained down like a storm. The ground was torn apart in rolling layers of soil, transforming the once smooth forest floor into a pockmarked wasteland in the blink of an eye. Birds and beasts fled in terror, letting out desperate cries. One could almost hear the sound of roots snapping as trees were torn from the earth, and feel the unsettling tremors shaking the ground. Hyūga Natsu shouted directly, "Attacks of this level cannot harm me." He then struck his palms together forcefully and roared, "Would release giant forest manifestation." At that moment, one of Pain's ninja remarked, "This guy is simply too powerful. Can our leader really defeat him?" Another ninja replied, "Do not deflate ourselves by praising the enemy. Our god shall not fail." Pain continued his assault without the slightest slackening. As Nagato unleashed Shinra Tensei and Hyūga Natsu deployed with style tree world birth, the earth trembled violently. Countless colossal trees burst forth from the ground, instantly forming a vast boundless forest. Newly grown trees intertwined with those shattered by Shinra Tensei. Some snapped, others crushed and twisted as if narrating the ferocity of the battle. The land seemed torn asunder by the immense force, gaping fissures spreading like the maws of demons. One could almost feel the tremors of the earth, and witness the overwhelming spectacle of the trees' rampant growth, as if standing amidst the chaotic battlefield. The power of Shinra Tensei ceaselessly pounded the tree world, mercilessly destroying towering trees. Yet the force of tree world birth was unyielding, endlessly spawning new growth. The two forces clashed, warping the very air around them with their sheer might. The forest floor was repeatedly battered, leaving behind colossal craters. Mud and rocks flew in all directions as if heralding the apocalypse. Hyūga Natsu focused intently on controlling his wood style, silently thinking, "I must not let him succeed." Tendo Pain gritted his teeth and raised his hands once more, amplifying the power of Shinra Tensei. This fierce battle plunged the entire forest into utter chaos, as if the end of the world had already arrived. At that moment, Gakido of the Six Paths of Pain attempted to absorb Hyūga Natsu's chakra, shouting, "Let me drain your power." Hyūga Natsu sneered, his heart filled with disdain. "Naive!" Then he roared, "Wood style wood dragon!" A colossal, majestic wooden dragon roared and charged toward Gakido, instantly coiling around and binding him. Where the wood dragon passed, trees were knocked askew, some snapped in half, and leaves fluttered down like snowflakes. One could almost see the dragon's ferocious visage and feel the overwhelming pressure it exuded. Gakido struggled, crying out, "Save me!" Yet no one answered. The other four paths of pain were fully occupied with the chaotic battlefield. Human Path tried to close in on Hyūga Natsu, bellowing, "Dai Hashirama!" Hyūga Natsu casually waved his hand. "Wood style wood clone!" Several wooden clones appeared, instantly encircling Human Path and beating him until he was helpless. The wood clones collided with the surrounding trees, producing dull thuds. Many branches were broken and scattered on the ground. Human Path fended them off, shouting, "Damn it, this guy is too troublesome!" The demon summoned by Naraka Path was pierced by sharp wooden spikes from Hyūga Natsu's wood-style thornbine, and instantly disintegrated into ashes. The wooden spikes jutted abruptly from the ground, piercing nearby trees as well. Tree sap flowed, leaving a scene of devastation. Naraka Path exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" All the weapons and missiles launched by Azura Path were blocked by Hyūga Natsu's wood-style wood wall. The weapons and missiles struck the wood wall with a deafening roar. The shockwaves from the explosions pulverized the surrounding trees, sending wood chips flying through the air. Azura Path roared in anger, "This guy's wood style is too powerful." The massive summoned beast of Animal Path was seized by enormous wooden hands from Hyūga Natsu's wood-style wood grip, and held immobile. The beast's struggles toppled trees all around, and deep footprints were stamped into the ground. Animal Path cried out anxiously, "Break free!" The attacks of the Six Paths of Pain proved utterly futile against Hyūga Natsu's formidable wood style. Every strike Hyūga Natsu delivered carried immense power and presence, as if his mighty wood style would turn the entire battlefield into his own domain. Seeing the tide turn against him, Tendo Pain raised both hands high, his eyes blazing with fury, chakra surging wildly. He bellowed, "Chibaku Tensei!" The sky darkened instantly. A colossal black sphere appeared in the air, radiating a terrifying gravitational pull. Everything around, trees, rocks, even the air, was drawn toward the sphere. Trees were uprooted, twisted midair, and then tightly adhered to the black sphere. The ground itself cracked and split under the immense gravitational force, forming vast chasms. Hyūga Natsu could feel the overwhelming pull, as if he might be drawn up at any moment. His eyes narrowed. He knew well the devastating power of this technique. He formed hand seals again, unleashing his full power into wood-style tree world birth. Countless colossal trees surged upward, desperately resisting the gravity of Chibaku Tensei. The trees and the gravitational pull wrestled, producing sharp screeching sounds. Some trees were forcibly ripped from the ground, but new ones continuously sprouted, tenaciously contending with Chibaku Tensei. Tendo Pain shouted, "You cannot stop this technique." Hyūga Natsu replied firmly, "How would I know without trying?" Yet Tendo Pain was not finished. He raised his hands once more and roared, "Super Shinra Tensei!" A devastating, repulsive force erupted like a raging hurricane, obliterating everything in its path. Wherever the force passed, all was mercilessly destroyed. Towering trees were instantly reduced to dust, the ground was deeply gouged, and massive boulders were hurled into the sky like falling meteors. The entire forest seemed on the verge of being erased by this terrifying power. One could almost see the devastation raging and feel the despair of the apocalypse. The collision of Shinra Tensei and wood style produced a violent shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. The surrounding mountains were shaken, boulders tumbled, and cliffs collapsed. Trees in the forest were either uprooted or snapped in half, leaves swirling in the air like butterflies of despair. Cracks on the ground spread endlessly like a giant spiderweb, covering the entire earth. Rivers were severed, water splashed everywhere, and the surging currents were forced upstream by the immense power. In distant villages caught in the aftermath, houses collapsed, flames roared, and people fled in terror, their cries and screams mingling into a scene of utter chaos. Hyūga Natsu gritted his teeth and formed hand seals at lightning speed, pushing his wood style to its limits. Wood style, thousand-armed canopy. A colossal Buddha statue rose from the ground, its countless enormous arms swinging to confront the force of Super Shinra Tensei head-on. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves in every direction. Everything around trembled under the overwhelming power. This battle seemed like a clash between gods deciding the fate of the world. The terrifying force made the entire world tremble, and the once vast and serene forest now lay in ruins, bearing witness to this breathtaking battle. The battle between Hyūga Natsu and the Six Paths of Pain had reached its climax, the entire forest riddled with scars from the clash of their immense powers, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The Deva Path glared with fury, raising his hands once more to launch another assault. Yet Hyūga Natsu would not grant him that opportunity. He swiftly formed hand seals, his eyes exuding determination and dominance. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees, Hyūga Natsu thundered. In an instant, countless trees adorned with resplendent flowers burst forth from the ground, their dense pollen spreading through the air. These blossoms appeared dreamlike and beautiful, yet they harbored immense power. The flowering trees grew wildly, rapidly surging toward the Six Paths of Pain. The Deva Path attempted to use Almighty Push again, but before these magnificent and formidable trees his power seemed insignificant. The other five paths also unleashed their abilities to resist, but all efforts were in vain. The power of the flowers gradually enveloped the Six Paths of Pain, and they were firmly entangled by massive tree branches, unable to move. The pollen plunged them into chaos, robbing them of the ability to concentrate on battle. The Deva Path cried out in unwillingness. Hashirama Senjyu! Hyūga Natsu gazed with authority, his voice steady and firm. It's over. Your ambitions end here. Before Hyūga Natsu's mighty would release advent of a world of flowering trees, the Six Paths of Pain were utterly crushed, powerless to fight back. This thrilling battle finally came to a close, and the once peaceful forest now stood as a testament to the conflict, recounting Hyūga Natsu's unmatched strength and the terrifying might of wood release. Hyūga Natsu stood silently gazing at the defeated Six Paths of Pain, feeling no joy in his heart. He stood quietly on the devastated battlefield, a gentle breeze brushing past, lifting the hem of his robe. Around him the forest was utterly ravaged by the battle. Broken branches and scattered leaves littered the ground, while massive craters and fissures spoke of the fierce confrontation. The Deva Path lay not far away, already stripped of combat capability. Hyūga Natsu looked at him, his eyes devoid of a victor's pride, instead holding a deep contemplation. He knew that although this battle was won, the meaning behind it extended far beyond. In the sky a few birds tentatively flew past, as if bringing a touch of vitality to the land that had just weathered the storm. Hyūga Natsu slowly exhaled, beginning to organize his thoughts. He understood that this victory was merely a new beginning, with countless greater challenges awaiting him. Found you, Hyūga Natsu said, and then his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. On a desolate barren mountain, fierce winds howled and swept across with piercing screams, sand and dust swirling to blot out the sky, plunging the world into chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Hyūga Natsu, embodying the first Hokage, stood tall amidst the scene. His gaze was steady and resolute, his towering and majestic figure like an unshakable mountain, radiating an incomparable, overwhelming aura. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing determination and an unyielding will to win. Nagato, I have found you. Though you wield immense power, I, Hashirama Senju, bear the duty of protection and cannot retreat. No matter how formidable the enemy, I will use my wood release to safeguard the village and the peace of the shinobi world. This is not only for the present but also for future generations to live in tranquility. Across from him, Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered with a mysterious and formidable light, exuding boundless majesty. His expression was stern, his tightly pressed lips revealing his inner resolve. At this moment his mind churned violently. Hashirama Senju is truly the legendary ninja known as the god of shinobi, such overwhelming power. Nagato spoke with a manic fervor. But the pain I have endured convinces me that only by making the world experience ultimate suffering can true peace be achieved. Everything I do is to end this world of war and hatred. Nagato struck first, flinging his hands forward as the Rinnegan blazed like a scorching sun. In an instant, furious winds howled, flames roared into colossal pillars of fire, lightning lashed across the sky like silver serpents, and boulders plummeted like meteors with an aura of destruction. A myriad of powerful jutsu intertwined, forming a storm of devastation that swept toward Hyūga Natsu from all directions. The surging assault seemed intent on utterly annihilating the world itself. The earth quaked under the dreadful force, and even the mountains appeared ready to crumble. Nagato resolved inwardly. This strike will surely make Hashirama Senju witness my determination and power. Yet facing this overwhelming onslaught, Hyūga Natsu remained unruffled. He swiftly formed hand seals and roared. Would release deep forest emergence. Instantly the earth shook violently, and countless colossal trees erupted from the ground at an astonishing speed, their branches intertwining and leaves lush, forming a dense boundless forest that solidly withstood the fierce assault of the 6 paths of pain. Hyūga Natsu thought to himself. Such attacks cannot break through my defense. But Nagato as the original body possessed even greater power. He intensified his chakra output, the Rinnegan's radiance growing ever more dazzling. The power of the wind, fire, lightning, and earth jutsu multiplied severalfold. Flames burned hotter, lightning raged wilder, and the impact of the boulders became more terrifying. Under the relentless assault the trees snapped, and shattered with chips flying everywhere. The earth heaved up massive boulders and deep fissures appeared on the mountain. Seeing this, Nagato's Rinnegan spun rapidly, surging with immense chakra as he unleashed almighty push. A powerful repulsive force erupted, instantly snapping and destroying trees wherever it passed, turning them into clouds of wood chips. The ground was torn up, hurling huge rocks, and the mountain itself seemed to tremble. Nagato gritted his teeth. Hashirama Senju, I will not be easily stopped by you. But Hyūga Natsu showed no fear, his eyes blazing like torches. He formed seals again and shouted. Would release, wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon roared forth, its body coiling and twisting, charging at Nagato with bared fangs and claws. The dragon radiated a powerful life force, its immense aura seeming to devour everything in its path. Hyūga Natsu firmly believed. My wood release will surely overcome your Rinnegan. Nagato manipulated universal pull, attempting to alter the dragon's course. Under his formidable chakra control, the dragon's advance was hindered, but Hyūga Natsu quickly amplified his chakra output, and the dragon surged forward once more. Yet Nagato's power was overwhelming. He once again unleashed the almighty push, jolting the wooden dragon back. Cracks spread across the dragon's body, and Rinnegan felt a tremendous force of recoil. Nagato's heart churned with anxiety. The power of Qianshou Zhujian is so formidable it's difficult to control. Yet he did not retreat, instead intensifying his assault. Nagato's black robe fluttered feebly in the wind, accentuating his gauntness and fragility. He breathed heavily, each inhalation a laborious struggle. He knew his body had reached its limit, yet a glimmer of stubbornness and defiance still lingered in his eyes. He understood that for the ideals in his heart he had paid an exorbitant price, and this broken, battered form was the weight of that sacrifice. He stood there silently, memories surging back like a tidal wave. The glory and honor of the past had now turned to fleeting smoke. He gazed at his hands that once commanded terrifying power, yet now could barely grasp an object with any strength. His heart was filled with helplessness and regret, yet he knew clearly that nothing could be undone. Nagato's body trembled slightly in the wind, his face pale as paper, his lips cracked as if parched for an eternity. His disheveled hair draped over his shoulders like a somber night, stripped of its former luster and vitality. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his tightly pressed lips betrayed his stubbornness and indomitability. His gaunt cheeks seemed sculpted by the chisel of time, every line telling of the hardships he had endured. He wore a black robe that fluttered helplessly in the wind like a solitary banner. His slender pale hands trembled faintly, as if they might lose all strength at any moment. His footsteps were heavy and sluggish, each step seemed to drain every ounce of his energy. And his legs, those legs that had been blasted nearly to pieces in brutal battle, were now nothing but mutilated stumps. He could only rely on special prosthetics and the meager support of chakra to barely remain standing. Every movement came with piercing pain, as if countless needles were stabbing his nerves. Those once powerful and agile legs were now like cursed ruins, no longer able to carry his steps in pursuit of dreams, forcing him to drag his heavy body through this cruel world, trudging forward with difficulty. Nagato exuded an icy aura that sent chills down the spine. He was like a solitary wanderer abandoned by fate, struggling through this harsh world. Yet beneath his seemingly despairing exterior burned an unquenchable flame of conviction. For the justice and peace he believed in, even with his broken body he pressed on resolutely. Just then the battle erupted once more. Nagato's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a series of chilling ninjutsu. Flames like furious dragons lunged at Rinnegan with bared fangs, the scorching heat instantly igniting the air, twisting everything around in the terrifying temperature. Lightning like wild silver serpents darted through the sky, its thunderous roar deafening the blinding glare impossible to face. Boulders like falling stars hurtled toward Rinnegan with immense force, each stone seemingly imbued with boundless destructive power. Rinnegan pressed his palms together, his expression focused and resolute, as if the entire world was under his command. He narrowed his eyes, a determined glint shining through with fine beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. He shouted, "With style, flower tree world descends!" In an instant, countless trees blossoming with flowers appeared as if from a dream. Vibrant petals drifted down like snowflakes, each one shimmering with a mysterious light as if containing boundless power. A thick cloud of pollen spread like a radiant mist, quickly enveloping Nagato. Nagato's movements were severely hindered, becoming sluggish and arduous, as if bound by invisible shackles. He roared, "Damn it, what kind of jutsu is this?" Rinnegan cried out. "This battle must be won for peace. To protect the innocent lives, to free this world from the shadow of war and suffering." Nagato gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury seeming to devour the entire world. His Rinnegan blazed radiantly like two scorching suns, exuding a terrifying, chilling aura. He bellowed, "Chibaku Tensei!" A colossal gravitational sphere materialized, its terrifying pull as if from an abyssal void. The immense force tried to draw Rinnegan and his wood style into it, compressing everything into annihilation. The earth cracked and split with spine-chilling sounds. Rocks from the mountains flew up like meteors streaking across the sky. The entire space seemed to warp like a painting twisted in madness. Nagato roared in his heart, "Even Yuchiensho Shujian cannot stop my will. I will make this world feel true pain, only then can true peace be achieved." A hint of resolve flashed in Rinnegan's eyes. He knew there was no turning back. He clenched his jaw, his fists tight, his chakra blazing like fire, the scorching heat threatening to melt everything around. He poured all his power into the wood style, shouting, "Wood style true, several thousand hands!" A colossal thousand-armed Buddha rose from the earth, a magnificent sight that left all in awe. Those countless giant palms carrying earth-shattering force struck at the Chibaku Tensei, each hand like a towering mountain filled with boundless power. Rinnegan cried out with determination, "No matter what, I must protect everyone's hope. I cannot let your mad plan succeed. This world needs peace, needs love and hope." With a deafening explosion, the entire space trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. The Chibaku Tensei shattered under the immense impact, scattering into countless fragments in the air. Those fragments shone like brilliant stars flickering with their last light. But Nagato did not give up. His eyes were filled with madness and obsession. He continued unleashing powerful jutsu, flames, lightning, gales, boulders, all sorts of terrifying forces intertwined, overwhelming Rinnegan. Nagato shouted, "You cannot stop me, Chiensho Jujian!" Rinnegan replied, "Your madness will only bring destruction, Nagato." Despite putting up a fierce resistance, Rinnegan gradually fell into a dire predicament under Nagato's relentless assault. His body was exhausted, but his eyes remained steadfast. He knew he could not give up. Changmen exuded a frigid aura as if it could freeze the very air around him, sending chills down one's spine. He stood there silently like a solitary wanderer, cruelly abandoned by fate, trudging arduously through this merciless world. His figure appeared slightly frail, yet it radiated a stubborn resilience. His eyes were hollow and bewildered, as if they had witnessed countless vicissitudes and tribulations. Yet beneath his seemingly despairing exterior there blazed an inextinguishable flame of faith. Though faint, the flame flickered tenaciously. For the justice and peace in his heart he pressed on steadfastly, even with his broken body. Just then the battle erupted once more. Changmen's eyes blazed with fury as if burning with raging fire. He roared hoarsely, "It's over! Super Shinra Tensei!" The voice like a thunderclap exploded in the silent forest, its echoes lingering long after, as if to shake the very heavens and earth. A repulsive force several times more powerful than Tian Dao Pei in Super Shinra Tensei surged through the forest like a raging torrent. The force was overwhelmingly tyrannical, rampaging like a violent hurricane with unstoppable momentum. Wherever it passed, everything was mercilessly annihilated. The towering sturdy trees offered no resistance against this terrifying power. They were forcibly uprooted, as fragile as blades of grass. The uprooted trees tumbled wildly in the air, then torn apart by the immense repulsive force, instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments that drifted down like a desolate rain of leaves. The ground impacted by this dreadful force sank deeply into a massive crater, as if pressed down by an invisible giant hand. The edges crumbled with soil and stones sliding down in a horrifying spectacle. Giant boulders like meteors were hurled into the sky by the repulsive force, glinting coldly in the sunlight. They traced arcs through the air before crashing down with thunderous roars. Each impact seemed to make the earth tremble anew, making the entire forest shudder in fear under the might of this power. Under this terrifying force, the entire forest seemed on the verge of being utterly erased, reduced to a barren wasteland. The once vibrant flora and trees were either uprooted or crushed to dust, leaving not a trace of their former vitality. At this moment Changmen's heart was filled with resolve and madness. He thought having come this far he could not turn back. This world was steeped in pain and injustice, and he would use his power to change it all. No matter the cost, he was willing to pay it. He gazed at the forest destroyed by his own power, feeling a mix of grim satisfaction and sorrow. He knew his actions would bring immense suffering, but he firmly believed that only through pain would people awaken and seek true peace. "It's time to end this," Xiangxia replied loudly, his voice filled with determination. His eyes were unwavering, as if challenging fate itself. "Sage mode activate." With his shout, a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from his body. In an instant, Xiangxia's formidable chakra transformed, converting into sage chakra. This sage chakra radiated a mysterious and potent energy as if from ancient deities. This aura carried an awe-inspiring majesty, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly, as if paying homage to this sacred power. "Sage art would style advent of a flowering tree world," Xiangxia shouted again. In an instant, countless flowering trees surged forth like a tidal wave, but this time they were far grander and more dazzling than before. Those towering trees, like giants striding out of a mythical realm, reached into the clouds, their branches lush as green canopies. The flowers, like resplendent gems, emanated enchanting light, each seeming to contain boundless mystical power. Thick pollen like a sage art storm quickly spread and engulfed the entire battlefield. Xiangxia's sage art would style advent of a flowering tree world was now tens of times more powerful than before. The overwhelming force was terrifying, as if it could reshape the heavens and earth, altering the world itself. When Xiangxia's sage art would style clashed fiercely with Changmen's super Shinra Tensei, the entire battlefield plunged into violent turmoil. The earth trembled incessantly under their fierce battle, as if a massive earthquake had struck. The ground split open with enormous cracks like terrifying abysses that could devour everything. The mountains seemed to totter, with rocks tumbling down, producing rumbling roars like thunder. The battle between Xiangxia and Changmen was a collision of the mightiest forces between heaven and earth, a scene so awe-inspiring it would be etched in memory forever. Each attack seemed to tear the sky, the sheer power darkening the heavens, scattering clouds and blocking the sunlight completely. Each defense seemed to uphold the entire world, its impregnable strength exuding an invincible power. Changmen exclaimed in shock. "How is this possible? Your power is this immense?" His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Xiangxia as if looking at an inconceivable monster. Xiangxia spoke with conviction. "This is the power to protect peace." His voice was firm and resolute, brimming with conviction. His eyes revealed a deep devotion, an unyielding pursuit of peace. Changmen roared unwillingly. "Everything I do is for this world. Why can't you understand?" His voice was filled with anger and helplessness. Pain twisted his face, as if mourning the fact that his ideals were not understood. Xiangxia replied. "Your way is wrong, Changmen. True peace is not achieved through pain and destruction." His eyes were filled with sympathy and understanding. He knew Changmen's heart was tormented by pain and struggle, yet he also understood that Changmen's method was unacceptable. Changmen shouted angrily. "Then tell me, what is true peace?" His voice was laden with doubt and longing. He yearned for an answer, one that could set him free. With unwavering determination, Hyūga Natsu declared, "True peace is a future built on mutual understanding, mutual tolerance, and collective effort. Not through fear and violence." Yet in his heart he thought, "Once I unify the ninja world, I can achieve peace." He knew his thoughts were somewhat selfish, but he believed in his own ability to realize genuine peace. Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei gradually lost its advantage against Hyūga Natsu's Sage Art would release Flower Tree World descends. The power of Sage Art would release surged like an unstoppable torrent, steadily suppressing the force of Super Shinra Tensei. Nagato watched his attack crumble with unwillingness, his eyes filled with despair and rage. His heart churned with resentment. He could not fathom why his power was so easily overwhelmed. "Summoning demonic statue of the outer path!" Nagato roared. A blinding flash of light erupted, and the demonic statue of the outer path materialized on the battlefield like a towering mountain. The colossal statue exuded an aura of malevolence, as if a demon from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. It bellowed and charged fiercely toward Hyūga Natsu. Its might was overwhelming, each step causing the earth to tremble violently. At that moment a fierce obsession surged within Nagato's heart. He thought, "I cannot fail. This world needs my power to change." He gazed at the demonic statue as if seeing his own hope. He believed that if the statue could defeat Hyūga Natsu, his ideals would be realized. Hyūga Natsu looked at the statue without a trace of fear in his eyes. He intensified the power of Sage Art would release, causing the blooming trees to grow even more wildly, entangling the demonic statue. The tree branches like colossal ropes tightly bound the statue. The statue struggled desperately, but under the influence of sage art would release, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Hinata Natsu's power seemed inexhaustible, rendering the statue unable to break free. He shouted, "End this, Nagato!" His voice echoed with resolve and strength. He knew this battle must conclude, for peace for this world. Nagato cried out in despair. "No, I cannot fail." His voice was steeped in hopelessness and reluctance. He refused to accept defeat, his ideals remained unfulfilled. In the end, Hinata Natsu's sage art would release flower tree world descends, completely overwhelmed Nagato's super Shinra Tensei, and the demonic statue. Nagato collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes heavy with exhaustion and despair. His heart filled with helplessness, he knew he had failed. Standing on the battlefield, Hinata Natsu looked at his defeated opponent without a shred of victor's pride. Suddenly a phrase from a past life slipped from his lips. "At the pinnacle of shinobi, defying the world with me, Hashirama, the heavens are mine." His gaze revealed a bold confidence. Nagato paused for a moment, then murmured, "Perhaps you are right, but I can no longer turn back." His voice carried a tone of resignation and regret. He knew his path had reached its end. Hinata Natsu said, "If you are willing, it is not too late. Let go of your hatred and together we can strive for the peace of this world." His voice was filled with hope and expectation. He wished Nagato could let go of the past and work for the future. Nagato shook his head. "My convictions have crumbled, I don't know where to go." His voice was laden with confusion and bewilderment. He didn't know what to do, his life had lost its direction. Hinata Natsu walked over to Nagato and said, "Trust me, we can create a beautiful future together." His eyes shone with sincerity and trust. He hoped Nagato would believe in him and strive for peace together. Nagato looked at Hinata Natsu, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Yet he knew that although this battle was over, the road ahead remained long. Their conflict was not merely a clash of power but a collision of beliefs, a relentless pursuit of peace and justice. Hinata Natsu gazed at Nagato, his eyes devoid of a victor's pride, instead holding a profound contemplation. He understood that this victory signified far more than the outcome. In the sky a few birds tentatively flew by, as if bringing a glimmer of life to the land that had just weathered the storm. Hinata Natsu exhaled slowly and began to collect his thoughts. He realized that this victory was merely a new beginning, greater challenges awaited him ahead. In the distance, Konan watched silently, her eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. She had witnessed the breathtaking battle and seen Hinata Natsu's strength. Now she didn't know how to face this outcome, her heart a mixture of sorrow over Nagato's defeat and awe at Hinata Natsu's power. Hinata Natsu turned and looked at Konan. His gaze was calm yet resolute, as if telling her that this brutal battle was fought to safeguard peace. Konan trembled slightly, she seemed to read something in his eyes. However, at that moment the previously suppressed demonic statue of the outer path suddenly erupted with an even more fearsome, malevolent aura. The energy like a black storm swept across the battlefield in an instant. The statue thrashed violently, and the vines that had tightly bound it began to crack. Hinata Natsu's eyes narrowed, he sensed trouble. "It seems this demonic statue won't be subdued so easily," he muttered to himself. Without a moment's hesitation he formed hand seals swiftly and shouted, "Sage Art, Thousand-Armed Cannon!" Instantly a colossal Buddha statue rose from the ground, its solemn and majestic presence radiating immense sage energy. The Buddha's countless arms swung through the air as if they could hold up the sky. The demonic statue roared and charged at the thousand-armed cannon, and the two collided. The entire battlefield quaked violently under the tremendous impact, the earth split, and rocks flew. Hinata Natsu gritted his teeth, pouring all his effort into controlling the thousand-armed cannon against the demonic statue. After a fierce struggle, the power of the demonic statue was once again suppressed. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata Natsu channeled the power of sage art would release, causing the blooming trees to sprout even thicker vines which coiled around the demonic statue like giant pythons. This time the statue could not break free, firmly bound in place. Hinata Natsu let out a long sigh, gazing at the subdued statue with a heart full of emotion. He knew the battle had been arduous, but he must persevere. To achieve true peace he could not afford to retreat. After the battle the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had come to a complete standstill. The once lush and vibrant forest had been utterly transformed, resembling a tragic canvas recklessly splattered by demonic hands. On the ground massive cracks sprawled like ferocious dragons, baring their fangs and claws unscrupulously extending their grotesque bodies as if tearing the very earth asunder. Deep within the crevices lay utter darkness, concealing untold fears and despair. The boulders hurled skyward by the fierce collision between Shinra Tensei and the sage art would release flowering tree world descent lay scattered haphazardly in every corner. Some rose like towering hills casting massive shadows, others lay scattered about like lonely relics forsaken by time itself. The peaks that had once soared into the clouds magnificent and imposing now stood on the verge of collapse. Trees on the mountainside had been uprooted lying crisscrossed upon the ground while boulders tumbled down like falling meteors. The mountainside was crisscrossed with fissures resembling an aged elder worn by the ravages of time ever poised to collapse beneath the crushing weight of centuries. The outline of the peaks grew indistinct through the lingering aftermath of battle shrouded in a hazy mist, ethereal yet imbued with boundless sorrow. Across the battlefield shattered tree trunks and broken branches lay strewn about like an ocean of despair. Some had been reduced to blackened charcoal reeking of acrid combustion, others had been torn to shreds fragile as paper ravaged by a howling gale. Those trees that had once bloomed with enchanting flowers now stood as mere skeletal remnants. The blossoms had long since withered, their petals scattered by the wind, a mournful floral rain whispering tales of the battle's cruelty and mercilessness. The earth scorched by the carnage turned pitch black as though seared by hellfire itself, emanating a nauseating acrid stench. The air hung heavy with dust and gunpowder, oppressive and suffocating, making breathing a struggle. Sunlight filtering through the particulate matter appeared dim and feeble as though mourning the devastation wrought upon this land. The silence on the battlefield was intermittently broken by the sound of rolling stones and the sighing wind, whispers that seemed to recount the brutal heroism of this harrowing engagement. At the center of the battlefield Nagato lay collapsed upon the ground, his strength spent. Beside him the ghetto statue lay heavily subdued by the sage art would release flowering tree world descent. The colossal form of the ghetto statue now seemed devoid of its former luster, its malevolent aura as though purified, leaving behind only boundless weariness and silence. It lay motionless there, akin to a silent monument bearing witness to this tumultuous battle, a stark warning of war's terrible consequences. Somewhat distant from the scene, Hyuga gazed upon the battlefield, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes betraying profound regret. He advanced with slow, deliberate steps, each stride feeling as though it trod upon heavy history. He understood that though this battle had been won, the cost had been staggering. Gazing upon Nagato, his expression held both compassion and resolve. In his heart he silently vowed this war had wrought too much destruction. The road ahead was long, and he must stand alongside Nagato to bring genuine peace to this world. A gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, stirring clouds of dust. This once vibrant forest had become nothing but ruins, prompting one to sigh at war's cruelty and ruthlessness. Yet even within these ruins hope was taking root. The handshake between Hyūga and Nagato was like a seed planted in this barren land, sowing the promise of peace. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet they believed that through united efforts this world would surely become a better place. Even as the ghetto statue remained entangled by the sage art would release flowering tree world descent, unable to break free, for now its colossal form still radiated an unsettling presence. Hyūga understood well that he could not allow the ghetto statue to persist, otherwise it might unleash disaster at any moment. He gazed steadily upon the statue, a fearsome presence that inspired dread. Its gigantic humanoid silhouette seemed plucked from ancient mythology, a terrifying giant that imposed an overwhelming sense of dread. That immense form exuded an oppressive and mysterious aura, naturally evoking reverence and fear. Upon the ghetto statue's visage were 9 eyes, some open and some closed, radiating an eerie luminescence. Each eye seemed to harbor infinite mysterious power, its profound darkness like an unfathomable abyss capable of piercing through one's very soul, rendering it impossible to meet its gaze. Its body resembled withered wood, rough and unyielding. That somber hue appeared as marks left by time itself, telling tales of ancient and weathered ages. The texture of its body mirrored dry, cracked bark interlacing in every direction, rich with the patina of ages. Upon its back 10 pillar-like protrusions rose like colossal spikes, piercing the heavens. These pillars emanated an overwhelming pressure, instilling a sense of irresistible power. Each one stood like a sword poised to pierce through an enemy's defenses at any moment. Hyūga knew full well that this ghetto statue had originally been sealed within the moon by the Sage of Six Paths. In ages past, the Sage of Six Paths with his incomprehensible power had sealed this terrifying entity within himself, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Yet as time flowed onward, the Sage of Six Paths grew old. To prevent any being from surpassing him, he ultimately divided the Ten Tails chakra into 9 parts. Thus the 9-tailed beasts were formed. What remained, the empty shell of the Ten Tails after all its chakra had been extracted, became the ghetto statue we see today. This shell was originally sealed within the moon by the Sage of Six Paths, but was later summoned forth by Uchiha Madara. The ghetto statue itself did not possess great power, but given sufficient chakra it could become extraordinarily formidable. For instance, Madara used the chakra within the ghetto statue to sustain himself for many years. If the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts were to be re-injected, the ghetto statue would transform back into the 10 tails. It would then evolve into the perfect tree. and this perfect tree would wield power sufficient to destroy the world. A powerful sense of crisis welled up within Hyūga. He understood that if the ghetto statue were not properly dealt with, this world would face calamity on a massive scale. Hyūga also understood that if he could seal the ten-tailed shell within himself, and inject the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, he would truly become invincible. Even if the Sage of Six Paths and Kagai Ōtsutsuki were to emerge together, he could dispatch them with a single hand. At that moment he could arrogantly bellow, "Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" The thought flashed through his mind in an instant, but he also knew it was an extraordinarily dangerous idea. Yet confronted with the immense power that becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails would bring, Hyūga could barely restrain himself, contemplating every possible scenario. He swiftly pondered countermeasures, his mind conjuring the image of studying the sealing techniques within the Book of Seals in the Hyuga clan leader's chamber. Hyūga Natsu immediately used the golden Tenseigan to notify the clones studying the sealing techniques in the clan leader's chamber to dispel itself. With successive puffs of smoke, the clone dissipated instantly, and the knowledge of sealing techniques it had mastered surged into Hyūga Natsu's mind like a tidal wave. Hyūga Natsu drew a deep breath, slowly channeling the chakra within his body, preparing to unleash a more powerful sealing technique. His gaze grew resolute, as if bearing the hopes of the entire world. He clenched his fists tightly, encouraging himself inwardly, "I must succeed in sealing the outer shell of the ten-tails. To become stronger and better I cannot fail." First, Hyūga Natsu decided to employ the Maishinman, the formidable sealing technique that Hashirama Senji used to suppress the ten-tails in the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story. He shouted, "Maishinman, descend!" In an instant, enormous crimson gateways appeared in the sky, radiating a mysterious and potent aura. The Maishinman descended slowly like the judgment hammer of the gods, pressing heavily upon the demonic statue of the outer path. Under the immense weight of the Maishinman, the demonic statue of the outer path let out a muffled roar, its body writhing in vain, unable to break free from this powerful confinement. The Maishinman radiated an ancient and mysterious power, its runes shimmering as if recounting a long history. Hyūga Natsu formed hand seals, continuously pouring chakra to maintain the suppression of the Maishinman. Fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more determined. The demonic statue of the outer path's struggle gradually weakened, as if intimidated by this overwhelming force. Next, Hyūga Natsu decided to seal the demonic statue of the outer path within himself using the 8 trigram seal. This was an extremely perilous move, but he had no other choice. He knew that only by sealing the demonic statue of the outer path within himself could he ensure ample room for further enhancement of his strength. Hyūga Natsu closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to guide the flow of chakra within his body. His form seemed to transform into a vast sealing vessel ready to receive the malevolent energy of the demonic statue of the outer path. The runes of the 8 trigram seal materialized around his body, rotating slowly, and emanating a mystical glow. Hyūga Natsu paced slowly toward the demonic statue of the outer path, murmuring incantations under his breath. As he drew near, the demonic statue of the outer path seemed to sense its impending fate of being sealed and thrashed violently once more. Yet under the suppression of the Maishinman, its struggles appeared feeble and desperate. Hyūga Natsu extended his hands and touched the demonic statue of the outer path. A surge of overwhelming evil energy engulfed him, but he did not flinch. He roared inwardly, "I will not fail. To become stronger. I will chase the pinnacle step by step, step by step, step by step. I will become the strongest. I can endure anything." Hyūga Natsu screamed in his heart. He injected chakra into the demonic statue of the outer path, channeling its power into his own body. The radiance of the 8 trigram seal intensified, gradually enveloping the demonic statue of the outer path. It let out a final roar, its evil aura dispersing everywhere, but under the mighty force of the 8 trigram seal its power was steadily sealed away. Hyūga Natsu's body trembled slightly under the immense pressure. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered to complete the seal. Finally, with a blinding flash of light, the demonic statue of the outer path was successfully sealed within Hyūga Natsu. The battlefield fell silent once more. Hyūga Natsu rose slowly, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes brimming with determination. He knew he had taken the most crucial step toward becoming the strongest, yet he also believed in his ability to become the ultimate powerhouse of the ninja world and bring true peace to this realm. The battlefield grew quiet again. However, matters were not so simple. The demonic statue of the outer path sealed within Hyūga Natsu remained restless, instinctively struggling furiously to break the seal. Hyūga Natsu could sense the surging of that powerful malevolent force within him, as if it might erupt at any moment. He frowned, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. He knew that if he could not subdue the demonic statue of the outer path swiftly, the consequences would be dire. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and attempted to mobilize his chakra to suppress it. But the power of the demonic statue of the outer path was too overwhelming. Hyūga Natsu's efforts seemed futile. It rampaged within him, causing him excruciating pain. Hyūga Natsu clenched his teeth, enduring the agony knowing he could not give up. Just then he recalled his golden Tenseigan. He decided to use the ocular power of the golden Tenseigan to suppress the demonic statue of the outer path. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling chakra to his eyes. The golden Tenseigan slowly opened, radiating a brilliant golden light. Hyūga Natsu felt a surge of immense power flow from his eyes toward the demonic statue of the outer path within him. Under the suppression of the golden Tenseigan's ocular power, the demonic statue of the outer path's struggles gradually weakened. But this was not enough. Hyūga Natsu knew that merely suppressing it would not solve the problem completely. He needed to find a way to convert the power of the demonic statue of the outer path into something he could control. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning striking his mind, a bold idea flashed through Hyūga Natsu's thoughts. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering gravely for a moment, then resolutely decided to employ the unique ocular technique of the golden Tenseigan, the star absorption art. He was well aware that this was an extremely dangerous move. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet, in this critical moment, he truly had no alternative. Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath, concentrated with heightened intensity, and unleashed the ocular power of the golden Tenseigan to its fullest without reservation. His eyes glowed with a mysterious and resplendent light, a brilliance that seemed capable of penetrating all things and discerning the essence of the world. He focused entirely on guiding the chakra within his body, causing it to flow, slowly converge, and gradually form a special energy field. This energy field exuded a powerful aura as if harboring infinite potential. With a flick of Hyūga Natsu's will, the star absorption art was activated. In an instant, a formidable suction force emanated from within his body like a surging tide, locking onto the demonic statue of the outer path. The demonic statue of the outer path seemed to sense the immense threat immediately, and began to struggle violently once more. Its colossal body twisted and writhed, emitting low earth-shaking roars that seemed to pierce the clouds, causing the entire space to tremble. Rinnegan could distinctly feel a formidable resistance surging toward him like tumultuous waves crashing against jagged rocks. Yet, he showed no trace of retreat. Instead, his gaze revealed an unyielding determination. He continuously adjusted the direction and speed of his chakra flows, striving to enhance the suction force of the absorbing star technique. The suction grew increasingly powerful, like a massive vortex, relentlessly devouring everything around it. Finally, after an arduous and immensely difficult process, a small but extremely precious portion of the outer path statue's vitality was successfully absorbed into Rinnegan's body. At this moment, Rinnegan was utterly exhausted, as if he had just endured a prolonged and ruthlessly brutal battle. His originally handsome face was now etched with deep fatigue, yet his eyes shimmered with the radiant joy of victory. That joy, like dazzling stars, glimmered brilliantly in his eyes, illuminating his weary countenance, and seemingly infusing it with a renewed vitality. He had successfully subdued the mighty outer path statue and ingeniously transformed a portion of its formidable life force into power he could fully control. In the end, the outer path statue was thoroughly suppressed within Rinnegan's body, like a ferocious beast slumbering quietly, awaiting its master's call. Rinnegan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally settling firmly. He instantly felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if shedding an immensely burdensome weight. That feeling of lightness, like a gentle spring breeze caressing his face, brought immense relief to both his body and mind, as if every cell were stretching and relaxing to its fullest. He stood there silently, concentrating intently on the wondrous changes unfolding within his body. Rinnegan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his physique had undergone a staggering, earth-shattering improvement. His skin gradually emanated a faint glow, like the first rays of morning sunlight gently falling upon a tranquil lake, shimmering with ripples of breathtaking beauty that dazzled the senses. This glow was not merely a visual spectacle, it also contained a mysterious and unfathomable power, forming an invisible protective barrier capable of repelling any external attack. Every ray of light seemed like an indomitable line of defense, making it difficult for enemies to breach, as if a fortress of impregnable strength had been erected around him. His muscles imperceptibly grew denser and firmer, akin to steel tempered through countless hammerings, unyielding and brimming with an awe-inspiring sense of power. Each muscle seemed to contain boundless explosive force, ready to burst forth at any moment, unleashing astonishing might. When he gently clenched his fist, the muscles in his arm instantly bulged like majestic hills, exuding a power that stirred the soul. This power was not merely an external manifestation of strength, but a profound internal enhancement. His muscle fibers grew thicker and far more resilient, capable of withstanding greater pressure and impact. Whether engaging in fierce close-quarters combat, or unleashing immensely powerful jutsu, his body could handle it all with ease, as if everything were under his complete control. The chakra within him surged like an unending river, torrential and majestic. The sound of its flow resembled a stirring battle hymn, brimming with power and passion. Chakra coursed rapidly through his body, providing him with an endless supply of formidable energy. He could clearly sense the vast surging power of his chakra, as if he could command everything. This immense chakra not only greatly amplified his jutsu's potency, but also significantly sharpened his sensory perception. He could now detect the auras and movements around him with heightened acuity, enabling him to react accurately in advance and effectively avoid danger. Moreover, Xiangxia's physical recovery ability had also markedly improved. Previously, when injured in battle, he needed a certain amount of time to recuperate. But now his body seemed to possess a miraculous self-healing capacity. Wounds could heal rapidly and damaged tissues could be restored to their original state in an incredibly short time. This formidable recovery ability made him even more fearless in battle. Even if wounded, he could quickly regain his combat effectiveness and plunge back into the fierce fray. At this moment, a bold and audacious thought surged within Xiangxia's mind. He decided to infuse the outer path statue with sage chakra, then activate the power of the Golden Tenseigan's ocular technique, Absorbing Star Technique, to more deeply absorb the statue's vitality. Slowly he mobilized the sage chakra within him. It flowed like a spirited stream, carrying a mysterious power, gently pouring into the outer path statue. The sage chakra seemed almost alive, emitting a mysterious radiance as it flowed. With the infusion of sage chakra, the Golden Tenseigan's Absorbing Star Technique seemed to be revitalized, beginning to draw the life force from the outer path statue with greater intensity. It was a wondrous cycle. Xiangxia infused sage chakra into the outer path statue while the Absorbing Star Technique drew vitality from it. In this back and forth, Xiangxia's genetic level was slowly elevating. Each cycle seemed like a sublimation of life, propelling Xiangxia's body ever closer to a higher realm. Originally, after absorbing the remains of Qianshou Shijian, Xiangxia's physical level had already reached the Super Kage tier. At that time, his chakra had transformed into Chidunla chakra tons, boasting an astonishing reservoir of chakra. Now, as he slowly absorbed the vitality of the outer path statue, his genetic level began to advance toward the Six Paths tier, a legendary realm representing ultimate power and mastery. His Chidunla was also evolving, progressing toward Chahela chakra ocean. This meant his chakra would become boundless like the vast ocean, infinite, and containing earth-shattering power. With every breath he could feel the powerful chakra surging within him, as if it could erupt with astonishing force at any moment. Xiangxia felt the changes in his body, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He knew that he now possessed greater power, and could pursue his plans with even more boldness. He would use this power to protect everything he cherished, and fight for himself. In this world full of challenges and opportunities, he would become an indestructible bulwark guarding the entire ninja world. His figure would become a towering mountain, standing unyielding, bringing hope and peace to the ninja world. Xiangxia stood silently, his eyes fixed on the grievously weakened Changmen not far away. At this moment, the sense of responsibility within him blazed like a raging fire, growing ever stronger. He deeply understood that Changmen's injuries brooked no delay. Decisive action must be taken with utmost urgency, or the consequences would be dire. Xiangxia narrowed his eyes, and the mysterious, formidable Golden Tenseigan awakened in an instant. The brilliant radiance flickering within his gaze rivaled the most dazzling stars in the night sky, exuding an enigmatic and immense power. He focused his consciousness entirely on the Golden Tenseigan, striving to establish a profound and unbreakable connection with the outer path demon statue sealed within his body. At this moment, Xiangxia's expression was solemn and intent. His resolute visage seemed as if carved by a master artisan, each line revealing his unwavering determination. His severe countenance seemed to declare to the world that he would never permit any mishap. "Changmen, you must hold on," Xiangxia murmured. "I will save you." Then he began to mobilize the vaster sage chakra within his body. Under his meticulous guidance, this pure and mighty force surged like a torrential flood, pouring incessantly into the Golden Tenseigan. The sage chakra seemed to possess a life of its own, racing and churning with boundless vitality. Through the mysterious channel of the Golden Tenseigan, this sage chakra rushed like an unending river, surging violently toward the outer path demon statue. The overwhelming power appeared capable of shattering any obstacle. Xiangxia raised his hands slightly, his fingers dancing gracefully, as if playing a stirring symphony. Each subtle movement precisely controlled the power of the Golden Tenseigan, ensuring the sage chakra flowed smoothly into the outer path demon statue. His lips tightened slightly, and fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, each droplet gleaming in the sunlight, testament to the immense effort he exerted in his concentration. Every drop of sweat seemed to narrate his focus and perseverance. "This power must succeed," Xiangxia gritted out. As the sage chakra continued to pour in, the outer path demon statue quivered faintly, as if sensing an overwhelming pressure. Though the tremor was slight, it clearly conveyed the immense burden the statue bore. Yet under the potent control of the golden Tenseigan it could mount no effective resistance. Risheng Xiao's gaze grew ever more resolute. He bit his lower lip, slightly leaning forward as if locked in a fierce struggle against the suffocating force. Every movement, every expression was filled with fighting spirit and determination. At that moment Changmen spoke weakly. Risheng Xia, do not force yourself. If it cannot be done. Risheng Xia cut him off. No, Changmen, you must live. I will not give up. Risheng Xia concentrated his mind, leveraging the formidable power of the golden Tenseigan to delve his consciousness deep into the outer path demon statue. There he sensed an awe-inspiring life force surging like an endless tide, brimming with infinite energy, and an enigmatic, unfathomable aura. That life force seemed to be the most potent source of power in the cosmos, evoking an indescribable sense of wonder. Found it! Risheng Xia's heart leaped with joy. With the precise control of the golden Tenseigan, he carefully extracted the life force from the outer path demon statue. This life force, like a blazing flame that could consume everything, slowly coalesced in his palm. Risheng Xiao's eyes shimmered with caution and anticipation. His hands moved gently and steadily as if cherishing a priceless treasure. His careful demeanor revealed his reverence for this life force. He turned and walked with a steady mountain-like stride to Changmen's side. Changmen lay still on the ground, his face ashen, his breath so faint it seemed on the verge of vanishing. Risheng Xia crouched down gently, bringing the radiant sphere of life force close to Changmen's body. His movements were tender and meticulous, as if handling a treasure unique in all the world. Every subtle gesture was imbued with care and affection. Changmen, you will get better, Risheng Xia said softly. As the life force touched Changmen's skin, a gentle radiance like the warmth of spring sunlight burst forth. The light was warm and bright, illuminating everything around. Changmen's body trembled slightly, as if sensing that immense life-giving power. Risheng Xia's eyes were filled with concern. He watched silently, awaiting Changmen's recovery. His gaze was full of hope and blessing, as if it could bestow boundless strength upon Changmen. The life force nourished Changmen's body like spring rain. First his pallid snow-like complexion gradually regained a healthy flush, like a withered flower revived by moisture. That rosy complexion seemed a symbol of life's rebirth. Next the shocking wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate. The muscle tissue regenerated, severed vessels reconnected, and blood flowed smoothly once more. The scene was like a miracle of life unfolding before the eyes, evoking awe. The broken bones inside Changmen's body reknitted under the life force's influence. The crisp sounds of reconnection were like a melody of life playing a hopeful tune. Each crack seemed a heartbeat full of vitality and vigor. The damaged internal organs, nourished by the life force, regained their vigor and began functioning normally. Risheng Xia breathed a slight sigh of relief, his eyes betraying a glimmer of joy and relaxation. That joy bloomed like a flower full of life and vitality. Wonderful, Changmen, Risheng Xia said with a gratified smile. Throughout the healing process he remained fully focused, controlling the golden Tenseigan and the output of life force, ensuring every ounce of power was applied where it was most needed. His forehead was covered in fine sweat, but his gaze never left Changmen's body. His hands were clenched tightly, as if transmitting strength and hope to Changmen. Every movement was filled with steadfastness and persistence. As time slowly passed, Changmen's injuries gradually healed. He opened his eyes slightly, feeling the warm and powerful force within his body, his heart filled with shock and gratitude. He looked at Risheng Xia, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions, surprise, gratitude, and a glimmer of hope for the future. That gaze seemed to tell a moving story. Thank you, Senju Hashirama. Without you I would have. Nagato's voice was still faint, like a wisp of dissipating breeze laden with exhaustion and gratitude. He lay there, his face pale as paper, his breath so weak it seemed it could be carried away by the wind at any moment. Hyūga Natsu smiled inwardly, thinking that he could not let the first Hokage take all the credit. He immediately removed his mask and said, Nagato, this is our shared hope. Let us strive together for the peace of this world. Moreover, I am not Senju Hashirama. You may call me Hyūga Natsu. His smile was warm and sincere, as if it could melt the deepest snow and ice. Those words, like a gentle spring breeze, softly brushed against Nagato's heart, granting him boundless strength and courage. Each syllable seemed to possess a magical power, stirring a warm current within Nagato's soul. Just then Konan spoke with astonishment. Hyūga Natsu, you are the new clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Konan had heard rumors of a change in the Hyuga clan's leadership, but she had not paid much attention at the time. Who would have thought that the new clan leader possessed such overwhelming power? That mysterious and awe-inspiring strength was like the brightest star in the night sky, impossible to ignore. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity, fixed intently on Hyūga Natsu, as if she wanted to uncover every secret hidden within him. Konan's gaze flickered with complex emotions, doubt, reverence, and a hint of worry about the future. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly, his expression calm as still water, and said slowly, "Yes, I am Hyūga Natsu, the new clan leader of the Hyuga clan." His voice was steady and powerful, as if heralding the beginning of a mission. His eyes were determined and confident, inspiring trust in his abilities and resolve. Konan fell silent for a moment, her thoughts surging like a tide. She knew that this man's arrival might bring about a storm of profound change to this turbulent world. Her gaze shifted between Nagato and Hyūga Natsu, as if pondering the uncertain path ahead. Konan's heart was filled with conflict. She both anticipated the future and feared that this change might bring more calamity. Hyūga Natsu, observing Nagato's gradually recovering body, had already formed his next plan. He said solemnly to Nagato, "Nagato, your injuries are no longer a concern. But to help you recover your strength faster, I have decided to infuse you with Hashirama's cells." With that, Hyūga Natsu channeled his inner power, carefully extracted Hashirama's cells, and slowly infused them into Nagato's body. His movements were gentle and steady, as if performing a sacred ritual. Every action was filled with care and responsibility, conveying the importance he placed on Nagato. Under the interweaving of Nagato's Rinnegan power and Hyūga Natsu's golden Tenseigan power, the Hashirama cells, like lost children finding a warm home, began a wondrous and swift fusion process. As they merged with Nagato's body, an elusive, mysterious force seemed to stir silently. A brilliant light burst forth like a dazzling firework, blooming in the darkness, leaving one almost breathless. It resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, leaving a trail of radiance that instantly illuminated the entire space. It seemed to envelop the whole world in a fantastical aura. Each ray of light exuded a mysterious and potent presence, like the oppressive might of ancient deities, evoking an indescribable pressure. The light sometimes blazed so intensely that one could hardly open their eyes, and at other times softened to a gentle warmth like the spring sun. In this stark contrast, an even more mysterious atmosphere emerged. Nagato quietly felt the changes in his body, his heart filled with awe and anticipation. He knew that this mysterious power would bring him an unprecedented transformation. Hyūga Natsu watched intently, his expression grave. He understood that the fusion process was fraught with uncertainty and challenge, but he also believed Nagato possessed the strength to master this newfound power. The air around them seemed to tremble faintly under the intense light, as if paying homage to the mysterious force. Nagato quietly sensed the changes in his body, the shock like a boulder thrown into the calm lake of his heart, stirring up endless ripples. He slowly lowered his gaze to examine his own body. The frail, weakened form of before had vanished, replaced by a physique as robust as forged steel. Every muscle was tight and powerful, with clear contours as if meticulously sculpted like a work of art. With the slightest movement, he could feel the explosive force contained within those muscles, as if a mere punch could shatter solid rock into dust. That strength was like a dormant beast awakened, ready to roar and display its majesty. His regenerative ability had reached an astonishing level. Previously, even a minor scratch took considerable time to heal, but now, no matter how severe the injury, it began to mend rapidly in the blink of an eye. A mysterious force seemed to surge within the wound, repairing damaged tissue at a visible pace. He felt as if he possessed an immortal body. No harm could keep him down for long. Even if he suffered grievous wounds in fierce combat, he could recover swiftly and rejoin the fight, becoming a fearsome presence on the battlefield. The chakra within him surged like an endless ocean, vast and boundless. That immense power flowed through every corner of his body like a river that never stopped. With each breath, he could feel the chakras pulse, a sensation brimming with vitality and energy. This abundant chakra filled him with confidence. He knew he could now unleash even more powerful and awe-inspiring techniques. He had become the master of power, able to manipulate this formidable force at will to strive for their shared goal, world peace. And those Rinnegan, now he controlled them with effortless ease. In the past, he had to expend tremendous effort and concentration to wield these mysterious eyes, lest their power backfire. But now the Rinnegan felt like part of his own body, perfectly fused with his consciousness. He could use all their abilities freely without any hindrance. Every movement of his eyes brought a resonance of that mysterious power. It was as if a special bond had been forged between him and the Rinnegan, allowing him to intuitively harness their strength. What delighted him most was that the Rinnegan's ocular ability, the cycle of rebirth, had also manifested and could now be used. He fixed his gaze ahead, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. That light seemed to contain boundless mysteries capable of commanding life and death, altering destiny. He could feel the immense power of this force like a cosmic secret beyond mortal comprehension. When he concentrated his energy and unleashed this ocular technique, the space around him seemed to warp, as if he had become the master of fate, able to decide the cycle of life and death. Nagato knew that with this power he was one step closer to achieving his goal of world peace. His heart swelled with gratitude and reverence. He silently vowed to strive relentlessly for this goal, to free the world from the shadow of war and bring happiness and tranquility to its people. He believed that with the help of Rinnegan he could fulfill this great mission and become the guardian of world peace. Then Rinnegan gently closed his eyes and a powerful aura began to gather around him. Next he activated the golden Tenseigan Chakra Mode and an even more formidable and mysterious power instantly radiated outward. He waved his hands and a protective energy barrier that blocked all perception and prying rose slowly enveloping the three of them. The barrier resembled a massive transparent sphere emitting a soft gentle glow. Each ray of light seemed like a solid line of defense impenetrable to any observer. Within this tranquil energy barrier Rinnegan's expression grew solemn. His gaze was deep and distant as if traversing the vast expanse of time to return to an ancient and mysterious era. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts drifting like a lonely boat on the river of history slowly sailing toward that legendary past. Nagato, do you know of Kagaya Ōtsutsuki? She was once the ruler of this world. Kagaya possessed unparalleled power, her presence was like a descending deity inspiring awe and reverence. Her snow-white hair danced wildly in the wind, each strand seemingly imbued with mystical power radiating a holy light. Her beauty and majesty coexisted, her exquisite face was like a meticulously crafted work of art, every smile and frown enough to make heaven and earth pale. She descended upon this land bringing the power of chakra, imbuing the world with vitality and energy. Yet deep within her heart Kagaya was filled with fear. She feared the ever-growing power of humanity, feared that her rule would be threatened. Driven by fear she unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi, plunging humanity into an endless slumber. That colossal full moon hung high in the sky, casting a mysterious light. All who were bathed in this light fell into a deep inescapable dream. The entire world seemed to sink into a deathly silence, with only Kagaya ruling alone over this sleeping land. Kagaya had two sons. The elder was Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, later revered as the Sage of Six Paths, and the younger was Ōtsutsuki Himura. They inherited Kagaya's formidable powers from birth. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother harbored a sense of justice. When they witnessed the immense calamity their mother's actions had brought upon the world, they resolved to save it, and engaged in a breathtaking battle with Kagaya. The elder brother Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo had a firm and resolute gaze. The sacred tool in his hand emitted a divine light like the dawn of a new day, bringing hope and courage. His posture was upright as a pine, every movement brimming with strength and authority. The younger brother Ōtsutsuki Himura moved with agility and swiftness, darting across the battlefield like a leopard. His movements were light and graceful yet carried explosive power. Together they engaged in a fierce struggle against Kagaya. The aftershocks of the battle shook the entire world, mountains and rivers changed color, and the earth trembled. It was a battle that determined the fate of the world. With their courage and wisdom the Sage of Six Paths and his brother ultimately defeated Kagaya and sealed her within the moon. And Black Zetsu, created by Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, is an evil entity lurking in the shadows, constantly plotting to resurrect her. He is like a venomous snake coiled in the darkness, waiting for the right moment. Black Zetsu is meticulous and treacherous, using Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito as pawns to achieve his goals. Uchiha Madara, once a man of immense power and grand ambitions, was deceived by Black Zetsu's lies. He believed he could create an ideal world through the infinite Tsukuyomi, unaware that he was merely a pawn in Black Zetsu's hands. Uchiha Obito, once a kind and innocent youth, was also ensnared by fate and Black Zetsu's conspiracy. Blinded by pain and hatred, he became a cold and ruthless person. Manipulated by Black Zetsu, they gradually walked toward the brink of destruction, trapped in endless suffering and struggle. Black Zetsu's ultimate goal was to resurrect Kagaya. For thousands of years he had been scheming in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. He exploited Madara and Obito's thirst for power and discontent with the world, leading them down the wrong path. When everything was ready, Black Zetsu would successfully resurrect Kagaya and rule the world once more. Rinnegan's voice was deep and forceful, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious legend. Every word was imbued with the weight of history, evoking the grandeur of that era. Nagato listened quietly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He had never imagined that behind this world lay such a profound and intricate story. His heart was filled with shock and awe. He began to re-examine his own mission and responsibility. Amid this hopeful ruin, Rinnegan, Nagato, and Konan exchanged many thoughts on future plans and directions. Rinnegan's steadfast gaze and calm words were like a stabilizing anchor, strengthening the convictions in Nagato and Konan's hearts. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the clouds, casting a warm glow over the ruins. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting the corners of their garments, as if whispering a future hope. Rinnegan raised his chin slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the distance. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating like a great bell in the air. Our path may be fraught with difficulties and obstacles, but as long as we have faith in our hearts, we can overcome every challenge. For the sake of world peace we must give our all, undaunted by hardship, unafraid of trials. Nagato and Konan listened quietly to Risheng Xia's words, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. They knew that on this challenging road they were not alone, they had each other's support, and a shared goal. Yet all gatherings must come to an end. Upon that vast and boundless wilderness a gentle breeze whispered softly, carrying the melancholy of farewell. Golden sunlight cascaded down like silk threads, illuminating every inch of the earth. The green grass swayed gently in the breeze like dancing sprites of emerald, bowing their heads as if sighing for the three who were about to part. In the distance white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky, evoking a sense of profound tranquility. Hinata Natsu knew that heavier responsibilities awaited him, he could not linger here forever. He rose slowly, his expression solemn as he gazed at Nagato and Konan. In the brilliant sunlight his silhouette towered like a majestic peak between heaven and earth, radiating a sense of stability and trustworthiness. His upright posture and resolute gaze exuded a reassuring strength, as though the very landscape around him grew more magnificent in its presence. Nagato, Konan, I must depart. We each have our own missions to fulfill, and for the sake of world peace we must give everything we have. Hinata Natsu's voice was steady and powerful, resonating within them like war drums. Each word carried immense weight, stirring the souls of Nagato and Konan. The sound echoed through the air, lingering long after he had finished speaking, as if voicing the convictions and determination they shared. At that moment a bird swept across the sky, tracing a graceful arc as though moved by their ambitions. The distant mountains stood sharply defined against the sunlight like silent sentinels guarding the land below. Nagato nodded slightly, his eyes filled with deep respect. A resolute light gleamed in his gaze, silently assuring Hinata Natsu that he would remain steadfast in his convictions and strive tirelessly for world peace. That luminous resolve shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead. Nagato's countenance bore the weight of solemnity. He fully understood the burden upon his shoulders and recognized that Hinata Natsu's departure only amplified the challenges and responsibilities awaiting them both. The air around them seemed to grow heavy with gravity. A gentle breeze drifted past, carrying the sweet fragrance of wildflowers from afar. Hinata Natsu, go in peace. I will follow our plan, continuing to recruit members for the Ōtsutsuki and track the movements of the tailed beasts. Konan also spoke softly. Her voice was gentle yet unwavering, like a spring breeze caressing the face, bringing warmth and hope. Within that tender tone lay an endless wellspring of strength, revealing the unyielding resilience within her heart. Konan's gaze brimmed with expectation. She believed Hinata Natsu would surely fulfill his mission and bring peace to the world. At that moment a delicate wildflower trembled gently in the wind, as if applauding their courage. Nearby a crystal-clear stream trickled along, its waters shimmering with silver motes in the sunlight, as if narrating the unceasing flow of life itself. Hinata Natsu nodded slightly, a thought striking his heart. Why not create an organization? He continued. Nagato, Konan, I recently established an organization named Shadow Radiance. The organization bears the name Shadow, symbolizing the formidable authority and strength of the leaders of each ninja village. And Radiance represents brilliant brilliance. Our members endowed with extraordinary power and noble character will shine in the ninja world and bring hope to the entire world. I believe the two of you are perfectly suited for this organization. Would you consider joining us? Nagato and Konan exchanged a glance, their expressions contemplative. Nagato spoke up. This organization sounds ambitious, but we are already working toward peace. Would joining a new organization interfere with our plans? Hinata Natsu explained. It will not. The goals of Shadow Radiance align with ours, both striving for world peace. By joining this organization we can gain access to greater resources and support, enabling us to better fulfill our mission. Konan asked. How many members does this organization have? What kind of people are they? Hinata Natsu replied. The organization is still relatively small, but every member is a ninja with unwavering conviction and formidable strength. I believe that with the passage of time more and more people will join us, striving together for world peace. Nagato nodded slightly and said, Let us consider it. After all, this is a significant decision. Hinata Natsu responded understandingly. Very well, I look forward to your joining us. But regardless of your decision, we are all working toward the same goal. May your journey be safe. We eagerly await the day we shall reunite. Konan's voice drifted on the gentle breeze like a melodious tune lingering in Hinata Natsu's ears. Hinata Natsu offered a gentle smile, warm as sunlight itself. His eyes brimmed with confidence and hope, as if silently telling them that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead he would never retreat. That radiant confidence burned bright like a blazing fire, illuminating the path before him. The surrounding scenery seemed to grow even brighter under the warmth of his smile. Several butterflies danced gracefully among the flowers, their rainbow-hued wings shimmering magnificently in the sunlight. He turned to leave, but at that moment Nagato spoke suddenly. Hinata Natsu, we recently received some information about the tailed beasts. According to reliable intelligence, the 2 tails and 5 tails have been spotted in the distant northern mountains. Nagato's voice was deep and resonant, as though revealing a profound secret. His serious expression and focused gaze conveyed the weight he placed upon this news. At that moment the distant mountains loomed faintly through the clouds and mist, as if hinting at the unknown challenges ahead. Clouds and mist wound through the mountain peaks like an enshrouding veil, lending an aura of mystery and obscurity. Conan added. Furthermore, the 7 tails may be lurking within the mystical forests to the south. Though these messages remain unverified, they may yet provide some clues for your endeavors. Conan's voice flowed softly yet clearly, like a mountain spring cascading over stones. Her gaze held deep concern, hoping these messages could prove helpful to Hinata Natsu. At that moment the leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, as if marveling at their wisdom. Deep within the forest, ancient trees towered toward the clouds, their dense branches interwoven to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting golden beams like ethereal pathways guiding people toward an unknown world. A flicker of delight crossed Hinata Natsu's eyes, and he earnestly thanked Nagato and Conan. This information is of great importance to me. Thank you. I will verify these leads as soon as possible and strive toward our goal. Hinata Natsu's voice overflowed with gratitude. He fully understood the value of this intelligence, and recognized the heartfelt intentions of Nagato and Conan. At that moment a butterfly danced among the flowers, as if cheering for their unity. The surrounding flowers bloomed in vibrant competition, crimson as fire, pink as dawn, clouds white as snow, each adding a stroke of splendor to this land with its own beauty. With those words spoken, Hinata Natsu turned once more and gradually walked away with resolute steps. His silhouette appeared towering in the afterglow of the sunset, like a fearless warrior marching bravely toward unknown challenges. That unwavering stride and upright posture conveyed the courage and determination within his heart. The golden afterglow of the sunset unfurled like a magnificent scroll, casting his figure in even greater grandeur. The surrounding earth seemed to fill with hope within that golden radiance. In the distant sky the evening clouds resembled splendid brocade, with reds, oranges, and purples intertwining to form a breathtaking picture. Nagato and Conan stood quietly watching the direction in which he departed, their hearts brimming with anticipation and blessings. They knew that on the path toward world peace they would write a magnificent legend alongside Hinata Natsu. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring their hair as if cheering them on for the future. The sunset's afterglow fell upon them, draping them in a layer of golden brilliance, as if foretelling that their future was filled with hope and light. At that moment the evening clouds at the horizon blazed with vibrant colors, as if blessing their future. Everything around them immersed in that serene and beautiful atmosphere, as if bearing witness to their firm convictions and great mission. The land of sand. Under the night curtain an endless desert lay sprawled, while cold moonlight cast a silvery gleam upon the dunes. In this silent sea of sand the hidden sand village stood like a mysterious fortress abandoned by the world, rising starkly amid raging winds and storms. Surrounding the village were rolling sand dunes like surging waves. Golden sands drifted slowly under the gentle brush of the breeze, as if a slumbering beast breathed. The village buildings were mostly constructed from sturdy sandstone and rough timber, their style rugged yet practical. Houses were scattered in orderly disarray, with narrow winding paths threading through them like a labyrinth. Yet a closer look would reveal that most structures appeared dilapidated and rudimentary. Many walls bore the scars of patching, evidence of erosion by time and scarcity of resources. 2 Sand Village ninja conversed in a corner of the settlement. Ninja A: when will this ever end? When will our village ever grow prosperous? Ninja B: sigh. It's difficult. This desert environment leaves us severely short on resources. Look at those houses, tattered and crumbling. Ninja A: and it's no easy task training ninja here. Resources are scarce and ninja technique manuals are few and far between. Ninja B: tell me about it. Many promising children are being wasted. Ninja A: exactly. We simply lack the strong ninja that other villages possess. We always feel inferior by comparison. The hidden sand village lay deep within the desert, where natural resources were exceedingly rare. The land was so barren it induced despair, suffering from severe desertification and unable to produce enough crops to feed the villagers. Water was even more precious. Scarce oases and underground sources could barely meet the people's needs. The harsh desert environment made transportation extremely inconvenient. Trade was severely restricted by the arduous geography, causing economic development to crawl forward at a snail's pace, leaving villagers in poverty. The village market was deserted and desolate, its goods sparse, as people struggled day and night just to survive. In such arduous conditions the path to cultivating powerful ninja in the hidden sand village was filled with obstacles. Compared to other ninja villages, the number of elite ninja in the hidden sand village was strikingly small. First and foremost, due to resource scarcity, ninja often lacked sufficient material support during their training. The shortage of ninja technique manuals meant they had little access to advanced jutsu, while the absence of modern training equipment further limited their progress. Many talented children deprived of proper training conditions were unable to fully realize their potential. A young ninja was in conversation with an elder. "Young ninja master, I can't help but feel that our training is so difficult. We're lacking everything." "Elder ninja, there's no way around it. This is simply the reality of our hidden sand village." "Young ninja, but how can we grow stronger without good ninja technique manuals?" "Elder ninja, through your own comprehension and practice. Sometimes harsh conditions can actually awaken one's potential." The desert environment in which the hidden sand village was located had forged the villagers' indomitable spirits, yet it also isolated them from outside information and exchange. A ninja's growth requires continuous learning and communication, but the relatively enclosed environment of the hidden sand village hindered this process. The children could only rely on the limited guidance of the village's veteran ninja, and their training methods and philosophies were comparatively outdated. Moreover, given the dire survival conditions, many promising children abandoned their ninja training early to pursue work that could sustain them, leaving their potential untapped. Furthermore, the hidden sand village adopted an elite-focused policy concentrating limited resources to cultivate a handful of superior warriors. While this strategy could produce top-tier ninja to some extent, it also led to an imbalance in overall combat strength. Most ordinary ninja failed to receive adequate resources and attention, their development stifled, which only exacerbated the already critical shortage of powerful ninja in the hidden sand village. Despite facing poverty and a dearth of elite ninja, the people here remained unyielding. With unwavering loyalty to their village and a steadfast devotion to the ninja way, they strived to protect this fragile homeland struggling for survival in the desert. Near a secluded area outside the hidden sand village, space suddenly convulsed violently, as though a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. And then a figure stepped forth from the distorted void. He wore the traditional long robes of the Hyuga clan, pristine white as freshly fallen snow, embroidered with the golden Hyuga clan crest upon the chest, dignified and imposing. His eyes shone with brilliance pure and clear like limpid lake water or flawless white jade, radiating a calm and wise gleam. Standing quietly, he resembled a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of security and trustworthiness. This person was Hyūga Natsu. He felt that with the powerful strength he now possessed, there was no longer any need to hide in the shadows. After parting with Nagato and Konan, Hyūga Natsu had come first to the hidden sand village, intending to begin his capture from the One Tail. Since his previous incursion into the root base and his infiltration of the Hokage's building, Hyūga Natsu had grown increasingly proficient, his equipment-making skills also becoming more refined. Hyūga Natsu carefully evaded the patrol teams around the outskirts of the hidden sand village, weaving through the shadows of the dunes like a ghost, his concealment techniques flawless. Each of his steps was as light as a feather, afraid of producing even the faintest sound. As he approached the village's towering walls, he froze like a statue, keenly observing his surroundings. The wind whispered past, stirring fine dust. Waiting for the brief interval when the guards changed shifts, his heartbeat merged with the silence of the desert. When the opportunity arose, he sprang over the wall like a nimble cheetah, landing as lightly as a feather, silent and undetected within the village. However, the hidden sand village's defenses were not so easily breached. The village was riddled with various traps and alarm devices. Sharpened spikes concealed beneath the sand protruded unexpectedly, ready to pierce the sole of any careless foot. Trigger-equipped concealed weapons hung upon the walls, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Along both sides of the pathways, torches flickered uncertainly in the wind, their dim yellow light making the narrow alleys all the more sinister. 2 patrolling ninja passed by. "Ninja, see, stay alert. Things have been uneasy lately. Enemies may be sneaking in. Ninja D, our village's defenses should be tight. How likely is it that someone could infiltrate? Ninja C, don't let your guard down. People from other villages could strike at any moment." He navigated the perilous alleys with caution, avoiding the occasional villagers and patrolling ninja. Every breath was kept deliberately shallow, every movement precise and measured, as though time itself had slowed to accommodate his actions. After a careful and stealthy approach, Hyūga Natsu finally infiltrated the area outside the 4th Kazekage's room. Pressed against the wall, his heart pounded ever faster, his breathing growing increasingly faint. The corridor outside the chamber was eerily silent, only broken occasionally by the distant howl of wind that shattered the deathly stillness. His gaze locked onto the door. "Tenseigan, activate," he murmured silently within. Golden light began to emanate from his eyes. However, Hyūga Natsu carefully contained the golden radiance from leaking outward. Combined with the spiral-patterned mask and contact lenses covering his face, not the slightest trace of light or sound escaped. Using the Tenseigan to probe the room's interior, he saw the 4th Kazekage seated before his desk, his brows furrowed deeply as though pondering something of great import. A stack of documents lay beside him. Candlelight flickered in the gentle breeze, casting shadows across his stern countenance. A thought formed in Hyūga Natsu's mind: this might be the perfect opportunity. He moved toward the door with deliberate slowness, pressing his ear carefully to catch every sound from within. Just as he was about to gently push the door open, suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Hyūga Natsu's heart tightened and he swiftly melted into the nearby shadows. It was merely a patrolling ninja passing by, his steps distinctly audible in the silent corridor. Once the patrol ninja had moved far enough away, Hyūga Natsu approached the door once more. He drew a deep breath and gently pushed the door open just a crack. Like a specter in the night, Hyūga Natsu slipped into the room with noiseless grace. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, leaving not a single sound behind. Each step seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding air, nearly imperceptible to any observer. Yet the moment he crossed the threshold, the fourth Kazekage Raza sensed a flicker of anomaly. Raza's keen intuition was like a taut string, ready to react at the slightest breeze. He jerked his head up, his gaze slicing through the shadows like a blade. His eyes brimmed with vigilance and suspicion, as if they could pierce through any darkness to uncover hidden threats. Sensing Raza's alertness, Hyūga Natsu froze instantly. He stood motionless as a statue, his breathing reduced to the faintest whisper, terrified of drawing Raza's attention again. Every muscle in his body was taut, his nerves stretched to the limit, ready to react to any sudden turn of events. Fortunately, the fourth Kazekage did not detect his presence. Raza merely frowned in puzzlement, pondering the source of that fleeting oddity. But after finding no concrete threat, he lowered his head again, deep in thought. His mind was entirely consumed by the crucial matter of measuring the Jinchuriki Gaara, utterly unaware of the danger creeping toward him. At that moment, Hyūga Natsu seized the opportunity and executed the body flicker technique. His figure materialized before the fourth Kazekage like a phantom, sudden and unnatural. The abrupt appearance left Raza no time to react. Without hesitation, Hyūga Natsu gathered chakra and unleashed the Rinnegan. A sphere of energy slammed into the fourth Kazekage's face with blinding speed. A pained cry escaped Raza's lips. Before he could comprehend what had happened, the tremendous force smashed into his face, sending a wave of agony flooding through him. In that instant his mind went blank and pain surged like a tidal wave. His body stumbled backward, involuntarily crashing heavily to the ground. Raza never imagined that while he was engrossed in contemplating how to measure the Jinchuriki Gaara, he would be struck so brutally. Shock and fury churned within him like a raging torrent. He, the esteemed fourth Kazekage, had been ambushed and defeated while completely off guard. It was an unprecedented humiliation, a reality too bitter to accept. A deep sense of defeat washed over him. He had always prided himself on the dignity and cunning of a Kazekage, yet now he felt as helpless as an ordinary man. Doubt crept into his mind. Had he truly lost his vigilance? Was he even capable of protecting Sunagakure? His heart was filled with self-doubt and unease, as if everything he had believed in was being overturned in this single moment. Who was this sudden attacker? How could he possess such strength and audacity to strike at him? Countless questions and anxieties swirled in Raza's mind. He realized he had fallen into an unknown danger, one that could bring catastrophic disaster to Sunagakure. His thoughts raced through possibilities, trying to deduce the identity and purpose of the mysterious assailant. He struggled to calm himself, to analyze the situation. But the pain on his face and the turmoil in his heart made concentration impossible. He had no idea what would happen next or whether he could withstand this enigmatic foe. At this moment, a shadow of psychological trauma loomed over him like a heavy dark cloud, suffocating and oppressive. He understood that he must escape this predicament and devise a countermeasure, or Sunagakure would face a grave crisis. Yet when Raza saw Hyūga Natsu, he immediately called out respectfully, his voice brimming with reverence and submission. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly, his expression calm, as if everything was under his control. His gaze swept slowly over Raza as he spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. Raza, tomorrow you must bring Gaara to the remote training ground of Sunagakure. This matter is of utmost importance, there must be no mistakes. Raza lowered his head slightly and replied with firm resolve. Yes, my lord. I will do my utmost and bring Gaara to the designated location as you command. Hyūga Natsu narrowed his eyes and continued. Remember, this operation must be kept absolutely secret. No one must suspect our purpose. Gaara as a Jinchuriki, his power is critical. We must control it properly. Raza bowed again. Rest assured, my lord. I will act with caution and ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Hyūga Natsu nodded with satisfaction and gestured for him to withdraw. Raza turned and left, his steps steady and purposeful. The next day Raza led Gaara to the secluded training ground of Sunagakure. Gaara looked around the unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes filled with suspicion and alertness. Why did you bring me here? Gaara asked, frowning. Raza replied impassively. Follow orders. Gaara grew even more perplexed. He couldn't understand why his father, who had never shown him affection, was acting so strangely. But he knew now was not the time to press, he would have to wait and see. At that moment Hyūga Natsu slowly emerged from the shadows. Gaara's eyes sharp and fixed on the stranger. Who are you? Gaara demanded. Hyūga Natsu smiled faintly. Gaara, don't be so tense. I am someone who can change your destiny. Gaara snorted coldly. I don't need anyone to change my destiny. Hyūga Natsu replied unhurriedly. Oh. Do you truly believe that? You have been surrounded by loneliness and pain. Don't you want to escape it all? Gaara was silent for a moment, then said, Loneliness and pain are my fate, I've grown accustomed to them. Raza suddenly spoke, his voice cold. Gaara, obey this lord. He can give you power so that others will no longer despise you. Gaara stared at Raza in shock, unable to believe his own father would say such things. What's wrong with you? Why are you saying this? Gaara demanded, bewildered. Raza remained expressionless. This is an order. You must obey. Hyūga Natsu laughed heartily. Haha, you have spirit. But can you truly protect what you cherish? In this cruel world only absolute power can safeguard everything you hold dear. Gaara clenched his teeth. I will protect them with my own power. Rinnegan approached Wei Luo, a mysterious glint in her eyes. Join me and I will make your power far greater. You will become an invincible being. Then you can protect everything you wish to safeguard, free from fear and unease. Wei Luo sank into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Luo Sha stood silently by like a puppet devoid of thought. After a moment Wei Luo raised his head and looked at Rinnegan. Why should I trust you? Rinnegan curled the corners of her mouth. Because you have no other choice. Either follow me and gain immense power or continue struggling in loneliness and pain, feared and ostracized. Think it over yourself. Wei Luo clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with conflict and struggle. He didn't know whether to trust this stranger, yet he yearned to escape loneliness and pain, to gain greater power, to protect what he cherished. Wei Luo was silent for a long time and finally slowly loosened his tightly clenched fists. A faint trace of determination revealed itself in his eyes. I join. Though his voice was soft, his resolve was firm. Rinnegan beamed. Hey, wonderful. You've made an excellent choice. Rinnegan narrowed her eyes, gazing at Wei Luo. Do you know what joining us means? Wei Luo lifted his head, confusion in his eyes. What does it mean? Rinnegan said seriously. It means you must shoulder heavy responsibilities. Fight for the goal of our shadow organization for world peace. This path is not easy. You may face countless challenges and dangers. It's like walking on a path full of traps where a giant monster might leap out at any moment. Wei Luo bit his lip and said firmly, I'm not afraid. I've long been tired of loneliness and pain. I just want to use my own strength to protect what I care about and bring peace to the world. Then Rinnegan decided to extract half of the One-Tail's origin from Wei Luo's body. Her eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light. The moment the golden reincarnation I activated, it was as if a mysterious force danced in the air. The golden light flickered like leaping flames, mysterious and powerful, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Rinnegan unleashed her ocular technique, the Absorbing Star Technique, and a powerful suction force emanated from her eyes. That force, like an invisible little vortex, slowly pulled at the power of the One-Tail within Wei Luo's body. Wei Luo clenched his teeth, his face showing pain. He could clearly feel the power of the One-Tail being gradually drawn out. It felt as if a part of his body was being forcibly torn away. Each wisp of power extracted brought excruciating pain, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, yet he endured without a sound. As she extracted the power, Rinnegan said, Bear with it, this is a necessary process. Extracting the One-Tail's origin is to make you stronger and to further our goal. It's like upgrading your equipment, soon you'll be incredibly powerful. Wei Luo said with difficulty. I understand. I can endure. As time passed, half of the One-Tail's origin was successfully extracted and directly fed to the Huaidao Maxiang. The moment the Huaidao Maxiang swallowed the One-Tail's chakra origin, one of its tightly shut 9 eyes opened. Rinnegan watched the change in the Huaidao Maxiang, nodded slightly, then turned to Wei Luo. This is a crucial step. The power of the Huaidao Maxiang will greatly aid our actions. Look how imposing it is now, like a giant monster, but don't worry, we can control it. Wei Luo frowned, staring at the Huaidao Maxiang, a hint of doubt in his heart. Can this thing really be controlled? Won't it go berserk? Rinnegan said with supreme confidence. Rest assured, I have enough power to control it. As long as we use it wisely, the Weidao Moshyang will surely become a key treasure in achieving our goal. Like a docile little pet serving us obediently. Then Rishiang Xia brought out the prepared Jujian cells. She once again activated the Golden Reincarnation Eye, entering the Golden Reincarnation Eye Chakra Mode. The overwhelming power instantly enveloped the surrounding space, sending chills down one's spine. The golden light blazed like a brilliant sun, radiating immense pressure. Where the light fell, the air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Holding the Jujian cells, Rishiang Xia said to Wei Luo, "Now these Jujian cells will merge with you. The process may be extremely painful, but you must hold on. It's like taking a super energy pill, though it's hard to swallow. The effect is amazing." Wei Luo took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Rishiang Xia began to inject the Jujian cells into Wei Luo's body. Wei Luo felt a powerful surge of life force rushing and bringing a sting and burning sensation. The force rampaged through his body as if trying to tear him apart. His body trembled involuntarily, his features contorted with agony. Rishiang Xia watched the suffering Wei Luo and said, "Calm your mind, try to guide this force and let it merge with your body. Like taming a wild horse, you need patience." Wei Luo gritted his teeth, struggling to control the power within. "I'll try." However, the power of the Jujian cells was immensely strong and difficult to control. At that moment, Rishiang Xia mobilized the power to control the Weidao Moshyang. The mysterious and mighty force of the Weidao Moshyang appeared, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify. That dark, mysterious power enveloped the entire space, sending a chill down one's spine. A dark aura spread as if it could devour all light. Rishiang Xia used this force to suppress the wildness of the Jujian cells, creating conditions for Wei Luo's fusion. Under the suppression of this mighty power, the Jujian cells gradually calmed and began to merge with Wei Luo's body. Under Rishiang Xia's meticulous control, the Jujian cells integrated bit by bit with Wei Luo's body. Wei Luo's aura grew increasingly powerful, and his body began to undergo wondrous changes. His skin became tougher, as if it possessed the life force of the wood release. The tough skin glimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if containing boundless power. The light moved across his skin like fine threads, mysterious and beautiful. His chakra also became more abundant, brimming with endless potential. The powerful chakra fluctuations radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to tremble as if a fierce wind was howling. At this time, Luo Sha stood quietly by, watching all of this. When he witnessed the tremendous surge in Gaara's power after fusing with Hashirama's cells, a flicker of envy crept into his eyes. Raza could not help but murmur, "This brat's transformation is truly astonishing. He will surely become an overwhelmingly formidable force in the future. If only I could be this powerful too." Hyūga Natsu glanced at Raza and said, "Do not envy him. You will have the chance to become stronger as well. But for now, Gaara is our key focus." Raza nodded slightly, inwardly lamenting that the immense power he had tirelessly pursued was so effortlessly attained by this young boy of his. Raza's gaze was filled with a complex mixture of emotions, envy, jealousy, and a faint trace of pride. He knew that this boy would become a vital force in the Shadow Organization, and might even bring new hope to the Hidden Sand Village. Raza stared intently at Gaara as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Once the fusion was complete, Gaara opened his eyes, which shimmered with a golden radiance. That light was dazzling and brilliant, like the most resplendent star in the night sky. He could clearly feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body like a raging tide, filling him with both excitement and tension. That immense power instilled in him an unshakable confidence, as if he could face any challenge without fear. At the same time, he felt a great responsibility. This power was not just for himself. It was also for protecting those he cared about and achieving the grand goal of world peace. The golden light flickered like tiny brilliant stars, illuminating his face, making his expression appear exceptionally resolute at that moment. Hyūga Natsu looked at the transformed Gaara, his eyes filled with pride, and said, "Now you possess even greater strength. Let us strive together for the goals of the Shadow Organization and fight for world peace." Gaara nodded slightly, knowing that his destiny was about to undergo a profound transformation from this moment onward. He would follow Hyūga Natsu in this world full of challenges, using his power to protect what he cherished and fight for world peace. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination and resolve, like a blazing flame that would never be extinguished. Hyūga Natsu looked at Gaara as if seeing through the desires in his heart. He smiled slightly and said, "Gaara, since you have already fused with Hashirama's cells, I will also pass on the wood release and sage mode to you. Wood release possesses immense vitality and offensive power. I am confident that you can unleash its full potential. And Sage Mode can amplify the power of ninjutsu by tens of times." A flicker of surprise flashed in Gaara's eyes. He knew well the might of Wood Release. But he was unaware of what Sage Mode was. He asked curiously, "What is Sage Mode?" then waited for Hyūga Natsu to explain. Hyūga Natsu cleared his throat and said, Sage Mode is like opening a door to even greater power. When you enter Sage Mode, you can feel the energy of nature flowing through your body. This power not only greatly enhances your ninjutsu but also sharpens your perception, allowing you to sense your enemy's movements more keenly in battle. The energy of nature like agile spirits courses through your body, granting you unparalleled insight and reaction speed. Gaara nodded thoughtfully and asked, So how does one enter Sage Mode? Hyūga Natsu patiently replied, It is not easy. You need to calm your mind, feel the breath of nature and merge with it. Like immersing yourself in a tranquil forest, feeling the caress of the breeze, listening to the songs of birds and synchronizing your soul with the rhythm of nature. Then slowly guide natural energy into your body, but be careful to control the amount. Too much natural energy can put you in danger. Natural energy is like a raging river. If uncontrolled, it may overwhelm your body's defenses and turn you to stone. In the days that followed, Hyūga Natsu began earnestly teaching Gaara the essentials and techniques of wood release. Gaara, the key to wood release lies in controlling vitality. You must learn to harness the power granted by Hashirama's cells, perfectly merging the life force of wood release with your chakra. The life force of wood release is like a spring sprout full of vitality and energy, while your chakra is the driving force that propels this vitality. Hyūga Natsu demonstrated wood release techniques while explaining. His hands moved and a thick tree instantly rose from the ground, its leaves shimmering with green light under the sun. Gaara listened intently, striving to remember every detail. His gaze was focused and earnest, as if etching every movement and word of Hyūga Natsu into his mind. See like this, concentrate your chakra in your hands, imagine the flow of life force and guide the power of wood release. Hyūga Natsu's hands danced and a tiny sapling sprouted from the ground. The sapling was a vibrant green brimming with life. Gaara tried to imitate, but at first only a faint green light emerged. That green light flickered weakly like a firefly. Hyūga Natsu encouraged. Don't rush, take it slowly. This requires constant practice and insight. Every attempt is a step forward, just like climbing a peak, one step at a time, and you will eventually reach the summit. Under Hyūga Natsu's guidance, Gaara tried again and again. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his gaze remained steadfast. Feel your inner self, communicate with the power of natural energy. Let the power of nature become your ally, fighting alongside you. Hyūga Natsu reminded him constantly. His voice was steady and firm like an anchor, instilling confidence and courage in Gaara. As time passed, Gaara gained a deeper understanding of wood release. He began to try using the power within him to perform wood release techniques. At first he was somewhat clumsy, but under Hyūga Natsu's guidance he gradually mastered the essence of wood release. His hands moved and the power of wood release flowed through his fingertips, as if it were alive. That power, like nimble ribbons, morphed into various shapes under his command. His eyes were filled with focus and passion, as if exploring a wondrous new world. In this world he felt unprecedented power and hope. Hyūga Natsu, seeing Gaara's progress in wood release, nodded slightly, and decided to begin teaching him how to enter Sage Mode. Hyūga Natsu's gaze held its usual calmness, like a deep lake that concealed boundless power within its tranquil surface. He parted his lips slightly and spoke softly. Gaara, we are now about to ascend to a new height, the Sage Mode. You must understand that activating Sage Mode requires the precise fusion of natural energy, spiritual energy, and chakra in a 1:1 ratio. This process is far from easy and is fraught with immense risk. Always remember, if the fusion fails, natural energy will mercilessly erode you and in severe cases could even lead to gradual petrification of the body. They arrived together at a secluded forest clearing so tranquil it seemed cut off from the world. Hyūga Natsu's tone remained as calm as a gently flowing stream. First, find an absolutely quiet place and let your mind and body fully relax. Close your eyes and use your soul to sense the surrounding natural environment. Feel the gentle flow of the breeze, the rustling of leaves, and the unique scent of the earth. He stood silently nearby, his posture upright as if he had become one with nature, a part of this world. Gaara slowly sat cross-legged, gently closed his eyes and struggled to calm his thoughts. At first a torrent of distracting thoughts surged into his mind like a turbulent tide. But he did not retreat, he strived to cast aside these disturbances and focus entirely on sensing nature. Hyūga Natsu watched from the side, his eyes filled with concern, occasionally offering a few words of encouragement. Keep going, take it slow, and feel the rhythm and pulse of nature. Gradually Gaara began to perceive the natural aura around him. A gentle breeze brushed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. The cheerful songs of birds reached his ears as if cheering him on and urging him forward. He could clearly feel the solidity of the earth, a steady and reliable strength. He could also sense the vibrant vitality of the trees, as if they were telling the wonders of nature. Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly and said softly, "Good, continue to maintain this state of awareness." Nature is opening its warm embrace to you. Now comes the most critical moment. You must begin to balance natural energy, spiritual energy, and chakra. Hyūga Natsu's voice remained steady, each word striking Gaara's heart like a hammer. Fusing these three energies in the precise 1:1 ratio requires immense concentration and impeccable control. Gaara carefully attempted to guide the three energies. At first progress was extremely slow, with only faint ripples of energy stirring, but he did not give up and persisted in his efforts. However, the process was not always smooth. Sometimes the energies would fluctuate violently, causing Gaara intense physical discomfort. Suddenly, during a critical fusion attempt, a major deviation occurred. Natural energy like a runaway steed began to ravage Gaara's body. His skin gradually showed signs of petrification, hard textures spreading little by little, causing alarm. Hyūga Natsu immediately took action without hesitation. He swiftly activated the golden reincarnation eye technique, the star absorption technique. His hands moved shimmering with mysterious light, slowly drawing the natural energy out of Gaara's body. At the same time, he unhesitatingly infused his own life force, a warm and powerful energy like a flowing spring, into Gaara's body, helping him recover vitality. Beads of sweat formed on Hyūga Natsu's forehead, glistening in the sunlight, yet his eyes remained unwavering and resolute. He thought to himself, "If I didn't put on such a show, how would you know how hard I'm working?" Aloud he said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Hold on, you can do it." Hyūga Natsu's encouragement was like warm sunlight, dispelling the fear in Gaara's heart. After many difficult attempts and painful failures, Gaara finally succeeded in fusing natural energy, spiritual energy, and chakra in the perfect 1:1 ratio, activating the Sage Mode. A mysterious and radiant light emanated from his body like brilliant stars in the night sky. His eyes grew sharper, as if they could pierce through any mist, and his perception was greatly enhanced. He could clearly sense everything around him, even the faintest movements far away, as if the entire world was under his command. Hyūga Natsu looked at Gaara with a gratified expression. "Excellent, you have successfully awakened the Sage Mode. But this is only the beginning. In the days ahead you must continue to practice and train to better master the formidable power of the Sage Mode." After teaching Gaara to activate the Sage Mode, Hyūga Natsu continued to guide him diligently for 7 days. During this time he silently helped Gaara solidify his use of the Sage Mode and imparted various combat techniques and strategies. He was like a wise mentor, using his experience and knowledge to lead Gaara forward. On the forest clearing, watching Gaara manipulate the three energies with increasing skill, Hyūga Natsu felt deep satisfaction. But he only said softly, "Gaara, you have progressed remarkably. But always remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The Sage Mode is powerful, but it must never be abused." The 7 days passed swiftly, and Hyūga Natsu knew it was time for him to embark on a new journey. He found Gaara and Raza and said calmly, "Gaara, you have now grasped the basics of wood release and the Sage Mode. The path ahead will require your own continuous cultivation and training. I firmly believe you will become a pillar of the Shadow Organization." His face bore the hope for the future, yet it was not ostentatious, a restrained aspiration. Hyūga Natsu then turned to Raza and bowed slightly. "Raza, thank you for your cooperation. I must now go to Lulan. There may be something we need there. Could you provide me with a route map to Lulan?" His eyes shimmered with anticipation, but not glaringly, a gentle request. Though reluctant, Raza understood the importance of Hyūga Natsu's mission. He quickly retrieved a meticulously drawn map and handed it solemnly to Hyūga Natsu. "May your journey be smooth and return soon." Hyūga Natsu took the map and bid them farewell once more. "Until we meet again, let us strive together for the Shadow Organization's goals and world peace." With that he turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Gaara and Raza gazed at the direction he had gone, their hearts filled with hope and blessings. They knew Hyūga Natsu's journey was fraught with challenges, but they also believed he would silently strive for their shared goal, for he was Hyūga Natsu. During the long journey to Lulan, Hinata Natsu encountered many wondrous creatures. Once, while traversing a dense forest, he suddenly heard the sound of light footsteps. He paused and waited quietly. Soon a lively little deer appeared before his eyes. Its eyes were bright and clear, as if concealing all the secrets of the forest. It regarded Hinata Natsu warily, as if judging whether the stranger posed any danger. Hinata Natsu smiled and slowly crouched down, striving to appear non-threatening. After a moment's hesitation, the deer gently approached him and softly touched Hinata Natsu's hand with its tender nose. In that instant he felt a magical connection with nature, and warmth filled his heart. He whispered to the deer, "Little one, you are so brave. I wish you peace and happiness in this forest. I, Natsu, declare you the strongest among deer." With those words he rose to his feet and continued on his journey. On another occasion, while passing a crystal-clear stream, he spotted a colorfully plumaged bird playing in the water. The bird's feathers were magnificent and diverse, as beautiful as a rainbow. It flapped its wings joyfully, sending crystalline splashes of water flying. Fascinated by this beautiful sight, Hinata Natsu stood quietly aside and observed. The bird seemed aware of his presence but did not fly away. Instead, it continued enjoying its time on the water. Hinata Natsu sighed in his heart, marveling at how beautiful and vibrant all life in nature was. After a long and arduous trek, he finally arrived at the mysterious ancient city of Lulan. This ancient city resembled a slumbering sage, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura. The mottled city walls bore the traces of erosion by time, like a silent scroll of history slowly recounting tales of the past. Standing before the city gate, Hinata Natsu's eyes were filled with wonder and curiosity. He spoke calmly. "Lulan is truly captivating. It feels as though I have stepped into a mysterious historical painting. I wonder what surprises await me here." With a heart full of excitement and anticipation, Hinata Natsu slowly entered Lulan City. The buildings within the city were ancient and majestic, their weathered surfaces bearing the weight of years. A mysterious atmosphere permeated the streets, as if countless stories floated in the air. He walked leisurely, carefully observing his surroundings, afraid of missing any corner that might conceal a clue. He couldn't help but ponder to himself. Where exactly could the dragon vein within Lulan be hidden? I must find it. To become the supreme existence, this power is of utmost importance. After a difficult search, Hinata Natsu was astonished to discover that the source of the dragon vein lay within the towering and magnificent royal palace. The palace resembled a vast and mysterious treasure vault, radiating an aura of awe. Hinata Natsu approached with steady, measured steps. With every step he felt a powerful presence surging toward him, as if warning him of the great challenge ahead. He wondered to himself what secrets this palace might hold. The power of the dragon vein must be extraordinarily mighty. Can I truly master it? But regardless, I must try. For our mission, I cannot retreat. The moment he stepped into the palace, a mighty aura, as if from ancient times, instantly enveloped him. He could feel that every inch of air here was filled with mysterious power, as though a purest gift from nature itself. The dragon vein was a colossal natural energy beyond imagination, like the most brilliant star in the cosmos. It seemed to be nature's masterpiece, brimming with endless vitality. This power surged like an endless tide, its every ripple as if whispering of the world's origins and future. It contained boundless mysteries, as if the life source of the world and the foundation upon which all things grow. Standing beside the dragon vein, Hinata Natsu felt its overwhelming power, his heart filled with awe. He knew how powerful he would become if he devoured this force. Such immense power, if I could harness it, would surely give me a tremendous boost on the path to becoming the supreme existence. But I must also be careful and not let this power spiral out of control. At that moment, Hinata Natsu had already succeeded in having the Outer Path Demon statue absorb half of the One-Tail's chakra essence. When he learned that the dragon vein contained vast natural chakra, his heart surged with excitement. He activated his gold sage mode eyes, his irises blazing like resplendent gold, radiating a mysterious and mighty aura. He prepared to unleash his eye technique, the star-absorbing art, to drain the dragon vein's chakra. His heart was both excited and tense. This is a pivotal moment. Success or failure hangs in the balance. If I succeed, my strength will surge dramatically, but if I fail, the consequences would be dire. I must focus all my spirit and give it my all. Golden light erupted from Hinata Natsu's eyes, releasing an immense suction. The vast natural chakra of the dragon vein flowed toward him like a surging tide, steadily being drawn out. He could feel that powerful force surging within his body. Though his heart was both thrilled and tense, he remained composed and murmured, "God, the natural energy of this dragon vein is truly terrifying. No doubt about it. If I devour this power, my strength will see a qualitative leap." However, when least expected, unexpected things tend to happen. At this critical moment, the dragon vein's power seemed to offer a slight resistance, as if unwilling to be easily dominated. Hinata Natsu furrowed his brows slightly, but did not give up. He concentrated his spirit, and intensified the power of his eye technique, the golden light growing ever more dazzling. After arduous effort, the dragon vein's power finally began to flow steadily into his body. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief within his heart. Thank goodness I didn't give up. The power of this dragon vein is indeed formidable, but I will surely devour it. When the dragon vein chakra was channeled into the Outer Path Demon statue, an unimaginably powerful energy erupted instantly. That energy spread wildly in all directions like a raging tsunami, with the statue and Hinata Natsu at its center. The entire space seemed to tremble, and the air was compressed by the overwhelming force, producing thunderous bursts. After absorbing the power of the dragon vein, the Outer Path Demon statue began to shake violently, as if an ancient beast roused from slumber. The once dull patterns on its body lit up one by one, radiating a mysterious and fearsome glow. Those lights moved across the statue's surface as if alive, as though heralding its awakening. As the light grew ever stronger, the body of the Outer Path demon statue began to transform. Its size seemed to expand continuously, every line becoming harder and more ferocious. The surrounding earth and stones were torn aloft by the powerful aura dancing in the air and forming a chaotic vortex of storm. At this moment Hyūga Natsu could feel an unprecedented surge of power spreading through him, as though it might burst his body apart, yet also reshaping every cell within him. His golden rebirth eye began to evolve as well, its radiance growing ever more dazzling. At the center of his forehead the six-tomo Rinnegan slowly manifested, the process unfolding like a mysterious ritual. At first a faint glimmer flickered, then gradually intensified until the six-tomo pattern became clear. The Rinnegan seemed to hold endless mysteries, each tomo radiating an aura of profound enigma. When the Rinnegan fully formed, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Hyūga Natsu. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his power was truly terrifying. His body had directly broken through to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, as though merging with the entire universe. Standing there he appeared as though he were the ruler of the world itself. His aura was so powerful that the surrounding space began to distort, as though the entire world lay under his control. With a casual wave of his hand he could summon ferocious winds and massive waves that made the earth tremble. The howling winds seemed as though nature itself was bowing in submission to him. His sensory perception had also reached unprecedented heights, allowing him to detect the slightest movement within a radius of thousands of miles. Every heartbeat of life, every gentle breeze escaped not his awareness. His chakra surged endlessly, vast as an ocean. Whether attacking or defending, his power inspired dread. He could instantly unleash devastating ninjutsu capable of destroying an entire city. The flames burned fiercely, as though reducing all evil to ashes. The water surged powerfully, as though cleansing all the filth of the world. Moreover, his mastery over various ninjutsu had reached its peak, allowing him to wield powerful forces as he wished. His body had also undergone tremendous changes. His skin became far more resilient, as though impervious to any attack. It was hard as steel, yet retained remarkable flexibility, and no sharp blade could leave a mark upon it. His speed was like lightning, allowing him to cover vast distances in an instant. His figure flashed by like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. His strength was equally astonishing. A light stomp could split the earth into massive fissures. The cracks ran bottomless, as though the land itself was revealing its fragility before him. Just then the Queen of Lulan appeared. Noble and beautiful, she resembled a bloom in full splendor, radiating an enchanting charm. Her mature allure was enough to captivate anyone who saw her. Yet her eyes brimmed with anger and vigilance, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, adding to her captivating grace. She wore magnificent garments, the colorful silk shimmering in the sunlight, as though a living painting. Her graceful figure exuded elegance with every movement. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, stirring gently as though whispering tales of her past. "Who are you? How dare you lay hands on the dragon vein of my Lulan?" The Queen of Lulan asked sharply, her voice carrying unquestionable authority. That voice was like music from heaven, yet carried an air of absolute inviolability. Her gaze locked tightly onto Hyūga Natsu, as though attempting to see through him completely. Inside, Hyūga Natsu scoffed silently. "If not for your beauty, one slap would have reminded you who I am." Hyūga Natsu quickly flashed an apologetic smile and explained artfully, "Beautiful queen, please do not be angry. I am Hyūga Natsu, arriving from distant lands. I seek to borrow the power of this dragon vein for a greater cause. I will never harm Lulan. I fully understand the importance of this dragon vein to your kingdom, so I will use its power with utmost care." The Queen of Lulan frowned, her eyes filled with suspicion as she pressed further. "What do you intend to do with such power?" Hyūga Natsu replied with serious face, "Nonsense. The organization I belong to is dedicated to maintaining world peace. The power of this dragon vein, combined with that of the Ten-Tails, may well aid us. Moreover, I am willing to sacrifice for Lulan to help your majesty solve problems and protect the people. Because I believe that only through our joint efforts can we make this world a better place." Hyūga Natsu said with eager expectation, "I hope your majesty will understand my predicament and support my actions." The Queen of Lulan fell silent for a moment, pondering his words. Her gaze swept back and forth over Hyūga Natsu, as though judging the truth of what he said. Hyūga Natsu seized the opportunity to continue his solemn fabrication. "Your majesty, trust me, I harbor no ill will. I fully understand the importance of this dragon vein to Lulan. I will surely use its power with caution and never let it bring disaster to your kingdom. I can use my strength to bring prosperity and peace to Lulan. Look, along my journey I have encountered many difficulties, yet I faced them with composure and never retreated. I am not one who breaks promises. I sincerely hope we can become friends and work together toward a brighter future. Please, your majesty, trust me." Hyūga Natsu thought smugly, my power has surged recently and my rhetorical skills have improved accordingly. The queen will surely believe me. The Queen of Lulan narrowed her eyes slightly and said, your words sound pleasing enough. But why should I trust you? Hyūga Natsu scratched his head and flashed a simple good-humored smile, saying humorously, Your Majesty, look at my sincere face. How could I possibly look like a deceiver? Besides, if I were to deceive you, I would only be courting trouble for myself. I truly wish to maintain friendly relations with Lulan and strive together for world peace. Perhaps in the future we could even throw a grand party together. Hyūga Natsu's heart tightened. I hope my rhetoric can make the queen lower her guard and trust me. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The Queen of Lulan remained silent for a while, then said, Very well, I will tentatively trust you. But you must keep your promise, and must not abuse the power of the dragon vein. Should you break your oath, my Lulan will consider you an enemy. Hyūga Natsu nodded repeatedly, his heart overflowing with joy. His rhetoric truly remained his strongest weapon. He continued his fabrication with complete seriousness. Your Majesty need not worry. I, Hyūga Natsu, pledge my honor. I will never betray your trust. I will use this power to bring peace to the world and contribute to Lulan's prosperity. If Lulan ever faces trouble, just come to me. I will never decline. I will protect Lulan as I would my own family. The Queen of Lulan looked at Hyūga Natsu, a trace of doubt still lingering in her eyes. I hope you will remember your promise. If you break your oath, Lulan will oppose you at any cost. Hyūga Natsu nodded solemnly, and said, Your Majesty need not worry. I will surely keep my word and prove my sincerity and determination through my actions. Then Hyūga Natsu left his contact information and bid the Queen of Lulan farewell with a smile. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance, but his composed yet humorous demeanor remained in the queen's heart, giving her a newfound anticipation for this stranger from afar. After bidding farewell to the Queen of Lulan, Hinata Natsu resolutely embarked on the winding path. The sunlight, like a myriad of golden divine arrows, fiercely pierced through the gaps in the leaves and struck his shoulders as if draping him in an invincible battle armor radiating infinite brilliance. His steps were unyielding and imposing, each stride seemed to declare sovereignty over heaven and earth. His unquestionable formidable aura swept through the surroundings like a tempest. His thoughts surged like an unstoppable torrent of steel, charging forward with indomitable force. Suddenly a notion detonated within his mind like a thunderclap, shaking him to the core. He abruptly halted, his face instantly contorting into an expression of extreme sharpness, as if all things in the world ought to be under his absolute control. Recalling that he had hastily left behind the phone number from his previous life, a raging fury swelled within him. How could the Queen of Lulan contact him? This question struck his heart like a colossal meteor, igniting his fury to the heavens. With unparalleled confidence, and a domineering aura that overshadowed the world, Hinata Natsu resumed his journey. His steps were as firm as bedrock, yet within him churned a turbulent sea of stubborn defiance and iron determination. The Queen of Lulan's expectant gaze, full of trust and hope, kept flashing through his mind. But how could he be shackled by such emotions? He had his own great mission to fulfill. Then he thought of the wrong phone number, and a spark of irritation blazed like a wildfire in his heart. He let out a cold snort, blaming himself for the oversight, yet instantly suppressed the emotion with force. If she can't find me, it's her ineptitude. How could I be troubled by such a trivial matter? He lifted his chin high, affirming himself with absolute dominance, and then strode forward with long, rapid steps. As he walked, Hinata Natsu arrived at a town overflowing with bustling vitality. The place was a cacophony of noise, the clamor crashing against his eardrums like violent waves. The hawkers' cries, the pedestrians' chatter, and the rumble of carts interwove into a magnificent tapestry of life brimming with boundless energy. The streets surged with a tide of people, their faces reflecting a myriad of expressions. The joyful ones cheered exuberantly over their desired purchases, the hurried ones dashed madly about urgent matters, the curious ones lingered entranced by the town's novel attractions. The bustling scene of traffic and crowds infused the town with vibrant life and energy, a stark contrast to the tranquility of Lulan. Hinata Natsu was instantly captivated by the lively atmosphere, yet his eyes bore a cold scrutiny and a sense of absolute control. The dazzling colors, the cacophony of sounds, and the strange scents enveloped him like a vast magical net, but how could he be swayed by such things? He paced through the town streets like an invincible sovereign, glancing here and there. Every stall seemed a precious treasure awaiting his rigorous inspection, and he examined the goods with an exceedingly critical eye. Exquisite handicrafts, some delicate and compact with intricate carvings, earned only a slight nod from him, as if this was merely the baseline of quality. Others, grand and imposing with masterful craftsmanship, drew only a faint, barely perceptible hint of approval. Curious ornaments, unique and varied in form, passed before his eyes. The cute and playful ones he ignored outright, the mysterious and unfathomable ones he paused before only briefly before moving on. He sampled the local cuisine, its distinctive flavors dancing on his tongue. The sweet as smooth as honey he tasted with indifference, the spicy like blazing fire he merely frowned at, the rich reminiscent of aged wine he savored only for a moment. Yet as the noise and excitement gradually subsided, the resolve to find the tailed beasts and grow stronger resurfaced in Hinata Natsu's heart. That was his duty and responsibility, an invincible mission that must be fulfilled. With a heart full of overbearing authority and iron determination, he unhesitatingly set out on the journey to the northern mountains in search of the Two Tails and the Five Tails. His solitary figure sped across the vast land as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean, yet radiating an invincible aura like an unshakable towering peak. His eyes blazed with a flame so intense it seemed capable of consuming everything, burning with an unwavering belief in his goal. His steps were firm and powerful, each one pressing into the earth, as if declaring his invincible resolve to the entire world. With each step, Hinata Natsu gradually approached the mysterious northern mountains. The undulating mountain range resembled an ancient sleeping dragon lying across the land. A majestic and mysterious aura emanated from it, inspiring awe and trembling. Yet Hinata Natsu was unafraid. His eyes held only the desire for conquest. The peak soared into the clouds, piercing the sky, their imposing forms inspiring fear and respect, showcasing nature's immense power. Mist and clouds lingered around them, adding an air of mystery. Gazing at this magnificent sight, Hinata Natsu felt a fierce surge of challenge within him. He would conquer this formidable natural force, find the tailed beasts, and fulfill his mission. At last Hinata Natsu stepped into the bounds of the northern mountains. The air here was heavier, as if filled with a mysterious and powerful energy. With every breath he could feel that energy coursing through his body, deep and potent enough to pierce the soul, delivering a soul-stirring impact. Dense forests covered the mountains, with ancient trees towering and lush, forming a green ocean. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden beams like sacred light bestowed by nature. These beams fell upon the ground like a golden carpet, beautiful and mysterious. Hinata Natsu felt as if he had stepped into a fairy tale, but he was no child captivated by the scenery. He was the invincible sovereign who ruled this world. He moved through the forest with absolute dominance, his steps light and agile like a cheetah. How could he fear the tailed beasts that might be lurking in the shadows? Every step was filled with confidence. He carefully observed his surroundings, leaving no clue unexamined. Every stone and every tree must serve his purpose of finding the tailed beasts. Sometimes he crouched down to study the patterns on a rock, as if he could discern the trail of the tailed beasts from them. The rock patterns were intricate, some like ancient runes, others like mysterious symbols, yet he could spot clues at a glance. Sometimes he looked up at the towering trees, hoping to find traces among the branches. The trees were tall and dense, their leaves interwoven into a green maze. But how could he lose his way? He would use his wisdom and strength to find a path out. Yet as time passed, Hinata Natsu's efforts yielded no results. He searched every corner of the forest, but still found no trace of the Two Tails, or the Five Tails. His heart churned with anger and frustration, but how could he give up? He told himself that as long as he persisted, he would surely find the tailed beasts. Finally Hinata Natsu stood in the forest, gazing at the silent surroundings, his heart filled with a fierce desire for challenge. He didn't know how much farther he had to travel to find the tailed beasts, nor whether his efforts would bear fruit. But he knew he could not give up. The peace and tranquility of the world depended on his efforts. So he took a deep breath and executed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant. His figure flashed across the sky like lightning, leaving a trail of brilliant light. His heart was filled with unwavering conviction, believing that as long as he didn't give up, he would surely find the tailed beasts and become even stronger. At that moment time seemed to stand still, or rather within the tunnel of space-time had lost all meaning. Hinata Natsu didn't know how long he had teleported, he only knew that when he again felt the reality of the world, he had arrived at his destination. That was right near the hidden mist village. Hinata Natsu reasoned that since he couldn't find the tailed beasts in the northern mountains, and the southern mysterious forest would likely yield nothing as well, he might as well go straight to the hidden mist village. After all, while the locations of other tailed beasts were uncertain, the three-tailed beast was sealed inside the fourth Mizuki's body. How could he hesitate? He would seize the three-tailed beast with his invincible dominance, and fulfill his resolve to grow stronger. In Hyūga Natsu's eyes golden light swirled like a brilliant galaxy, the awe-inspiring golden Tenseigan capable of piercing through all illusions of the world, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Now he had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his power surging forth, directly breaking through to the realm of the Six Paths Sage. Apart from the mysterious Six-Tomo Rinnegan, which he had yet to reveal as a hidden trump card, there was no need to conceal any of his other powers. His figure stood like an invincible divine warrior, exuding overwhelming dominance. Having set his goal, he resolutely decided to visit the Kagaya clan, which had long been connected with the Hyuga clan, to see if the Kagaya clan had already been destroyed by this time. After all, in the original Naruto story it was never mentioned when the Kagaya clan was wiped out. Hyūga Natsu walked with firm and powerful steps. With each stride the earth seemed to tremble, as if bowing to this mighty being. Sunlight poured down upon him, draping him in a dazzling radiance that further enhanced his unparalleled majesty and dominance. When he arrived at the entrance to the Kagaya clan's territory, his immensely powerful aura instantly spread like surging waves, freezing the surrounding air into a deathly stillness. The Kagaya clan guards were the first to feel the suffocating pressure. Their breath caught, and their hearts felt as if they might leap out of their throats. One of the guards, gathering his courage, stepped forward and asked with a trembling voice, Who are you? Why are you here?" Hyūga Natsu's gaze was icy cold as he glanced briefly at the guard. The authority in his eyes weighed like Mount Time, nearly causing the guard to collapse to the ground. In a commanding voice he said, "Go and inform your clan leader that Hyūga Natsu, the head of the Hyuga clan, has come to visit." The guard dared not delay, immediately turning and sprinting back into the clan. Soon the Kagaya clan leader was alerted and emerged. Staring at Hyūga Natsu, who radiated an invincible aura, he was filled with shock and wariness. That overwhelming presence made even the clan leader feel immense pressure. Hyūga Natsu's eyes were cold as he fixed his gaze on the Kagaya clan leader and said in a domineering tone, "Kagaya clan leader, I have come to ask you to join me in killing the Mizukage." The Kagaya clan leader's heart trembled. He had long detested the fourth Mizukage's blood mist policy and the oppression of bloodline limit clans. For years the Kagaya clan had suffered miserably under the blood mist policy, living in dire straits. Now this powerful man had proposed killing the Mizukage, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. "You! Who exactly are you? How dare you conceive such a bold idea?" Suppressing his shock, the Kagaya clan leader asked. Hyūga Natsu raised his chin slightly and said coldly, "I am Hyūga Natsu, the head of the Hyuga clan, and someone with enough strength to change everything. The fourth Mizukage's reign must end. His blood mist policy has caused too much suffering." The Kagaya clan leader fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He knew well the power of the fourth Mizukage, but the aura this man exuded was also awe-inspiring. Yet he still harbored doubts about Hyūga Natsu's true strength. "You claim to have the power to defeat the Mizukage. How can I believe you?" the Kagaya clan leader challenged. Hyūga Natsu's lips curled into a confident smile. "If you doubt me, feel free to try." The Kagaya clan leader stood there, radiating a powerful aura. The air around him seemed to tremble from his strength, and dust on the ground slowly rose under the invisible pressure. His eyes blazing with fury, he roared, "Willow dance!" In an instant his body swayed like a willow branch, launching a swift and decisive slashing attack toward Hyūga Natsu. The fierce strike seemed to slice through the air, carrying immense power. Wherever it passed, the wind howled as if cheering for this ferocious assault. As Willow Dance swept past, the ground was gouged into deep ravines by the powerful air currents, and the surrounding trees were battered, their leaves flying in all directions. Yet Hyūga Natsu remained completely unfazed. His golden Tenseigan gleamed as he coldly watched the Kagaya clan leader's attack. Just as Willow Dance was about to strike him, he raised his hand slightly, and a golden wheel reincarnation explosion formed from truth-seeking balls materialized instantly. With a light wave, a golden beam shot out like lightning, effortlessly neutralizing the Willow Dance attack. The golden light illuminated everything around, contrasting sharply with the dust stirred up by the Kagaya clan leader's attack. Wherever the light reached, the dust instantly dissipated. The residual force of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion lifted the surrounding earth and rocks, forming a small wave of soil. Seeing this, the Kagaya clan leader's heart tightened and he shouted angrily, "Hyūga Natsu, do not underestimate the Kagaya clan!" He immediately switched techniques, roaring, "Camellia Dance!" His attack speed was several times faster than ordinary physical strikes, raining down on Hyūga Natsu like a storm. His figure darted through the air like a phantom, leaving behind afterimages. Hyūga Natsu remained expressionless and said calmly, "Kagaya clan leader, your struggles are futile." The golden wheel reincarnation explosion struck again, its overwhelming power instantly dismantling the Camellia Dance attack. The immense impact caused cracks to spread across the ground, sending debris flying. The surrounding trees were shaken askew and leaves fell like snowflakes. At this moment the Kagaya clan members watched the battle with tension. Seeing their leader's attacks effortlessly neutralized one after another, they were filled with shock and worry. How can this Hyūga Natsu be so powerful? The clan leader's attacks have no effect on him, a young clansman said in astonishment. It seems our Kagaya clan has run into serious trouble this time, another clansman replied anxiously. But we can't just watch the clan leader fight alone, we need to find a way to help. A brave clansman clenched his fists. Don't be rash. If we go up we'll only die in vain. Hyūga Natsu's strength far exceeds our imagination. An elder clansman quickly stopped him. Unwilling to give up, the Kagaya clan leader began to spin his body shouting, "Pine dance!" The bones protruding from his body driven by the high-speed rotation attacked Hyūga Natsu like a whirlwind. The spinning force stirred the surrounding air currents, forming a small storm. Sand and gravel on the ground were swept into the storm, flying in all directions. Hyūga Natsu's eyes focused the golden wheel reincarnation explosion shining brighter. With a single slash, the overwhelming power shattered the pine dance attack. The storm dissipated instantly and bone fragments scattered everywhere. Some lodged into tree trunks, others struck the ground with dull thuds. The clansmen gasped in awe. They had never witnessed such tremendous power. Some younger members began to waver, uncertain if their clan leader could continue fighting. The atmosphere grew tense to the extreme, as if even the air itself had become heavy. Uin Village, the Kabuki clan's territory. The Kabuki clan leader gnashed his teeth tightly, an unyielding light flashing in his eyes like a beast driven to the edge of desperation yet still refusing to submit. He once again unleashed that terrifying iron wire flower dance, fine, roaring iron wire flower dance, fine. In an instant, countless bones transformed into living ropes racing toward Hinata Sia at breathtaking speed. Those bones danced wildly through the air, coiling and winding like spectral serpents, raising sharp piercing winds as if announcing to the world the Kabuki clan leader's tenacious resistance. Hinata Sia merely sniffed coldly at the sight. With a flash of his majestic golden wheel rebirth explosion, the bone ropes were severed in an instant like a razor's edge. The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed through the air like a dirge sung by the defeated. The severed bones crashed heavily to the ground with dull thuds, leaving small craters etched into the earth, as if marking the scars of this fierce battle. "This won't do. The clan leader will fall." A Kabuki clansman cried out, his face twisted with anxiety, his voice thick with worry and dread. His eyes remained locked on the battlefield, on the Kabuki clan leader, while unease gnawed at his heart. "What can we do? Hinata Sia is simply too powerful." Another clansman responded with helpless resignation, despair written across his face. Gazing at Hinata Sia's invincible figure, he felt utterly powerless. Then the Kabuki clan leader, refusing to yield, unleashed the iron wire flower dance flower once more, shouting loudly, "Iron wire flower dance flower." He channeled his entire being, attempting to pierce Hinata Sia's body with his hardest bones. Those bones radiated a chilling luminescence like fatal weapons hurtling toward Hinata Sia. A dismissive smirk curled at the corner of Hinata Sia's lips, as if mocking the Kabuki clan leader's futile struggle. His golden wheel rebirth explosion slashed again, the overwhelming force shattering the bones like waves crashing upon rocks. In that instant of destruction, the bone fragments burst forth like spectacular fireworks, their multicolored light flickering in the sky. The surrounding ground, battered by this devastating force, was left pockmarked and scarred as though it had weathered a catastrophic disaster. Finally, the Kabuki clan leader deployed his trump card, unleashing the Satatsu dance, bellowing Satatsu dance. Countless bones erupted from the ground like razor-sharp swords targeting Hinata Sia. The earth trembled violently, as if struck by a powerful earthquake, with soil and stones thrown upward, forming small mounds. The sheer scale of destruction was terrifying. Hinata Sia's eyes turned cold, and the glow of his golden wheel rebirth explosion flared brightly like a blazing sun. With a single decisive slash, he obliterated the entire Satatsu dance barrage. The bones exploded into fragments, and dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. The entire combat zone seemed to descend into chaos. The Kabuki clan leader stared in utter shock at Hinata Sia, realizing that all his ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai were utterly ineffective against him. Despair and helplessness flooded his heart. He finally understood the immense gap in power between himself and Hinata Sia. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that his once proud Kekkei Genkai would prove so fragile before Hinata Sia, as fragile as thin paper. Yet, as the clan leader, his innate pride refused to yield easily. He clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with reluctance and defiance. With a roar, he drew upon his entire chakra reserves, and the shattered bones instantly reformed. With a sweeping gesture of both hands, countless bones rained down upon Hinata Sia like a storm, each one brimming with immense power, as if intent on piercing him through. The bones whistled through the air like shooting stars, crossing the sky, carrying an overwhelming momentum. The Kabuki clan leader shouted, "Bone rain attack!" Wherever the bones struck, earth and stones splintered outward, carving deep craters into the ground, as if the earth itself bore wounds from this brutal battle. Hinata Sia furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. His golden wheel rebirth explosion swept again, a blade of golden light slicing through the air. The incoming bones shattered upon contact with the radiance, turning to dust that drifted away. The moment golden light collided with bone, in dazzling brilliance erupted, radiant as the sun itself. The surrounding environment was devastated by this force as though a destructive storm had swept through. The Kabuki clansmen watched this scene in terror, their hearts filled with fear and despair. They realized their clan leader was trapped in a desperate situation like a caged beast unable to break free from the chains of fate. Some began whispering amongst themselves, debating whether they should beg Hinata for mercy. Others silently prayed, hoping their clan leader would survive unharmed. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with only the lingering echoes of battle resonating in the air as if recounting the ferocity of this fierce combat. Seeing this, the Kabuki clan leader's heart sank like a boulder crushing his chest. He knew he could no longer remain on the defensive. He had to find a way to exploit Hinata's weakness. His eyes darted, and suddenly his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment he appeared behind Hinata, his bones morphing into a gleaming long sword that stabbed viciously at Hinata's back. His movements were as swift as lightning, impossible to track. However, Hinata seemed to have anticipated this all along. Without turning his head, he simply swung his golden wheel rebirth explosion backward. A devastating force instantly sent the Kabuki clan leader flying. Blood erupted from his mouth, blooming like a crimson flower. He crashed heavily to the ground, the tremendous impact carving a large crater, dust billowing outward as though a sandstorm had swept through. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey, as though weighed down by an invisible mountain. He gazed at Hinata, his eyes filled with despair. He knew that no matter what he did, he stood no match for Hinata, like an insignificant and challenging a towering lion. The Kabuki clansmen gathered around, their hearts heavy with sorrow and helplessness as they looked upon their wounded clan leader. Some began weeping, tears pouring forth like a breached dam. Others glared at Hinata with rage, yet none dared to step forward and challenge him. The atmosphere around them was thick with grief and oppression, as though dark clouds had settled upon everyone's hearts. Hinata slowly approached the Kabuki clan leader, looking down upon him from above. "You should understand now how foolish it is to oppose me." Hinata's voice was cold and authoritative, like a judge passing sentence from the depths of hell. Kagaya clan leader struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes burning with defiance and stubbornness, glaring at Hyūga Natsu and roared. "Hyūga Natsu! Why do you push the Kagaya clan so relentlessly? Can't you grant us a path to survival?" His voice was filled with fury and resignation, as if questioning the injustice of fate. Hyūga Natsu stood expressionless, his gaze icy as he looked at the Kagaya clan leader, and spoke slowly. "Clan leader, I bear no enmity toward your clan. I intend to overthrow the 4th Mizuki's tyrannical rule, and I need your cooperation." His voice was firm and resolute, as if proclaiming his determination. The Kagaya clan leader gritted his teeth and retorted. "Humph! Do you think you can succeed with your strength alone? The 4th Mizuki's power far exceeds your imagination." His heart was filled with doubt and worry, uneasy about Hyūga Natsu's plan. Hyūga Natsu lifted his chin slightly and replied with authority. "In the face of absolute power, everything is but an illusion. I, Hyūga Natsu, possess enough strength to change it all." His eyes radiated confidence and dominance, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. The Kagaya clan leader clenched his fists and spoke again. "Even if you are powerful, how can you guarantee that you won't harm the Kagaya clan after the deed is done?" His heart was filled with vigilance, uncertain about the future. Hyūga Natsu paused for a moment, then said, "If your clan sincerely cooperates with me, I will ensure your clan's safety afterward. If I break my word, may heaven strike me down." His voice was solemn and grave, as if making a sacred vow. The Kagaya clan leader hesitated, inwardly knowing that he had no other choice at this moment. He lowered his head, helplessly sighed, and said, "Very well, the Kagaya clan will follow your orders. But if you betray your promise, even if we fight to the last man, we will not let it go." At that moment the clansmen of the Kagaya clan gathered together, murmuring among themselves. "Is the clan leader really going to listen to this Hyūga Natsu? Has the Kagaya clan ever suffered such humiliation?" A young clansman said with fury. "But what other options do we have? Hyūga Natsu's strength is simply overwhelming, we are no match for him." Another clansman replied helplessly. "Perhaps following him really could change our current situation. The 4th Mizuki's blood mist policy has made our lives too harsh." An elder clansman said thoughtfully. "But who can guarantee that Hyūga Natsu won't turn against us afterward?" Another clansman voiced his concern. They spoke back and forth, hearts filled with contradiction and unease. They looked at their injured clan leader, then at the overwhelmingly powerful Hyūga Natsu, unsure of what path lay ahead. Hyūga Natsu's gaze was icy and resolute. He lifted his chin slightly, scanning the Kagaya clan leader and the gathered clansmen. "I heard that your clan has a child who awakened his Kekkei Genkai from a young age. Is that true?" Hyūga Natsu's voice broke the brief silence. The Kagaya clan leader was slightly startled, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It is true. That child is the hope of our clan, displaying extraordinary talent and potential since childhood. Hyūga Natsu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and said, If that child can be of use to me, it will surely add great strength. The Kagaya clan leader's heart tightened and he quickly said, Lord Hyūga Natsu, the child is still young and his Kekkei Genkai is not yet fully controlled. He may not be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. Hyūga Natsu narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing an unyielding authority. That is not your concern. Take me to see him. The Kagaya clan leader had no choice but to lead Hyūga Natsu toward the dark corner where Kimimaro was imprisoned. Along the way, the clan leader's heart was heavy with anxiety, uncertain what consequences this decision would bring to the Kagaya clan. In that dark corner, the sturdy cage stood like a cold shackle, exuding a suffocating aura. Kimimaro curled up inside his small body, seemingly forgotten by the world. His eyes were hollow and indifferent, a resignation to fate, as if he had grown accustomed to being imprisoned. He had always believed he was merely a weapon of the Kagaya clan, existing for the clan's glory and survival. This sense of being needed and acknowledged was the only warmth in his cold world, fragile yet the sole hope he clung to. Hyūga Natsu approached slowly, his steady footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence, each step as if striding upon the strings of fate. He stood quietly before the cage, his gaze falling upon Kimimaro, seeing the curled figure and hollow eyes, and felt a slight stir in his heart. Hyūga Natsu gazed at Kimimaro silently, his eyes devoid of contempt or pity, only profound understanding and insight. That gaze seemed to pierce through Kimimaro's soul, witnessing the struggles and yearnings within. He raised one hand slightly, and gently placed it on the bars of the cage, as if sensing Kimimaro's plight. Do you truly believe you are nothing but a weapon for battle? Hyūga Natsu's voice was low and powerful, breaking the silence. The sound resonated like a great bell, reverberating through the cramped space and striking Kimimaro's heart. Kimimaro trembled slightly, his lips moving but no sound escaping. He slowly lifted his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he watched Hyūga Natsu's hand on the bars. Hyūga Natsu continued, You possess immense power, power meant not only for battle but to change destiny, to create a new world. You are not a tool for anyone. You are an independent individual with your own thoughts and will. As he spoke, he clenched his fist slightly, as if emphasizing the importance of Kimimaro's strength. A trace of confusion flickered in Kimimaro's eyes. He had never considered that he could be anything else. He had always believed his fate was to be driven by the clan fighting for its interests. But now Hyūga Natsu's words made him question whether his fate was truly so. He lowered his head, his hands clasped tightly together. Hyūga Natsu crouched down slightly, meeting Kimimaro's eyes, his gaze filled with sincerity and expectation. He extended a hand and gently placed it on Kimimaro's shoulder. Your life holds infinite possibilities. Do not be bound by the predicament before you. The Kagaya clan may see you as a weapon, but you can choose to be the master of your own destiny. A surge of emotion welled up in Kimimaro's heart, confusion, bewilderment, and a glimmer of hope. He began to ponder Hyūga Natsu's words, to contemplate his own life. He had never thought he could have a choice, that he could control his own fate. He lifted his head slightly, looking at the hand on his shoulder. Hyūga Natsu stood up, his figure towering like a mountain, exuding a steadfast strength. He extended a hand to Kimimaro. Come with me, Kimimaro. I will show you that your power can be used for more meaningful things. Kimimaro hesitated for a moment, his heart filled with conflict. On one hand he feared the unknown world, on the other he yearned to break free from the shackles of fate and become the master of his own destiny. In the end, the confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute gleam. He slowly rose to his feet, reached out, and grasped Hyūga Natsu's hand, stepping out of the cage as if entering a brand new world. That step was a challenge to fate and a hope for the future. Hyūga Natsu gazed at Kimimaro, her eyes filled with anticipation and determination. That profound gaze seemed to pierce through everything, granting Kimimaro boundless strength. Kimimaro, to help you swiftly master the power to control your own destiny, I have decided not only to infuse you with Hashirama cells but also to use the dojutsu I awakened when I unlocked the 6-tomo Rinnegan, the infinite Tsukuyumi, to initiate a special journey of growth for you. Hyūga Natsu declared solemnly, each word striking Kimimaro's heart like a heavy hammer. Kimimaro was momentarily stunned, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. He wondered what changes the Hashirama cells and the mysterious dojutsu would bring him, but soon that doubt was replaced by resolve. He knew this might be the crucial step to alter his fate. No matter how many unknown risks lay ahead, he had to bravely take this step. Hyūga Natsu swiftly performed the technique, his hands dancing like an artist creating a masterpiece. Carefully he infused the Hashirama cells into Kimimaro's body. Kimimaro felt a surge of immense power rush through his entire body like a raging tide that nearly took his breath away. Pain and power intertwined, blazing like a fierce fire within him, forcing him to clench his teeth. Yet he did not retreat with unyielding will. Kimimaro strove to adapt to this new strength. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his body trembling slightly, but his gaze remained steadfast, unshakable as steel. Then Hyūga Natsu activated the infinite Tsukuyumi. In an instant Kimimaro was transported into a fantastical world like an endless cosmos filled with mystery and the unknown. Kimimaro looked around, his eyes filled with awe. Everything here was so real, as if he had truly stepped into a brand new world. Hyūga Natsu's voice echoed in this world. Kimimaro, here the passage of time is different from the outside. An instant out there could be countless years in here. You will face all kinds of challenges here, constantly elevating your strength. A surge of fierce fighting spirit rose in Kimimaro's heart. He clenched his fists, his eyes revealing unwavering determination. I will become stronger and control my own destiny, he murmured. In this dreamlike world of infinite Tsukuyumi, Kimimaro's training began. Hyūga Natsu, like a stern master, meticulously devised a training plan for Kimimaro involving knowledge of various shinobi in the Naruto world and a series of high-intensity exercises. He personally demonstrated powerful ninjutsu from fire style to water style, from wind style to earth style. Each technique displayed astonishing might. Kimimaro focused intently, practicing the hand seals and releases of these ninjutsu over and over. His hands moved swiftly, the speed of his seals increasing, and the power of his techniques gradually grew. Taijutsu training was equally essential. Kimimaro engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with Hyūga Natsu, their figures clashing like lightning across this world. Kimimaro continuously learned Hyūga Natsu's attack techniques and defensive strategies, his body becoming more agile and his strength greater. Every collision made Kimimaro feel his progress, his eyes burning with a thirst for power. And in this world Kimimaro encountered various shinobi. Sometimes he faced a shinobi skilled in genjutsu whose illusions were like a labyrinth, trapping Kimimaro helplessly. But with his indomitable will and keen perception, Kimimaro gradually broke the genjutsu and delivered a powerful counterattack. Sometimes he encountered a shinobi of immense strength whose attacks fell like boulders, placing immense pressure on Kimimaro. Yet Kimimaro did not fear challenges. He skillfully employed his ninjutsu and taijutsu to engage in a breathtaking battle. In one battle Kimimaro faced a formidable shinobi. The opponent's attacks came like a violent storm, but Kimimaro remained calm, skillfully using his abilities to counter. He first used earth style to create a solid wall of earth blocking the attack. Then he quickly formed seals and unleashed fire style, launching a fierce assault. The opponent countered with water style, neutralizing Kimimaro's flames. The battle reached a fever pitch as Kimimaro constantly switched between ninjutsu and taijutsu, seeking an opening. Finally he spotted a weakness and swiftly delivered a fatal blow, defeating the enemy. This is truly incredible, Hyūga Natsu marveled. This place is like a combination of a hyperbolic time chamber and a single-player virtual universe. Kagaya Ōtsutsuki really wasted such a magnificent dojutsu. In the mysterious world of infinite Tsukuyumi, Kimimaro was fully immersed in arduous training and intense battles, constantly honing himself in pursuit of greater power. Suddenly a mysterious light flashed, and a figure slowly materialized. Kimimaro's heart tightened as he recognized the newcomer, Uchiha Itachi, with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold, exuding an overwhelming aura. He gazed at Kimimaro silently, as if appraising a worthy opponent. Kimimaro showed no fear, his eyes reflected a fierce fighting spirit. He quickly adjusted his stance, ready for the arduous battle ahead. Kimimaro knew that Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan possessed formidable genjutsu and ninjutsu, so he had to stay vigilant. The battle was about to erupt. Uchiha Itachi struck first, his eyes flickered and a powerful genjutsu instantly enveloped Kimimaro. Kimimaro felt a momentary dizziness, as if falling into an endless dark world. But with his tenacious will he quickly broke free from the genjutsu's grip. Then Uchiha Itachi unleashed a series of powerful ninjutsu. Fire style surged like a ferocious dragon toward Kimimaro, who calmly responded with wood style. Massive trees instantly erupted from the ground, forming a solid barrier that blocked the flames. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected Kimimaro's wood style to be so powerful. Yet, he did not retreat, instead he launched an even more ferocious assault. Kimimaro was not to be outdone. He countered with wood style while simultaneously unleashing his bone-based taijutsu. Sharp bones sprouted from his body like deadly weapons, thrusting toward Uchiha Itachi. Itachi agilely dodged Kimimaro's attacks while constantly searching for vulnerabilities. The two exchanged blows, the battle reaching its zenith. Just as Kimimaro was locked in fierce combat with Uchiha Itachi, another flash of light appeared and Kakashi arrived on the battlefield. Kakashi's eyes were sharp, a kunai firmly gripped in his hand, ready to join the fray. Kimimaro's heart tightened, but facing two powerful opponents, he did not flinch. He once again unleashed wood style. Massive trees grew wildly, surging toward Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly used Chidori, the powerful lightning cutting through the trees. Uchiha Itachi also seized the opportunity, alternating between genjutsu and ninjutsu, plunging Kimimaro into even greater difficulty. Kimimaro gritted his teeth, constantly adjusting his tactics. He used the flexibility of his bone taijutsu to cleverly evade the attacks of both Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. At the same time, he sought chances to counterattack. After a fierce battle, though exhausted, Kimimaro's eyes still burned with unwavering conviction. He knew that only by constantly challenging powerful opponents could he truly master the power to control his own destiny. In the enigmatic and illusory realm of infinite Tsukuyomi, Kimimaro shone like a resplendent star, ceaselessly challenging his own limits. Within this world brimming with fantasy and trials, he fearlessly clashed with ninjas of all kinds. Each fierce battle, like a raging inferno, forged his will and became a precious opportunity for growth. With each successive battle, Kimimaro's strength surged like bamboo shoots after spring rain, and his mind grew ever more mature and composed. Several years slipped by like a white colt passing a crack, yet in the outside world it was but a fleeting moment. Now Kimimaro had been reborn, his eyes radiating a resolute gleam, sharp as a finely honed blade. He was ready to face the myriad challenges of the real world with courage and to master his own tumultuous destiny. Kimimaro, majestic and imposing, led the Kagaya clan with overwhelming momentum to the office of the 4th Mizuki Hyūga. The intense battle intent emanating from them burned like scorching flames, threatening to consume the very space around them. Kimimaro's small figure stood like a fearless leader at the forefront of the line. His gaze was firm and piercing like glittering stars in the cold night, too daunting to meet directly. Kimimaro declared loudly, "Brothers of the Kagaya clan, today we fight for our dignity and glory. No longer shall we bow to others, let the world witness our power." The warriors of the Kagaya clan shouted in unison, "For the glory of the Kagaya clan." He gestured lightly, and the Kagaya warriors, like disciplined champions, swiftly prepared for battle. Though the office door was tightly shut, nothing could hinder their unwavering determination. Kimimaro took a deep breath, feeling the powerful chakra surging within him like a volcano about to erupt. He kicked the door with a thunderous crash. The 4th Mizuki Hyūga, startled by the sudden commotion, slowly raised his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Hyūga roared, "Kagaya clan, what do you think you're doing?" A corner of Kimimaro's mouth lifted into a confident, composed smile. "Mizuki-sama, the Kagaya clan will no longer submit to being beneath others. We fight for our own destiny, to reclaim our honor." Hyūga sneered, "Do you think you can succeed so easily? I am the Mizuki, I will not allow your recklessness." With that, Kimimaro launched his attack like lightning, his body swift as the wind as he charged at Hyūga. Hyūga countered without hesitation, employing water release techniques. Kimimaro shouted, "Brothers, fight with me." The Kagaya warriors joined the fray, engaging in a fierce melee with the Mizuki's guards. The office instantly descended into chaos. Flashing blades, clashing steel, and surging chakra. Leveraging the formidable prowess honed in the infinite Tsukuyomi world, Kimimaro relentlessly pressed his attack on Hyūga. Every move and technique he executed was imbued with unparalleled power and exquisite skill, forcing Hyūga to focus completely and respond with utmost seriousness. Hyūga parried while saying, "Kimimaro, you are courting death." Kimimaro replied, "Mizuki-sama, we have no other choice." However, Hyūga was the Mizuki after all, and his strength was not to be underestimated. He skillfully wielded water release techniques like a master magician, dissolving Kimimaro's attacks while constantly seeking opportunities to counter. Amid the fierce battle, Kimimaro remained calm and decisive, his eyes devoid of panic or fear. He called to his clan, "Do not retreat. We will surely prevail." The Kagaya warriors' morale soared. He knew this battle was not only about the fate of the Kagaya clan but also about his own dignity and convictions. He continuously adjusted his tactics, engaging Hyūga in a breathtaking climactic duel. As the battle war on both sides began to show signs of fatigue. Yet Kimimaro's fighting spirit never waned, instead it blazed ever brighter like a raging fire. He firmly believed that persistence would lead to victory. Kimimaro encouraged his clansmen, "Hold on. Victory is within reach." In the end, through Kimimaro's tenacious efforts, the Kagaya clan gradually gained the upper hand. Hyūga realized the situation was turning unfavorable, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't get too cocky, I still have a trump card." He decided to unleash his final ace, complete tailed beast transformation. In an instant, Hyūga's body underwent a tremendous change, becoming the massive three-tails Isabu. Isabu, with claws bared and a menacing aura, lunged at Kimimaro and his companions. The overwhelming chakra fluctuations made the entire office tremble as if struck by a violent earthquake. Seeing this, a flash of determination crossed Kimimaro's eyes. He swiftly adjusted his stance like a fearless general and unleashed his ultimate technique, Shikatsumiyaku dance of the seedling fern. Kimimaro shouted, "The Kagaya clan never retreats. In an instant his body transformed into countless sharp bones shooting toward Isabu like a storm of rain. The bones collided violently with Isabu's body, producing thunderous roars. Though powerful, Isabu gradually revealed weaknesses under Kimimara's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Kimimaro concentrated his power to strike Isabu's vital points. After a fierce struggle, he finally succeeded in slaying Isabu. The fourth Mizukage Yugura also perished. Kimimaro stood in the ravaged office surrounded by the wreckage of battle. His posture was as erect as a pine tree, his gaze firm and proud as if it could pierce through any obstacle. He slowly turned to face the Kagaya clan and spoke with a steady, powerful voice. We have won. The future of the Kagaya clan shall be ours to command, and the destiny of Kirigakure will be forged by us. His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every clan member, stirring profound resonance. At that moment the Mizukage Zanbu members stood at a distance, their expressions complex as they watched Kimimaro and the Kagaya clan. Kimimaro's eyes blazed as he turned sharply to the Umbu and declared with authority the strong rule. I am the fifth Mizukage. Who dares to object? His voice echoed in the air with irrefutable majesty. The Umbu members exchanged glances, initially filled with shock and doubt. After all, this sudden upheaval had caught them off guard. They had long served the Mizukage, and the abrupt shift in power left them conflicted. However, Kimimaro's overwhelming aura and the unmatched strength he had just displayed forced them to reconsider the situation. One of the Umbu members stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and said, Kimimaro, though you are powerful, becoming Mizukage requires more than brute force. Kirigakure has its own rules and traditions. Kimimaro sneered. Rules? Traditions? In the face of absolute power, these can be changed. I, Kimimaro, have the ability to lead Kirigakure toward a mightier future. Another Umbu member spoke up with such an aggressive stance. Are you not afraid of provoking the vigilance and attacks of other ninja villages? Kimimaro's eyes sharpened, and he replied, if anyone dares to invade, I, Kimimaro, will lead the warriors of Kirigakure to ensure they never return. I will make Kirigakure a force to be revered, not one to be bullied. As time passed, some Umbu members began to waver. They recognized Kimimaro's strength, and understood that in the ninja world of survival of the fittest, the strong indeed held greater sway. Gradually a portion of the Umbu lowered their heads in tacit acceptance. Yet some stubborn ones remained resentful, secretly plotting resistance. Kimimaro read their thoughts and said coldly, I will give you time to consider, but do not attempt to challenge my authority. From now on, Kirigakure will usher in a new era. With that, he turned and led the Kagaya clan to begin reorganizing the village's order, laying the foundation for his rule. As for the Mizukage Zanbu members, some chose to comply while others schemed in the shadows. In the Wuin village, the Shuiying building stood proudly at the village's center, resembling an ancient fortress that had weathered the vicissitudes of time yet remained dignified and solemn. Once it was the ultimate symbol of authority in the Wuin village, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that seemed to suppress all unsettling elements. However, it had just witnessed a harrowing battle with shattered walls and debris everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. The broken window panes glimmered faintly and hazily in the sunlight, as if silently recounting the ferocity of the recent clash, each crack seemingly recording a heart-stopping moment. As Kimimaro strove to subdue the Shuiying Zanbu, his resolute figure stood out prominently amidst the chaotic scene. The slain fourth Mizukage, once brimming with formidable power, now lay still, his former majesty all but vanished like a forgotten legend. The chakra of the Three Tails was slowly dissipating from that body, fading like smoke, as if it might vanish into the void at any moment. At this critical moment, in an obscure corner, Hyūga Natsu was fully focused on executing the ocular technique, star absorption technique. His eyes revealed an unusual calm, as if the surrounding chaos had nothing to do with him. He furiously absorbed the chakra of the Three Tails, feeling the immense power gradually flow into his own body. Hyūga Natsu knew that although the enhancement from this powerful chakra might be limited, it was still the chakra volume of a tailed beast, an immense treasure that would grant him an extra measure of survival in this perilous ninja world. In a distant place, Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara, stood silently. His figure was solitary and enigmatic, seeming out of place with the entire world, like a lonely wanderer forsaken by fate. Suddenly a strong sense of unease surged within him, as if something momentous had occurred. Obito furrowed his brow slightly, his single eye gleaming with a profound and mysterious light, as if capable of piercing all secrets. That place. Something has happened to the fourth Mizukage. Obito murmured to himself, his voice low and filled with concern. He closed his eyes, sensing the faint, elusive fluctuations. His thoughts, like an invisible web, spread outward, trying to capture the source of the unease. Moments later, he swiftly employed the space-time dojutsu Kamui. A strange light flashed, and Obito's figure vanished instantly, as if he had never been there, leaving only a silent void. When Obito arrived at the Wuin village, a scene of chaos greeted him. Kimimaro was engaged in a heated argument with the Shuiying Zanbu, their voices rising and falling, filled with tension and conflict. Kimimara's gaze was firm and unyielding. He tried to persuade the Shueing Sanbu to accept his leadership to forge a new future for the Kagaya clan and the Wuing village. The members of the Shueing Sanbu harbored their own thoughts. Some feared Kimimara's strength while others were wary of his ambition, each heart shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Meanwhile, Hinata Natsu was utterly immersed in the bliss of absorbing chakra, oblivious to everything around him. He seemed to have entered a world of his own where powerful chakra like a surging river flowed endlessly into his body. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. His eyes were slightly closed, and the corners of his mouth lifted, as if he had forgotten all external disturbances. That focused expression was like that of an artist lost in his own dream, completely absorbed in his creation. Obito, hidden in the shadows, observed everything like a ghost. His figure merged with the surrounding darkness unnoticed by anyone. His single eye flickered with a profound light as he pondered how to exploit this chaotic situation to further his own plans. Obito knew that this chaos was both a great challenge and a rare opportunity. Suddenly his figure flickered and like a specter he lunged at Hinata Natsu. His movements were swift as lightning, silent as an invisible wind, catching no one off guard. However, Hinata Natsu had already sensed him. Just as Obito was about to close and Hinata Natsu's eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing within them. That light was like a razor-sharp blade capable of cutting through any darkness. He unhesitatingly executed the 8 trigrams palm, his palms striking toward Obito with immense force. Obito was startled and quickly sidestepped to evade. He had not expected Hinata Natsu to react so swiftly, and a new caution arose within him. Steadying himself, Obito decided to masquerade as Uchiha Madara, attempting to deceive Hinata Natsu. He straightened his posture, his eyes exuding an air of lofty authority, and spoke in a deep, forceful voice. "Do you know who I am? I am Uchiha Madara. How dare you act recklessly before my eyes?" Hinata Natsu sneered, showing no fear. "Don't think you can scare me by pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Do you take me for a fool? I know your true identity. You're nothing but a skulking coward." Enraged and humiliated, Obito attacked Hinata Natsu again. He formed hand seals and a powerful surge of chakra gathered in his hands like a raging sea ready to devour everything. Hinata Natsu did not back down, unleashing the 8 trigrams palm once more. Their forces collided in midair with a thunderous roar as if heaven and earth were shaken. However, Obito was prepared. The moment Hinata Natsu struck, he suddenly activated Kamui, phasing through the 8 trigrams palm attack. Then, seizing the opportunity, he used wood release wood spike technique. Countless wooden branches rapidly sprouted from the ground, thrusting toward Hinata Natsu. Those branches, like sharp arrows, carried the aura of death. Seeing this, Hinata Natsu immediately executed the 20 divine strikes of the void. His hands moved swiftly, emitting powerful air currents. The currents collided with the wooden branches, producing a series of explosions, as if a fierce storm was raging. One of the currents struck Obito directly, sending him flying backward. He quickly retreated into the Kamui dimension, seething with anger and resentment. Hiding in the Kamui dimension, he peered through the spatial rift, and taunted disdainfully, "Do you think you can hurt me? If you have the guts, come and hit me." Hinata Natsu curled his lips slightly, his eyes full of contempt, and replied with a domineering tone, "This is the first time I've seen someone beg to be hit. Fine, since you're so eager to be humiliated, I'll grant your wish." The aura emanating from Rishyangxia erupted violently, a torrent of chakra so immense and unstoppable that it surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, overwhelming all in its path. That power was boundless, its terrifying momentum soaring into the heavens, as if it could rend the vast firmament asunder in an instant. His eyes blazed with dazzling brilliance akin to resplendent stars suspended high above, their radiance so intense that none dared to gaze directly upon them. His hands moved with fluid grace, forming seals in a seamless, effortless rhythm, not as if in combat but as though performing a breathtaking, magnificent dance. He roared with commanding presence, "Tenseigan Chakra Mode activate." With that thunderous cry, 12 colossal truth-seeking balls materialized in an instant. These truth-seeking balls exuded an aura both mysterious and fearsome, each one seemingly containing boundless terror-inducing power, as if they were enigmatic vast stars descending upon the mortal realm. 3 of the truth-seeking balls slowly merged together, their light intensifying into a blinding radiance like a blazing sun being born with overwhelming might, casting rays that defied all sight. Then, with a flash of light so dazzling it was impossible to behold, the golden wheel reincarnation explosion took form. It was a colossal golden blade of light radiating an aura of annihilation as if it were the wrath of an ancient deity. The golden wheel reincarnation explosion hurtled toward Obito's location with the force of thunder and lightning, its speed surpassing that of a bolt tearing across the sky, so swift that no one could react. That overwhelming power pierced directly through the Kamui dimension, which crumbled like fragile paper, effortlessly breached in an instant. Though Obito's reaction was incredibly swift, he remained utterly powerless in the face of such a terrifying assault. The blade of light struck Obito in an instant, and he could only let out a terrified cry before half his body was severed. Then panic-stricken he retreated fully into the Kamui dimension, daring not to emerge again. Within the Kamui dimension, White Zetsu suddenly burst forth in a panic, moving with lightning speed. He cried out in terror, "Oh dear, this is absolutely disastrous. Lord Obito, your injuries are far too severe." He frantically stemmed the bleeding using his own body to replace the damaged part of Obito, muttering incessantly, "Who is this? They're utterly ridiculous. To have wounded Lord Obito like this. This is a huge problem, we need to think of something quickly." Meanwhile Obito's face was a mask of shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. His eyes wide, he stared in a daze at his mutilated body, his voice trembling. How is this possible? My Kamui space that could easily evade even the attacks of tail beasts, was breached so effortlessly by him. How did he do it? This power is too terrifying. Just as Obito was paralyzed with shock, Rinnegan used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting beside him. He stood there imposingly, his gaze as cold as ice, exuding boundless dominance. Obito shuddered at Rinnegan's sudden appearance, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Rinnegan overheard Obito's muttering, a faint mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Haha, didn't expect that, did you? You asked me to hit you and now I have, and I've done it perfectly." Rinnegan's voice dripped with mockery and dominance, stabbing into Obito's heart like a razor-sharp blade. Obito gritted his teeth, a hint of malice in his eyes. "Humph, even if you have the upper hand now, don't get too cocky," he snarled viciously. But Rinnegan remained unmoved, his eyes brimming with absolute confidence. "Your era is over, Obito." With that, Rinnegan once again gathered an awe-inspiring, terrifying chakra, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Despite his grievous wounds, Obito stubbornly prepared to resist, unwilling to yield. But just then Rinnegan curled his lips into a cold smirk, and said, "You have amused me, but the game is over. I've decided to send you straight to your beloved Rin." Before Obito could even process how Rinnegan knew his deepest, most hidden emotions, a golden light sword cleaved toward him with lightning speed. The sword radiated blinding light and terrifying power. Obito felt as if he were engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, unable to block or evade. In that moment between life and death, Obito's mind began to replay his entire life like a lantern show. He recalled the days at the Ninja Academy with Kakashi and Rin, when they were full of vitality and dreams filled with boundless hope for the future. He remembered the brutal battle where he was crushed by a boulder while saving Kakashi, believing he was doomed, a despair and fear that remained vivid even now. He relived the moment he watched Rin die at Kakashi's hand, the pain and rage burning like a conflagration, an indescribable grief and hatred. He recalled being seduced by Madara Uchiha, embarking on a path shrouded in darkness, and hatred plunging into endless agony and struggle. Obito's heart was filled with regret and helplessness. He knew he had made too many mistakes in his life and hurt too many people. But now it was all too late. The golden light sword drew closer, and Obito slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. Just then a figure draped in a white robe with an ethereal transcendent aura appeared silently. It was the Sage of Six Paths. His eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, as if able to see through the fate of all things. That light was deep and timeless, instantly inspiring awe. The Sage of Six Paths raised his hand slightly, and the golden light sword about to strike Obito froze in midair. Rinnegan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He could sense the immense power emanating from the Sage of Six Paths, a strength beyond ordinary mortals. "Outsider, your existence threatens the peace of the ninja world," the Sage of Six Paths declared, his voice cold and commanding. His gaze locked onto Rinnegan as if regarding a threat that must be eliminated. That look was filled with unyielding determination, sending chills down the spine. The Six Paths Sage's Rinnegan eyes shimmered with a mysterious and formidable glow, while the nine-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead emanated an aura of dread. He abruptly raised his hands, and a surge of immense chakra erupted as he unleashed the Six Paths' almighty push. A terrifying, repulsive force swept forth like a raging storm, as if intending to push the entire world away, clearly aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Hyūga Natsu. Wherever the repulsive force passed, space itself warped, the earth cracked, and debris flew through the air. Hyūga Natsu remained undaunted. His golden Tenseigan blazed brilliantly like two burning suns, and a six-tomo Rinnegan appeared on his forehead, its mysterious pattern seemingly holding infinite secrets. He swiftly activated 12 truth-seeking balls, which instantly merged to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. The radiance of the truth-seeking balls collided with the repulsive force of the Six Paths Sage's almighty push, unleashing a blinding flash of light and a shockwave. Hyūga Natsu roared in anger. "Six Paths Sage, do you truly believe this can defeat me? That is nothing but a foolish delusion." The Six Paths Sage's gaze was cold and stern. He spoke in a deep voice. Hyūga Natsu, your power is far too dangerous. If left unchecked, it will surely bring calamity to the ninja world. Hyūga Natsu sneered. The fate of the ninja world is not for you to decide. What I pursue is true peace and freedom. Seeing that his first attack failed, the Six Paths Sage immediately shifted tactics and unleashed the Six Paths Universal Pull. A powerful gravitational force instantly enveloped Hyūga Natsu as if trying to forcibly drag him over. Hyūga Natsu snorted coldly, clapped his hands together, and instantly activated the deduced 80 divine air strikes. A powerful gust of wind howled forth, surging along the direction of the gravitational pull and striking the Six Paths Sage with overwhelming force. The Six Paths Sage's eyes narrowed as he once again unleashed the Six Paths Almighty Push. The formidable repulsive force clashed with the power of the 80 divine air strikes, producing a thunderous roar that shook the very air around them. However, the Six Paths Sage did not cease his assault. He formed hand seals and executed the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. A massive gravitational sphere materialized in the sky, seemingly intent on sealing Hyūga Natsu within. Seeing this, Hyūga Natsu's gaze grew even more resolute. He merged the 12 truth-seeking balls into the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, and a colossal golden sword of light materialized in his hand. With a mighty swing, the sword of light cleaved through the Six Paths Sage's Chibaku Tensei with earth-shattering power. The immense force caused the entire space to tremble, as if the end of the world were imminent. The two exchanged blows and the battle reached a fever pitch, with either able to gain the upper hand easily. Amidst this shifting of winds and clouds on the distant moon, a colossal radiant Tenseigan suddenly burst forth with an incredibly brilliant light. The light seemed capable of piercing the heavens, boldly proclaiming its supreme authority to the entire vast universe. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful connection was established between this giant Tenseigan and Hyūga Natsu's own Tenseigan, like an indestructible divine bond. Hyūga Natsu could clearly sense that he could claim the vast chakra of this giant Tenseigan as his own at any moment. Without hesitation, Hyūga Natsu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly traversing the boundless cosmic space like lightning and landing firmly on the moon. Standing on the surface of this ancient and mysterious celestial body, Hyūga Natsu's eyes were filled with determination and dominance. He coldly stared at the colossal Tenseigan before him, a fierce desire to conquer rising within. Then, with an indomitable will, he drove his own power, took a deep breath, and directly sucked the giant Tenseigan into his body. In that moment, the entire universe trembled violently. The giant Tenseigan, with the force of thunder, embedded itself directly onto the head of the tentails within Hyūga Natsu's body. Instantly, a devastatingly powerful dojutsu erupted like a volcanic eruption. The power of the Tenseigan and the power of the six-tomo Rinnegan, two terrifyingly immense forces, collided wildly, and then began to merge rapidly. The process was thrilling and exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, the fused power transformed into a golden six-tomo Tenseigan. Around Hyūga Natsu, like a super scion's magnificent transformation, golden waves of energy surged outward in an overwhelming tide. The energy waves carried an invincible force, destroying everything in their path. Hyūga Natsu stood proudly like an invincible war god, exuding dominance that made the entire world tremble at his feet. The Six Paths Sage followed, using space-time ninjutsu. When his figure appeared on the moon, he immediately saw Hyūga Natsu's awe-inspiring state. The powerful aura, the dazzling light, and the golden energy waves swirling around him all made a sense of unease surge within the Six Paths Sage like a tide. Although he had never witnessed the Super Saiyan transformation, he could see that Hyūga Natsu had become an extremely terrifying and dangerous existence. The Six Paths Sage's expression grew solemn. He slowly mobilized his entire chakra, the vast energy surging within him like a turbulent ocean. His eyes revealed determination and resolve. He decided to unleash his ultimate technique, Super Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. He rapidly formed hand seals, and a tremendous amount of chakra gathered in the sky above. A colossal gravitational sphere began to form slowly beside Hyūga Natsu, its gravitational pull so powerful that it seemed capable of drawing in the entire universe. The Six Paths Sage's goal was clear: to seal Hyūga Natsu before he could react. The Chibaku Tensei began to coalesce around Hyūga Natsu, the immense gravitational force pulling everything nearby toward him. Yet just as the seal was about to complete, Hyūga Natsu suddenly activated his six-tomo Tenseigan. His eyes blazed with brilliant golden light, radiant as the sun. Feeling the Six Paths Sage's attack, Hyūga Natsu's heart surged with intense anger. He would never allow anyone to threaten his life. Hyūga Natsu directly unleashed a dojutsu of the Six Paths Senjutsu level, Reincarnation Tenseigan Explosion. A golden sword of terrifying proportions instantly condensed in his hand. The giant sword emanated a chilling aura, as if it could sever everything in the world. Even the massive moon seemed small and fragile before it. The golden sword, carrying earth-shattering power, sliced through the Chibaku Tensei and struck toward the Six Paths Sage. Its speed was like lightning, leaving no time for reaction. Wherever the golden sword passed, space itself was torn apart, leaving behind a black rift. The immense force caused the entire moon to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. The six-paths sage watched the golden sword hurtling toward him, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He had not expected Hyūga Natsu's power to be so formidable beyond his imagination. But he was, after all, the six-paths sage, not easily defeated. He quickly mobilized his entire chakra, preparing to withstand Hyūga Natsu's strike. In the boundless universe on the moon, a spectacular battle was unfolding fiercely. Hyūga unleashed the ultimate pupil technique of the six-tomo Tenseigan, the reincarnation burst. 12 massive truth-seeking orbs merged, and instantly a terrifyingly enormous golden giant sword coalesced in his hand. The giant sword radiated an unparalleled aura of power before which all things in the world were as insignificant as ants. Even the giant moon seemed fragile in comparison. Hyūga's fighting spirit blazed fiercely within him. He knew well that this battle was of utmost importance, and there was no room for retreat. Gazing at the golden giant sword in his hand and feeling the surging power, he secretly vowed to defeat the six paths immortal. The golden giant sword slashed out with lightning speed, tearing through space mercilessly, and leaving a horrifying black rift. The immense power caused the entire moon to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. At that moment, facing the surging golden giant sword, a trace of shock appeared in the six paths immortal's eyes. Six paths immortal. Hyūga, your power is unexpectedly formidable beyond my anticipation. This strike of yours is both swift and devastating, but do not underestimate me. Hyūga. Six paths immortal, your era is over. I will bring true justice to this universe. My pupil technique can perceive every move you make. Your defenses will crumble before me. He had never imagined that Hyūga's power could be so immense, far beyond his expectations. But after all, he was the six paths immortal who had weathered countless storms, possessing supreme dignity and glory. How could he be easily defeated? Thus he swiftly mobilized all his chakra, preparing to receive Hyūga's earth-shattering strike. Though shocked, the six paths immortal's heart was filled more with determination. He could not afford to lose. He bore a great mission and responsibility to protect the peace and order of this universe. He waved his hands, and 12 mysterious truth-seeking orbs flew out, instantly radiating strange light, and quickly merged together. Soon an indestructible protective barrier appeared before him. The barrier, formed from the fusion of the 12 truth-seeking orbs, was covered with mysterious and complex runes, exuding a dauntingly powerful aura. At the same time, the six paths immortal summoned Susanoo once again. The colossal Susanoo stood like a towering mountain on the moon, its massive body emanating an imposing presence, shielding the six paths immortal tightly within. However, when the golden giant sword collided with the protective barrier and Susanoo, the resulting shockwave seemed as if it might shatter the entire moon. Countless fine cracks appeared on the protective barrier, and Susanoo also trembled slightly under the impact of that immense force. Yet even so, the six paths immortal stubbornly held his ground. The six paths immortal gritted his teeth with only one thought in his mind: he must not let Hyūga succeed. He continuously poured chakra into the protective barrier, and Susanoo attempting to withstand this powerful attack. But just then something unexpected happened. After the fierce collision, Hyūga charged out from the planetary devastation. Looking closely, everything was in ruins, with blood mist hanging in the air. The moon seemed to have turned into a wasteland. And at that moment the six paths immortal did something astonishing. He chose to flee. Hyūga watched the direction in which the six paths immortal fled, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Hyūga. Six paths immortal, are you actually running away? Six paths immortal. Hyūga, a direct confrontation right now is not wise. Your attacks are fierce, but my speed is not slow either. I will challenge you again another time. Hyūga had never expected that the renowned six paths immortal would flee in battle. But soon his gaze grew even more resolute. Since the battle had begun, there must be an end. He pursued relentlessly, his aura surging like a turbulent sea, the golden giant sword flickering in his hand, ready to strike again at any moment. Hyūga had only one goal in mind: to completely defeat the six paths immortal and prevent him from continuing to obstruct his path. The six paths immortal fled swiftly ahead, well aware that a direct confrontation was not wise at this moment. He must find an opportunity to turn the tide. Deep grooves were left on the moon's surface from their high-speed movement, dust flying everywhere. While fleeing, the six paths immortal pondered countermeasures. Various tactics flashed through his mind, but he dismissed them one by one. Hyūga's strength was too overwhelming. Conventional methods were utterly useless. Just then the six paths immortal suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation from behind. He turned around and saw Hyūga closing in, the golden giant sword radiating a terrifying light, slashing toward him. The six paths immortal's heart tightened. He knew he could no longer evade and must face this strike head-on. He stopped once again, mobilized all his chakra, and the 12 truth-seeking orbs swiftly flew back to his side, forming a barrier that shone with brilliance. Susanoo also reappeared, its towering figure exuding an imposing presence. The 6 paths immortal stood within the protection of the barrier, and Susanoo, his eyes filled with determination. The golden giant's sword slashed down, instantly colliding violently with the protective barrier and Susanoo. The immense impact caused cracks to appear in the starry sky. Hyūga exerted himself once more, his heart filled with the belief in victory. He continuously poured power into the golden giant sword, attempting to break through the 6 paths immortal's defenses in one fell swoop. Hyūga. 6 paths immortal, today you are doomed to lose. My power is inexhaustible, your defenses will eventually be breached by me. 6 paths immortal. I will not give up easily, I must protect this universe. My Susanoo can withstand most attacks, and my truth-seeking orb barrier will continuously repair itself. Hyūga's eyes blazed with resolute flames. At this critical moment of life and death confrontation, he decided to stake everything on one final move. He took a deep breath and unleashed all his chakra without reserve, the surging power swirling around him like a raging tsunami. Then he poured out all his pupil power, which seemed capable of piercing the endless void. At that moment, Hyūga unleashed his ultimate strike, the reincarnation burst. A terrifyingly enormous golden giant sword instantly coalesced, radiating dazzling light like a judgment sword descended from the heavens. The giant sword roared forth with a world-destroying momentum, distorting space in its path. Seeing this, the 6 paths immortal hastily erected the protective barrier with all his might, and reinforced Susanoo, trying to block the fatal blow. However, Hyūga's strike was truly astonishingly powerful. With irresistible force, the golden giant sword directly shattered the 6 paths immortal's protective barrier, which seemingly indestructible broke like fragile glass in an instant. Immediately after, Susanoo also collapsed under the impact of the golden giant sword. Finally, the golden giant sword mercilessly pierced through the 6 paths immortal's body. The 6 paths immortal's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He had never imagined that Hyūga's strike could be so powerful. His body slowly fell, leaving a solitary figure in the vast starry sky. Hyūga watched the fallen 6 paths immortal, feeling no joy in his heart. For this spectacular battle he had made unimaginable efforts. Yet he understood that the battle was over, and in the end he had won. After successfully slaying the 6 paths, sage Hyūga Natsu stood silently like a deity amidst the boundless starry expanse. The powerful and majestic aura emanating from him seemed capable of causing even the stars to tremble. He lifted his head slightly, and the distant moon came into view, stirring an inexplicable profound emotion within him. Pausing for a moment, he resolutely unfolded his form like a dazzling bolt of lightning, traversing the starry sky at an astonishing speed, racing toward the moon. At last, Hyūga Natsu set foot on the lunar surface. He stood there, absorbing the unique atmosphere of the moon, a serene and enigmatic aura enveloping him like a gauze veil. His mood slightly relaxed, and he involuntarily hummed. I gaze afar above the moon, how many dreams fly freely. The melodious song echoed in the moon's silence, as if narrating his legendary tale, each note brimming with heroism and confidence. Then Hyūga Natsu slowly opened his mysterious 6 Magatama Rinna Tensei, beginning to meticulously examine the descendants of Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo on the moon. His gaze, like blazing fire, pierced through layers of mist, attempting to locate those hidden in the shadows. However, what met his eyes was only a damaged teleportation array. This teleportation array might once have carried countless hopes and missions, but now only its broken outline remained, as if telling of the vicissitudes of time and the cruelty of war. Hyūga Natsu gazed at the ruined teleportation array, his mind stirring slightly. He pondered the story behind it, and the potential implications it might bring. But soon he let it go. In this world full of uncertainties, anything could happen. He did not dwell on the array, instead he cast his gaze into the distance where his new journey lay. At that moment, a strong impulse surged within Hyūga Natsu. He decided not to use his spatial dojutsu, but to experience the thrill of flying back to the ninja world. He yearned to feel the freedom of flight, to savor the exhilarating sensation of wind whistling past his ears. He believed that through this he could better perceive his own power and growth. Thus Hyūga Natsu once again spread his form like a formidable fighter jet, soaring into the sky. He glided through space, heading toward the ninja world. His figure traced a beautiful arc across the starry sky, leaving behind an unforgettable legend, as if proclaiming his invincibility to the entire universe. With mixed emotions, Hyūga Natsu embarked on his journey back to Konoha. He raced through the starry sky like a meteor, his heart filled with longing for the village and anticipation for the future. Behind his meteor-like figure seemed to trail a long thread of thoughts, his yearning for Konoha wrapped around his heart like tenacious vines, while his expectations for the future shone like brilliant stars illuminating his path. His mind continuously conjured the grand blueprint of becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Unifying the ninja world, a dream once so distant, now seemed no longer a fantasy in the face of his unmatched power. Recalling the time when he had just awakened the Tenseigan, his strength, though formidable, was not enough to dominate the ninja world. Back then he dared not act rashly. But now he was invincible under heaven. What did he have to fear? The third Hokage, who had once been a source of concern, was no longer an obstacle in his eyes. He resolved that once he became Hokage he would eliminate him. As for those who refused to submit, he would show no mercy, annihilating entire clans, leaving not a single soul, shaking every egg yolk and splitting even earthworms vertically. As he drew closer to Konoha, Hyūga Natsu's excitement grew. He knew that he was about to usher in a new era, an era that belonged to him. Konoha would achieve glory under his leadership, and the ninja world would be unified under his iron-fisted rule. After a long flight, the familiar outline of the village finally appeared before him. A warm current surged in Hyūga Natsu's heart. This was his home, the starting point where he would create brilliance. As he slowly approached the village, he raised his eyes to see the familiar settlement enveloped in a tense atmosphere. At the village entrance, squads of ninjas were on high alert, their expressions gravely solemn. They patrolled back and forth with firm steps, their eyes piercing as they scanned the surroundings, missing no suspicious sign. Dressed in neat ninja attire, they gripped various weapons tightly, the sharp edges seemingly capable of instantly slaying any enemy. Ready to respond to any emergency, they exuded a chilling aura. As he walked along the road into the village, Hyūga Natsu saw sturdy defensive fortifications lining both sides. Tall palisades stood like an iron great wall, indestructible deep trenches seemed to conceal endless dangers, inspiring awe, while hidden traps lurked like beasts waiting for prey to fall into their snare. The ninjas guarding these fortifications were fully focused, never slackening, their eyes filled with determination and loyalty. Deeper into the village, the streets and alleys were also filled with ninjas poised for action. Some were on the rooftops keeping watch like vigilant eagles, missing no corner. Others lurked in the shadows like leopards hidden in the dark, ready to strike a fatal blow. Still others dashed swiftly through the streets, relaying messages like busy bees, efficient and orderly. Every face was etched with seriousness and vigilance, as if a great battle was imminent, and they were the fearless warriors guarding Konoha. The area around the Hokage's office was especially heavily guarded, with layers of ninjas tightly encircling it. They assumed battle formation, some holding kunai, their sharp blades glinting in the sunlight, others formed hand seals, mysterious energies surging through the air. Their eyes were fixed on every direction, not daring to relax for a moment, as if the slightest disturbance would trigger a devastating strike. Watching this scene, Hyūga Natsu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to plunge the village into such a state of high alert. A trace of doubt arose in his mind. Logically, nothing major should have occurred during this period. However, he quickly realized that he had already changed many things, and a sense of understanding dawned on him. Hyūga Natsu stepped forward and struck up a conversation with the busy ninja. From the ninja he learned that the fourth Kazekage had come to Konoha for negotiations with a few escorts. What should have been a friendly meeting had unexpectedly turned into an unforeseen incident at the Hokage's office. The fourth Kazekage, seizing a moment of distraction, had ambushed the third Hokage. This news struck like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring 1,000 ripples. Hyūga Natsu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Hyūga Natsu streaked across the sky like a brilliant bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the Hokage building at a staggering speed. His velocity was so immense that it resembled a blade slicing through the void, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye he arrived at his destination like a shooting star. Looking up, he saw the four purple flame formation erected by the four Sunigekure ninjas led by Baki. The scorching violet flames surged upward like a savage beast, roaring and blazing fiercely. The flames danced as if alive, tightly enveloping the Hokage building. This four purple flame formation exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, like an impenetrable steel fortress, deterring anyone outside from approaching even a step closer. Outside, the Konoha ninjas led by Yuegwang Jifeng wore grim expressions like a sky shrouded in dark clouds. They tightly gripped their weapons as if these were their last hope. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and helplessness, like trapped beasts within a cage. Yuegwang Jifeng frowned deeply, wrinkles etched like ravines, his gaze scanning the four purple flame formation repeatedly in search of a way to break this formidable barrier. Yet the might of this formation far exceeded their imagination, leaving them utterly at a loss. They understood the terror of the four purple flame formation while daring not to take reckless risks, and could only wait anxiously for a turning point, their worries weighing heavily like stones on their hearts. However, Hyūga Natsu noticed that not a single ninja from the clan forces was present. This stirred a flicker of doubt within him like a mist shrouding his mind. In such a critical moment, why had the clan ninjas not appeared? And what about Kakashi, Might Guy, and other powerful ninjas? Were they pursuing other plans, or were they held back by other matters? This question lingered in his mind. Hyūga Natsu turned his gaze toward the Hokage building, where the scene inside was even more breathtaking and spine-chilling. The fourth Kazekage Rasha unleashed his magnet-release gold sand, the powerful golden sand resonating through the air with a buzzing sound like countless bees swarming. Metal objects were drawn to it, as if pulled by an invisible hand, turning into deadly weapons that whistled through the air. Meanwhile, a masked ninja with a swirling pattern on his face used wood release, causing enormous trees to erupt from the ground like towering giants. The thick trunks and lush branches grew wildly, attacking the enemy with ferocity, as if intent on destroying everything. The two of them joined forces to besiege Orochimaru, who relied on his bizarre jutsu and agile movements to evade the attacks. His form flitted like a ghost, vanishing and reappearing unpredictably. But under the combined assault, Orochimaru appeared somewhat strained, with fine beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. At the same time, astonishingly, the 3-year-old Gaara employed sand release. The swirling sand stormed like a violent tempest, brimming with boundless power and fury. The sand howled and spun, pressing the third Hokage into a defensive position. Although the third Hokage was seasoned and had weathered countless battles, he found himself struggling to keep up against Gaara's formidable sand release. He continuously unleashed various jutsu in counterattack, his golden staff swirling with immense force. Yet Gaara's sand release seemed to possess infinite power, making it difficult for him to escape the predicament. The third Hokage's eyes blazed with fury, as if burning with raging fire. He resolved to desperately resolve the crisis, his hands swiftly forming hand seals to prepare the dead demon-consuming seal targeting Gaara and Rasha. A surge of powerful chakra swelled like a turbulent tide. The aura of the death god spread, sending chills down everyone's spine. However, Gaara reacted with lightning speed, like a nimble bird, dodging the fatal strike with Rasha in an instant. The third Hokage frowned slightly, contemplating his next move. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the mysterious masked figure nearby. Despite the mask, the third Hokage instantly recognized him as his old friend Danzo. The thought of Danzo colluding with Tsunegakure to assassinate the Hokage reignited the fire of rage within him like a volcano about to erupt. "I have been too lenient with you, Danzo. To think you would collude with Tsunegakure to plot against the Hokage. For the sake of the Hokage seat, you have stooped to any means, truly breaking my heart. Obsessed with the position of Hokage today, I will have you sealed alongside me. You must know that the sealed and the sealer will have their souls entangled in eternal hatred, forever locked in battle. This is my punishment for you and the choice I must make to protect Konoha." The third Hokage's voice carried infinite sorrow and resolve, echoing through the air like thunder. Each word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, brimming with power and authority. The third Hokage's hands moved swiftly through hand seals, unleashing the forbidden technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. The terrifying figure of the death god gradually materialized and reached for Danzo. Just as Danzo prepared to use a jutsu to escape, his body suddenly stiffened, and he froze. In that instant, his eyes were filled with shock and terror. He was seized by the death god, and the third Hokage, dragging his broken body, coughed up blood. His face was pale as paper, yet his eyes remained resolute. Turning to Orochimaru, he said, "Orochimaru, I hereby revoke Konoha's bounties on you in the name of the third Hokage. Your help at this moment to aid your teacher fills me with relief. I recall the days when the three of you, the Sannin, were so spirited and ambitious. How I wish you could reunite and lead Konoha to an even brighter future. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you." The third Hokage's words resounded like a heavy bell across the chaotic battlefield. Each word brimmed with his deep love and hope for Konoha, moving everyone present. The death god's terrifying and majestic figure gripped the souls of Danzo and the third Hokage tightly like two helpless prey. Danzo's face was a mask of terror and defiance, his eyes wide as if unable to believe he had been caught by the death god. The third Hokage's expression bore a mix of relief and determination as he quietly surveyed his surroundings, as if bidding a final farewell. The death god slowly opened its vast maw, seemingly capable of devouring everything, and began to swallow the souls of Danzo and the third Hokage bit by bit. Within that dark mouth lay an endless void. The moment the souls were drawn in, it felt as if an immense force was pulling them, irresistible. As the souls gradually faded, the death god's form began to dissipate. Its colossal body turned translucent like smoke, as if about to vanish into the air at any moment. Meanwhile, Gaara used sand release, and the swirling sand like living spirits quickly enveloped the fourth Kazekage Rashabaki and the other three. The sand surged, lifting them slowly into the air. Gaara's small frame emanated immense power, his gaze steely and cold. Under the influence of sand release, they were swept away like autumn leaves in a gale, flying swiftly. The sand left a long trail in the sky like a mark of their escape. The wind howled past their ears, their figures growing smaller and smaller until they vanished into the distant horizon. The area around the Hokage building fell into silence, as if the fierce battle had been nothing but a nightmare. Yet the wreckage and lingering bloodstains told the tale of the battle's brutality. The Konoha ninjas gazed in the direction of their departure, filled with helplessness and powerlessness, they could not fly. Xiangxia stood there silently, his gaze fixed on the direction where Wei Luo and the others had flown away. The swirling sands gradually receded into the distance, carrying the fourth Kazekage Luo Sha and Ma Ji and the other two disappearing beyond the horizon. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting Xiangxia's hair, a hint of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, I haven't even made a move yet, and you've already solved it for me, leaving me without any sense of accomplishment. After Wei Luo and the others departed, the four violet flame formation, like a flame deprived of power, gradually extinguished. The once blazing purple flames vanished without a trace, leaving only silence and ruin. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder after the battle. The scene around the Hokage building was in utter chaos. Broken structures, scattered weapons, and bloodstains not yet dried, all telling the tale of the thrilling and fierce combat that had just occurred. At that moment Orochimaru remained standing still, as if lost in thought. His eyes were hollow, his face devoid of any expression. After a moment, with a loud bang, Orochimaru used the reverse summoning technique and vanished instantaneously from the spot. The sound echoed in the silent air, as if it were the final note of the battle. Xiangxia watched the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared and let out a faint sigh. He turned around and began to tidy up the mess and stabilize the people's hearts. Xiangxia strode with firm steps through the chaotic battlefield. He directed the Konoha ninjas to clear the scene and tend to the wounded. His voice was steady and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance. Everyone, don't panic. The battle is over. We need to restore order in Konoha as soon as possible and help the injured companions. Xiangxia's words like a spring breeze blew into the hearts of every Konoha ninja. After handling the situation, Xiangxia, with a slightly weary body, slowly walked towards the Hyuga clan compound. His steps were heavy yet resolute. As he stepped into the clan compound, a familiar tranquility washed over him. The clan members, seeing Xiangxia return, gathered around, their eyes full of concern and respect. Xiangxia nodded slightly to indicate that he was unharmed. However, his heart was filled with doubt. Why had none of the ninja clans appeared at the Hokage building during such a critical moment? Just as he was deep in thought, an elder of the clan stepped forward and spoke slowly. Clan leader, you are unaware. It was Danzo who forged the Hokage's orders, sending all the powerful ninjas and the elite of the ninja clans out on missions. Xiangxia's brow furrowed tightly upon hearing this, a flash of anger in his eyes. He had not expected that even under his control Danzo would remain so treacherous and cunning, stopping at nothing to achieve his own goals. Xiangxia gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly, Danzo, you stooped to such despicable acts for the sake of the Hokage position. Good thing I sent you away together, otherwise who knows what major trouble you might have caused later. The clan members began to recount the details of the incident to him in detail. It turned out that Danzo had exploited his position and power in Konoha to forge the Hokage's orders. Using various excuses, he dispatched the powerful ninjas and the elite of the ninja clans to different locations for missions, keeping them away from the Hokage building, thereby creating the conditions for his conspiracy with the Sand Village to assassinate the Hokage. As Xiangxia learned of Danzo's scheme, time slipped away quietly, and the air was thick with tension and unease. Just then a rapid series of footsteps broke the silence from afar. Everyone looked up to see Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Fugaku, these powerful figures, returning one after another. Kakashi moved with agility, his silver hair gleaming under the sunlight. His gaze was firm and sharp, as if it could pierce through anything. He strode with steady steps quickly toward the clan compound. Each step exuded a powerful aura, conveying the strength and authority of a Konoha elite jonin. Might Guy was bursting with energy, his green jumpsuit fluttering in the wind, showcasing his unique personality. His face beamed with a confident smile, as if no obstacle could hinder his progress. He sprinted at breakneck speed, like a flash of lightning, arriving before everyone in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, exuded a powerful presence, his deep eyes revealing a calm and intelligent demeanor. Dressed in a magnificent robe with graceful deportment, he fully embodied the demeanor of the Uchiha clan leader. He walked slowly, each step seemingly carrying an invisible pressure, inspiring awe in those around him. The return of these powerful figures instantly charged the atmosphere of the Hyuga clan compound with tension and excitement. The clan members gathered around, their eyes filled with hope and expectation. They knew that with the addition of these strong individuals, Konoha would be more confident and powerful in facing future challenges. Kakashi surveyed the scene, his brows slightly furrowed. From the lingering battle aura in the air, he sensed the intensity and brutality of the battle that had just taken place. It seems we've returned too late, Kakashi murmured. Might Guy, on the other hand, was rubbing his hands together, eager to take action. No matter what happened, now that we're back, we must do our part for Konoha, he declared loudly, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. Uchiha Fugaku calmly observed the surroundings, his mind contemplating the next move. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was keenly aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. On the night following the third Hokage's passing, the entire Konohagakure was shrouded in a suffocating gloom heavy enough to make one barely draw breath. Cold moonlight cascaded upon the silent streets like silver water, its pale radiance so forlorn as though silently paying solemn tribute to the great Hokage. Sorrow permeated every corner. The village, once teeming with vitality, now lay immersed in endless mourning. All jonin of the village gathered in the Konoha conference hall, their hearts weighed down with grief. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, as though the very air had grown impossibly thick. The elder advisors Hyūga and Mizuhashi sat solemnly at the head seat, their expressions grave, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow. The lines etched by years upon their faces seemed deeper still, each wrinkle whispering of boundless grief over the third Hokage's departure. Their gazes also carried an undercurrent of concern for the future, as though pondering how Konohagakure might forge ahead through these trying times. Then Hyūga's face darkened like storm-laden skies. She slowly swept her gaze across the assembled crowd, her eyes brimming with gravity and solemnity. "Esteemed comrades," she spoke in a low, measured tone, "there is a matter of utmost gravity that must be brought to your attention. Danzo Shimura's treacherous conspiracy has been fully exposed. He brazenly forged the third Hokage's orders, summoning every capable ninja out of the village under various pretexts. His intentions were clear. He sought to severely weaken Konoha's strength, then collude with the Sunigakure ninja and Orochimaru to assassinate the third Hokage. Yet mercifully Orochimaru turned back at the critical moment, courageously unmasked Danzo's and Suna's conspiracy, and chose to stand beside the third Hokage against their forces. Regrettably, despite the third Hokage's utmost efforts, he ultimately fell gloriously in battle. His courage and devotion shall forever be etched within our hearts." Upon hearing this, shock and fury surged through the conference hall like a raging tide. Eyes blazed with indignation at Danzo's deeds, and the mounting anger seemed ready to engulf the entire hall in flames. Every present soul harbored fierce condemnation for Danzo's heinous crimes, the intensity of their wrath palpable in the stifling air. Hyūga raised her head slightly and spoke again. "Esteemed comrades, the third Hokage has just fallen. Our hearts are heavy with grief. At this moment of mourning we should first hold a solemn memorial ceremony in his honor to celebrate the immense contributions he made to Konohagakure. He gave his life to protect our homeland. We owe him our deepest reverence and remembrance. As for the selection of the fifth Hokage, I believe now is not the time. We should wait until the mourning period passes and approach the matter with calm and careful deliberation." Her voice carried profound sorrow, yet exuded an unshakable resolve, as though charting a course for Konohagakure's uncertain future. Mizuhashi nodded in agreement, his voice deep and hoarse like ancient bells tolling through the hall. "Indeed, the third Hokage's passing is a devastating blow to us all. We need time to compose ourselves, to think clearly and decide wisely, so that we may choose a Hokage capable of leading us forward." Yet their true intentions had already been perceived by those with keen insight. In truth, they had long dispatched a messenger to Jiraiya, hoping the legendary Sannin would return to assume the Hokage position. They knew full well of Jiraiya's strength and prestige, believing he alone could guide Konoha out of this crisis. But what they could never have imagined was that the Anbei sent to fetch him had already been eliminated by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had long coveted the position of Hokage. In their view, the Uchiha possessed formidable bloodline limits and extraordinary power, making them the rightful heirs to the fifth Hokage's mantle. Upon learning of Hyūga and Mizuhashi's decision, they erupted in uproar. Uchiha Yodai stepped forward, his eyes blazing with determination and ambition. "The third Hokage is dead, and now is the time to reshape our destiny. The Uchiha clan has rendered countless meritorious services to Konohagakure. We are powerful and deserving. The position of fifth Hokage belongs to us." His voice rang with force, as though proclaiming the Uchiha's unwavering resolve to all. Other Uchiha clansmen echoed his words in unison, their eyes alight with desire and fierce determination. Their fervor threatened to ignite the entire conference hall. They firmly believed that only the Uchiha clan possessed the strength to steer Konohagakure toward an even more glorious future. The conference hall descended into chaos, both sides entrenched in their positions, refusing to yield. Some of Konoha's jonin supported Hyūga and Mizuhashi, arguing that a memorial should be held first before carefully considering the next Hokage. Others contended that the Uchiha's strength and qualifications warranted a legitimate claim to the position. Shouts of argument and debate rose continually, filling the hall with an atmosphere of tension. The heated contention crashed against their ears like storm-tossed waves, stirring disquiet in every heart. Each person fought earnestly for their viewpoint, as though the fate of Konohagakure rested upon this very debate. Amidst this chaos, Hinata Hyuga stood quietly at the periphery, silent throughout. Her eyes were deep and composed, observing everything in silence. Though thoughts swirled within her mind, she chose stillness in this turbulent moment. The other clan representatives and jonin remained equally silent, some lost in thought, others watching warily. An eerie stillness settled over the entire hall. Ultimately, the meeting dissolved in discord, neither side reaching consensus. Konohagakure's future grew ever more uncertain and obscure. On that dark night, Konoha seemed to stand at the brink of a grave crisis. One misstep could spark renewed unrest. The village hung beneath a canopy of ominous clouds heavy with unease and dread. In silence, every heart offered a quiet prayer, hoping Konohagakure would soon emerge from this hardship and usher in a new era of brilliance. After the meeting, the clamor and chaos receded like a tide, yet the heavy atmosphere still tightly enveloped the entire Konoha village. Hyūga Natsu stood still in place, his eyes flickering with complex light, as if weighing various choices in his heart. In the end, he decided to abandon returning to the Hyuga clan's compound and instead chose to wait for the Uchiha clan to return to their territory before visiting Uchiha Fugaku. Hyūga Natsu stood alone on the desolate street, moonlight pouring down like quicksilver, casting a long, resolute shadow upon his figure. His posture was as upright as a pine, exuding a calm and steadfast aura. His gaze remained fixed on the direction where the Uchiha clan had departed, waiting patiently and attentively. As time slowly passed, the night grew deeper, as thick as uncongealed ink. Yet Hyūga Natsu's eyes became increasingly resolute, shining like brilliant stars. He patiently awaited the opportune moment, ready to step into the Uchiha clan's territory for a conversation that might shape Konoha's future, intending to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to support his bid for Hokage, and if refused, to settle it with force. After the Uchiha clan returned to their compound, Hyūga Natsu took a deep breath and walked toward the Uchiha residence. The guards ushered him into the reception hall, which was simple yet dignified, exuding the Uchiha style. Hyūga Natsu sat down quietly, waiting for Uchiha Fugaku. Shortly after, Uchiha Fugaku slowly entered the reception hall. His figure was tall and imposing, his eyes revealing profound wisdom and restrained power. Hyūga Natsu stood up and bowed slightly as a sign of respect. Then he got straight to the point. Clan leader Fugaku, I apologize for the abrupt visit, but Konoha is now at a critical juncture. I hope you will support me in becoming the 5th Hokage. I will do my utmost to lead Konoha toward a more glorious future. Moreover, if I become Hokage, I promise to take Uchiha Sasuke as my disciple, diligently train him, and make him an outstanding ninja who will bring honor to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku listened quietly to Hyūga Natsu's words, his face showing little change, but a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, "This is a weighty matter. I need a few minutes to consider." Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly, expressing understanding. Uchiha Fugaku turned and left the reception hall, entering a quiet room. In that room he stood still, his expression growing extremely solemn. He slowly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the mysterious immense power instantly spread forth. Suddenly his left eye began to bleed, the crimson blood trickling down his cheek, a stark and shocking sight. Uchiha Fugaku's eye surged with immense pain, but he knew this was the price of wielding such powerful ocular techniques. Uchiha Fugaku held a secret he had never revealed to anyone. That secret was his awakening of the Uchiha clan's strongest eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, his left eye possessed a miraculous ability, life simulation. When the ocular technique was activated, he could input characters and events to predict future developments. Yet the longer he used this ability, the greater the drain on his eye power. His right eye, on the other hand, granted future prediction. When activated, it could foresee events 10 years ahead, but its cooldown lasted a decade. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind. The mysterious and powerful Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye trembled faintly, as if probing the threads of fate. He attempted to use this unique ability to simulate the future, what would happen if he gathered all of the Uchiha's strength to pressure Konoha, and seize the position of the 5th Hokage for himself. Scenes surged through his mind like a torrent, unfolding one after another. He saw the Uchiha clan's ninjas answering the call, converging swiftly from all directions, their expressions solemn, their eyes burning with the flame of determination. Yet, just as they completed their assembly, the world around them suddenly darkened, as if swallowed by darkness. Then an enormous hand slammed down from the distant sky with terrifying speed, carrying a power that seemed to destroy heaven and earth, sending chills down the spine. Before this overwhelming force, the entire Uchiha clan had not even a moment to resist. They were instantly crushed to death, their life force dissipating like a candle in the wind. Uchiha Fugaku jolted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? It ended before it even began. Fugaku frowned deeply, his heart filled with frustration and confusion. He decided to use his left eye's ability again for a simulation, this time to see what would happen if he did not lead the Uchiha rebellion and did not participate in the 5th Hokage election. The images surged once more. This time Uchiha Fugaku did not gather the Uchiha ninjas nor prepare to run for the 5th Hokage. Then he saw other Uchiha clansmen led by the hawkish representative Uchiha Yashiro rallying with fierce momentum. Their faces were etched with anger and resentment, ready to storm Konoha to secure more power and status for the Uchiha clan. Yet just as they were about to act, a giant hand swept down from the sky again, its power undiminished. The entire Uchiha clan was defeated in an instant, their lives withering like fragile petals. Uchiha Fugaku stood bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. Yet the stubbornness ingrained in Fuyue's bones, as unyielding as steel, made him refuse to give up easily under any circumstances. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes burning with an unquenchable flame of defiance. Once again he concentrated his energy, a fierce and almost insane obsession surging in his heart. This time the Uchiha clan could be destroyed, but Yatsuo must die first. The scenes unfolded like an ancient scroll, each frame brimming with tension and mystery. Fuyue secretly hid along the path Uchiha Yatsuo was bound to take, like a panther lurking in the shadows waiting for the perfect moment. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, its immense ocular power instantly spreading like a surging tide, shrouding the entire space in a mysterious and formidable force. His strength was greatly enhanced at this moment. He seemed like a war god stepping out of myth, exuding an aura that chilled the soul. Then, like a phantom, he launched a surprise attack while Uchiha Yatsuo was completely off guard. In the frame, Fuyue's figure moved like lightning, almost impossible to trace. The kunai in his hand glinted with a cold, deadly light, like a scythe of death aimed straight at Uchiha Yatsuo. The fierce aura seemed to freeze the very air around them. The scene continued. After successfully ambushing and eliminating Uchiha Yatsuo, Fuyue chose not to run for Hokage. Hyūga Natsu successfully became the 5th Hokage. When the Uchiha members learned of this outcome, they all refused to accept it. They puffed out their chests, their eyes burning with fury, believing that the Uchiha clan had a long history and formidable power no less than the Hyuga clan. In their hearts, the Uchiha clan deserved a higher status. Why should Hyūga Natsu become Hokage? Thus they refused to carry out the orders issued by the 5th Hokage. Just then a massive palm came crashing down from the sky, again enormous, as if it were a divine punishment. The entire Uchiha clan suffered another devastating blow under this overwhelming force. They staggered, blood spilling from their mouths, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Uchiha Fuyue, no matter how foolish he had been, finally realized the truth. So all of this is Hyūga Natsu's doing. I never expected the Hyuga clan to produce such an extraordinary figure. Uchiha Fuyue sighed inwardly, his voice laced with helplessness and admiration. At the same time he had already made up his mind. However, Fuyue had decided to use his left eye's precognition to see what would happen if he fully supported Hyūga Natsu becoming the 5th Hokage. Scene after scene unfolded. Fuyue first agreed to fully support Hyūga Natsu as the 5th Hokage. During the Uchiha clan meeting, Fuyue stood like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. He forcefully defeated the Hawk faction members led by Uchiha Yatsuo, and overawed the Dove faction, leaving them with no room for dissent. He unified the entire Uchiha clan's strength to support Hyūga Natsu as the 5th Hokage. After ascending to the position of 5th Hokage, Hyūga Natsu decided to reorganize the Umbu, recruiting members from the Uchiha Hyuga Inoshikacho and other clans to serve as the Hokage's Umbu. Konoha flourished with a new vitality. Fuyue nodded slightly. This time no palm came crashing from the sky. Then a strong curiosity surged within him. He wanted to see what the situation would be like 10 years later, especially regarding Uchiha Sasuke. After all, Hyūga Natsu had said that if the Uchiha clan supported him as the 5th Hokage, he would take Sasuke as his disciple. So Fuyue activated the power of his right eye and began to foresee the scene 10 years later. 10 years later. A blurry figure of a 13 or 14-year-old boy began to appear in Uchiha Fuyue's vision, freely traversing the boundless starry sky, a scene as dreamlike as a fantasy. This person's eyes shimmered with the mysterious Rinnegan, with 9 tomos seemingly containing endless secrets. His body radiated a sage cloak of chakra surpassing the 9 tails chakra amount, its brilliance like the light of a resplendent star. His posture was light and graceful, as if merged with the starry sky, every movement exuding elegance and power. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to sense something, letting out a soft murmur. The voice was like a gentle breeze, yet carried a hint of confusion and alertness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fuyue's right eye suddenly spurted blood, and a searing pain instantly struck him. He couldn't help but groan. The pain felt as if it were tearing his soul apart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He struggled to steady his mind, but the agony was too intense, almost unbearable. Ha! Uchiha Fuyue burst into maniacal laughter, his voice filled with joy and pride. He thought the position of the 6th Hokage is secured. Though the image he saw was blurry, Fuyue could immediately tell that it was his own little brat. My son Sasuke has the bearing of an immortal. Uchiha Fuyue laughed again, saying this. He mused inwardly that Sasuke had always been inferior to his elder brother Itachi in talent, but now it seemed his future strength would be so immense. He decided to pay more attention to his younger son from now on. The 3-year-old little Sasuke shivered in his sleep, wiped his drool, and drifted off again. Little did he know how miserable his days would become. Meanwhile, 10 years later in the starry sky, a boy of similar age appeared beside the 13 or 14-year-old Sasuke. His eyes were Byakugan, and he also radiated a sage cloak of chakra surpassing the Nine-Tails chakra amount. This was Naruto. He asked with concern. Sasuke, what's wrong? Sasuke. Nothing. But in his mind he thought, this person who was spying on me has such a familiar aura. Could it be father from the past era? Uchiha Fugaku felt an excruciating pain in his right eye, as if countless steel needles were piercing deep into it, causing him to gasp in shock. Enduring the searing agony, he slowly raised his trembling hand and gently wiped away the blood that kept seeping from his eye socket. He closed his eyes slightly, breathing deeply to steady the surging tide of pain that crashed over him like a relentless wave. Each second felt like an eternity of torment. After a long agonizing while, he finally felt his eye improve a little. Though some discomfort remained, the dull ache still throbbing at his nerve endings, he could at least see dimly. Fugaku took a deep breath, as if drawing all his resolve into his chest. He straightened his spine, which had been slightly bent, until it became as firm as forged steel. A decision had been made in his heart, a decision that would determine the future of the Uchiha clan and the very fate of Konoha. He stepped forward with unwavering determination, each footfall steady and powerful, as if carrying the weight of immense responsibility. He walked out of the room, the door closing slowly behind him, as if shutting away all the hesitation and confusion of the past. On his way to meet Hyūga Natsu, the premonition he had just seen kept replaying in his mind, the image of a young Sasuke, powerful and free, traversing the starry sky, a radiant star that filled his heart with hope and expectation. He could almost see the future of the Uchiha clan blooming brilliantly in Sasuke's hands. When he met Hyūga Natsu, Fugaku's eyes blazed with two fiery flames, burning with unwavering resolve and determination, flickering like an unquenchable beacon. He gazed solemnly at Hyūga Natsu, every glance laden with profound meaning. His words rang out, each syllable crisp and resolute. Hyūga Natsu, the Uchiha clan hereby solemnly pledges to devote all its strength to support you in becoming the 5th Hokage. I firmly believe that under your outstanding leadership, Konoha will usher in unprecedented glory. The Uchiha clan is willing to join hands with you and contribute our strength to the prosperity of the village. His voice was steady and forceful, reverberating through the air like a great bell, every word brimming with sincerity, as if it were a vow uttered from the depths of his soul. Hyūga Natsu was momentarily taken aback, a myriad of thoughts surging through his mind in that instant. Various conjectures and expectations raced through his head. He had originally assumed that Uchiha Fugaku would adamantly oppose his becoming Hokage, even preparing to resort to force to subdue him if necessary. Yet the scene before him was quite unexpected. The resolute gaze and the solemn promise felt like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dispelling the doubts in his heart. A relieved smile appeared on his face, warm and bright like the spring sun, capable of melting all ice and snow. Very well. This decision of yours will be the wisest you've ever made. After I become Hokage, I will take Sasuke as my disciple. Hyūga Natsu declared, his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Fugaku, his tone brimming with confidence and strength. He knew well that gaining the support of the Uchiha clan was of paramount importance on his path to becoming Hokage. Though he possessed enough power to subdue everyone by force, why resort to coercion when he could win their willing allegiance? He envisioned a united and harmonious Konoha village that would strive together for the future. Having received the satisfactory reply from Uchiha Fugaku, Hyūga Natsu wore a composed smile like ripples spreading across a tranquil lake, exuding confidence and calm. He straightened his posture slightly, his gaze filled with unwavering confidence, as immovable as a mountain. He bowed solemnly to Uchiha Fugaku as a farewell. The bow conveyed respect, gratitude, and hope for the future. Fugaku nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of expectation for what was to come, a spark of hope, small yet full of promise. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku, Hyūga Natsu did not rest. Like an indefatigable warrior, he hurried without pause to the territories of other clans. His mind was set on a single goal: to gain more support, and pave the way to becoming Hokage. He first arrived at the settlement of the Inoshikacho clans. When his figure appeared there, the members of the three clans cast curious and scrutinizing glances, some filled with doubt, others with anticipation. Undeterred, Hyūga Natsu commanded the scene with his overwhelming presence, like an invisible storm sweeping through. Then he slowly released his awe-inspiring strength. The surging chakra fluctuations crashed like mighty waves, one after another, striking everyone present. The overwhelming power sent chills down their spines, as if they were facing an insurmountable mountain. Upon meeting the clan leaders of Inoshikacho, Hyūga Natsu solemnly promised to take their sons and daughters as his disciples, personally teaching them ninjutsu and the way of life. The leaders exchanged glances, and after a brief silence their doubts gradually dissipated. They understood that Hyūga Natsu's strength and promise represented a tremendous opportunity for their descendants. In the end, each of them expressed their support for Hyūga Natsu, willing to contribute their strength on his path to the Hokage's seat. Hyūga Natsu looked at the crowd, a surge of excitement burning within him like a flame fueling his determination. He knew that he was one step closer to becoming Hokage, and the glorious future seemed almost within reach. The Uchiha clan, in the name of the clan leader and the head of the police force, convened the second full Jonin assembly of Konoha. As soon as the news spread, it stirred a great commotion within the village. Despite their inner discontent, the two senior advisors Koharu Yudatain and Hamura Mitokado were compelled to attend the meeting under the weight of such formidable momentum. Inside the assembly hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Uchiha Fugaku strode in with his head held high and steady steps, taking the vice seat without hesitation. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if it could cut through any obstacle. The attire exuding a commanding aura further accentuated his authority and confidence. Koharu Yudatain and Hamura Mitokado looked at the vice seat with displeasure. Yudatain initiated the attack, slightly lifting her chin as she questioned Hyūga Natsu. Why did you convene this meeting? What qualifies you to call such a meeting? Major decisions in Konoha have always been made through collective deliberation among the high-ranking officials. As the head of the Uchiha clan, you are overstepping your bounds. Hamura Mitokado nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with skepticism. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing across them. He slowly swept his gaze across the assembled Jonin, then spoke in a steady voice. Advisors, I convened this meeting not for personal gain but for the future of Konoha. Today Konoha faces numerous challenges and crises. We can no longer cling to outdated conventions and wait passively for doom. I convene this meeting in the name of the Uchiha clan leader because I have seen Konoha's plight and the urgency of the changes we need. I have the right to call this meeting because my heart is with Konoha. I am willing to contribute my strength for the prosperity and strength of our village. Koharu Yudatain said, even if we are to select the fifth Hokage, it must follow the established procedures. You cannot arbitrarily convene a full Jonin meeting based solely on your clan's will. Konoha has a fixed process for the election of the Hokage. How can it be so casually disrupted? Uchiha Fugaku lifted his chin slightly, his gaze firm as he responded. Procedures are important, but Konoha's situation is critical now. We cannot afford to be bound by old rules and remain inactive. Other ninja villages are constantly growing stronger. If we do not take action in time, we will only be left far behind. I convened this meeting precisely to expedite the election of the fifth Hokage, and to jointly discuss the path forward for Konoha. Hamura Mitokado frowned and retorted, even so, you should have consulted us senior advisors first rather than directly summoning all the Jonin. Your actions have already caused unnecessary chaos and controversy. Moreover, the election of the Hokage is a matter of great importance. How can it be so hasty? Uchiha Fugaku straightened his back and replied firmly, consultation. We have consulted for far too long without any substantial progress. I can no longer stand idly by and allow Konoha to sink into crisis. This meeting is to accelerate decision-making to elect the fifth Hokage as soon as possible and to buy time for our village. Koharu Yudatain pondered for a moment and said, but you cannot guarantee that a hastily elected Hokage will be the right choice. We need to consider every decision more carefully to avoid irreparable damage to Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with determination. I cannot guarantee that the newly elected Hokage will be flawless, but I believe that as long as we work together and strive for Konoha's future, we will find the most suitable leader. Now we can no longer hesitate. We must act decisively and elect the fifth Hokage as soon as possible. A brief silence fell over the assembly hall. The Jonin exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku stared intently at the two senior advisors, awaiting their response. Koharu Yudatain furrowed her brow with a troubled expression and spoke slowly. Fugaku, you must understand that the position of Hokage is of utmost importance. It is not a matter to be decided lightly. Why do you believe that Hyūga Natsu, the head of the Hyuga clan, is suitable for the role of the fifth Hokage? Do you have specific reasons to convince us? Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious. He straightened his back and spoke calmly. Advisor Yudatain, Hyūga Natsu possesses many qualities and capabilities befitting a Hokage. First, Hyūga Natsu is exceptionally powerful. His mastery of ninjutsu is profound, and he has achieved an extremely high level in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu alike. In numerous missions and battles he has demonstrated extraordinary leadership and decisiveness. When facing formidable enemies, he always remains composed, devises the most rational strategies, and leads his comrades to victory. Second, Hyūga Natsu is a man of great righteousness. He always places Konoha's interests above all else. He understands the power of unity, and is committed to fostering harmony and cooperation among the various clans. He does not neglect the development of the entire village for the sake of his clan's interests. Instead, he strives to balance all relationships, working tirelessly for the prosperity of Konoha. Furthermore, Hyūga Natsu has a broad vision and forward-thinking mindset. He keenly perceives the challenges and opportunities facing Konoha and actively seeks solutions. In this turbulent era, we need a leader with courage, wisdom, and responsibility. Hyūga Natsu is precisely such a person. Hamura Mitokado paused for a moment, then said, "Fugaki, your words hold some truth, but Hyūga Natsu is still young. Whether he can bear the heavy responsibility of the Hokage requires further consideration. Moreover, whether the other clans will support him remains uncertain." Uchiha Fugaku looked firmly at the two advisors and replied, "Advisor Mitokado, youth does not preclude one from shouldering great responsibility. Though Hyūga Natsu is young, he possesses a maturity and steadiness beyond his years. As for the support of other clans, I believe that once they see his abilities and sincerity, they will surely recognize his leadership. The Uchiha clan is willing to fully support Hyūga Natsu as the 5th Hokage, and we will strive together with him for Konoha's future." The conference hall fell silent once more as the Jonin began whispering among themselves. The buzzing murmur permeated the entire space like the fluttering wings of a swarm of bees. They could scarcely believe that the Uchiha clan, long considered arrogant and prideful, would nominate the head of the Hyuga clan, a fellow great house of Konoha, to serve as the 5th Hokage. This unexpected gesture filled them with bewilderment and astonishment. They pondered Fugaku's proposal, carefully weighing the merits and drawbacks of Hyuga Sia ascending to the Hokage position. Every Jonin bore a grave expression, fully aware that this decision would profoundly shape the future of Konoha village. Koizo Tobarama and Hamura Mitokado also weighed the matter deeply within their hearts. They understood the paramount importance of the Hokage throne and knew they could not make any hasty decision. Koizo and Hamura exchanged a meaningful glance. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though countless unspoken words flowed between them through their eyes. It appeared Hamura was thinking, "Jiraiya has not yet returned, he likely will not make it in time. Should Hyuga Sia be confirmed as the 5th Hokage now?" Koizo narrowed his eyes slightly, and replied, "So long as it is not the Uchiha clan who seizes power, any outcome will suffice." Deep in their hearts, both men feared the Uchiha's overwhelming power, and their arrogant disposition, worrying that an Uchiha Hokage might bring instability to the village. Then Koizo cleared his throat, his voice ringing clearly through the quiet conference hall. "Very well. Since Fugaku has proposed Hyuga Sia's candidacy for the 5th Hokage, we shall hold a vote among all Jonin. If 2/3 or more approve, Hyuga Sia shall become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. This is a momentous decision. I urge each of you to prioritize the future of Konoha village and cast your vote with the utmost deliberation. We must consider not merely personal preference but the candidate's ability, virtue, and loyalty to Konoha. Hyuga Sia's strength and leadership as head of the Hyuga clan are evident to all. Yet we cannot overlook other possible factors. At this critical juncture we must make the wisest choice, laying a firm foundation for Konoha's prosperity and stability." Having spoken, Koizo's gaze slowly swept across every Jonin present, awaiting their decision. However, throughout the entire proceedings, the one mentioned most, Hyuga Sia, remained completely silent. He simply sat quietly there, his expression serene and composed, as though the heated debate concerning his potential ascendancy held no relevance to him whatsoever. His gaze was as calm as still water, yet it seemed to harbor boundless depth and meaning. He appeared to be waiting for something, or perhaps observing the reactions of those around him. His silence was like an enigma, impenetrable and impossible to fathom. Yet the steady aura radiating from him rendered his presence impossible to ignore. Perhaps he was testing the crowd's recognition and trust in him through this very silence. Or perhaps he already held confidence in his own capabilities and worth believing that no words were needed to win their support. Fugaku Uchiha rose to his feet, first his eyes blazing with resolve, and without hesitation cast his vote in favor. Soon after, the Jonin of the entire Uchiha clan followed suit in unison, their movements as precise and synchronized as though they had rehearsed it countless times. Yet perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, a closer look revealed some Jonin bearing bruises and swollen faces, likely the aftermath of minor altercations along the way born from their inability to contain their jubilation upon hearing the news. Immediately following them, the Jonin of the Hyuga clan also surged with emotion, pride shining brightly in their eyes as they cast their approving votes for their own clan head. Though the Hyuga clan may not match the Uchiha in overall combat strength, their number of Jonin undoubtedly exceeded them by far. They demonstrated their support and trust in their leader through concrete action. Subsequently, the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, along with the Inuzuka, Aburame, Sarutobi, Shimura, Hataki, Haruno, and all other ninja clans, made their choices as well. They cast their votes with solemn deliberation, having recognized the leadership qualities Hyuga Sia possessed and the potential he held to bring new hope to Konoha village. Of course, there was also a slightly different motivation. They anticipated that under Hyuga Sia's leadership as Hokage, he would strongly support the development of the ninja clans and personally mentor outstanding youths from their ranks. These families had always played pivotal roles in Konoha's history, and their decisions undoubtedly added tremendous weight to Hyūga Hizashi's campaign. At this point the number of favorable votes had already surpassed 2/3. Although the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had consistently suppressed the clan-based ninja system during his tenure, and vigorously cultivated civilian ninja to balance the factions, the tide had turned. Nevertheless, civilian ninja lacked the resources and techniques passed down through generations, and most achieved only modest accomplishments. The remaining civilian jonin, seeing all the clan representatives cast their votes in favor, could not help but feel the currents of change stirring within them. They understood that at this pivotal moment opposing the trend would be dangerous, fearing retribution. After a brief hesitation they too cast their votes in favor. In the end, Hyūga Hizashi was elected unanimously as the irreplaceable choice for the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. A tense yet expectant atmosphere permeated the entire conference hall. All gathered here anticipated with bated breath the glorious future that Hyūga Hizashi would lead Konoha toward. Hyūga Hizashi rose slowly to his feet, his gaze resolute and unwavering. He walked steadily toward the central seat. When he stood at the position symbolizing supreme authority and responsibility, all eyes in the hall fixed upon him with even greater intensity. He scanned the assembly briefly, his voice calm yet powerful, resonating through the hall. Fellow villagers of Konoha, I stand before you today with a profound sense of responsibility. The unanimous vote is not merely trust placed in me but also hope for Konoha's future. I, Hyūga Hizashi, solemnly pledge to honor your expectations. He paused briefly, then continued. Konoha village now faces numerous challenges yet also holds boundless opportunities. We shall unite as one, break down the barriers between clans, and ensure every citizen of Konoha feels the warmth and strength of home. We will strengthen the cultivation of our ninja, ensuring the next generation not only possesses formidable power but also firm convictions and noble character. In our external relations we shall uphold the principles of peace and friendship, developing alongside other ninja villages. Yet we shall never fear any challenge. Should any enemy come attacking, Konoha will strike back with unwavering resolve. I believe that as long as we work together with one heart, Konoha village will undoubtedly welcome a brighter and more magnificent tomorrow. Let us join hands and strive together for the glory of Konoha. Hyūga Hizashi's words echoed through the conference hall, igniting passion and fighting spirit within every heart. It was as though everyone could already see the beautiful scroll of Konoha's promising future slowly unfolding before their eyes. On a bright and sunny day, Konoha welcomed the grand inauguration ceremony of Hashirama Senju as the 5th Hokage. The entire village was immersed in an atmosphere that was both solemn and celebratory. The ceremony venue was arranged with dignity and magnificence. In the vast square, vibrant red carpets were laid out, flame-like in color, symbolizing supreme glory and weighty responsibility. Colorful banners fluttered around the square, emblazoned with Konoha iconic insignia and various inspiring phrases. Those words seemed like dancing flames, igniting hope and passion in every villager's heart. Villagers came from all directions dressed in their festive finest, their faces radiant with excitement and anticipation. The men wore neat robes cinched at the waist with wide belts, appearing dignified and upright. The women donned colorful kimonos adorned with beautiful flowers in their hair, lovely and enchanting like blossoms in spring. Children darted and played through the crowd, their laughter crystal clear like silver bells, adding liveliness and vitality to the entire ceremony. At the center of the square stood a towering dais. Upon it rested the hat and cloak symbolizing the authority of the Hokage. That hat stood like a towering peak representing the dignity and solemnity of the Hokage. The cloak flowed like wandering clouds, symbolizing the Hokage's agility and wisdom. On both sides of the dais the jonin and distinguished figures of Konoha stood in orderly rows. Each bore a solemn expression, their eyes filled with respect and expectation for the new Hokage. The jonin wore black ninja garb, sharp ninja blades at their waists, their postures straight as pines like an iron great wall guarding Konoha. The distinguished figures wore ornate attire, their faces grave, their eyes revealing concern and hope for Konoha future. With a surge of stirring music, Hashirama Senju slowly ascended the dais, surrounded by the crowd. He wore brand new Hokage robes, predominantly red and white, the red representing the passion and strength of fire, the white symbolizing purity and justice. His posture stood tall as a towering tree, exuding a sense of steadiness and reliability. His gaze was resolute like two piercing swords, capable of cutting through all difficulties and challenges. Each step he took carried the weight of profound responsibility, every movement radiated authority and confidence. His stride was firm and powerful, as if declaring to the world that he would lead Konoha toward new brilliance. When Hashirama Senju stood at the center of the dais, the entire crowd fell silent. All eyes focused upon him, eagerly awaiting his speech. Hashirama Senju scanned the assembled crowd, his gaze warm as sunlight touching each person. Then he began to speak. Fellow villagers of Konoha, today I stand before you with a deep sense of honor and responsibility. As the 5th Hokage, I will spare no effort to strive for the prosperity and strength of Konohagakure. Upholding the spirit of justice, courage, and unity, I will lead us all to face the challenges ahead together. His voice was steady and resonant, echoing across the square. Every word brimmed with determination and conviction, moving everyone present. His words were like a rousing war drum, inspiring every citizen of Konohagakure. Then Hashirama Senju raised his right hand and swore solemnly, I, Hashirama Senju, hereby pledge to guard Konohagakure with my very life, sparing no cost whatsoever for the happiness and peace of its people. After the oath, the respected elder stepped forward and gently placed the Hokage hat upon Hashirama Senju's head, then draped the cloak over his shoulders. That hat was like a crown symbolizing Hashirama Senju's supreme authority. The cloak was like a banner representing his leadership. Then Hashirama Senju quoted the words often spoken by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the flame burns ever enduring. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, and new leaves will bud forth. At that moment, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the entire crowd. Hashirama Senju had officially become the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, and he would lead the village toward new brilliance. Koharu Yutane and Ensuya Dakabian watched this scene with some concern, not expecting Hashirama Senju to win such widespread affection after becoming Hokage. With neither Hiruzen nor Danzo holding sway now, the political situation might become difficult to control in the days ahead. A trace of unease stirred in their hearts. Their gazes fixed tightly upon Hashirama Senju on the stage, as if seeking to read the future from him. Koharu furrowed his brow slightly and whispered to Ensui, with Hashirama Senju enjoying such popular support, what shall we do if his power grows too great in the future? Without Hiruzen and Danzo to balance things, our grip on the situation has weakened considerably. Ensui's expression was grave as he shook his head slightly. All we can do now is take things one step at a time. I will attempt to control the Umbu and Root ninjas, and then we need not fear him. Though standing on the dais, Hashirama Senju's current strength allowed him to hear their conversation as clearly as if they were whispering right beside his ear. Hashirama Senju's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. He well understood that these two senior advisors, Koharu Yutane and Ensuya Dakabian, had long sought to control Konohagakure's affairs. Now that he had become Hokage, they naturally felt discontent. However, he would not be swayed by their machinations. Hashirama Senju continued the ceremony without so much as a change in expression, maintaining a solemn countenance, though a cold gleam flashed across his mind. In his heart he was already calculating when to send them to meet Hiruzen and Danzo, or rather, since they were already in the belly of the Shinigami, it would be too troublesome to deliver them there. It seemed he would have to send them to meet their master instead. Namu Amidabutsu, he could not let the Konoha 4 leave together, what a sin. Hashirama Senju, who had never believed in Buddhism, surprisingly uttered a Buddhist invocation. At the entrance of Konoha, Jiraiya stood quietly, covered in the dust of travel. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, his hair gently swaying in the breeze, and his face bore the fatigue of a long journey. When he first received the news of the 3rd Hokage's sacrifice, his heart sank heavily. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily embarked on his return journey. As he stepped into the familiar Konoha village, once again the sight before him made him pause slightly. The village was bustling with excitement, with people gathered together, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. It turned out that Rinnegan had succeeded as the 5th Hokage. All the ninja clans and villagers were immersed in joy, as if a new hope had descended. Jiraiya watched this scene with a myriad of emotions. Once the 3rd Hokage was like the anchor of Konoha, guarding this land and its people. Now, although the old man had passed away, Konoha village remained prosperous. These joyful smiles seemed to tell him that Konoha did not require his excessive worry. He slowly turned and walked towards the 3rd Hokage's grave. Along the way his heart was heavy and complex. Standing before the grave, he gazed quietly at the tombstone, his eyes filled with respect and nostalgia. He took a flower from his chest, one he had stolen from Rinnegan's succession ceremony. Gently placing the flower before the tombstone, he whispered, "Old man, do you see? Konoha is still full of life. Rest assured, I will continue to seek the child of prophecy, striving for the future of Konoha and the ninja world." Having said that, Jiraiya took one last deep look at the solemn tombstone. Moonlight spilled over the tombstone, casting a silvery halo as if narrating the story of the departed. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with complex emotions, nostalgia, reflection, and even more a determination for the future. He slowly straightened himself, his tall figure appearing especially majestic under the moonlight. A gentle breeze brushed by, stirring the hem of his clothes as if urging him to move forward. Jiraiya took a final deep breath, then turned and walked away without looking back. His steps were firm and powerful, each one carrying resolve. His figure gradually faded into the night, leaving behind only a lonely but resolute silhouette. With unwavering faith and mission, he once again set out on the journey to find the child of prophecy. For the future of Konoha and the peace of the world he pressed forward without hesitation. At night Konoha's ninja and civilians were still rejoicing over the succession of the fifth Hokage. The entire village was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Inside the Hokage building lights were blazing. Rinnegan, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe, exuded an air of dignity and composure. He sat in the office with a mountain of documents awaiting his review. Rinnegan's expression was focused. His eyes quickly scanned the documents, and his pen occasionally swept across the paper, leaving behind forceful strokes. Suddenly he paused in his actions, a flash of decisiveness in his eyes. With a swift hand seal he performed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating a clone. While the clone began handling the documents, Rinnegan's original body used the space-time eye technique. Flying Thunder God! With a flash of light his figure vanished from the office. A faint spatial ripple lingered in the air as if recounting his departure. After a moment of spatial distortion, Rinnegan appeared silently in the clan leader's office of the Zhuanqing clan. When he saw the scene before him, a chill of revulsion surged in his heart. Zhuanqing Xiaochun and Shuhomen Yen were actually. The unsightly spectacle made Rinnegan's brow furrow deeply. Without the slightest hesitation he performed a long-range acupuncture technique. Flicking his finger, an invisible force shot out and struck them. Zhuanqing Xiaochun and Shuhomen Yen shuddered violently, their eyes filled with shock and terror. Yet before they could make any reaction they lost all signs of life. There was no trace of pity in Rinnegan's eyes. He had long been unable to tolerate their deeds. After dealing with this he used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly returned to the Hokage building. Inside the office the clone sat quietly engrossed in processing the documents. The lamplight fell upon the clone, illuminating his focused expression. His slightly lowered eyes were fixed on the documents in his hand, as if the world consisted only of these pending matters. The clone's fingers occasionally turned the pages, producing a faint rustling sound that was especially clear in the silent office. He seemed to be waiting for Rinnegan to return and handle the documents together, yet also appeared to have shouldered this heavy responsibility alone without flinching. Rinnegan looked at the clone, a hint of relief in his eyes. He nodded slightly as if giving the clone encouragement and affirmation. Then without any hesitation Rinnegan turned and left. His resolute back seemed to tell the clone that he had full trust in it. Rinnegan decisively made his escape, leaving the battlefield of document processing to the clone. He knew that the clone would faithfully fulfill its duties and continue to delve into the review of the documents. He deeply understood that as the Hokage's clone it bore a great responsibility. This was not merely a job but a promise to Konoha village and a protection for all its villagers. The clone could not afford any slackness. Every decision, every annotation could affect the future of Konoha village. At this critical moment the clone must maintain utmost focus and rigor, leaving no detail unchecked. As for the original body, Rinnegan understood that improving strength was even more important. In this world of ninja filled with challenges and crises, power was the foundation of survival and the key to protecting Konoha village. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he have enough confidence and capability to protect his home when facing powerful enemies. The original body must constantly train, explore new ninjutsu, and break through his own limits. He would forge an indestructible barrier for Konoha village, allowing the villagers to live in peace. With unwavering conviction Rinnegan embarked on the journey to enhance his strength. For the future of Konoha village he pressed on without looking back. As nightfall stealthily descended, Konoha village was enshrouded in a serene atmosphere. In this tranquil night Hyūga Natsu resolutely decided to temporarily lay down the burden of enhancing his strength, and headed to the hot spring to let his weary body and mind indulge in relaxation. Hyūga Natsu strolled leisurely toward the hot spring. Along the way a gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness. Moonlight cascaded like water spilling onto the ground, as if paving a silver avenue before him. His mood gradually lightened and the heavy pressure and tension of daily life slowly dissipated. Arriving at the hot spring, Hyūga Natsu gently removed his garments and slowly stepped into the warm water. The comfortable water temperature tenderly enveloped his body, eliciting a contented sigh from him. He softly closed his eyes, savoring the caress of the spring water, as if all exhaustion was thoroughly washed away in that moment. Hyūga Natsu deeply felt that the process of enhancing strength was unbearably tedious. Each day was filled with arduous training and relentless challenges, with nerves perpetually taut, and not a single moment of true relaxation. In this world of shinobi brimming with competition and danger, strength was undeniably crucial. Yet remaining perpetually in a state of tension would inevitably lead to a collapse. Occasional relaxation allowed him to better recalibrate his state, fully preparing for future strength enhancement. Immersed in the hot spring, Hyūga Natsu's thoughts gradually drifted away. He recalled the hardships he had endured along his journey, the countless battles and challenges. He also remembered his responsibility, as the Hokage, the necessity to continuously elevate his strength to protect the village and its inhabitants. Yet he knew he could not solely pursue strength, he must also set aside time for relaxation and adjustment. Soaking in the hot spring, Hyūga Natsu wholeheartedly appreciated the tranquility and beauty of nature. The surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze, rustling with a melodious sound as if playing a soothing, enchanting melody for him. The steam from the spring rose and interwove with the moonlight, creating a dreamlike, captivating atmosphere. In this moment, Hyūga Natsu forgot all his worries and pressures, wholeheartedly savoring this rare peaceful time. When he emerged from the hot spring, he felt completely renewed. The weariness of his body had vanished, replaced by a sense of lightness and joy. He understood that this relaxation was meant to better embrace the challenges ahead, to journey further on the path of strength enhancement. Hyūga Natsu adjusted his attire, and his eyes once again brimmed with resolve and determination. He would devote himself with a more invigorated state to the quest for strength, striving diligently for the future of Konoha village. After soaking in the hot spring, Hyūga Natsu felt an invigorating ease, as if every pore was breathing joyfully. At that moment his stomach rumbled inopportunely. He smiled faintly and decided to seek some midnight snacks to satisfy his palate. Strolling through the streets of Konoha village, the night breeze gently brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness. The streetlights flickered, adding a touch of warmth to the serene night. Hyūga Natsu arrived at a familiar food stall. The vendor greeted him warmly. "Lord Hokage, what would you like to eat?" the vendor asked with a broad smile. Hyūga Natsu thought for a moment and said, "Some barbecue, please. I haven't had this flavor in a long time." The vendor immediately busied himself skillfully arranging various ingredients on the grill. The charcoal blazed fiercely, crackling with crisp sounds. Grease dripped onto the embers, stirring up wisps of smoke. Soon an enticing aroma permeated the air. Hyūga Natsu quietly watched the vendor's bustling figure, a warmth surging in his heart. In this world of shinobi rife with competition and danger, such ordinary yet heartwarming moments were exceptionally precious. Soon a plate of fragrant barbecue was set before Hyūga Natsu. The lamb skewers were golden and crisp on the outside, tender within, exuding a rich meaty aroma. The chicken wings were grilled to perfection with crispy skin and juicy meat, and the skewers of vegetables emitted a refreshing fragrance. Hyūga Natsu picked up a lamb skewer and took a gentle bite. The succulent lamb melted in his mouth, its rich flavor intoxicating him. He closed his eyes, savoring the delicious barbecue, appreciating the beauty of life. While eating, he pondered his own life. He felt that on the path of pursuing strength, occasional relaxation was immensely important. These ordinary moments allowed him to experience the beauty of life and further solidified his resolve to protect Konoha village. After finishing his midnight snack, Hyūga Natsu slowly rose, paid the bill, and thanked the vendor. He strolled along the street, his heart filled with emotion. These mundane reasons made him cherish his present life even more. He knew that only by finding balance in ordinary life could he better face the challenges ahead. Hyūga Natsu understood that enhancing strength was to protect everything he held dear, but he must not forget to enjoy the beauty of life. He decided that while striving to improve his strength in the future, he would also set aside time to experience these ordinary yet precious moments. Because these moments were the driving force behind his progress, the wellspring of his conviction to protect Konoha village. Having fully indulged in the comfort of the hot springs and the delight of the late-night snack, Rinnegan once again immersed himself in the frenzied demands of work. He returned to the Hokage building, sat before his desk piled high with documents, and focused his entire attention on handling a myriad of affairs. However, the tranquility was short-lived. An Umbu member rushed in to report, his expression grave as he said, "Lord Hokage, something has happened to the two senior advisors." Rinnegan's brow furrowed slightly at the news. He immediately rose and followed the Umbu member to the office of the Zhuanchin clan's chieftain. When they arrived, the atmosphere was exceedingly somber. Rinnegan gazed at the two senior advisors, who had already lost all signs of life, his face solemn as he asked, "What happened to them?" The Umbu member replied respectfully, "Lord Hokage, the two advisors passed away due to cerebral hemorrhages brought on by extreme emotional agitation." Rinnegan was silent for a moment, then said with a grave sincerity, "Danzo defected from the village, the third Hokage sacrificed himself heroically for Konoha, and now these two have also departed. Alas, they may have had their misdeeds, but there is no denying that they once labored for the sake of Konoha. During their time they were subjects of controversy, yet now that they are gone, what direction will Konoha's future take? They were like the termites of Konoha. Flawed, yet in crucial moments, they still propped up the village. Give them a proper burial so they may rest in peace." The Umbu ninja, overhearing this, felt a jolt in his heart. For a fleeting instant he thought he might have been working too long, and had started to hallucinate. How could the fifth Hokage possibly have called the third Hokage and the two advisors termites? He must have misheard. They were after all pillars of the village. Thus he shook his head vigorously to clear his mind, then answered with firm resolve. Yes, Lord Hokage. I will see to it that the 2 advisors and the 3rd Hokage receive the respect and a proper burial they deserve. At that moment the room was filled with a solemn air as everyone worried about the future fate of Konoha while also commemorating the predecessors who had dedicated their lives to the village. Taking advantage of the fact that the 4 elders of Konoha had all perished, Rishang began to reorganize their subordinates and resources. He personally took charge of overhauling the Umbu that the 3rd Hokage had left behind. He gathered the Umbu members and delivered an inspiring speech. Brave warriors of the Umbu, under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage, you have silently dedicated yourselves to the peace of Konoha. Now a new era has arrived. I, Rishang will stand shoulder to shoulder with you and continue to protect Konoha. We must be more loyal and courageous, sparing no effort for the peace and prosperity of the village. Thereafter Rishang optimized the organizational structure of the Umbu, clarified its divisions of duties and strengthened training and management, transforming the Umbu into a more efficient and elite force. Next, the medical ninja division also underwent a complete transformation. Rishang placed great emphasis on the training and development of medical ninjas, allocating more resources to upgrade and improve medical facilities. He encouraged the medical ninjas to continuously refine their medical skills and enhance their treatment capabilities so as to provide superior medical care for injured ninjas and villagers. Medical ninjas, you are the guardians of life in Konoha. Your presence is crucial in battle. I will fully support your work, and together let us strive for the future of Konoha. As for the route left behind by Danzo, Rishang adopted a cautious approach. He was well aware that under Danzo's control, route had been subjected to many dishonorable methods, with the tongue-tied technique severely constraining the thoughts and actions of these ninjas. Rishang resolutely decided to remove the tongue-tied technique from the route members, granting them their freedom once more. He personally led a team of experts skilled in sealing techniques and genjutsu, dispelling into Route's secret base. In the dim light, Rishang faced a group of Route ninjas with complex expressions and spoke solemnly. Members of Route, Danzo's era has come to an end. From now on I will lift the tongue-tied technique from you and give you the chance to choose anew. You may join the Umbu and contribute your strength to the peace and prosperity of Konoha. As a series of intricate hand seals were formed, a powerful surge of chakra spread, gradually dissolving the tongue-tied technique that had bound the Route ninjas for years. The Route ninjas felt a long-lost sense of freedom. Their eyes shimmered with a mixture of emotions, gratitude, confusion, and a glimmer of hope for the future. After freeing the Route members from the tongue-tied technique, Rishang began planning to establish a new exclusive guard force for the 5th Hokage. He summoned the chieftains of Konoha's various ninja clans. In the solemn Hokage conference room, Rishang gazed at them with steadfast eyes and said, Honorable clan leaders, Konoha now faces numerous challenges. To better protect the village and its people, I have decided to form a new guard unit to be named the Dragon Squad. The Dragon Squad will shoulder the responsibility of defending the Hokage and Konoha, ready to stand up in times of crisis and safeguard all that we hold dear. The clan leaders exchanged glances, deeply sensing Rishang determination and boldness. An elder chieftain rose and said respectfully, Lord Hokage, your decision is filled with far-sighted vision and extraordinary courage. We, the ninja clans, will fully support the formation of the Dragon Squad and contribute our strength to the future of Konoha. Rishang nodded slightly. He knew that building the Dragon Squad was no easy task, but he firmly believed that with everyone's concerted efforts they could forge an indomitable guard force. In the days that followed, Rishang personally took part in the selection and training of the Dragon Squad. He established stringent selection criteria requiring not only formidable strength from the members but also loyalty, wisdom, and a spirit of teamwork. Elite ninjas from various clans eagerly signed up for the selection, aspiring to become part of the Dragon Squad and fight for the glory of Konoha. In the long passage of time, Hyūga Natsu had been deeply ensnared in the tangled affairs of Konoha, his body and mind utterly exhausted. Now at last he found a rare moment to catch his breath. He entrusted those trivial matters to the wise Hokage advisor Nara Shikaku to handle. At this moment, Hyūga Natsu focused all his energy on the critical issue of elevating the strength of the Dragon Squad members. According to the initial grand vision, the minimum requirement for Dragon Squad members was to reach the extraordinary level of a Kage-level powerhouse. Hyūga Natsu understood clearly that only with overwhelming strength could the sweeping goal of unifying the ninja world be achieved, a goal that stirred the heart. As the saying goes, a hero needs allies. Though Hyūga Natsu possessed the terrifying ability to single-handedly crush the entire ninja world, the affairs of the world were as numerous as stars. How could he personally attend to every matter? Without capable subordinates to share his burdens, what meaning would it all hold? In Hyūga Natsu's view, the fastest way to enhance power was undoubtedly the implantation of Hashirama cells. Once Hashirama's cells were successfully implanted, the user's chakra reserves would instantly reach an astonishing height. Then by diligently studying ninjutsu and taijutsu, their strength would rocket directly to the Kage level. If on this solid foundation one were to activate Sage Mode, their power would surge like a violent storm to the Super Kage level. Even more, if one could implant the cells of the Ten-Tails God Tree, they might directly possess Super Kage level strength. And with Sage Mode added, they might even reach the coveted Six Paths level. The mere audacity of such a vision stirred excitement beyond control, the heart surging like a raging sea. Imagine if the Ōtsutsuki clan invaded the ninja world aggressively, only to find that every ninja in the army had reached the Six Paths level. How shocked and terrified would they be? They would likely be stunned into utter petrification. Such a compelling image continuously flashed through Hyūga Natsu's mind, further strengthening his steel-like resolve to elevate the Dragon Squad. He yearned to forge an invincible force, allowing the ninja world to stand proudly and fearlessly against any threat as unbreakable as an iron fortress. However, though the idea was beautiful, putting it into practice was no easy feat. Hyūga Natsu, with his terrifyingly powerful six-tomo Tenseigan, could forcibly merge Hashirama's cells into others, but he was powerless when it came to merging God Tree cells. He could only gaze in frustration. Moreover, the number of ninjas in the ninja world was vast as the stars. Even with his heaven-defying abilities, Hyūga Natsu could not possibly complete such an epic task alone, even if he worked himself to death. In such a difficult situation, Hyūga Natsu knew that specialized knowledge required specialized personnel. After much thought, it occurred to him that Orochimaru was the most suitable candidate. Orochimaru was renowned throughout the ninja world for his profound research into forbidden techniques and his exceptional talent in biological experiments. His mind brimming with ingenious ideas and his courage to break conventional boundaries allowed him to walk further on the path of exploring life's mysteries and enhancing power than most, like a solitary pioneer. Hyūga Natsu believed that with Orochimaru's expertise and rich experience, great breakthroughs could be made in fusing Hashirama's cells and exploring methods to boost strength, like lighting a beacon in the darkness. With Orochimaru's involvement, Hyūga Natsu gained more confidence in realizing his grand vision, as if a glimmer of dawn appeared on the challenging road. As Hyūga Natsu pondered this, another figure suddenly emerged in his mind, Fuka. Fuka and his forbidden technique, the Ghost Bloom Jutsu, also held potential in enhancing strength like a hidden treasure in the darkness. At this thought, Hyūga Natsu could not help but sigh with emotion. Konoha was truly a land abundant with talent. If it were not for the Konoha F4 who often plagued the village's ninjas with all the talent Konoha possessed, its overall strength would likely be enough to dominate the ninja world and become its overlord. Subsequently, Hyūga Natsu ordered the Umbu to locate Fuka. The Umbu member respectfully replied, "In the far west of the land of wind, Mount Sumeru. A Konoha ninja once saw Fuka there." Hyūga Natsu gave a slight nod, a flicker of contemplation passing through his deep eyes like a star shimmering in the profound night sky. He said slowly, "You may go." After the Umbu member withdrew, Hyūga Natsu stood still like a statue, pondered for a moment, and decided to leave a clone to handle subsequent matters. This clone would shoulder the heavy responsibility of coordinating affairs in the village, ensuring the stable operation of Konoha like a pillar of support. Then Hyūga Natsu resolutely activated his space-time jutsu, Flying Thunder God, and his figure vanished in an instant like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye he arrived at Sunagakure. The village was nestled in the vast endless desert with sand and wind swirling, yet it possessed a unique desolate beauty like an ancient painting. Hyūga Natsu walked straight toward the Kazekage building where the fourth Kazekage Raza worked. Upon meeting Raza, Hyūga Natsu stated his purpose bluntly. "Raza, the situation is changing unpredictably like a stormy sea. Konoha, as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, possesses formidable strength and profound heritage like a towering mountain. To better face future challenges, I hope Sunagakure can gradually merge into Konoha. In this way we can integrate resources and develop together, bringing a more stable and prosperous life to the people of the land of wind like a brilliant pearl illuminating the darkness." Raza frowned slightly, sinking into deep thought. He was well aware of Hyūga Natsu's strength and the power of Konoha. After weighing the pros and cons, he eventually nodded in agreement, as if making a momentous decision. After leaving Sunagakure, Hyūga Natsu once again used Flying Thunder God, this time arriving at Kurigakure. The village was shrouded in mist all year round, mysterious and serene like a dreamlike fairyland. Hyūga Natsu quickly found Kimimaro. Gazing at the powerful ninja before him, Hyūga Natsu said solemnly, "Kimimaro, Kurigakure now faces many challenges like a lone boat in a storm. I hope you can lead Kurigakure to merge into Konoha. Together we will surely bring a new era of glory to your village like the dawn of morning." Kimimaro was silent for a moment, feeling Hyūga Natsu's resolve and sincerity, and agreed to the proposal as if finding direction in the darkness. Afterward, Hyūga Natsu tirelessly used Flying Thunder God, to travel to the capitals of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Water. In each capital he subtly controlled the daimyo with his powerful six-tomo Tenseigan. He spoke to the daimyo in a firm tone. The integration and development of Konoha Sunigakure and Kirigakure will bring peace and prosperity to this land like warm sunlight spreading across the earth. You must unconditionally support the development of the three villages and provide all favorable conditions. This is the inevitable trend, and it is for the sake of your people like an unstoppable torrent. Under the control of Hyūga Natsu's powerful dojutsu, the daimyo nodded in acquiescence like docile sheep. Hyūga Natsu knew that his actions would reshape the landscape of this land like unleashing a great storm. But he firmly believed that only through such means could true peace and prosperity be brought to this land like the dawn of a new era. Hyūga Natsu stood at the entrance of the Sound Village, his presence commanding, loudly calling for Orochimaru to emerge. His voice rang out like a mighty bell echoing across the village skies. However, upon hearing the call, the Sound Ninja instantly became alert. They rapidly assembled and launched their attacks against Hyūga Natsu, attempting to repel this unwelcome intruder. Witnessing this, a trace of coldness flickered in Hyūga Natsu's eyes. He slightly raised his chin, his piercing gaze sweeping over the Sound Ninja before him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed the devastating Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a terrifying, repulsive force surged forth like a raging tidal wave, its power seemingly capable of obliterating all. All the Sound Ninja were rendered utterly defenseless against this overwhelming force, pinned to the ground as anguished groans filled the air. Just then a Sound Ninja slowly emerged from the inner chamber. His steps were steady, his expression deferential. Approaching Hyūga Natsu, he lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "Lord Orochimaru requests the 5th Hokage to enter." Then the Sound Ninja turned and led the way, guiding Hyūga Natsu into the dim, shadowy chamber. Along the way, the atmosphere grew so heavy that it seemed nearly impossible to breathe. Inside, Hyūga Natsu was already calculating how to navigate his upcoming conversation with Orochimaru. He understood that this meeting was crucial to realizing his plans. Every detail and every word could influence the future trajectory of the entire ninja world. He had to proceed with caution, ensuring Orochimaru served his purposes without escaping his control. Upon entering the dark chamber, Hyūga Natsu stood quietly awaiting Orochimaru's arrival. After a moment, the figure of Orochimaru slowly emerged from the shadows. His eyes gleamed with cunning and curiosity as he studied Hyūga Natsu, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Hyūga Natsu broke the silence first, his voice steady and resonant. "Orochimaru, the ninja world is in a state of flux. I wish to strengthen Konoha. Would you be interested in participating?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, a knowing smile curling his lips. "The 5th Hokage deigns to visit in person. This must be a matter of great importance. Strengthening our power. Pray tell, what is your vision, Lord Hokage?" Hyūga Natsu met Orochimaru's gaze directly and spoke slowly. "I intend to infuse the Dragon Group members with Hashirama cells, rapidly boosting their strength. With your research expertise, I assume you have insight into this." A spark of interest flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. "Hashirama cells? Those are perilous. A single misstep could result in backlash. Yet, successful integration would undoubtedly yield a dramatic surge in power." Hyūga Natsu nodded slightly. "I am aware of the risks. But for the sake of Konoha and the future of the ninja world, it is worth attempting. Will you assist me?" Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before replying. "Assist you? What do I gain?" Hyūga Natsu's gaze hardened. "You will have Konoha's support to continue your research. Should our efforts succeed in elevating Konoha's strength, your standing in the ninja world will rise accordingly." Orochimaru's lips curved into a sly smile. "How intriguing! But I have one more condition." Hyūga Natsu's brow lifted slightly. "What condition?" Orochimaru spoke slowly. "I require the freedom to conduct my research without any constraints." After a moment of contemplation, Hyūga Natsu said, "Granted. However, your research must not endanger Konoha or the ninja world." Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. "Agreed. Then where shall we begin?" Hyūga Natsu replied. "We start by analyzing the properties of Hashirama cells, then formulate the safest and most effective integration method." Orochimaru inclined his head slightly. "Very well. I shall begin this work as soon as possible. However, Lord Hokage, integrating Hashirama cells is no trivial endeavor. It requires both time and patience." Hyūga Natsu nodded in understanding. "I understand. This cannot be rushed. But we must act swiftly to prepare for the challenges ahead." Hyūga Natsu continued. "We must begin by analyzing the properties of Hashirama cells and devising the safest, most effective integration method." Orochimaru gave a slight nod, his elongated eyes gleaming with contemplation. "Agreed. I shall commence this work immediately. Yet Lord Hokage integrating Hashirama cells is no simple task, it demands time and patience. Hashirama cells contain extraordinarily potent life force and mysterious power. A single misstep could trigger uncontrollable consequences. We must proceed with the utmost caution, conducting thorough research and repeated experiments to ensure both safety and efficacy. Hyūga Natsu nodded. I understand. This cannot be rushed. But we must move quickly to prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. The ninja world situation is volatile and fraught with danger at every turn. We cannot afford the slightest negligence. Only by continuously strengthening ourselves can we protect Konoha and preserve peace throughout the ninja world during times of crisis. After further discussion of the details, Hyūga Natsu departed the Sound Village, preparing to set his next plan in motion. His silhouette was upright and resolute, like a general about to march to war, brimming with a sense of mission and determination. Without hesitation, he made his way directly toward Mount Sumeru in the far west of the Wind Country. Mount Sumeru rose high into the clouds, shrouded in swirling mist, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Relying on his powerful sensory abilities, Hyūga Natsu darted swiftly through the mountains, searching for Hiriko's trail. At last, within a secluded valley, Hyūga Natsu spotted Hiriko. Upon seeing his arrival, Hiriko's eyes flashed with wariness and hostility. Hiriko, I come on behalf of Konoha. I hope you will reconsider rejoining us to work together for the peace of the ninja world. Hyūga Natsu said straight to the point. Hiriko snorted coldly. Konoha. Why should I join? I am free now, answerable to no one. Hyūga Natsu furrowed his brow slightly. Hiriko, the ninja world is in turmoil. Only through unity can we face the challenges ahead. By rejoining Konoha, you can unleash your talents and contribute to the peace of the ninja world. But Hiriko remained unmoved. I trust neither Konoha nor anyone else. I trust only my own strength. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Hyūga Natsu's eyes turned cold. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. In the next instant, Hyūga Natsu unleashed a torrent of formidable chakra and struck at Hiriko. Unwilling to yield, Hiriko immediately activated a forbidden jutsu to counterattack. An intense battle erupted between the two in the valley. Throughout the fight, Hyūga Natsu displayed extraordinary prowess and masterful combat technique. His attacks came like a ferocious storm, leaving Hiriko unable to find an opening. Though Hiriko possessed powerful forbidden jutsu, he gradually found himself overwhelmed under Hyūga Natsu's relentless assault. Eventually, Hiriko was defeated. Lying on the ground gasping for breath, his eyes burned with resentment and resignation. Hyūga Natsu looked down at him and spoke slowly. Hiriko, you still have a choice to make. Join Konoha or continue opposing me. Hiriko fell silent for a moment, then let out a helpless sigh. Very well. I will join Konoha. I know fighting you will lead nowhere good. A satisfied smile crossed Hyūga Natsu's face. Excellent. I trust you will honor your word and contribute your strength to Konoha's development and the peace of the ninja world. Thus, overwhelmed by Hyūga Natsu's overwhelming power, Hiriko was forced to submit and pleaded to join Konoha. Hyūga Natsu brought Hiriko back to the Hidden Leaf Village, adding a powerful new strength to Konoha's future. Upon a vast and silent wasteland, 2 13 or 14-year-old boys stood facing each other like twin statues, the atmosphere so oppressive it seemed to suffocate all around. One of the boys stood tall and straight as a pine, his black combat attire fluttering gently in the breeze. His frame was lean but radiated an inexhaustible power. His raven black hair was neatly trimmed, swaying slightly with the wind. His features were sharply defined, sword-like brows slanting into his temples, and his deep eyes were night-like. Those eyes were unmistakably the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Within the pupils of the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan seemed to lie the endless mysteries of the cosmos. The Nine-Tomo rotated slowly each turn, as though capable of drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth themselves. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet it lent him an aura of composure and steadiness. Beneath his high nose bridge, his thin lips were pressed firmly, revealing a temper of resolute courage. His hands hung naturally at his sides, his long and powerful fingers suggesting he could unleash devastating jutsu at any moment. And the other youth was equally remarkable. His build was more robust, brimming with explosive power. He wore a blue ninja outfit adorned with intricate patterns. His brown hair was slightly curled, giving him a lively and endearing appearance. His face was round, his large eyes bright and spirited with pale blue irises and black sclera, precisely the Jogan, mysterious and formidable as depicted in Boruto. The Jogan radiated a soft yet enigmatic glow, as though capable of perceiving the true essence of all things. A faint blush graced his cheeks, lending him an air of vibrant vitality. His hands tightly grasped a uniquely shaped ninja blade, its edge gleaming with cold light, as if proclaiming his determination to his opponent. A gentle breeze swept across the wasteland, stirring the hair and hem of both boys. They locked gazes, their eyes brimming with vigilance and challenge. In that moment time seemed to stand still, everything around blurred into obscurity, leaving only their two silhouettes vividly clear. The overwhelming aura radiating from them collided in midair, sending ripples cascading outward. Suddenly the boy wielding the six-tomo Rinnegan struck first. His figure flashed like a phantom, vanishing from where he stood and reappearing in an instant behind the other boy. A sphere of formidable chakra condensed in his palm as he hurled it fiercely toward his opponent. However, the boy with the Jogan reacted with extraordinary speed. He sidestepped in a flash and simultaneously slashed his ninja blade, sending a razor-sharp wave of cutting energy surging toward his rival. Upon seeing this, the six-tomo Rinnegan boy instantly activated a spatial ninjutsu, evading the blade attack in the blink of an eye. He vanished once more, reappearing high in the sky. He formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath, and a massive chakra storm swept down upon the boy below. Sensing the overwhelming power, the Jogan boy immediately concentrated chakra beneath his feet and leaped skyward, narrowly dodging the chakra storm. The battle intensified, the two boys trading blows without yielding an inch. Their figures darted across the wasteland in swift arcs, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. Their attacks grew ever more ferocious, each collision echoed with tremendous force, as though threatening to shatter the world itself. Their chakras continuously clashed and interwove, painting the sky with brilliant multicolored luminescence. The earth around them trembled relentlessly throughout their battle, dust and sand rising in clouds as if bearing witness to this thrilling clash between youths. Upon that vast and silent wasteland, Naruto and Sasuke had just concluded an intense sparring match. Both breathed heavily, sweat trickling down their cheeks. Naruto flashed a brilliant smile and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, that was an exhilarating spar. I feel like I've improved considerably." Sasuke's expression softened slightly, the glow of his six-tomo Rinnegan gradually subsiding. "You are indeed stronger than before, but it is far from enough." Naruto scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, I'll keep pushing forward. But Sasuke, you're incredibly strong as well. Every time we spar I learn so much from you." Sasuke tilted his chin up slightly and replied, "Our path is still long and this world holds countless unknown challenges. Only by growing stronger can we protect all that we hold dear." Naruto's gaze turned resolute as he nodded. "Exactly. Let's strive together and make this world a better place. We should spar often so we can grow stronger side by side." Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then gave a soft reply. A gentle breeze swept across the wasteland, stirring their hair and clothes. They stood there like two war deities guarding the world, their hearts filled with hope and resolve for the future. At that moment Naruto slowly spoke up. "Sasuke, do you think the God Tree cells we received might bring unexpected changes? Orochimaru's techniques are formidable, but these God Tree cells always make me uneasy." Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly and said grimly, "No matter what changes may come, we must be prepared to face them. Having chosen this path, we cannot back down." Naruto sighed and replied, "True. But these eyes of mine, Orochimaru cloned and fused thousands of Byakugan to create them. Sometimes I feel this power is almost too great, and I'm not sure I can fully control it." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, "Your strength is indeed astonishing, but do not grow complacent. My 9-tomo Rinnegan was forged by cloning and fusing thousands of Mangekyo Sharingan. It too is full of uncertainties." Naruto clenched his fists and declared, "Regardless, we must make the most of this power, to protect Konoha and to protect this world." Sasuke nodded slightly. "Agreed. We must ensure this power never spirals out of control and that it never becomes the root of the world's destruction." The two locked eyes, each understanding the heavy responsibility they bore. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, but they had confidence that their strength and convictions would carry them through every trial. Under the command of Hinata Natsu, the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Mist Village united as one, standing like an impregnable towering fortress radiating an aura so formidable it struck dread into all who sensed it. This combined force was like a surging torrent, once unleashed, unstoppable, and devastating in its path. As this suffocatingly powerful military might pointed its weapons straight at the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, the momentum crashed down like Mount Tai, collapsing upon them, sending tremors through the entire ninja world. Even the heavens seemed to sense the storm about to erupt, growing dark and oppressive, clouds gathering thickly as if presaging a battle of unprecedented ferocity. The shinobi of all three villages possessed strength at the kage level, their postures upright, their eyes resolute like arrows drawn taut upon a bowstring. They advanced with firm, purposeful strides, each step striking like a blow against the enemy's nerves, marching relentlessly toward the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Those synchronized footsteps thundered across the earth like war drums, filling hearts with terror. The Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, though possessing considerable strength themselves, appeared terribly fragile before the monstrous scale of this three-village alliance. Their shinobi watched the approaching enemy with hearts heavy with dread and unease. They knew this battle would present unprecedented hardship, yet they had no retreat. Steeling their courage, they braced themselves for this life-and-death struggle. On the battlefield, the three village shinobi swiftly unleashed their offensive, sweeping across the entire field like a ferocious whirlwind. The Hidden Leaf shinobi deployed a variety of devastating jutsu. Flames roared skyward like dragons, searing heat, consuming all in their path. Water cascaded down like a mighty waterfall, overwhelming and irresistible. Lightning danced through the battlefield like silver serpents, each flash bringing mortal peril. These powerful techniques shattered the Hidden Rock's defenses in an instant, plunging their shinobi into absolute panic. The Hidden Sands shinobi commanded violent wind and sand, conjuring massive sandstorms that lurched toward the Hidden Rock forces like monstrous beasts, claws bared and fangs gnashing. The Hidden Rock shinobi were engulfed in the sandstorm, lost all sense of direction, and succumbed to unending terror. They struggled desperately within but could not break free from that overwhelming grip. The Hidden Mist shinobi moved across the battlefield like ghosts, their forms flickering between visibility and obscurity, nearly impossible to track. They approached silently and struck fatal blows before their enemies could react. Their movements were like those of assassins cloaked in darkness, impossible to guard against. Confronted by the overwhelming assault of the three-village alliance, the Ōtsutsuki of the Hidden Rock fought with all his might. He unleashed his strongest jutsu in a desperate attempt to halt the enemy advance, yet his power proved as minuscule before this overwhelming surge. The three-village shinobi effortlessly breached the Hidden Rock's defenses surrounding the Ōtsutsuki. Gazing around him in despair, his eyes burned with unwillingness to surrender. He knew the tide had turned against him, yet he refused to yield. Fighting with renewed desperation, he hoped to buy his village even the slimmest chance of survival. However, under the combined assault of the three villages, the Ōtsutsuki was quickly overpowered and slain without mercy. The united forces then turned their attention toward the Hidden Cloud village. Witnessing the devastation of the Hidden Rock village, the wreckage of the Hidden Cloud was consumed by both fury and fear. He understood that he must organize effective resistance, or the same fate awaited his village. Summoning his shinobi swiftly, he prepared to face this battle of life and death. The three village forces tore through the Hidden Cloud's defenses with devastating ease. Their attacks came like a furious tempest, overwhelming the Hidden Cloud shinobi beyond their capacity to withstand. In desperation, the wreckage fought valiantly, unleashing his most powerful lightning release technique in a final bid to turn the tide. Yet his efforts were in vain. The three village shinobi were simply too formidable, effortlessly neutralizing his attacks and closing in upon him step by step. Watching the enemy approach through a haze of despair, the wreckaged's heart swelled with helplessness and regret. He knew he could neither protect his village nor alter the outcome of this battle. In the end, the wreckage shared the same grim fate. The three-village alliance defeated both the Hidden Rock village and the Hidden Cloud village with remarkable ease, slaying the Ōtsutsuki and the wreckage alike. Their victory marked another monumental stride in Hyūga Natsu's campaign to unify the ninja world. Trembling beneath the sheer force of the three-village alliance, the people of the ninja world came to realize that a new era was dawning. An era that would be dominated by Hyūga Natsu and the might of the three allied villages, its future shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. After Hyūga Natsu successfully unified the shinobi world, the entire realm immersed itself in an unprecedented era of order and peace. Sunlight bathed the streets of every village, while children's laughter echoed through the air and joyous smiles graced the faces of the people. However, Hyūga Natsu knew deep within that the true challenges were only beginning. After consolidating the resources of all villages, he began actively preparing for the confrontation with the Ōtsutsuki clan. He fully grasped the formidable power and enigmatic nature of the Ōtsutsuki clan, a threat descending from the distant cosmos. Without prompt action, the peace of the shinobi world would wither like a fleeting bloom. Hyūga Natsu stood alone atop a precipice, gazing down upon the land he had sworn to protect, his expression resolute and unwavering. This battle transcended the present. It was a fight for the future itself. Hyūga Natsu gathered the shinobi world's most elite ninja to deliberate on strategy against the Ōtsutsuki. These ninja hailed from rival villages, once adversaries but now united under Hyūga Natsu's leadership, forging ahead toward a shared purpose. The conference chamber carried an oppressive weight. Hyūga Natsu stood before the assembly, his gaze steady and profound. "Esteemed warriors, though we have united the shinobi world, the threat of the Ōtsutsuki clan perpetually hangs over our heads. Their power defies comprehension, yet we cannot falter. For the future of the shinobi world, we must confront them with courage." The ninja nodded in unison, conviction blazing in their eyes. They understood both the gravity of this battle and the weight of their responsibility. Intensive training commenced, each warrior pushing beyond their limits. Across the training grounds, cries of exertion resonated like thunder. The ninja poured sweat into their training, constantly challenging their own boundaries. Meanwhile, Hyūga Natsu utilized this time to gather intelligence on the Ōtsutsuki, seeking any vulnerability. He dispatched his finest operatives, penetrating every corner without overlooking a single clue. At last, after months of patient preparation, Hyūga Natsu received word that the Ōtsutsuki were preparing to descend upon the shinobi world. He immediately led the shinobi world's elites into position. Tension permeated the entire realm, fear mingled with an unshakable resolve. When the Ōtsutsuki clan materialized in the skies above the shinobi world, the entire realm fell deathly still. Their overwhelming aura struck terror into every heart. That mysterious and terrifying power seemed capable of obliterating the shinobi world in an instant. Hyūga Natsu feared nothing, stepping forward with flames of combat blazing in his eyes. Ōtsutsuki, today marks your final stand. The peace of the shinobi world shall be defended by our hands. His voice thundered like a great bell, reverberating across heaven and earth. An epic-defining battle was unleashed. Ninja of the shinobi world clashed against the Ōtsutsuki in ferocious combat, their powers colliding with cataclysmic force. Brilliant jutsu illuminated the heavens, while on the ground the intensity of battle defied description. The ninja fought with unyielding will and masterful skill, engaging the Ōtsutsuki in a desperate struggle. Hyūga Natsu led the resistance with extraordinary command and formidable strength. Throughout the battle he relentlessly sought the Ōtsutsuki's weaknesses, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. His figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, every strike carrying devastating power. Inspired by his leadership, the ninja fought with soaring morale and ferocious determination. The battle raged for days, and the shinobi world's land was torn asunder by the collision of opposing forces. Mountains crumbled, rivers shifted course, and forests were reduced to ash. Yet the ninja never faltered, firmly believing that unity would secure victory over the Ōtsutsuki. At a critical juncture, Hyūga Natsu discovered the Ōtsutsuki clan's fatal weakness. He rallied the ninja to concentrate their combined strength and launch a devastating assault against the Ōtsutsuki's vulnerability. After an arduous struggle, they finally triumphed over the Ōtsutsuki clan. Peace returned to the shinobi world, and sunlight once again bathed the land. The people rejoiced, celebrating this momentous victory. Hyūga Natsu's name would forever be etched in the annals of shinobi history, becoming an enduring hero and legend in the hearts of all. Even having unified the cosmos with the boundless universe seemingly under his control, Hyūga Natsu knew deep within that this was merely the beginning. Standing atop the resplendent canopy of stars, his silhouette resembled an impassable mountain peak, radiating boundless majesty and mystery. A gentle breeze stirred the hem of his garments, and his gaze grew unfathomably deep, as though piercing through the expanse of time and space. Hyūga Natsu reflected upon the journey that had brought him here. From the moment he awakened the Rinne Sharingan, he had known he bore a monumental destiny. Upon awakening the Rinne Sharingan, he had gained the most enigmatic of dojutsu, the border-crossing journey. This technique served as a mystical key, unlocking countless doors to the unknown. Hyūga Natsu understood that the power of this dojutsu far exceeded what he had thus far revealed. It was like a bridge connecting different worlds and dimensions, containing infinite mysteries and possibilities. He began delving deeply into this technique, striving to unearth its latent power. Alone in tranquil meditation, Hyūga Natsu felt the mysterious fluctuations emanating from the border-crossing journey. His consciousness seemed to transcend the boundless span of time and space, exploring unknown realms one after another. Through this process, Hyūga Natsu discovered that the border-crossing journey could do more than traverse spatial boundaries. It might also possess the ability to alter time and influence destiny itself. This revelation filled him with both exhilaration and trepidation. He thrilled at the prospect of wielding power beyond imagination, yet feared the irreparable consequences if such strength were misused. Hyūga Natsu resolved to employ this dojutsu with utmost caution. He began formulating detailed plans, preparing to embark upon another border-crossing journey when the time was right. He knew countless challenges and mysteries awaited him ahead, yet he harbored no fear, for his convictions and sense of purpose remained unshaken. He summoned his most trusted companions, and shared his discoveries and plans. Upon hearing his words, they could not help but display expressions of astonishment and reverence. They understood that Hyūga Natsu's decision would once again reshape the fate of the entire cosmos. After thorough preparation, Hyūga Natsu led his companions and activated the border-crossing journey once more. A mysterious radiance flashed, and their figures vanished into the starry firmament, embarking upon a new journey. This time they would face challenges of even greater mystery and danger. Yet they firmly believed that through unity and guided by Hyūga Natsu's wisdom and strength, they would overcome all obstacles and forge a brighter future.